On January 18, 2025 AD, the warm afternoon sun lazily spilled into Li Haotian's room. Seated at his desk piled with ancient tomes, he caressed the yellowed pages of showy plum blossom divination. Ming Dynasty copper coins cast in the 31st year of Hongwu's reign lay arranged before him as he delved into the arcane world of hexagram interpretation. Li hexagram transforming into Kun. The vermilion bird carries wealth westward. Lin murmured incantations. Suddenly, the coins trembled as if pulled by invisible strings, levitating mid-air. Spinning faster and faster, they formed a swirling vortex resembling the dynamic yin-yang fish in the Taiji diagram. With a deafening boom, the world upended. When Lin regained consciousness, his eyes met a crumbling earthen window framing an ancient city gate. Squinting through the dust, he froze there glared the monumental inscription, Zonghua Gate of Nanjing, in fading vermilion strokes. He found himself lying in an abandoned thatch-roofed hut, where wild grasses pierced through floor cracks and rainwater puddles pulled into muddy depressions, clear signs of prolonged desertion. Li Haotian hurriedly checked his belongings. An OP smartphone and a compact solar-powered perpetual charging generator remained intact. At this moment, the phone screen suddenly lit up, emitting a mechanically cold voice. "Host, you have time-traveled to 1937 Nanjing, the 26th year of the Republic of China. Your first mission is to locate General Tan, commander of Nanjing Garrison Forces, and Li Haotian, dean of Jinling Women's College, assisting them in establishing modernized safe zones. Your second mission requires relocating 500,000 Nanjing citizens into AI-powered robotic-guarded safe zones. Thirdly, proceed to Shuedo Mountain Guest House in Fengguo, Zhejiang to find Madame Yu Fengzi, wife of General Zhang Xueyang. Facilitate her breast cancer treatment at Hospital Thorbellon within Jinling Women's College, then guide her to achieve success in U.S. stock trading and real estate development. Fourth mission, assist Sun Ailin in liquidating government bonds, using proceeds to purchase arms from American merchants for nationalist troops resisting Japan. Fifth, deliver solemn warning to General Matsui Iwang. Sixth, prevent General Hisao Tani from escaping Xiamen Detention Center in 1946 Nanjing, ensuring these war criminals face trial at Far East International Military Tribunal. Host, await further system commands. While still reeling from shock, Li Haotian heard the phone continue. Your armory is now activated. Primal ion weapons as most advanced aircraft carrier groups type fighter jets and other modern armaments are fully equipped, along with resources like grain warehouses and surveillance systems. But remember, the original user cannot arbitrarily use modern weapons to alter history, or the timekeepers will intervene to prevent it. However, you may transmit knowledge to 1937-era scientists. Li Haotian felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins. Clenching his fists, he swore a silent oath. You Japs, your reign of atrocities is about to end. Li Haotian stepped out of the thatched hut, trudging toward Nanjing City. The muddy earth clung to his feet like the weight of historical memory, each step churning up the bitter sediments of time. His heart became a storm of conflicting emotions like an overturned spice cabinet where fury, resolve, and sorrow swirled in turbulent mixture. Shock crashed over him in relentless waves. Mere hours ago, he'd been immersed in the familiar stability of 2025, poring over ancient texts and conducting routine research. Yet in a brief span, he now stood transported to the war-torn 1937. The alien yet hyperreal surroundings, crumbling thatched roofs and desolate landscapes screamed this was no fever dream, but visceral reality. Fear clung to him like a second shadow. Though armed with future knowledge and resources, the era's volatile unknowns made his palms slate. The brutality of war defied all imagination, sudden explosions, omnipresent dangers making his pulse gallop like wild horses. Could he complete his mission? In this maelstrom of chaos, how much difference could one man truly make? Rage roared like wildfire in his chest. The mere thought of Japanese invaders' heinous crimes committed on this land, and the impending Nanjing massacre, burned him with the urge to unleash modern weapons from his arsenal to annihilate the aggressors. Yet he knew tampering with history invited unfathomable consequences. The Chrono Guardian's warning hung like Damocles' sword, its keen edge constantly reminding him to restrain his fury. The weight of destiny pressed upon his shoulders like a colossal mountain. The missions flashing on his phone weren't mere directives, but a sacred covenant, a solemn vow to his nation and people. Every step he took could shape the course of history. This knowledge steeled his resolve. He must navigate this tempest with ice-cold precision, wielding wisdom and resources like a surgeon's scalpel to carve victory from the flames of resistance. Hope was a beacon of light in his heart, guiding him through the darkness. With unyielding faith in the knowledge he possessed, he believed he could assist Yu Fengzi and Sun Ailin in completing their mission to secure material and weapon support for the resistance. He yearned to alter the course of history, to spare Nanjing from that horrific catastrophe, and to preserve countless innocent lives. Li Haotian's steps were weighed down by a tumult of emotions, yet his gaze burned with resolute determination. Drawing a deep breath, he strode forward toward Nanjing's skyline shrouded in the acrid haze of gunpowder smoke. Time Rescue, the 1937 defense of Nanjing. The clamor in Li Haotian's ears abruptly transformed into ancient city bricks and bustling Republican-era streets. He stood beneath Nanjing's Songhua Gate, his clothes clinging slightly to his skin in the sultruous air, surrounded by people in long gowns and cheongsams hurrying past. Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, his phone screen suddenly illuminated as mechanical system alerts blared in his ears. Mission 1, current date August 13, 1937. 2 days remain before Japanese warplanes attack Nanjing City. On August 15, 1937, the Japanese Naval Air Force will commence the first bombardment of Nanjing, initiating repeated air raids through December that will result in massive civilian casualties and urban destruction. Your objective: deliver this warning to General Tan, Nanjing's Commander-in-Chief, and assist him in preparing anti-aircraft defenses while evacuating citizens to newly established safety zones. Li Haotian's head buzzed with white noise. How could an ordinary youth like him get swept into this turbulent current of history? But a sense of duty momentarily overwhelmed his fear. He knew this was the pivotal moment to alter history's tragic course. After learning General Tan's command post location, Lin sprinted through the streets. Bayonet-wielding guards blocked the entrance, their gazes sharp with suspicion. Urgent military intelligence for General Tan. This concerns the lives of every soul in Nanjing. Lin shouted desperately. The guard hesitated, conflict playing across his features, before finally turning to announce the visitor. The moment he met General Tan, Li Haotian took a deep breath and disclosed every detail of the Japanese bombing plan. General Tan's brows furrowed deeply, his eyes sharp as a hawk's gaze piercing through Lin. Where did you obtain this intelligence? Why are you so certain? Lin steeled his resolve. General, I come from the future. I've witnessed this history unfold. Not a single word I speak is false. Though skepticism etched across General Tan's face, the precise operational details Lin described and his unwavering conviction demanded grave consideration. Li Haotian collaborated with General Tan's strategic team to design air defense layouts. Drawing from memory, he pinpointed probable Japanese bombing targets, proposing additional anti-aircraft artillery positions. Simultaneously, he sketched rough maps outlining civilian evacuation routes and marked concealed yet accessible bomb shelter locations throughout the city. After informing General Tan of the Japanese Army's bombing plan and assisting in urgent air defense preparations, every passing moment weighed like 1,000 pounds to Li Haotian. He clearly understood that existing defenses remained inadequate against the imminent ferocious air raids. Suddenly, he recalled the mysterious mobile system. He carried this might be the pivotal key to reverse the war's tide. With trepidation and anticipation, Li Haotian swiftly retreated to a hidden corner. Whispering activation commands in his mind, he triggered the phone's special function. A faint glimmer flashed, materializing a high-energy micro-air defense radar unit in his palm. The 0.5千克. Marvel combined exquisite craftsmanship with solar hybrid hand-cranked power generation. Weighing this compact powerhouse radiating tremendous potential, his eyes blazed with hope this device would exponentially enhance Nanjing's early warning capability against Japanese warplanes. Then, Li Haotian operated the mobile system again. With a low humming vibration, a Type 85 5.8mm small-caliber sniper rifle landed steadily before him. This was no ordinary firearm equipped with a high-definition 9x optical infrared scope. Its lethal range extended up to 800 meters. The 5.8mm machine gun bullets possessed terrifying penetrative power, capable of piercing through 34mm steel plates instantaneously. With 10 rounds per magazine and semi-automatic firing mode, this weapon meant business. Hoisting the sniper rifle, Lin felt its substantial weight and cold metallic texture against his shoulder. He silently swore an oath this would be his instrument to defend Nanjing City, delivering a resounding counterblow to the invaders. But Li Haotian's ambitions soared far beyond this. With a resolute gaze, his fingers danced across the smartphone screen as he issued another command. Suddenly, a low, menacing roar pierced the sky. A squadron of 6 J-25 stealth fighters materialized above Iwatai. These cutting-edge marvels, China's most advanced aircraft of 2025, embodied technological supremacy. Fully digitized systems controlled their electronic cannons, nuclear missiles, laser artillery, and ECM suites. With stealth capabilities and a cruising speed of 52 km per minute reaching 2.45 Mach, they could cross hundreds of kilometers in the blink of an eye. More remarkably, the J-25S deployed an electromagnetic shield and impregnable energy barrier that deflected incoming projectiles, melted warheads with intense heat, and rendered all ground assault vehicles obsolete. This aerial fortress answered solely to its system's authorized user, Li Haotian. Li Haotian then borrowed an automated excavator from the system. Staring at this colossal machine before him, a clear and well-defined plan crystallized in his mind. He resolved to construct massive bomb shelters at the four main city gates of Nanjing, creating self-contained air defense networks across districts. Wherever there was open space, this automated excavator would be deployed to build on-the-ground shelters, providing safer havens for Nanjing's citizens. Finally, Li Haotian positioned an omni-supply warehouse at Jinling Women's College of Arts and Sciences. This facility was no ordinary storage unit. It housed abundant reserves ranging from food and medical supplies to weapons and ammunition. To ensure absolute security, Lin deployed 2025's most advanced humanoid combat robots from the system as guardians. These heavy armed machines, equipped with highly intelligent combat systems, stood ready to swiftly neutralize any potential threat with lethal precision. When all preparations were complete, Li Haotian returned to General Tang with these formidable future assistances brimming with unwavering confidence, ready to jointly confront the impending brutal war and defend every inch of Nanjing's land and every last citizen. As Li Haotian approached with future-era equipment, he found General Tang Shenji brooding over military maps. Born in 1889 in Dongnan, Yongzhou, Hunan, this battle-ardent first-class general had been intertwined with China's destiny since receiving traditional education in 1897. In 1904, he entered the first cohort of Hunan Military Academy, then progressed to the 3rd Army Middle School in Nanhu, Wuchang, Hubei by 1909. Deeply influenced by revolutionary pioneers like Tan Rongfeng, he resolutely joined the Tangmangui Revolutionary Alliance, plunging into the torrent of revolution that would define his life. After graduating from the Baoding Military Academy, Tang Shenji joined the Hunan Army. Through the National Protection War, Constitutional Protection War, and Northern Expedition, he fought his way up the ranks with exceptional military prowess, ultimately rising to senior command. By 1929, he had become Director General of the Military Advisory Council and commander of the 5th Route Army in the nationalist government. Now, as Nanjing Garrison Commander, he shouldered the monumental task of defending this ancient capital. General, I bring a game-changing asset. Li Haotian broke the silence, placing a high-energy micro-air defense radar unit on the table. As he detailed its capabilities, the general's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. This divine device will exponentially strengthen our early warning capabilities. General Tang ran his fingers across the radar unit's surface, visions of Japanese warplanes stripped of their stealth flashing through his mind like exposed prey. Li Haotian then presented the Type 85 5.8mm small-caliber sniper rifle. General Tang took the firearm, expertly inspected its mechanisms, and mused approvingly. This precision and stopping power shall prove decisive when the crucial moment arrives. When Lin mentioned the 6 J-25 fighter jet squadrons, General Tang's weathered face registered shock. Though battle-hardened through countless campaigns, such advanced aircraft exceeded even his imagination. As Lin patiently detailed the jet's combat specifications, the general listened transfixed, interjecting tactical queries, his eyes blazing with thirst for victory. With these warplanes, the Japanese air supremacy will be utterly obliterated, General Tang declared, voice trembling with fervor. Lin proceeded to outline plans for constructing massive bomb shelters at Nanjing's 4 gates, demonstrating automated excavators. General Tang nodded rhythmically, his military wisdom immediately grasping how these underground havens would safeguard civilian lives against aerial onslaught. Finally, Li Haotian revealed to General Tang the deployment of the omnipotent supply depot and robotic soldiers. The general sighed with profound emotion. These divine reinforcements you've brought are like heavenly troops descending to earth. They will surely empower Nanjing's defenders to turn the tide. In the days that followed, General Tang and Li Haotian forged an ironclad partnership. Drawing from his vast military experience, the general orchestrated grand strategies, seamlessly integrating the futuristic armaments into existing defense systems. Meanwhile, Li Haotian illuminated tactical planning with visionary insights into advanced weaponry, reshaping conventional warfare paradigms. As Japanese aerial assaults loomed, Nanjing stood in solemn readiness under their joint command. Every soldier burned with indomitable spirit, each citizen kindled with newfound hope. United by these formidable defenses, they stood poised to safeguard their city, determined to make the invaders pay in rivers of blood for every inch of Nanjing's sacred soil. After bidding farewell to General Tang Shengji, Li Haotian hurried into the garden of Nanjing Garrison Command headquarters. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the gaps in the branches and leaves, casting scattered patches of light on the ground. Though the silence was so profound it amplified the sound of his own breathing, an undercurrent of urgency pulsed through Lin's veins. Leaning against the rugged trunk of a towering cedar, he retrieved the pivotal smartphone from his pocket. The screen flashed to life instantly, accompanied by a mechanized, emotionless female voice. "Welcome to Future Weapons System. Currently presenting Type 92 5.8mm pistol." As the narration unfolded, a hyper-detailed 3D model of the firearm materialized on the display, rotating methodically to expose every contour and mechanism. Lin's eyes burned into the screen, neural pathways etching each spring, groove, and firing pin into memory. He understood with crystalline clarity this unassuming sidearm would become his temporal anchor in this chaotic era. As the system finished its briefing, a Type 92 pistol in its holster materialized in his hand. The holster automatically anchored itself at his waist with military precision, fitting as if tailored specifically for him. Next came the Type 85 5.8mm sniper rifle slung across his back, a canteen brimming with drinking water hanging diagonally from his shoulder, and a satchel stuffed with beef jerky and compressed biscuits, vital provisions for survival and mission completion in this turbulent era. Next mission, proceed to Jinling Women's College of Liberal Arts. Locate President Madame Minnie Vautrin. Assist in establishing modern mobile cabin-style refuge units, each requiring independent sleeping berths and sanitation facilities. Reward: 1 resurrection. Penalty for failure: annihilation. The emotionless system prompt sent Li Haotian's pulse racing. Drawing a deep breath, his eyes hardened with resolve as he strode forward with iron determination. Nanjing was shrouded in the shadow of war. The air hung thick with oppressive stillness, as people hurried through streets and alleys, lugging their belongings with faces etched by anxiety and bewilderment. Li Haotian darted along the crumbling pavement, distant artillery fire echoing faintly in his ears. Shuttered windows and bolted doors dominated the storefronts, some bearing handwritten notices, closed temporarily due to conflict, their crooked characters a testament to helplessness gnawing at the city's core. Passing by a square, Li Haotian saw a group of students organizing an anti-Japanese fundraising campaign. They stood beside makeshift donation boxes, recounting frontline battles to passers-by with eyes rimmed red and voices heavy with concern for their nation. Deeply moved, Lin paused and pulled out several silver dollars from his pocket, dropping them gently into the box. As grateful gazes from the students converged upon him, his resolve to complete the mission solidified. He would contribute his strength to this country and its people. Proceeding onward, Lin arrived at the Qinghua River. Few pleasure boats dotted the water, their bygone bustle replaced by murmuring currents that whispered the city's unease. Weeping willows drooped listlessly along the banks, suffocated by the pall of war. Pacing briskly along the riverside, Lin's mind raced with strategies: how to accomplish his mission, how to protect more souls from the looming catastrophe. After numerous twists and turns, Li Haotian finally arrived before the gates of Jinling Women's College. The iron gates stood tightly shut, the entrance eerily quiet, a stark contrast to its usual bustle. Lin stepped forward and knocked. The gate creaked open moments later. A young female student peered out with guarded eyes. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Li Haotian offered a courteous smile. "I'm Li Haotian. I've come to help establish shelters for the college. May I see Ding Vautrin?" The student's eyes flickered with suspicion, yet she nodded. "Wait here. I'll inform them." Soon the student returned, accompanied by a tall foreign woman with a graceful demeanor, Minnie Vautrin herself. Her gentle gaze settled on Lin as she spoke in fluent Chinese. "Greetings. I'm Vautrin. I hear you can assist us with establishing sanctuaries." Li Haotian nodded earnestly and said, "Yes, Ms. Vautrin. I have some ideas and resources. I'd like to work with you to establish a safe place for the people of Nanjing." A glimmer of surprise flashed in Vautrin's eyes as she extended her hand. "How splendid. Come inside quickly. Let's discuss this properly." Following Vautrin into the college grounds, Li Haotian exhaled quietly. He understood finding Vautrin was merely the first step, more daunting tasks lay ahead. Yet he stood ready to face all challenges head-on. As Lin trailed Vautrin through the campus, he observed her tall graceful frame accentuated by a plain-colored dress that exuded gentle elegance. Her eyes held a blend of warmth and resolve. This was Minnie Vautrin, born September 27, 1886 in Secker, Illinois, the woman history would remember. Despite her humble family background, Minnie Vautrin developed a resilient, diligent, and courageous character from a young age. In 1907, she gained admission to the Teachers College at the University of Illinois and later taught at secondary schools in Illinois after graduation. In 1912, she embarked on her journey to Anhui, China with dreams of missionary work and education, establishing Hefei Sanqing Girls Middle School. By 1919, Vautrin was appointed as both the chair of the Education Department and Dean of Studies at Jinling Women's College, concurrently serving as acting president. She spearheaded educational reforms and pioneered the introduction of Danish and Dutch adult education systems to China. In 1937, as the Japanese army's full-scale invasion of China erupted and the situation in Nanjing grew increasingly dire, Minnie Vautrin had opportunities to evacuate. Yet she rejected evacuation advisories from the U.S. Embassy 4 times, choosing instead to remain in the city. She proposed establishing a safety zone to American diplomats and joined the Nanjing Committee of the International Red Cross. Before Nanjing's fall, she transformed Jinling Women's College into a refugee shelter for women and children, preparing every corridor and classroom to become sanctuaries. Li Haotian gazed at Vautrin with profound reverence. He knew their shared mission ahead to forge an impregnable sanctuary through relentless efforts, raising a fortress of hope that would shelter Nanjing's terrified civilians beneath its protective canopy. A warning across time and space. Li Haotian slumped onto the couch after an intense programming marathon, his exhausted fingers still clutching the phone that had accompanied him through countless all-nighters. In the dimly lit room, only the phone screen emitted an eerie glow. Suddenly, the device emitted a piercing electronic screech without warning. Lin jolted upright, nearly flinging the phone across the room. As he focused on the screen, his familiar interface vanished, replaced by scrolling text that appeared as if invisible hands were furiously typing. Searching historical figure, Minnie Vautrin. In 1919, Minnie Vautrin accepted a position at Jinling Women's College in Nanjing, China, renamed Jinling Women's Arts and Sciences College in 1930, though still commonly referred to by its original name. She successively served as professor, academic dean, chair of the education department, and twice acted as college president. From then on, she took root in Jinling, beginning an inseparable bond with the college that would span over 2 decades. Lin Haotian's eyes widened in bewilderment. He vigorously rubbed his temples, wondering if exhaustion had conjured hallucinations. Attempting to shut down the mobile app proved futile. The words continued to flood forth, unstoppable as a burst dam. Witnessing the catastrophe, as Jinling Women's Arts and Sciences College, where Vautrin worked, served as a dedicated shelter for female refugees, it became a prime target for Japanese military sexual violence during the Nanjing massacre of the Second Sino-Japanese War. As these words materialized, blurred sepia photographs began swimming into view on the phone screen. Images of women and children with terror-stricken expressions, their figures framed against a bomb-scorched building. Lin Haotian instinctively tried to fling the device away, but his hand seemed fused to the glowing screen, fingers locked in paralysis. As director of this refugee shelter, Minnie Vautrin's personal archive, her diaries stand as the most compelling evidence exposing the Japanese invasion forces' sexual violence during China's occupation. The screen then displayed 2 diary excerpts that surfaced like apparitions. Friday, December 17, 1937, more exhausted, panic-stricken women arrived, recounting nights of horror. Japanese soldiers kept haunting their homes. Girls as young as 12 and grandmothers of 60 suffered rape. Husbands were forced out of bedrooms at bayonet point while soldiers assaulted their pregnant wives, some with belly slit open by cold steel. Thursday, December 16, 1937, I don't know how many innocent, hard-working farmers and laborers were slaughtered today. We've sent home all women over 40 to be with their husbands and sons, keeping only their daughters and daughters-in-law. Tonight we must shelter over 4,000 women and children. I don't know how long we can endure this pressure. It's an unspeakable horror. Lin Haotian's breathing quickened. These words and photographs possessed a hypnotic power, plunging him into that dark era. He could almost hear the wails of women in the photos, could physically feel that desperation and dread. On November 7, 1932, Minnie Vautrin wrote to the U.S. Embassy proposing a safety zone to shelter refugees who couldn't flee Nanjing from the war. In her letter she stated, whether considering geographical location or structural soundness, Jinling Women's College would be the most suitable refugee shelter. A yellowed letter image reappeared on the screen. Though the handwriting had faded, Minnie Vautrin's resolute and forceful pen strokes remained discernible. Soon after, the International Committee for the Nanjing Safety Zone was established with John Rabe, manager of Siemens' Nanjing branch in Germany, as chairman. Following recognition from the Shanghai International Red Cross and Chinese Red Cross, the International Red Cross Nanjing Committee was formed, with Vautrin serving as committee member. Before Japanese forces occupied Nanjing, Jinling Women's College also established refugee shelters for women and children. Faced with imminent danger, Ms. Hua stepped up without hesitation to shoulder this critical responsibility. Li Haotian's heart raced wildly. He suddenly realized this smartphone system was unveiling a truth long buried by history, and he had been chosen as the witness to this revelation. Miss Vautrin herself described her diary as being jotted down in stolen moments, some during lulls between air raids, others late at night after long, exhausting days. September 26, 1937. Yet this sporadic documentation in no way diminishes its immense historical value. Instead, it amplifies awe for the radiant humanity shining through her words. Minnie Vautrin's photograph resurfaced on the phone screen, a black and white portrait capturing eyes that bore both steely resolve and profound compassion. Li Haotian stared at the image, a tumult of emotions rising within him, reverence for the weight of history intertwined with boundless admiration for this extraordinary woman. With government support, an approximately 4 square kilometer international safety zone was demarcated from the center of University of Nanking and Jinling College to Gulu and Xinjiku, to manage and care for the military and civilian needs within the safety zone. Later, they sought recognition from the Shanghai International Red Cross and Chinese Red Cross, establishing the International Red Cross Committee of Nanjing. Ms. Minnie Vautrin shouldered the daunting mission of preventing Japanese soldiers from violating Chinese women. The scrolling text suddenly halted here, the phone screen returning to normal as if nothing had occurred. Li Haotian sat frozen on the sofa, his mind still echoing with the accounts of Vautrin's deeds. He knew his life would be forever altered, and resolved to engrave this history in his heart to ensure that more people would learn about Vautrin's extraordinary greatness and dauntless courage. Li Haotian's fingers gripped the phone screen, his pupils dilating as more Minnie Vautrin archival materials loaded. Each breath shallowed while scrolling. What began as blocks of text and historical accounts gradually transformed the words leaped off the screen, morphing into vivid projections that played across his mental canvas in relentless succession. Shock crystallized his first reaction. How could a foreign missionary muster such unimaginable courage amidst war's moral collapse? Descriptions of Japanese atrocities pierced like daggers through his chest. Yet Vautrin's defiant protection of refugees shone as beacons of light, luminous spears that penetrated historical darkness to illuminate the darkest corners of his consciousness. Then, admiration surged over him like a tidal wave. He marveled at Minnie Vautrin's unflinching courage in the face of danger, at her selflessness in abandoning a comfortable life for complete strangers. This admiration gradually transformed into profound emotion, his eyes involuntarily welled up with tears as deep reverence for Vautrin flooded his heart. Yet intertwined with this emotion came seething rage. Rage at war's cruelty, rage at invaders' atrocities. The suffering of innocent civilians made his soul refuse to subside. This fury burned like unquenchable flames, roaring through his chest with primal intensity. Finally, an overwhelming sense of mission surged through his veins. He realized he couldn't remain a mere spectator of this history, couldn't allow Minnie Vautrin's spirit to fade into obscurity. Silently, he vowed to disseminate Vautrin's story to make this history known, to immortalize this resilience, and to prevent such tragedies from ever recurring. Li Haotian stood on the athletic field of Jinling Women's College of Arts and Sciences, his gaze unwavering as he surveyed the bustling scene. His mind conjured visions of the impending catastrophe, the chaos and terror, the helpless stares that would soon engulf these grounds. These mental projections steeled his resolve. He would forge an impregnable sanctuary, a fortress against the coming storm. Through the collective efforts of all, the massive shelter nears completion, a formidable bastion of hope capable of housing 500,000 souls. Fully equipped with comprehensive facilities ranging from daily necessities to medical supplies, recreational amenities to educational resources, it addresses every facet of human existence. Most crucially, it features twin humanoid AI robot guardians from the year 2025. Their bodies radiate a cold, metallic sheen of advanced technology, armed with 360-degree surveillance systems that leave no visual blind spots, detecting anomalies with surgical precision. Encased in indestructible armor forged from special titanium alloy, they remain impervious to any external assault. The robot's dual arms are veritable arsenals of power, equipped with electrolaser cannons that unleash high-energy beams capable of reducing targets to ashes in an instant. They also carry surface-to-air and surface-to-surface missiles with multi-warhead configurations, delivering devastating counterstrikes against airborne threats and ground assaults alike. Integrated with a global satellite positioning system, these arms guarantee pinpoint accuracy and instantaneous response capabilities regardless of location. More extraordinary still is the electronic defense shield's awe-inspiring might. Layered energy barriers envelop Jinling Women's College like an invisible, colossal net. Any incoming projectile disintegrates upon contact with the shield's formidable energy field. Not a single joule of destructive force can penetrate this impregnable fortress of light. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Haotian felt profound relief. In this turbulent world, he knew this sanctuary would become a warm, safe haven for multitudes, cradling humanity's last ember of hope for survival. He instinctively glanced at the digital calendar. The numbers jolted him awake. August 14th, 1937, 1:18 a.m. Li Haotian muttered to himself, a chill creeping through his veins. He knew with brutal clarity, less than 12 hours remained before Japanese air forces would rain fire upon Nanjing. As a time traveler armed with advanced technological systems, the weight of altering history's course pressed upon his shoulders. Last night had witnessed Lin's first encounter with Li Haotian. The resolute American missionary stood like a lone candle in the gathering storm, already grappling with the approaching catastrophe. Through the long watch hours, their shared resolve crystallized together. They would weave a protective web around Jinling Women's College. Li Haotian closed his eyes and concentrated. A virtual interface materialized in his mind. His golden finger, a high-tech system containing unimaginable equipment. With swift precision, he retrieved 4 high-performance automated excavators from the system. After precise programming, he dispatched them to dig and install bomb shelters at Nanjing City's 4 main gates. These intelligent machines, equipped with advanced navigation systems and unparalleled excavation capabilities, each began carving out sturdy underground fortresses within an astonishing timeframe. At Jinling Women's College of Arts and Sciences, Li Haotian installed solar spectrum automatic water purifiers and solar spectrum automatic water heaters. These solar-powered devices not only purify water sources but also provide hot water, resolving the college's water supply issues. Simultaneously, he requisitioned the fully intelligent robotic Model 416 hospital from the system. This medical facility could accommodate 500,000 patients simultaneously for consultation and hospitalization, stocked with all blood, plasma types and antiviral medication. Its surgical suites allowed 10,000 concurrent operations, while its food reserves could sustain 500,000 people for a decade. Li Haotian gazed at these marvels with awe-filled eyes. Mr. Lin, where do you come from? These things, they're beyond belief. Li Haotian smiled faintly. Ms. Haotian, this isn't the moment for explanations. We must make preparations immediately. As time progressed, sturdy air raid shelters emerged successively at Nanjing's 4 city gates. Organized by soldiers and volunteers, citizens streamed into these underground refuges. Jinling Women's College transformed into a model of order, where students guided by teachers hauled supplies and erected temporary shelters. However, Li Haotian understood these measures remained inadequate. Determined to leverage the system's capabilities, he began creating jamming devices to disrupt Japanese bombers' targeting accuracy. Scouring the system's database for relevant technologies, he plunged into round-the-clock development work. Meanwhile, Li Haotian traversed the city like a tireless force of nature, her impassioned appeals reverberating through streets and alleys. Many found themselves compelled by her indomitable spirit, swelling the ranks of Nanjing's protectors with each passing hour. Li Haotian stood on the playground of Jinling Women's College, drew a deep breath, and closed his eyes again. In his mind, he deftly summoned the interface of the high-tech system. This time, his mission was to construct a colossal warehouse capable of sustaining 500,000 people. Every detail mattered, for this would become Nanjing's critical lifeline to survive the ravages of war. The warehouse was positioned in a vast yet concealed corner of the campus. Utilizing spatial expansion technology from the system, it occupied minimal physical footprint while containing boundless storage space within. High-performance automated excavators descended. First, their articulated arms whirring with precision as they carved out a massive pit in under 30 minutes. Then nanomaterial fabricators roared to life, programmed by Li Haotian to ceaselessly spew forth structural components for the storage complex. This nanomaterial boasts unparalleled durability, not only withstanding conventional artillery impacts but also excelling in thermal insulation and moisture resistance, providing ironclad protection for long-term material preservation. As the framework took shape, intelligent robotic arms swiftly followed, commencing installation of various warehouse facilities. Li Haotian monitored the progress while coordinating material allocation from global virtual repositories through the system. The food storage zone stood as the warehouse's vital fortress. Vacuum-sealed staple foods rice, wheat, and corn were meticulously aligned in crates, specially treated for a remarkable 10-year shelf life. The non-staple section housed a bustling array of canned goods, from meats to vegetables and fruits, offering comprehensive nutritional diversity to satisfy various demographics. To ensure ultimate freshness and safety, Li Haotian implemented UV sterilization devices alongside an intelligent temperature and humidity control system. Any environmental deviation would immediately trigger automatic adjustments, maintaining optimal preservation conditions. In the medical supplies section, various types of plasma are stored in low-temperature refrigeration units, each equipped with an independent backup power supply to prevent power outages. Anti-inflammatory and antiviral tablets are systematically arranged in sealed medical cases with clear labeling for immediate access. The area also contains extensive medical equipment ranging from basic bandages and scalpels to sophisticated surgical instruments. In the operating rooms, advanced surgical tables and shadowless lamps stand ready to receive the injured and sick. The living supplies zone offers an equally extensive array, encompassing toiletries, clothing, bedding, cleaning agents, and sanitary tools. All items are methodically organized by category and specifications, with a smart retrieval system enabling staff to locate materials swiftly. The warehouse's cutting-edge management system features access controls authorized by Li Haotian, while real-time inventory tracking triggers automatic restock alerts when supplies dip below preset thresholds. As everything fell into place, Li Haotian gazed at the warehouse before him, ordinary in appearance yet brimming with tremendous energy. His heart swelled with gratification. He knew this warehouse would become Nanjing's beacon of hope amidst the flames of war, providing a solid foundation of livelihood for 500,000 civilians. Yet the hour of Japanese Air Force's bombardment drew nearer with each passing moment. A cruel trial approached, but Li Haotian stood fully prepared, his resolve as unyielding as forged steel. Li Haotian's heartbeat echoed like war drums throbbing against his ribs. Drawing a deep breath, he watched the system interface flicker with light in his consciousness. Thus began the desperate race against time, a rescue operation where every tick of the clock carried the weight of countless lives. On the lawn of Jinling Women's College of Arts and Sciences, 4 high-performance automated excavators burst forth from the earth, their metallic shells gleaming with a cold sheen under the dim moonlight. Li Haotian issued commands through the system terminal, and the excavators roared to life instantly. Hydraulic arms hummed as massive buckets plunged into the ground, churning up clouds of earth. Accompanied by the low rumble of machinery, faculty and students awoke in alarm. Minnie Vautrin rushed to the scene, her eyes wide with shock and bewilderment. "Mr. Lin, what are these?" Vautrin asked incredulously, her voice trailing off. Lin spoke in rapid-fire urgency. "Ms. Vautrin, there's no time to explain. Japanese forces will begin bombing within hours. We must complete these defensive installations immediately." Miss Vautrin didn't press further, swiftly organizing teachers and students to evacuate to safe zones. The excavator demonstrated astonishing efficiency, carving out a rudimentary network of intricate air raid shelters beneath the institute within a mere half-hour. Intelligent mechanical arms flexed with precision, transporting high-strength nanomaterials into the caverns. Upon contact with air, these materials rapidly solidified into indestructible cavern walls. Li Haotian manipulated the control system, continuously adjusting excavation angles and reinforcement strategies to ensure the bunkers could withstand bombing impacts. At the same time, on the Academy Square, the Solar Spectrum Automated Sterilization Water Purifier and Solar Spectrum Automated Heating Water Dispenser began assembly. Nanoscale components snapped into precise alignment under magnetic forces, as if manipulated by invisible hands. Soon, 2 towering devices dominated the plaza center. The purifier's filtration membrane pulsed with azure light, transforming turbid water sources into potable clarity, while the heating unit continuously dispensed steaming water, vapor curling upwards like ethereal ribbons. Meanwhile, at the Academy's heart, construction of the fully autonomous Robot 416 hospital intensified. Modular components ejected sequentially from system space. hovering in mid-air before rapid-fire assembly. A massive dome ascended with tectonic grace, revealing multi-tiered medical zones within. In operating theaters, robotic arms calibrated shadowless lamps and surgical instruments with microsurgical precision, their movements accompanied by the faint hum of electrical currents. Ward after ward materialized with intelligent hospital beds standing at attention, vital sign monitors blinking in silent vigilance like electronic sentinels. The establishment of the food storage zone proved equally astonishing. Li Haotian deployed anti-gravity transport modules to smoothly deliver crates of decade-preserved provisions into underground vaults. Vacuum-sealed rice, vegetable cans, and compressed biscuits piled up like mountains as automated temperature control and moisture-proof systems activated spontaneously, preserving the food's original freshness. In the medical supply sector, various blood plasma types were meticulously arranged in cryogenic cabinets, while anti-inflammatory and antiviral tablets stood sorted in compartments, each box bearing smart tracking labels for instant retrieval. As the horizon blushed with the first light of dawn, the protective base emerged in embryonic completion. Standing exhausted yet resolute at the Academy's center, Li Haotian surveyed his masterpiece with a storm of emotions churning within him. Miss Wanqing approached, eyes brimming with reverence. "Mr. Lin, you've created a miracle." Li Haotian gazed into the distance where Zhonghua Gate of Nanjing stood, the very bridge point where Japanese forces had first stormed the city. Approaching flames of war might prove merciless, yet he knew this sanctuary base would become a bastion of hope for multitudes. Clenching his fist, he murmured, "This is but the beginning. Together, we shall shield Nanjing." With each passing moment, the clock ticked closer to the Japanese air raid. The entire city seemed to hold its breath in bated anticipation. A clash between human valor, technological might, and the war machine's madness hung in the air, poised to erupt. Li Haotian felt his mind pried open by an invisible force. The familiar 2025 cityscape dissolved into chaotic void, where time manifested physically unfolding in a three-dimensional lattice beyond imagination. Countless luminous strands interwove and pulsed, each strand representing a moment, an event, an irreplicable fragment of existence. Suddenly, a cluster of digits pierced through the temporal torrent like searchlight beams. August 14th, 1937, 7th day of 7th lunar month, Saturday. 凌晨4点08分. Lin's heart contracted violently. He knew this temporal coordinate's terrible significance: the gathering storm of war, the imminent eruption of Battle of Shanghai, the entire city and nation teetering on the brink of chaos. The war's urgency settled like a boulder on his chest, compressing his breath into shallow gasps. Fortunately, he wasn't entirely unprepared. At this chaotic temporal juncture, various intelligent machines worked with methodical precision. These marvels of 2025 technology resembled tireless sprites, having rapidly erected comprehensive living quarters and military installations throughout the sanctuary. Surveying these structures, Li Haotian felt the first tendrils of security wrap around his anxious heart. Yet he knew one crucial facility remained incomplete: a school capable of accommodating over 100,000 students. As this realization flashed through his mind, the super system integrated into his being instantly responded. This pinnacle of 2025 innovation possessed formidable computational and materialization capabilities, translating neural impulses into physical constructs with seamless efficiency. In the blink of an eye, an imposing 11-story edifice sprang forth from the earth. Constructed with 2025's most advanced eco-friendly, non-toxic materials, the structure not only harmonized with its environment but boasted seismic resistance exceeding level 12, a fortress against any conceivable catastrophe. Stepping into the building, the first floor unveils a spacious and luminous space with clearly defined functional zones. The cafeteria can accommodate 100,000 students dining simultaneously, where smart cooking systems conjure nutritious delicacies tailored to individual dietary needs and taste preferences in an instant. In the holographic teaching arena, cutting-edge holoprojection equipment transports students into immersive realms of knowledge. The gym is fully equipped with apparatus that automatically adjusts parameters based on users' physical conditions. The library houses a vast collection spanning ancient to modern times, whether physical copies or digital editions. Any book materializes instantly at students' request. A coffee shop wafts with the rich aroma of roasted beans, offering a cozy sanctuary for relaxation. Meanwhile, the auditorium boasts premium acoustics and lighting systems, standing as the ultimate venue for academic lectures and grand events. From level 2 to level 11 light-tiered classrooms of various grades. Each floor accommodates 10,000 students, where all facilities like desks, chairs, and blackboards are fully intelligent, transforming according to teaching requirements. Moreover, every classroom is equipped with intelligent air purification systems, ensuring students learn in a fresh and healthy environment. Li Haotian's brainwaves flickered as he contemplated the faculty structure. A perfect candidate for principal emerged in his mind. Minnie Vautrin. This heroic woman protected countless Chinese women and children with her courage and wisdom during the Nanjing massacre. When this thought transmitted to the super system, the figure of Minnie Vautrin materialized instantly in the school's principal office. Minnie Vautrin, clad in a simple long dress with resolute determination and compassionate kindness in her gaze, observed the modern school before her. A flicker of surprise crossed her face before blossoming into a warm, satisfied smile. "This is a place brimming with hope," she murmured softly. Li Haotian's thoughts drifted to Dean Vautrin's two trusted aides, MS Cheng Firen and MS Cheng Ruifang. At this juncture in our narrative, we shall proceed to highlight the archival records of teacher Cheng Firen and teacher Cheng Ruifang. Cheng Firen, committee member of the Special Committee at Jinling Women's College of Arts and Sciences. Cheng Firen, a member of the Emergency Committee of Jinling Women's College, formed a special committee with Cheng Ruifang and Minnie Vautrin before the fall of Nanjing in December 1937, responsible for managing the safety zone at the college. Life story: Cheng Firen served as another crucial assistant to Minnie Vautrin. Graduating from Suzhou University with a degree in political science in 1933, Cheng was invited by Wu Yifang in 1934 to become the administrative director of Jinling Women's College. During the Nanjing massacre, as a member of the college's emergency committee, Cheng assisted Vautrin in clearing the campus, sheltering refugees, managing cafeterias, rescuing women, and establishing vocational schools for women. On the night of December 17, 1937, while attempting to prevent Japanese soldiers from abducting a worker, Cheng was brutally beaten, dragged out of the campus, and narrowly escaped execution by firing squad. In his later years, Cheng recalled, to support anti-Japanese resistance efforts from the winter of 1937 through the spring of 1939 during the Japanese occupation of Nanjing, I worked with international volunteers to organize refugee safety zones, serving as director of a nearby district and superintendent of our college's women and children shelter. Amidst the Japanese army's frenzied campaign of rape, murder, arson, and looting, I was captured and subjected to execution threats. Only through resolute composure did I survive, protecting countless women from violation. According to a Modern Express interview, Cheng once told his youngest daughter Cheng Choi that when Japanese troops invaded the refugee zone and tried to abduct a laborer, whose calloused hands they mistook as evidence of military service, Cheng intervened and was slapped, beaten, and dragged away by soldiers. Cheng continued working at Jinling Women's College to assist Vautrin in rescuing female refugees until 1939, when he finally left Nanjing. Reported by the Memorial Hall for the Victims of the Nanjing Massacre by Japanese invaders. A group photo of staff members from Jinling Women's College of Arts and Sciences. Front row, 3rd to 5th from left, Cheng Firen. Cheng Firen was from Jieyang, Guangdong, which was under Shangtao's jurisdiction during the Republican era. In 1937, at the young age of 34, he played a crucial role in managing the safety zone. His name appears repeatedly in both Minnie Vautrin's diary and Cheng Ruifang's diary, where Vautrin referred to him as Mr. Cheng or F. Cheng. Modern Express reporters analyzing Vautrin's diary found that on August 11, 1937, she wrote, "Director Cheng of the General Affairs Office and I inspected the campus to ensure necessary preparations were underway. We checked 3 basements, now cleared out, where students, teachers, and staff could shelter during air raids." In subsequent entries, Cheng Firen was documented selecting sites for 4 air raid shelters, organizing fire brigades, reassigning basements and shelters. Every precaution he could envision was methodically implemented. On September 8, 1937, Vautrin noted, F. Cheng sent his family back to their hometown via Hankow. Now unburdened, he can devote himself entirely to his work. Starting September 20th, he tirelessly worked to erect American flags across campus as potential deterrents against aggression. After finding all major commercial streets in Nanjing shuttered, he located tailors in the city to sew 8 large flags. By December 1st, these flags were ready to be hoisted across campus zones the next day. As books were packed into basements to clear space for incoming refugees, Cheng somberly remarked, "This feels like preparing for a funeral." On December 10, as artillery roared day and night both inside and outside the city walls, Cheng declared, "I'm glad to be here now, I fear nothing." December 13, 1937, Nanjing fell. Everyone in the safety zone slept fully clothed. They buried abandoned military uniforms left by retreating soldiers and tossed discarded guns into ponds. None of us will ever forget December 17th, Walchering wrote tragically, for pain has seared this day into our memories. That day, Japanese troops stormed Jinling College under the pretense of hunting soldiers but actually sought young women. One recently hired worker, mistaken for a soldier due to his appearance, was violently dragged away. When Cheng Firen interjected, "He's a coolie," a soldier slapped him, kicked him, forced him to kneel, and hauled him off. "I never expected to see Mr. Cheng again," Walchering wrote despairingly. "I was certain he'd be shot or bayonet." The officer and soldiers marched him away as fallen leaves rustled on the foot, while distant passers-by wept in muffled cries. Cheng Ruifang's diary echoed the day's horrors. "Sitting here at midnight writing, I cannot sleep tonight. We tasted the bitterness of a conquered people." She noted Cheng might have avoided beating had he stayed silent, though his home was ransacked and he was taken to Guangzhou Road. His briefcase, containing mere coins, confiscated, he miraculously returned. Walchering recorded this reprieve. Mr. Cheng was released at the Shanghai Road-Guangzhou Road intersection. A small Thanksgiving gathering celebrated his survival. On December 23, Walchering resolved, "Once travel resumes, I'll send F. Cheng away. The young face grave dangers here." Yet Cheng stayed. By February 12, 1938, he received news from Shanghai of his newborn son. Walchering described a celebration with Shanghai oranges and popcorn at the experimental school. But Cheng, immersed in distributing rice, resolving Red Cross canteen issues, managing accounts, counting refugees, and teaching classes, wouldn't meet his son for over a year. On March 31, 1939, Cheng left Nanjing, his first homecoming in 5 years. His wife departed Nanjing in autumn 1937, Walchering wrote. "He truly needs this leave." When mentioned again on September 8, 1939, Cheng was registering returning and new students, having resumed duties post-furlough. On September 28, a Japanese consulate spy Fries inquired about him. His final diary appearance came on November 4, 1939, attending Jinling College's 24th Founders' Day luncheon. Thereafter, his name vanished from Walchering's entries until their conclusion in April 1940. Modern Express. Introduction to Cheng Ruifang, assistant of Minnie Walchering. Cheng Ruifang, 1875–1969, born in Wuchang, Hubei, served as the dormitory supervisor at Jinling College, predecessor of present-day Nanjing Normal University, and became a crucial witness and chronicler during the Nanjing Massacre. Graduating from Wuchang Nursing School in 1894, Cheng worked at the Methodist Episcopal Church's gynecological hospital locally. In 1924, she relocated to Nanjing to assume her role at Jinling College. During the 1937 Nanjing Massacre, Cheng Ruifang joined forces with Minnie Walchering and Cheng Firen to form a triumvirate emergency committee. They guarded the campus, established refugee shelters, and provided sanctuary for thousands of displaced women and children. Cheng Ruifang was the first Chinese person to document the Nanjing Massacre in diary form. From December 8, 1937, to March 1, 1938, she meticulously recorded over 84 days the atrocities committed by Japanese troops within the safety zone, burning, killing, looting, and raping, as well as the inhumane treatment endured by Nanjing refugees. Her work, Xinghao, the Diary of Cheng Ruifang Xinghao, provides a harrowing account of Japanese military brutality during the massacre, standing as a crucial counterpart to foreign testimonies like Xinghao Minnie Walchering's Diary Xinghao and Xinghao Zhang Rave's Diary Xinghao. In October 2005, Xinghao, the Diary of Cheng Ruifang Xinghao, was inscribed into UNESCO's Memory of the World Register as part of the Nanjing Massacre archives. Furthermore, following Japan's surrender, Cheng Ruifang traveled to Tokyo in 1946 to testify before the Far East Military Tribunal, where she courageously exposed the war crimes perpetrated by the Japanese invasion forces in China. Under the influence of the super system, they materialized within the school as human teachers. All other courses were taught by 2025 as most advanced AI-powered robots. These machines stood as living treasure troves of knowledge, aggregating resources from across the globe through walking encyclopedias. Through quantum communication technology, they automatically connected to the Central Intelligence Hub of 2025, performing real-time self-updates and upgrades to guarantee students received the most cutting-edge and accurate knowledge. The curriculum presented a dazzling spectrum of learning. Core subjects like Chinese, mathematics, and English formed the foundation, complemented by arts and music classes to cultivate artistic sensibilities. History and social studies courses illuminated global and human development, while physical education and home economics honed practical life skills. Specialized tracks in chemistry, biology, and medical sciences laid the groundwork for future career paths, creating a multidimensional educational ecosystem. In the war-torn year of 1937, this intelligent school stood like a lighthouse of hope, illuminating paths for children lost in the chaos of war. Li Haotian stood on the school playground, watching the bustling yet orderly activities around him, a surge of emotions welling up within him. He knew he shouldered a monumental responsibility to harness technology from 2025, carving out a sanctuary of safety for children in this turbulent era, preserving a vital seed of hope for the nation's future. Li Haotian could already envision the daily mornings at this school as the first golden rays bathed the campus buildings. Students would begin their studies under the guidance of AI robot teachers. During literature classes, these robotic instructors would use holographic projections to make students feel as though they'd virtually traveled through time, conversing with ancient poets like Li Bai and Du Fu to experience the magic of classical poetry. In mathematics sessions, intricate mathematical formulas would transform into vivid, engaging animations that made complex concepts effortlessly understandable. Art classes would see students wielding cutting-edge 3D painting tools to materialize the beautiful worlds within their minds. Meanwhile, Principal Minnie Vautrin along with teachers Cheng Firen and Cheng Ruifeng would spend after-school hours imparting sobering lessons about the brutality of war and the preciousness of peace. They would motivate students to study diligently, nurturing them to become future contributors to their nation's harmony and progress. However, Li Haotian knew their existence wasn't smooth sailing. This act of altering historical progression had caught the attention of the Temporal Administration Bureau, a mysterious organization tasked with maintaining temporal spatial order, ensuring history followed its predetermined course. Soon, temporal agents tracked down Li Haotian and his intelligence school. "Your actions have gravely violated temporal laws," a temporal agent declared sternly. "This era's development should follow its own natural laws. You cannot interfere with the past using future technology." Li Haotian argued vehemently, "We simply wanted to give children learning opportunities during wartime, to preserve hope for our nation. Is that wrong?" The standoff continued until Principal Minnie Vautrin stepped forward. Gazing at the temporal agents without fear, she asserted, "These children are innocent. They shouldn't lose their right to education because of war. This school is their beacon of hope. I implore you to understand this." In the end, the Time-Space Administration Bureau was moved by their persistence. After careful deliberation, they decided to grant Li Haotian and the intelligence school a special permit on the condition that they strictly control the scope of technological applications and avoid significant impacts on historical trajectories. Li Haotian and the school's faculty and students breathed a collective sigh of relief. In the following days, they continued their studies and daily life within this smart campus. Though the shadow of war still loomed large, the flame of hope in their hearts burned ever brighter. This intelligence school, like a small miracle, amidst the raging fires of 1937 as battlefields, bloomed with the radiance of knowledge and hope. Li Haotian stood at the edge of the future metropolis, his vision filled with a construction site illuminated by the dazzling lights of intelligent machines. Those mechanical arms, resembling agile yet mighty serpentine metal behemoths, swung rhythmically under the night sky, their metallic clans woven into a tense yet rhythmic symphony. The city was undergoing an existential overhaul of its defensive and offensive systems, a Herculean task that should have taken months or even years, yet through the coordinated swarm of intelligent machinery, was miraculously completed overnight. Gazing at the formidable barrier now standing tall and the advanced weapon systems concealed in shadows pulsing with the cold metallic gleam of technology, Li Haotian's tense nerves finally began to unwind. The boulder in his heart thudded to the ground with an almost audible crash. He drew a deep breath filled with the distinctive metallic tang of future tech permeating the air, a long-lost reassurance that loosened the knots in his shoulders. "The city's safe for now," he murmured, the words nearly drowned out by the mechanical hum saturating the fortified space. Days spent haunted by the weight of defense preparations now dissolved into this fragile moment of respite. The tension drained from his posture, replaced by the weary relief etched across his face, a living testament to survival hard-won. However, just as he was about to turn and leave this busy yet hopeful construction site, his cell phone in the pocket suddenly vibrated violently without warning. Li Haotian instinctively pulled out his phone. The moment the screen lit up, its piercing glare cut through the pre-dawn gloom with startling intensity. A glaring system notification seized his vision, Longhua Gate, where Japanese forces first breached Nanjing in 1937. At dawn on December 13, 1937, the Japanese 6th Division stormed through the city walls between Zhonghua Gate and Shueisha Gate. By 9 a.m., they flooded into Nanjing through Zonghua Gate. Following the invasion, Japanese troops unleashed large-scale massacre, rape, plunder, and arson against Chinese soldiers and civilians. Their atrocities included mass shootings, live burials, bayoneting, and burning, creating one of history's most horrific humanitarian catastrophes. Li Haotian's face turned ashen as parchment in an instant, his hand clutching the phone, trembling involuntarily. The characters seemed to carry scalding heat, searing his retinas and scorching his heart. His mind involuntarily conjured horrific scenes: the Qinghai River's water stained crimson, desperate wails of innocent civilians, Japanese soldiers' sadistic grins. No, how could? He muttered hoarsely, his voice saturated with shock and disbelief. He kept staring at the phone screen, trying to convince himself this was some grotesque prank or system malfunction, yet deep down knew this was irrefutable historical truth. Contemplating such catastrophic suffering humanity had endured, an ineffable sorrow surged through his being. Before he could recover from the profound shock, his phone screen flickered again as a new message emerged: "You must prepare thoroughly for this campaign. 4 months remain during which we must eliminate Japanese spies lurking in Nanjing City, thwart the Japanese task force's assassination plot against General Tang Shengji, journey to Shuedo Mountain in Shikou, Ningbo to meet General Zhang Xueyang and Madame Yu Fengji, and assist Madame Yu's entry into the new Jinling Women's College for breast cancer treatment." Why me? Li Haotian's heart surged with helplessness and confusion. His eyes gazed emptily into the distance, where the neon lights of the future city had lost all their color in his vision. He was just an ordinary man living in this futuristic world. Though he'd witnessed technological marvels, he never imagined being entangled in such a brutal cross-temporal war. Fear engulfed him like a tidal wave, submerging his entire being. He dreaded failing this near-impossible mission, feared confronting war's cruel brutality, and most of all, trembled at the thought that his failure might resurrect those tragic scenes from history. His heart raced wildly, breath came in short gasps, legs trembled slightly as if already sensing the peril and despair of that war-torn era. But soon, blazing fury erupted in his heart. His jaw clenched tight, eyes bloodshot with rage. How could these invaders be so cruel? His chest heaved violently, the wrath towards Japanese atrocities burning like wildfire, devouring fear inch by inch. National humiliation and personal loss surged through his veins, filling every fiber of his being. With indomitable strength, visions of unyielding martyrs from history books flashed before him, countless lives sacrificed for peace and dignity. How could he retreat? This fury targeted not just the invaders, but also his own cowardly escape reflex. He mercilessly condemned his momentary weakness, the self-reproach cutting deeper than any blade. Then, a sense of mission pierced through his inner turmoil like a beam of intense light. I can't just stand by and watch tragedy unfold. Since fate has chosen me, I must shoulder this responsibility. Li Haotian clenched his fist, his eyes gradually burning with resolute intensity. Whatever awaited him ahead, he was determined to embark on this journey through time to protect Nanjing's citizens, to defend that unforgettable chapter of history, and to engage invaders in a clash of historic proportions. Even if the odds were against him, he would exert every ounce of his strength to rewrite the conclusion of history. Fully aware of the weight he carried and the thorny path before him, his unshakable conviction now rendered him fearless, still to confront all coming challenges. At precisely 7 a.m. on August 14, 1937, the first light of dawn gently illuminated the streets and alleys of Nanjing, yet failed to dispel the gloom hanging over the city. Li Haotian stood in the courtyard of a slightly dilapidated house when his phone screen abruptly lit up without warning. The familiar yet chilling electronic voice pierced the silence. "Host, listen carefully. This system will now detail the historical records of the defense of Nanjing." Lin's heart clenched as an indescribable mix of emotions welled up in his chest. Since being inexplicably transported to this war-torn era, the mysterious system in his phone had acted like an emissary of fate, relentlessly unveiling the brutal truths of this dark chapter in history. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to steady his trembling hands. His eyes locked onto the glowing screen with visceral intensity, as if trying to brand every emerging character into his soul. December 13, 1937, a date forever engraved in the memory of every Chinese citizen, yet one we are reluctant to revisit. On this day, the ancient civilized city of Nanjing would descend into hell on earth, where 300,000 of our compatriots would be slaughtered by Japanese troops through various brutal means. The system's emotionless narration pierced Li Haotian's heart like cold steel blades. Visions of unspeakable horror flooded his mind, streets flowing with rivers of blood, the desperate gazes of innocent civilians, the demonic faces of Japanese soldiers. His fists clenched involuntarily, fingernails carving crescent wounds into his palms, yet he remained completely numb to the physical pain. While we abhor the heinous and inhumane atrocities committed by the Japanese invaders, we must also confront these questions. As Nanjing was then the capital of a nation, why couldn't it be defended? When war was imminent, why weren't civilians evacuated in advance? Knowing the tragic outcome now, why did they solemnly vow to live and die with Nanjing back then? These questions hurled by the system struck Li Haotian's heart like sledgehammer blows. He couldn't help but ask himself, yes, why did this happen? Why did the wheel of history mercilessly roll toward that catastrophe? A profound sense of helplessness and confusion overwhelmed him, while simultaneously, a fierce sense of mission surged from the depths of his soul. He silently swore to change all this no matter how slim the hope. As the narrative unfolded, Li Haotian seemed to transcend time and space, witnessing firsthand the national government's agonizing dilemma between abandoning and defending Nanjing. The Battle of Shanghai persisted until November 9, 1937, when Chiang Kai-shek issued the General Retreat Order, leading to the complete collapse of Shanghai's defenses. Just 300 kilometers northwest of this devastation lay the capital of the nationalist government, Nanjing. Li Haotian vividly conjured the tense and perilous situation, enemy troops at the gates, Nanjing's survival hanging by a thread. During the mid-November strategic meeting about Nanjing's defense, most commanders including Bai Chongxi, Chen Chun, and Su Wanqing advocated abandoning the city. Even if defending, they suggested only symbolic resistance before immediate withdrawal. Li Haotian comprehended their military logic retreat might preserve strength for future battles. Deep in contemplation, he perceived the stark clash between political imperatives and military practicality materializing before him. When General Tan stepped forward to deliver his impassioned speech, vehemently advocating for the defense of Nanjing, a flicker of admiration stirred in Li Haotian's heart. Yet the system's subsequent analysis weighed heavily upon him. Firstly, as a veteran stalwart of the National Revolutionary Movement period, General Tan once engaged in fierce power struggles with Chiang Kai-shek. Though they've ostensibly reconciled, fundamental distrust persists between them. He likely can't effectively command Chiang's central army. Secondly, compared to Li Zongren, Bai Chongxi, or Yan Xishan, Tan Shenzhi shares more similarities with Feng Yuxiang, all being warlords rendered obsolete by the tides of time. Having relinquished their big brother status decades ago and withdrawn from frontline combat, their military strategies belong to bygone eras. Facing Japan's modernized war machine, his leadership in the Nanjing defense appears distinctly antiquated. Li Haotian realized the Battle of Nanjing defense was, from its inception, riddled with formidable challenges and latent perils. Then, the system began introducing Nanjing's geographical environment and our military deployment. Nanjing, historically known as Jinling and Jiankang, as a crucial cradle of Chinese civilization, it has consistently served as the political, economic, and cultural center of southern regimes during China's periods of fragmentation, earning the title ancient capital of 6 dynasties. Nanjing's greatest geostrategic value lies in the mighty Yangtze River flowing along its western and northern frontiers. Li Haotian gazed into the distance, trying to envision the city's past glory. Yet reality proved brutally harsh. Now facing Japanese invasion, Nanjing has lost its traditional geostrategic advantage. While effective against north-south assaults, the Japanese are advancing horizontally from the east after capturing Shanghai. The terrain east and south of Nanjing offers little defensive value for large-scale military operations, especially defensive warfare. Beyond peripheral hills like Purple Mountain and Tangshan, the entire area transforms into the flat Yangtze River Delta Plain. In military terms, Nanjing constitutes a death ground. Instead of becoming a natural barrier against Japanese expansion, the surging Yangtze has become shackles forcing Chinese defenders into a river-backed last stand. Li Haotian's brow furrowed, acutely aware of how severely this topography disadvantaged Chinese forces. In the final stages of the Battle of Shanghai, the nationalist government's disorganized command during the retreat transformed what should have been an orderly withdrawal into a crushing defeat. Like frightened strays, the 700,000 strong army stampeded in panic along the route. By the time they staggered into Nanjing, barely over 100,000 troops remained. Militarily speaking, the combination of fighting with their backs to the river, a classic strategic death trap, and this demoralized, decimated force doomed Nanjing's defense from the start. The wisest strategy for the nationalist government would have been to abandon the city and preserve their remaining combat-ready troops for guerrilla warfare in the nearby Debi Mountains. Yet as Chiang Kai-shek himself acknowledged, Nanjing's status as the national capital carried immense political weight. Abandoning it without firing a single shot would have dealt catastrophic blows to both international standing and domestic morale. Thus, Nanjing had to be defended if only symbolically. Li Haotian felt the bitter taste of historical inevitability, choices shackled by cruel necessity, decisions steeped in tragedy. In light of this, Chiang Kai-shek played his final trump card, the elite instructional corps, over 12,000 soldiers, supplemented by troops drawn from various regions and retreating forces from Shanghai. He assembled approximately 150,000 troops for the Nanjing defense. However, according to General Tan's assessment, apart from the fresh instructional corps, the remaining units consisted of defeated troops withdrawn from Shanghai, severely understaffed. General Tan estimated only 80,000 troops were combat ready. Li Haotian understood that such forces were like pouring a cup of water to extinguish a burning cart when facing Japan's well-equipped, battle-hardened army. After hearing the system's detailed explanation, waves of emotion surged through Li Haotian that refused to settle. He felt the crushing weight of responsibility pressing down on him like an entire mountain resting on his shoulders. Yet he didn't retreat, his eyes glinting with resolve. Though from the future, he knew in this moment he had become Nanjing's guardian, the rewriter of destiny for Sarjuan compatriots. He swore silently to harness his knowledge of history and future technology, sparing no effort to alter the outcome of the Nanjing defense. Even if the path ahead grew treacherous with unseen dangers, even through a thicket of thorns, he would forge ahead without hesitation, determined to prevent that tragic history from repeating itself. At 8:08 a.m. on August 14, 1937, the air of Nanjing hung thick with tension and unease. Li Haotian stood in the command center, brow furrowed, eyes locked on the military map as he pondered how to deploy Division Commander Song Xuan of the 63rd Division, 78th Army to fortify defenses at Day Gate and Shoguan Wharf. This city gate passage served as the vital evacuation route for over 100,000 defending troops. The 63rd Division must keep roads clear, boats on standby. The slightest negligence could bring catastrophic consequences. As Lin focused intently, a jarring burst of electric current shattered the silence. His gaze swept the room but found no intruders. Then a mechanical, icy voice resonated directly in his consciousness. Li Haotian. I am the super system. His breath caught. Though a time traveler who had endured countless battles across eras, never had he encountered such bizarre phenomena in his future-born existence. You need to familiarize yourself with the Japanese army's attack routes toward Nanjing now, the super system continued. When their forces mobilize, you must jam enemy signals across all channels. Your interference equipment has been covertly deployed in key zones along their projected path. You'll operate it through my terminal interface. This will disrupt their offensive tempo and buy Nanjing defenders crucial preparation time. Li Haotian drew a deep breath, forcing his nerves to steady. Though the situation defied belief, his instincts screamed that this super system might be the fulcrum capable of shifting the entire war's momentum. Simultaneously, you have a more critical mission. The super system's tone hardened like tempered steel. You must seize the strategic moment to abduct General Iwei Matsui, commander of the Shanghai Expeditionary Force, and Lieutenant General Hisao Tani of the 6th Division. These fascist architects engineered the Nanjing massacre. Altering their 6-week massacre decision could save countless civilian lives in the city. When Li Haotian heard the super system issue the mission to kidnap Matsui Ishain and Hisao Tani, his entire body jolted as if frozen in place. His mind went completely blank, doubting whether he'd misheard the command. Kidnap Matsui Ishain and Hisao Tani. How is that even possible? Li Haotian screamed inwardly. His eyes brimmed with utter disbelief, facial muscles twitching involuntarily as if electrified by the absurdity. Matsui Iwei, this name was synonymous with the devil in Li Haotian's heart. As a general of the Imperial Japanese Army and Class A war criminal, Matsui graduated from the Imperial Japanese Army Academy and Army War College, becoming a vanguard of Japan's invasion of China. A fervent advocate of militarism, he was obsessed with conquering China through brute force. Now serving as commander of the Shanghai Expeditionary Army, he lurked like a venomous serpent in the shadows, manipulating the chessboard of invasion while perpetrating heinous crimes against the Chinese people. Wherever his troops marched, they left trails of burning, killing, looting, and committing every atrocity imaginable. Displaced civilians, towns reduced to rubble embodying the very essence of a war-crazed monster. Tani Hisao, the lieutenant general commanding the 6th Division, was another executioner with blood-soaked hands. Born into a Japanese military family, this commander demonstrated exceptionally ferocious combat tactics. The 6th Division, He Led, left trails of bloody massacres against innocent civilians while advancing from North China to East China. During previous campaigns, countless villages had been razed to the ground by his troops, with women and children systematically slaughtered, atrocities that defied human comprehension. Thinking about these two senior Japanese commanders, who must be protected by ironclad security, Li Haotian felt waves of despair. Merely approaching them would be like scaling the heavens, let alone attempting abduction. Then, fear surged like a tidal wave. Li Haotian couldn't help imagining the consequences of failure, not just his own life at stake, but also the potential sacrifice of comrades in arms, even the fate of the entire Nanjing defense campaign hanging in the balance. His palms began sweating, heart rate skyrocketing, until the thundering pulse in his ears drowned all other sounds. But rage soon consumed the fear. Visions of Nanjing's civilians facing Japanese bayonets, of innocent lives vanishing beneath invaders' blades, ignited an inferno of rage in Lin's chest. His eyes hardened into smoldering coals, jaw clenched like forged steel, every muscle edged with volcanic fury and defiance. These fascist devils committing unspeakable atrocities, their rampage ends here. Lin swore silently. Cold resolve crystallized through the anger. Though the mission seemed impossible, for Nanjing's people he'd stake everything, every breath, every drop of blood, every shred of hope. Li Haotian drew a deep breath, his eyes blazing with resolve. He knew this was both a life-or-death confrontation and a chance to alter history's course. No matter the hardship, he would give his all even at the cost of his own life. A flicker of hesitation crossed Li Haotian's eyes. Kidnapping high-ranking enemy generals seemed sheer fantasy. Yet as visions of Nanjing's impending doom flashed through his mind, he gritted his teeth and declared with ironclad determination, "What must I do? I shall provide their movement intelligence," the super system responded. "When Matsui Iwane and Tanny Hisao command their troops, they'll be surrounded by heavy security. You must use my high-tech equipment to create chaos, divert their attention, then seize your moment. Remember, your time is limited. Once they issue the massacre order, there will be no turning back." Li Haotian clenched his fist, his heart burning with a silent vow to accomplish this seemingly impossible mission. Turning to face the military map, his mind began weaving strategies to complete the task assigned by the super system. The curtain was about to rise on a heart-stopping adventure. At Jinling Women's College of Arts and Sciences, Li Haotian found the captured scenes of Matsui Iwane and Hisao Tanny, along with the negotiation footage, flashing incessantly in his mind like an old film reel that lingered stubbornly. Within these visions, he witnessed both the invaders' panic and disarray, and the serene expressions of countless wronged souls finding solace. But was all this merely illusion? As this thought surfaced, the super system's icy mechanical voice abruptly interjected, "Original host Li Haotian, we are now transmitting the Japanese army's attack routes for your reference." Li Haotian stiffened momentarily. Then his eyes widened as his breathing involuntarily quickened. He instinctively scanned his surroundings, as if trying to locate the voice's origin within the familiar campus environment, yet only the rustle of wind through leaves answered him. "Super system. Is this real?" he murmured, his voice saturated with disbelief. When hearing that the Japanese forces were fully equipped with over 250,000 troops across two entire armies, that Matsui Iwane had been promoted to Commander-in-Chief of the Central China Area Army, and had even forced Imperial headquarters to issue orders attacking Nanjing, Li Haotian felt flames of fury surge from his core, burning until his eyes turned crimson. His fists clenched so tightly that knuckles blanched white with strain. How dare these invaders act with such impunity? He growled through gritted teeth. As the system detailed the Japanese attack routes, battle maps instantly materialized in Lin's mind, complete with advancing trajectories of northern and southern invasion forces. Learning that the nationalist government's vaunted Oriental Maginot Line in the north had become worthless because retreating troops had fled without the fortress door keys, his entire body shook with rage. Such preposterous incompetence. A crucial defensive line reduced to a useless relic. Waves of fury and helplessness crashed through him, deepening his disillusionment with Kuomintang forces. Upon hearing of the southern route Sichuan army's grueling campaign, how they'd endured harsh conditions across thousands of miles only to face superior Japanese artillery fire, Li Haotian felt an ache in his chest. The image of those straw-sandaled soldiers clutching Hanyang 88 rifles crystallized in his mind, reverence swelling in his breast. Such valor, he thought, trembling fists clenched tight, yet forced to bear disproportionate losses against the enemy's firepower. As the system detailed Japanese divisions tightening their suffocating thoroughness around Nanjing's perimeter, exposing the city's flawed defenses and nationalist troops' ill-preparedness, Lin's brow furrowed deeper with each revelation. He understood Nanjing teetered on the brink, countless lives hanging by a thread. "I won't let Nanjing fall," roared within him, molten determination hardening into steely resolve. "This tragedy ends here." When the system finished narrating and the conversation concluded, Li Haotian took a deep breath to calm the turbulent emotions surging within. He understood he had been granted an opportunity to alter history, weighty yet precious. Pacing slowly along the campus path, he pondered his next move. Should he use this intelligence to seek out nationalist troops and persuade them to change their strategic approach? Or find ways to deliver the information to patriotic fighters willing to risk everything? Each choice brimmed with unknowns and peril, yet no thought of retreat crossed his mind. Even the faintest glimmer of hope must be seized to change this outcome, make the invaders pay their due. Clenching his fist as if grasping the power to reshape history, his eyes ablaze with unyielding resolve, he strode resolutely toward the uncertain future. On August 14, 1937, at 11:18 a.m., the blazing sun scorched the land of Jinling, filling the air with an ominous sweltering heat. Li Haotian stood alone in the newly built war room of Jinling Women's College. The walls around him were covered with maps of Nanjing City and military deployment charts. In his hands were historical documents about the Japanese Army's Nanjing offensive that the super system had just delivered. The slightly yellowed paper bore writings that resembled heavy incantations, each character seemed to foretell the impending catastrophe. When his eyes locked onto the date August 15, 1937, his heart clenched violently. "Tomorrow, the Japanese air raids will begin," he murmured, his voice echoing through the empty war room. The thought of countless innocent civilians perishing under Japanese bombardment made him feel as if an enormous boulder were pressing against his chest, suffocating his breath. As he continued flipping through the documents, Li Haotian's fingers trembled slightly. December 1, Imperial Headquarters issued orders to capture Nanjing. December 4, Japanese forces attacked Nanjing's outer defenses. December 8, first-line defensive positions fell. December 10, Japanese army launched full-scale assault. December 12, defenders retreated. December 13, Nanjing fell, followed by 6 weeks of massacre. These dates and events pierced his heart like sharp blades. "I can't let this happen." Li Haotian clenched his jaw, eyes burning with steely resolve. He knew he bore the monumental responsibility of altering history. Yet facing the formidable Japanese forces, a sliver of fear crept into his heart. Their advanced weaponry, refined tactics, and us. His gaze swept across the military deployment map on the wall, where marked Chinese troop numbers and equipment appeared pathetically inadequate compared to the invaders. However, the fear vanished as quickly as it came. What burned fiercer in Li Haotian's heart were rage and defiance. "We won't wait for death with folded hands. We have courage, resolve, and most importantly, the people of this land." He envisioned soldiers drenched in blood on the front lines, citizens toiling silently in support behind them. These were the backbone of the city, the living beacon of hope for this soil. "I'll use this super system to change everything." Li Haotian clenched his fists, eyes blazing with intensity. He knew the path ahead bristled with perils and trials, yet found no reason to retreat. "Even if there's but a sliver of hope, I'll fight with every fiber of my being, to protect this city, to shield every last one of its people." A rare coolness seeped through the war room window as the breeze drifted through. Li Haotian set down his documents with a deep inhale, pivoting toward the strategic map. His gaze crystallized on Nanjing's silhouette, a preliminary plan already crystallizing. "Time presses like blade against throat," he murmured through clenched jaw. Fingers danced across the map, leaving crimson markers that pulsed like fresh wounds, each annotation channeling the super system's latent power to rewrite war's grim calculus. 12:08 分, August 14, 1937. Scorching sunlight beat down without mercy upon Jinling Women's College of Arts and Sciences. In the newly christened war chamber, fully autonomous robotic soldiers whirled around holographic projections, their aloe fingers tracing thermal signatures over Shanghai's burning coordinates. At the epicenter stood Li Haotian, his shadow stretching across the tactical displays like a war deity standard. The air hung thick with ionized tension, every particle charged by the trump card thrumming within his combat suit. Humanity's last gambit materialized in quantum circuitry. A compact device hung at his waist, a miniature solar-powered high-definition long-range radar unit, no larger than a palm and as thick as stacked coins. Its casing utilized special alloy materials, not only rugged but also minimizing signal interference. Beneath the transparent protective film, intricate circuits and precision components lay visible like microcosmic instruments. From its top protruded a retractable antenna quivering faintly, as if capturing the subtlest air vibrations. Converting absorbed solar energy into electricity, this perpetual sentinel could monitor movements within a 100-kilometer radius for Li Haotian. Whether Japanese troop deployments or aircraft trajectories, none could escape its watchful gaze under even the faintest sunlight. On the other side, a Type 85 5.8mm sniper rifle lay quietly in its custom leather case crafted from thick, supple cowhide that balanced weapon protection with tactical portability. This modified firearm boasted integrated suppressors that merged seamlessly with the barrel, maintaining deadly precision without compromising balance. The midnight black frame occasionally glinted with cold metallic sheen under sunlight, its surface radiating lethal professionalism. The walnut stock, polished to glass-like smoothness, followed ergonomic contours that molded perfectly to Li Haotian's grip, ensuring stability through extended operations. With its combat-proven optics calibrated for 1,000-meter engagements, this instrument of focused destruction remained Lin's most reliable long-range companion on the battlefield. On Li Haotian's back rested a bulging backpack containing a medical kit and a food pouch. The medical kit stood out with its stark white canvas exterior embroidered with a bold crimson cross in silk thread. Unzipping it revealed meticulously arranged supplies: Yunnan biopowder for external wounds, antiseptic alcohol, sterile gauze bandages, antibiotics for infections, fever reducers. A comprehensive lifeline for emergencies. The food pouch, crafted from waterproof, moisture-resistant composite material, held compact provisions, nutrient-dense compressed biscuits, high-calorie energy bars, and vacuum-sealed canned goods. These space-efficient, calorie-concentrated rations could deliver instant stamina boosts, sustaining Li Haotian through grueling battles. Li Haotian's gaze remained locked on the documents in his hands, ironclad evidence documenting the Japanese army's assault on Nanjing. Beads of sweat trickled down his temples, dampening the faded color of his military uniform that had been washed to a pallid hue. His mind roared like stormy seas. The compact solar-powered high-definition long-range radar unit before him, with its intricate mechanisms, now appeared not merely as technological marvel but a lifeline bearing countless hopes. Our early warning depends on you. Every second could mean the difference between life and death, he silently vowed. Should Japanese bombers strike tomorrow, this palm-sized device would become his eyes to track enemy movements, buying precious time for civilian evacuations and defense preparations. Yet the chilling thought of potential failure had barely surfaced when he shook his head violently, banishing the doubt like swatting away a venomous insect. His gaze shifted to the Type 85 5.8mm sniper rifle, fingers involuntarily trailing along its cold barrel. This weapon was his lifeline for engaging distant enemies, yet now his heart churned with a storm of conflicting emotions. I can use you to strike targets with precision, but how many of this relentless tide of Japanese soldiers can you truly hold back? He understood all too well how insignificant individual strength became in the maelstrom of total war. Yet deeper still burned the conviction every additional invader eliminated meant another safeguard for his compatriots. When his gaze swept over the medical kit and food bags, his eyes glistened with moisture. The medical kit symbolized hope for survival, a lifeline for treating wounded soldiers and civilians amidst the flames of war. Though anticipating the brutal battles ahead where casualties would flood into the newly built medical center like tidal waves to receive treatment from AI robotic doctors, this vision paradoxically steadied his resolve. Yesterday, to ensure abundant food supplies, he had commanded intelligent robots to rapidly construct a food warehouse capable of sustaining 500,000 people for a decade, this granary being the bedrock of Li Haotian's steadfastness. Yet thinking of countless civilians beyond Jinling Women's College of Liberal Arts in Nanjing facing imminent starvation, his heart ached with self-reproach and urgency. I must bring Nanjing's people into these new buildings sooner. They shall have food, clothing, education, all shall survive. At this moment, the urgency of the impending war pressed closer upon him. He trembled at the approaching carnage, feared his inability to alter history's course, and dreaded failing the city's people. Yet fury and purpose burned like a raging inferno in his chest, driving back the fear. I cannot retreat, he vowed through gritted teeth, fists clenching until nails carved crescent-shaped trenches into his palms. With these weapons and the mission to rewrite this battle's fate, I'll shield Nanjing with advanced technology. The bloody crescents pulsed like war drums, silent witnesses to both the brutality awaiting them and his ironclad resolve to claim victory. Nanjing 1937, the Fangsang Safe Zone at New Jinling Women's College. August 14, 1937, 下午2点08分. Dark clouds hung over Nanjing like an invisible net tightening by the minute. Yet New Jinling Women's College stood ablaze with lights, its smart generators humming as they powered the war room, a stark contrast to the suffocating gloom outside. Li Haotian stood before a massive digital map, his threadbare scholar's robe creating jarring contrast against the high-tech consoles. None dared underestimate this young man as liaison for the super system. He held the fate of 500,000 lives in his hands. General Tan, Principal Watching, his voice cut through the silence like tempered steel. Time is of the essence. His eyes burned with unshakable resolve, the weight of a city's survival pressing through every syllable. General Tan Xinji stood rigid in his starched military uniform, the saber at his waist gleaming coldly under the lamplight. With a heavy nod, he declared, "Mr. Lin, my troops are deployed and ready to assist the relocation. But moving 500,000 souls, that's no simple feat. Provisions, shelter, medical care. How do we resolve these critical issues?" Principal Minnie Vautrin appeared serene in her plain-colored gown, yet her eyes burned with resilience and resolve. As the newly appointed headmistress, the weight of responsibility pressed upon her shoulders. "The general speaks truth," she concurred. "Though our campus is vast, accommodating 500,000 requires meticulous planning. My faculty is prepared to educate civilians about the Fangsang Safety Bureau's advantages and safeguards. Yet whether the people will comply, that remains the crucial unknown." Li Haotian activated the super system terminal. A beam of blue light projected forth, forming a detailed resource allocation map. "Everyone, observe. The super system has calculated the optimal solution. We have intelligent construction robots that can rapidly erect temporary shelters. For food supplies, covert supply lines will coordinate distribution from surrounding areas. Medical teams will also be remotely guided by the super system to ensure flawless execution." General Tan Xinji studied the resource map, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes before clouding with concern. But Japanese forces could attack at any moment. If we encounter air raids during relocation, his voice tightened, the consequences would be unthinkable. Li Haotian paused thoughtfully. "The super system accounted for this. We'll deploy energy shield generators around the academy perimeter, the super system's latest breakthrough capable of repelling conventional airstrikes." His finger traced glowing defense patterns in the hologram. "Simultaneously, troops will guide civilian evacuations through urban routes avoiding Japanese reconnaissance. Two-phase protection, technological and tactical." Dean Minnie Vautrin furrowed her brow slightly. "Persuading people to trust us and willingly relocate requires time and patience. Most are filled with fear and uncertainty about the future. Dean, we could first organize community representatives to tour the Fangsang Safety Zone. Let them experience the security measures firsthand. Then amplify the outreach through radio broadcasts and leaflets." Li Haotian proposed. General Tan Xinji nodded in agreement. "I'll deploy soldiers to assist with publicity efforts, ensuring the message reaches every corner. Simultaneously, we'll intensify urban patrols to prevent lawlessness during the transition." Daybreak over Jinling, the 1937 Operation Hope. 15点 on August 14, 1937. The war room of the new Jinling Women's College of Arts and Sciences building hung heavy with tension. Li Haotian, Dean Minnie Vautrin, and General Tan Xinji, Commander-in-Chief of the Nanjing Garrison Forces, were making critical decisions about an arduous mission, following directives from the super system. They needed to relocate 500,000 Nanjing residents into the college's Fangsang Safety Zone within 4 months before December 1st. Month 1, Preparation and Mobilization Months. Week 1, Li Haotian and General Tan Xinji deploy military surveying and mapping teams to conduct on-site surveys of main roads and alleys connecting various districts of Nanjing City to the college. Teams document road conditions, thoroughfare widths, and obstacles along routes. Responsible, Military Survey. Team under General Tan Xinji, supervised by Li Haotian, Principal Vautrin mobilizes key faculty members to form editorial teams, compiling data on safe zone facilities, medical support systems, and living arrangements to draft emergency preparedness manuals. Responsible, Principal Vautrin and core faculty team. Week 2, based on survey data, General Tan Xinji divided the relocation into 5 batches and specified the urban districts involved in each batch. Organized soldiers for traffic guidance training covering hand signals and emergency response procedures. Responsible, General Tan Xinji and officers in charge of soldier training, Li Haotian. Activated and preliminarily debugged intelligent navigation devices using the super system, establishing a navigation database. Responsible, Li Haotian. The teacher team met with community leaders across urban districts to present relocation plans and garner community support. Responsible, the faculty team led by Principal Wei Talin. Week 3, the military establishes temporary traffic signs and barricades at major urban thoroughfares and intersections to ensure unobstructed relocation routes. Requisition civilian trucks and buses to form transport convoys, deploying mechanics to conduct comprehensive inspections and maintenance. Overseen by military units and logistics personnel. Under General Tan Xinji, teachers and soldiers are organized into joint task forces for community outreach, divided by neighborhood assignments to prepare for door-to-door mobilization. Coordination, jointly managed by Principal Wilmina Vautrin and General Tan Xinji, with self-organized mixed teams of educators and military personnel. Week 4. Promotion teams conduct door-to-door distribution of informational brochures, detailing relocation plans and safe zone advantages while collecting residents' questions and feedback. Promotion strategies and relocation details are adjusted based on feedback. Responsible, Joint Promotion Team of Teachers and Soldiers, Plan. Adjustments decided collaboratively by Li Haotian, Principal Wei Talin, and General Tan Xinji. Transport fleets conduct trial runs to test navigation systems and traffic guidance effectiveness. Responsible, Transport Fleet under General Tan Xinji and Traffic Guidance Soldiers. Li Haotian oversees navigation system operations. Month 2. First Batch Relocation Month. Week 1. Initiated relocation of the first batch of residents from urban areas nearest to the academy. At dawn, military personnel and volunteers assembled across the streets, guiding residents in orderly boarding while maintaining on-site order. Transport convoys followed routes planned by intelligent navigation systems, proceeding toward the academy. Responsible persons, General Tang. Xinji subordinate forces and volunteer organizations. Li Haotian ensured smooth operation of navigation systems. Principal Veteran led the reception team at the academy entrance to greet arrivals, directing residents to designated temporary accommodations. Medical teams conducted health examinations for relocated citizens. Responsible persons, Principal Veteran and medical teams. Week 2. Advance the second batch of resident relocations. Deploy additional armed soldiers to escort transport convoys to guard against Japanese aerial attacks and unexpected incidents. Responsible, General Tan Xinji. Document relocated residents' living requirements, including food preferences and daily necessities. To refine material distribution plans. Responsible, Principal Vautrin's livelihood support team. Utilize the broadcast system to provide daily scheduled updates on relocation progress and safety zone developments. Responsible, Li Haotian for technical coordination. Principal Vautrin oversees content delivery. Week 3. Review experiences from the first 2 relocation batches. Address issues like vehicle breakdowns and residents going missing by implementing corrective measures. Increase backup vehicles and issue identification tags to residents. Responsible, Li Haotian and General Tan Xinji to formulate solutions. General Tan oversees implementation. Intensify outreach to remaining urban residents through community forums, inviting relocated individuals to share experiences and alleviate concerns. Responsible, Principal Vautrin's outreach team. Week 4. Organize cultural activities within the safe zone, such as artistic performances and book sharing sessions, to enhance community interaction. Responsible, Principal Wilmina organizing teachers and volunteers. Continue relocation operations, ensure daily relocation targets are achieved, conduct daily work reviews, and adjust next day plans accordingly. Responsible, General Tan Xinji overseeing relocation execution, with Li Haotian and Principal Wilmina jointly participating in review and adjustments. Third month, critical push month. Week 1, execute third phase resident relocation. Deploy additional transport vehicles and guidance personnel in areas with complex traffic and high population density. Responsible officer, General Tan Xinji, establish material supply stations within safe zones. Activate intelligent distribution systems to allocate supplies based on household size and actual needs. Responsible officer, Principal Whitelin-led logistics team. Li Haotian provides technical support, form psychological counseling teams. Train teachers and medical staff in psychological intervention techniques. Responsible officer, Principal Whitelin coordinates training participation with medical teams and selected faculty. Week 2, the fourth batch of relocation commences. A special care unit is established to provide dedicated services for vulnerable groups including the elderly, infirm, disabled, and pregnant women, with medical staff arranged to escort throughout the relocation process. Led, Principal Vautrin coordinating with medical teams and volunteers. Security management in the safe zone is intensified through formulated patrol protocols. Joint patrol teams comprising soldiers and resident volunteers conduct 24-hour surveillance across designated zones. Led, General Tan Xinji overseeing military patrol deployments, Principal Vautrin organizing resident volunteer participation. Week 3. Conduct quality of life satisfaction survey for relocated residents through questionnaires and face-to-face interviews. Based on feedback, add public toilets, laundry rooms and other infrastructure in safe zones to optimize living conditions. Responsible, Principal Vautrin-led livelihood support team for survey and facility additions, conduct in-depth communication with remaining resistant residents to understand demands and coordinate solutions. Responsible, Principal Vautrin led outreach team with community workers. Week 4. Continue advancing daily relocation progress. Conduct comprehensive inspections of safe zone supplies, reserves and facility operations, promptly replenishing materials and repairing facilities. Responsible, General Tan Xinji for relocation advancement. Principal Vautrin's team for supply facility maintenance, organize community mutual aid activities including skill-sharing workshops and neighborhood support initiatives to strengthen safe zone cohesion. Responsible, Principal Vautrin coordinating teacher volunteer teams. Month 4. Wrap-up and consolidation month. Week 1. Complete final batch of resident relocations. Conduct comprehensive review of entire relocation process, identify issues and shortcomings, compile detailed report. Responsible, Li Haotian, General Tan Xinji, and Principal Wei Telling to jointly participate in review. Designated personnel to draft report, inspect all facilities in security zone, including water, electricity supply, and communication equipment to ensure proper operation. Responsible, Principal Wei Telling leading facilities maintenance team, organize community mutual aid activities to promote integration and communication among residents from different zones. Responsible, Principal Wei Telling coordinating teachers and volunteer teams. Week 2. Inventory the safety zone's material reserves and replenish supplies based on population size and consumption rate. Establish connections with surrounding areas to obtain war updates and logistics intel. Led, Principal Vautrin directing material management team 4. Inventory replenishment, Li Haotian coordinating external communications, conduct emergency drills for air raids and fire incidents to enhance emergency preparedness. Led, General Tan Xinji overseeing drill command, Principal Vautrin mobilizing resident participation. Week 3. Re-inspect material reserves and facility operations to ensure long-term living needs of residents are met. Strengthen safety zone management, refine management protocols, and clarify position responsibilities. Responsible, Principal Vautrin leads team for material facility inspections, Li Haotian, General Tan Xinji, and Principal Vautrin jointly improve management systems, conduct preliminary evaluation of relocation plan completion status and prepare summary documentation. Responsible, Li Haotian, General Tan Xinji, and Principal Vautrin jointly participate in pre-evaluation, designate personnel for documentation preparation. Week 4. Conduct comprehensive review and evaluation of the relocation plan, convene a commendation ceremony to honor soldiers, teachers, volunteers, and residents demonstrating outstanding contributions. Organizers, Li Haotian, General Tan Xinji, and Principal Vautrin jointly coordinate the summary evaluation and commendation ceremony, refine safety zone management mechanisms, formulate long-term living and development plans, ensuring stable living conditions for residents. Organizers, Li Haotian, General Tan Xinji, and Principal Vautrin jointly deliberate and establish the plans. On August 14, 1937 at 15:38, Nanjing was shrouded in a heavy haze. Under overcast skies threatening rain, with temperatures lingering between 11 to 16 degrees Celsius, bitter winds carrying a damp chill seemed to foreshadow the arduous trials awaiting the city. In the war room of Jilin College, the atmosphere crackled with urgent intensity. Future warrior Li Haotian was deep in discussion with General Tan, Commander-in-Chief of Nanjing's defense forces, regarding civilian evacuation plans. Both understood with grave clarity, as storm clouds of war were gathering, safeguarding civilians had become the paramount priority. Thus came the crucial decision starting August 16, 1937, the day after Japanese bombers first darkened their skies. They would commence relocating citizens to Jilin College's emergency shelter complex. At the same time, leveraging the formidable borrowing function of the super system, Li Haotian deployed 5 highly intelligent electromagnetic sensing combat robots with offensive and defensive capabilities. These robots, like loyal sentinels, were strategically positioned at key geographical points around Jilin Women's College of Arts and Sciences East, South, West, North, and Central sectors, initiating 24/7 uninterrupted patrols. Functioning as omnipresent eyes, they maintained relentless vigilance over all surrounding activities, determined to thwart sabotage attempts by enemy agents and urban hooligans, while preventing smash-and-grab crimes and destructive incidents. Minnie Vautrin, the principal of Jilin Women's College, was also hard at work. With unwavering conviction and fearless courage, she led her propaganda team through the war-torn city. Their mission to plaster official decrees and anti-espionage slogans across every corner of Nanjing was arduous yet profoundly significant. These paper missives filled with warnings and rallying cries became sparks of fire in the darkness, kindling hope and strength in every citizen's heart. Moreover, they conducted impassioned pre-war speeches at all 4 city gates. Through her stirring oratory, Vautrin sought to mobilize Nanjing's entire population for the citywide militia mobilization and anti-espionage campaign. After intensive preparations, waves of citizens began migrating into the safety zone at Jinling Women's College. Though overshadowed by war specter, life within this sanctuary preserved a semblance of order and tranquility through collective perseverance, precious embers of normalcy amidst the gathering storm. In the early morning, sunlight filters through dappled clouds onto the safe zone. At Smart Hospital No. 416, doctors and nurses commenced their duties before dawn. The facility boasts cutting-edge medical equipment and ample medication reserves, fully equipped to handle most common injuries and illnesses. Medical experts from surrounding regions and dedicated volunteers converge here, delivering professional treatment and compassionate care to ailing residents. Patients rest quietly in their beds, receiving meticulous attention, their eyes burning with hope for restored health. Adjacent to the hospital stands the school. Teachers will begin guiding students through a new day. Though the smoke of war lingers over the city, the power of education and knowledge remains unforgotten here. Within classrooms, children's resonant voices reciting lessons will surely rise, while teachers meticulously explain key concepts, encouraging students to bravely confront life's challenges and ignite the spark of hope for their future. On the sports field, PE instructors will organize indoor activities or games in relatively safe zones, ensuring children maintain vitality and physical health during these trying times. The postal system operates methodically within the safe zone. Letters and parcels pass through workers' hands, connecting people across the sanctuary with loved ones in other quarantine facilities. Each envelope carries hope and warmth, offering fragile comfort through bullet-riddled days. In the granary, food reserves were abundantly stocked. Staff meticulously managed and allocated supplies to ensure every resident had adequate provisions. The cafeteria exuded tempting aromas as chefs dedicatedly prepared various dishes. Though ingredients might not be as diverse as in peacetime, each meal was infused with their devotion and care for the community. Residents queued orderly to collect their rations, demonstrating mutual concern and assistance. The atmosphere resembled that of a warm, close-knit family bound by shared support. Security within the safe zone remains the utmost priority. Highly intelligent combat robots with full electromagnetic sensing capabilities for both offense and defense are perpetually vigilant, patrolling every corner. Their acute sensory systems detect suspicious activities instantaneously, swiftly neutralizing spies or saboteurs before threats can materialize. Complementing this automated force, human patrols composed of garrison troops and volunteers traverse the streets, working in seamless coordination with machines to safeguard lives and property. When night falls, the safe zone basks in a warm glow of lights. Residents retreat to their dwellings for rest or gather to chat and share stories. Though the encroaching darkness stirs unease, their mutual encouragement and collective resilience radiate through the shadows like protective warmth, gradually dissipating the fears bred by war. Residents entering the Fangsang shelter zone within 4 months can all find suitable employment positions here. Through their labor, they contribute to the operation of the security zone while receiving corresponding compensation Jinling security zone currency. The currency features denominations ranging from a maximum of 100 yuan to a minimum of 1 cent. Notes come in 100, 50, and 10 yuan denominations, while coins, 1 yuan and below, are minted in aluminum. In this extraordinary environment, people strive to maintain their livelihoods, clinging to this semblance of normalcy with hope for the future and yearning for peace. However, they remain acutely aware that the immense pressure of warfare beyond the security zone persists, and the future brims with uncertainties. Yet they firmly believe that through unity and collective effort, they can endure these trials, steadfastly awaiting the day when the dawn of peace emerges from the darkness. The advent and mission of the titanium alloy robot. It was a sunny afternoon, the light gently spilling into Li Haotian's slightly cramped operations room, packed with advanced equipment and technical documents. This was destined to be an extraordinary day. For Lin, the events about to unfold would mark the most pivotal turning point in his meticulously crafted offensive and defensive strategies born to protect his homeland and counter potential crises. When the super system's alert tone pierced the quiet of the room, announcing the successful transmission of the latest weapon, a surge of indescribable emotions flooded Li Haotian's heart. Slowly rising to his feet, his gaze locked onto the flashing and flickering data on the screen, as if the dawn of hope itself were summoning him. For Li Haotian, the emergence of these titanium alloy machine intelligences carried significance far beyond mere weapon upgrades. The black and white spectral induction charging system seemed to pump an inexhaustible wellspring of vitality and endurance into these steel warriors, enabling them to maintain peak combat readiness amidst ever-shifting battlefield conditions, utterly liberated from energy depletion anxieties. This ingenious design kindled renewed awe and admiration in his heart for the miraculous power of technology. The high-definition radar system, akin to a pair of all-seeing eyes that penetrate the thickest fog, cuts through layers of obstacles and interferences to track enemy movements in real time. In future battles, this means Li Haotian and his teammates will gain a strategic advantage detecting enemy intentions earlier and formulating precise countermeasures with enhanced accuracy. At this thought, Li Haotian's eyes shone with unwavering resolve and confidence, as if already witnessing these battlefield robots harnessing this formidable capability to deliver flawless early warnings and support for their allies. However, what shocked and excited him most were the electronic laser cannon and gravitational field radiation waves held by the robotic arms. The high-tech energy reserves contained within the electronic laser cannon could unleash tremendous destructive power in an instant, delivering crushing blows to enemies. That unique gravitational field radiation wave particularly set Li Haotian's heart racing. This cutting-edge technology, capable of transporting entire enemy forces back to their homeland through temporal-spatial tunnels, not only demonstrated unprecedented strategic superiority but also manifested profound respect for and cherishment of life. It avoided devastating carnage, imbuing warfare with deeper significance and value, making Li Haotian swell with immense pride at the advent of this technology. These robots also possess astonishing flight capabilities. Like liberated birds of the sky, they soar through the air, capable of swiftly reaching any required location. Li Haotian could almost visualize the elegant arcs they carved across the heavens, a seamless fusion of power and freedom. What reassured him most was their exclusive obedience to commands from him, the system liaison. To Lin, this represented more than mere control mechanics. It embodied a sacred inheritance of trust and responsibility. He keenly understood the monumental mission entrusted to him. These robots would become the sharpened blades in his hands, charging into battle to protect their homeland. Li Haotian sat in the control room. His gaze remained fixed on the 4 robot images displayed on the screen. A slight frown creased his forehead as his mind had already drifted to the challenge-laden battlefields of tomorrow. His heart swelled with confidence in these advanced weapons, yet equally cognizant of the tremendous weight of responsibility bearing upon his shoulders. On one hand, his heart overflowed with hope and conviction. The cutting-edge technology embodied by these robots revealed the glimmer of triumphant dawn to him. He believed their formidable power would empower him to execute offensive-defensive strategies more effectively, erecting an impregnable bulwark for their homeland. Every meticulous detail, each sophisticated function, convinced him he now possessed what it took to crush the enemy. The first Titanium L robot was named Thunderstruck Universe Type 1. The second Titanium L robot was named Thunderstruck Universe Type 2. The third Titanium L robot was named Thunderstruck Universe Type 3. The fourth Titanium L intelligent robot was named Thunderstruck Universe Type 4. On the other hand, he felt profound awe and immense pressure. While the power of technology was formidable, the challenge lay in harnessing its full potential effectively, making optimal decisions on ever-shifting battlefields, all daunting trials he must confront. He knew with crystalline clarity that continuous learning and self-improvement were imperative. Only through intimate knowledge of every robotic capability and nuance could he truly command these machines at critical junctures, unleashing their design prowess. In coming days, Li Haotian would lead these 4 Titanium warriors on their sacred mission to safeguard Wuxiao's realm. Though acutely aware of the arduous path ahead, its terrain littered with obstacles and trials, he stood still with resolve. With technology's might amplifying his unrelenting efforts, he marched forward, bearing unshakable conviction that through their combined strength, they would overcome all adversities and usher in a radiant new dawn for the land he vowed to protect. These 4 Titanium L robots will not merely serve as Li Haotian's combat arsenal, they are destined to become the guardians of the sacred lands of Wuxia. They shall embody Li Haotian's convictions and sacred duty, safeguarding this land through their formidable strength, protecting its people with unwavering resolve. They will ensure perpetual peace across the Middle Kingdom soil, becoming eternal sentinels that preserve the Wuxia civilization's enduring legacy through the ages. 1937, Crisis and Guardianship over Nanjing Skies. At 23:30 on August 14, 1937, the scroll of history was abruptly shrouded by war's dark shadow. The emergency combat order issued by the Japanese Naval Air Corps struck like thunder, splitting stormy skies, plunging the tranquil night into boundless peril. 20 bombers ascended from Nagasaki Air Base like cloud demons, howling toward China's capital Nanjing. Major Hayashido, akin to a marauding tiger, led his Kizurazu Air Group's 20 Type 96 land-based attack aircraft in forced takeoff from Omura base near Nagasaki. Defying treacherous weather, these invaders crossed stormy seas through Hangzhou Bay, targeting Nanjing, the city steeped in millennia of culture and teeming with countless lives. At this perilous moment, Li Haotian's miniature high-definition satellite-positioned radar device suddenly emitted a bright light. On the radar screen, the small black dots to the northeast loomed like dark clouds materializing in the night sky, growing increasingly distinct. 20 black dots stood out starkly on the display, followed by glaring Chinese characters abruptly flashing across the screen. Japanese Type 96 attack bombers are rapidly approaching our Nanjing position. The crimson warning lights in the war room blinked like a menacing beacon. The high-intelligence electromagnetic shield deployed instantly and invisible. Electronic barrier descending like a divine guardian to envelop Jinling Women's College in protective embrace. Emergency wartime protocols surged through every AI terminal in Nanjing City, as if igniting flames of resistance in every corner. 6J-25 fully autonomous AI fighter jet stationed at Yuatai sprang to combat readiness under system command, transforming into vigilant warriors poised to annihilate any invader daring to approach. General Li Haotian, General Tang Xingji, and Principal Mini Vautrin stood shoulder to shoulder in the war room, their eyes locked on the high-definition radar screen tracking enemy aircraft. The ominous swarm, still maneuvering over the Yellow Sea with its tight formation and blistering speed, underscored the catastrophic scale of this impending disaster. AI projections revealed the chilling timeline these war machines would darken Nanjing skies between 9 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. on August 15, 1937. Each ticking second stretched into eternity, a cosmic-scale tug-of-war between survival and annihilation. Air raid sirens tore through Nanjing streets like a primal war cry, their wails carrying both the fury of battlefields and the desperation of mortal peril. Tang Xingji's propaganda teams orchestrated the massive evacuation with military precision, shepherding 500,000 citizens toward fortified safe zone shelters. This Herculean relocation effort hung over the city like a suspended avalanche, its success resting on the sweat-drenched shoulders of countless nameless heroes. Yet amidst the chaos, an unbreakable human chain emerged: neighbors helping elders, strangers carrying children, a living testament to humanity's defiant spark against the encroaching darkness. Vautrin's teaching team also played an active role. They led tens of thousands of workers, peasants, merchants, students, and soldiers from Nanjing City, methodically relocating toward the safety zone. On those crowded streets, people moved with hurried yet orderly steps, their eyes filled with fear but even more with determination and hope. Meanwhile, young volunteers on the streets, like guardians of the city, diligently maintained traffic order at every intersection. Their voices echoed through the clamorous thoroughfares, adding a layer of security to this life-and-death exodus. Nanjing, this ancient yet modern city, witnessed countless souls rising in the face of war's tempest, composing an epic of resistance with their lives and struggles. They stood resolute in the storm, teetering on the brink of life and death, defending not just their homeland but that flicker of survival's hope. This was but a single fragment from the war's cruel tapestry. Countless more chapters remained to be inscribed. At 4:18 a.m. on August 15, 1937, Nanjing's night sky appeared shrouded in a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. In the new Intelligent Command Center, electronic lights flickered incessantly. Li Haotian, General Tan, and Mini Vautrin stood in silence, with Lin's face etched with bewilderment. This bewilderment was not without cause. Before them stretched a massive electronic screen displaying real-time updates of Japanese military movements. Data indicated that 20 Japanese Army Type 93 land-based attack bombers would reach Nanjing within 5 hours. Conventional military strategy suggested that deploying just the Yuatai's J-25 fully intelligent supersonic combat fighters, lead aircraft Zonghua, Liu Yao, and wingman Zhonghua, Liu Tu, would suffice. The computer system rapidly calculated that the Zonghua 01 and 02 units could annihilate all 20 enemy aircraft within a mere 2 minutes. Yet, this seemingly flawless battle plan stirred a raging tempest in Li Haotian's heart. He knew too well, should these 20 Japanese aircraft be destroyed, their payload of 250-pound high-explosive bombs, originally destined for Nanjing, would vanish into nothingness. Such alteration might tear at the threads of spacetime itself, potentially rewriting history's immutable course. The ironclad laws of the Temporal Governance Bureau burned in his mind. No time traveler could interfere with historical processes. As an observer at this pivotal historical juncture, Lin felt the weight of responsibility crushing his shoulders. Tonight demanded a decision that balanced military necessity with the preservation of temporal integrity. General Tang and Mini Vautrin exchanged knowing glances, their shared anxiety reflected in each other's eyes. The general's fist clenched like forged steel as he growled, "We can't just sit by while Nanjing burns, yet neither can we breach the Bureau's fundamental principles." The unspoken dilemma hung heavy in the command bunker's electrified air. Minnie Vautrin gently patted Li Haotian's shoulder and softly reassured, "Perhaps we can find a way to satisfy both sides." Li Haotian's gaze lingered on their faces for a moment, then shifted to the simulated images of 20 Japanese warplanes on the screen. He knew this was a nearly impossible dilemma, yet understood it was a challenge he had to confront. As time ticked away, combat strategies flashed through Li Haotian's mind at lightning speed. He had to find a method to intercept the Japanese bombers without altering history. This was not just a test of his intellect, but a trial of the strength of his spirit. Feasible strategies. 1. Disrupt Japanese aircraft navigation and communication systems. Technical means. Utilize simple radio jamming equipment that might have existed at the time to emit interference signals of specific frequencies, disrupting Japanese aircraft's navigation systems and diverting them from predetermined routes. For instance, by transmitting high-power radio waves that interfere with the frequency bands relied upon by Japanese aircraft navigation, causing errors in their navigation instruments and rendering them unable to accurately pinpoint Nanjing's location. Implementation details. Secretly deploy interference equipment at strategic locations around Nanjing, such as mountainous areas or open terrain at a safe distance from urban centers yet capable of effectively covering Japanese aircraft routes. Arrange technicians in advance to calibrate and monitor the equipment, ensuring jamming procedures can be immediately activated when enemy planes enter the interference zone. 2. Leveraging meteorological and geographical conditions. Meteorological utilization. Closely monitor real-time weather forecasts. If suitable conditions such as low cloud cover, dense fog, or rainfall occur, leverage these natural elements to hinder Japanese aircraft operations. For instance, intercept Japanese aircraft during periods of low cloud cover or dense fog coinciding with their estimated arrival time over Nanjing. Adverse weather conditions would significantly increase flight difficulties, thereby reducing attack accuracy and efficiency. Geographical misdirection. Exploit Nanjing's surrounding terrain to deploy decoy installations. For example, arrange lighting or signal flares on prominent high-altitude locations near Nanjing to simulate urban lighting patterns. This would misdirect Japanese aircraft towards false trajectories, diverting them away from actual urban targets. 3. Psychological warfare与 decoy target deception. Psychological operations, through radio broadcasts or propaganda channels, disseminate fabricated military deployment intelligence to Japanese forces. Make them erroneously believe Nanjing has established comprehensive defensive preparations, or that alternative military targets hold greater strategic value. This would fragment their operational focus and divert attention from Nanjing. Decoy deployment. Establish decoy targets at strategic locations around Nanjing, such as fake ammunition depots and dummy air bases. Using simple materials and camouflage techniques, create deceptive installations that resemble genuine military targets from a distance, diverting Japanese aerial attacks away from Nanjing's main urban areas. 4. Fire network interception and harassment. Ground-based firepower. Deploy an anti-aircraft defense network around Nanjing comprising anti-aircraft artillery and machine guns. While these weapons may not directly shoot down 20 enemy aircraft, they can force Japanese planes to maintain higher altitudes through suppressive fire and harassment tactics, reducing their bombing accuracy. When multiple anti-aircraft batteries fire simultaneously, they create a dense barrage of fire that compels enemy aircraft to perform evasive maneuvers, severely disrupting their precision bombing capabilities. Aerial harassment. If a small number of stealthy and agile combat aircraft could conduct close-range harassment against Japanese planes, it would attract their attention through proximate attacks or simulated assault maneuvers, diverting pilot focus and diminishing their attack efficiency. Challenges faced. E. Technical limitations. Under historical technological constraints, electronic jamming techniques were relatively primitive. The feasibility of successfully disrupting Japanese aircraft's navigation and communication systems carried significant uncertainty. The development and production of related equipment were severely constrained by resources and technical capabilities, making it impossible to guarantee device performance and reliability. The effectiveness of flag networks remained questionable. With the limited range, accuracy, and reaction speed of anti-aircraft artillery during that era, the actual interception efficacy against high-speed Japanese aircraft remained largely unknown. 2. Time constraints与 intelligence accuracy. Implementing the aforementioned plan within an 11-hour window presents an extremely tight timeframe. All phases from strategic formulation and equipment preparation to personnel training and coordination must be executed rapidly, demanding a highly efficient command structure and execution capabilities. Intelligence accuracy becomes mission critical. Without precise data on Japanese aircraft flight paths, velocity, altitude, and other critical operational parameters, developing effective interception and electronic interference strategies proves nearly impossible. Moreover, obtaining accurate intelligence within such a compressed timeframe presents significant challenges. Psi, deception and concealment challenges. Establishing decoy targets and interference installations must occur undetected by enemy reconnaissance. Across Nanjing's vast periphery, completing these deployments within strict time constraints while maintaining operational secrecy requires sophisticated camouflage techniques and coordinated screening measures. The operation must further counteract potential aerial reconnaissance methods that might expose decoy systems and compromise the entire strategy. 4. Operational coordination complexities. The implementation of these strategies requires coordinated joint operations across multiple departments and personnel, including intelligence analysis, equipment operation, and fire support. The seamless coordination and synchronization between these critical links proved vital. For the plan's success, yet achieving this under the prevailing conditions faced numerous obstacles. For instance, inconsistent communication protocols between different military units and inefficient command systems could result in delayed or inaccurate information transmission. 5. Directly allowing 20 Japanese fighter bombers to enter downtown Nanjing in this hypothetical simulation scenario, where they dropped 250-pound heavy bombs, then using gravitational field beams from intelligent robots to disassemble the 250-pound bombs and transport them through cosmic wormholes. Standing at the crossroads of history, the new triumvirate confronted an unprecedented dilemma. Every decision they made could trigger unforeseen consequences. Yet regardless of the challenges, they had to bravely confront this trial, for this was not only their mission, but their solemn responsibility etched by destiny. The Nanjing bombing of August 15, 1937 and countermeasures. At 7:08 a.m. on August 15, 1937, the three-person committee finally reached a consensus. In those war-torn years, every decision held the power of life and death over countless individuals. Nanjing, this city bearing profound historical significance, stood under the severe threat of Japanese forces. Historical records show that on that day, Nanjing endured fierce bombardment from Japanese troops. 20 aircraft descended upon the city like demons in 2 waves. They dropped 250-kilogram bombs, instantly plunging Nanjing into smoke and flames. Statistics reveal dozens of casualties in this bombing, vibrant lives extinguished by merciless explosions, each representing shattered families and immeasurable grief. In the trio, Li Haotian proposed his bold hypothetical plan. His strategy pierced through the darkness like a lightning bolt, brimming with courage and wisdom. He suggested allowing enemy aircraft to enter Nanjing, then deploying the 1st China Liu-1 supersonic fighter squadron from Iwatai's G-1 fighters to annihilate Japanese combat bombers on their return route to Nagasaki base, all before the simulated system model confirmed the enemy's bomb deployment and retreat. The J-1 fighter epitomizes the pinnacle of fully intelligent attack aircraft, crystallizing the blood, sweat, and intellect of countless researchers. Its airframe design showcases extraordinary ingenuity, employing advanced lightweight high-strength alloy materials that dramatically reduce overall weight while withstanding intense combat stresses. With fluid contours resembling a soaring eagle mid-flight, it achieves exceptional aerodynamic performance while boasting supreme maneuverability and agility that redefines aerial combat standards. In terms of the propulsion system, the J-1 fighter is equipped with a new generation high-performance turbofan engine. This engine adopts advanced combustion technology and turbofan design, delivering unstoppable and formidable power to the aircraft. Whether during takeoff, climb, or high-speed cruising, the J-1 fighter demonstrates unparalleled speed supremacy, effortlessly achieving supersonic flight. With a maximum Mach number reaching X, its movements through the skies resemble lightning strikes, elusive and untraceable to adversaries. The J-1 fighter's intelligent control system represents its unique signature capability. Equipped with a highly integrated intelligent combat system, it possesses autonomous analysis, judgment, and decision-making capacities. In complex battlefield environments, the J-1 fighter rapidly acquires surrounding intelligence. Through advanced radar and sensor systems, achieving precise targeting and identification of enemy objectives. The intelligent combat system automatically adjusts flight trajectories, deploys weaponry, and even executes complex precision combat missions, all without pilot intervention based on real-time analytical computations. In terms of weaponry and equipment, the J-1 fighter jet is equipped with various advanced air-to-air and air-to-surface missiles. Its air-to-air missiles employ infrared imaging and active radar composite guidance technology, enabling precise target strikes under diverse adverse weather and maritime conditions. The air-to-surface missiles possess high-precision strike capabilities against ground targets, effectively neutralizing military installations and buildings. Additionally, the J-125 fighter features an advanced aviation artillery system that plays a pivotal role in close-range aerial combat. However, Li Haotian was acutely aware of the numerous challenges confronting this plan. Though China's military equipment and technological capabilities had achieved certain advancements at that time, the J-125 fighter transmitted by the system revealed an 8-year technological gap compared to Japanese forces, particularly evident between supersonic fighter groups and the J-125 aircraft, which could successfully execute missions in any complex aerial combat environment. But we must not overlook the positive significance of Li Haotian's plan. In this moment of difficult choices, every idea to combat the Japanese forces could potentially become the key to turning the tide. This plan embodies an unyielding national spirit, the thrill of high-tech warfare crushing outdated machinery, and an indomitable resolve to resist invaders' wanton oppression. Even if formidable challenges lie ahead, even if it might provoke intervention from the temporal administration, so long as there remains a shred of hope, we must never abandon our counterattack against the Japanese aggressors. The August 15, 1937 bombing of Nanjing left deep scars on this city, yet simultaneously ignited the fighting will of countless Chinese descendants. Li Haotian's plan might be a glimmer of light in the darkness, guiding us to continuously explore more methods and paths to defend our homeland against foreign invaders. In the years to come, we must engrave this chapter of history in our collective memory, inherit and propagate this indomitable spirit, ensuring the Chinese nation forever stands tall among the nations of the world. The 1937 Nanjing defense counterattack, the power of technology and wisdom. August 15, 1937, 上午8点55分. The skies over Nanjing hung thick with tension and an air of impending doom. The long-range high-definition satellite positioning radar device on Li Haotian's body emitted urgent alarms. 10 dark blimps on the screen advanced toward Daxicheng Airport and Minjigang Airport, while another 10 closed in on densely populated areas Bafitan, Daxinggang, and Zhongshan East Road. Almost simultaneously, air raid sirens wailed incessantly across Nanjing, their urgent tolling of warning bells reverberating through the city. At this critical moment, Jilin Women's College stood encased within an impenetrable electronic protective shield. Various intelligent robots performed their designated roles, steadfastly maintaining combat positions and quietly awaiting orders from the command center. General Li Haotian, General Tan Shengji, and Jilin College Dean Minnie Vautrin swiftly arrived at the war room and jointly issued combat orders. Utilizing an intelligent terminal system, they created a massive urban simulation model over Nanjing City, notifying garrison troops and smart robots across all districts to lure Japanese aircraft into dropping 250-kilogram heavy bombs within this virtual illusionary battlefield. Meanwhile, the J-125 smart fighter jet Ling Yao, lead, and Ling Ho, wingman, at Yuatai were poised to strike, awaiting to annihilate Japanese planes during their return flight. At this critical moment, Major Hayashida Toroko of the Japanese Kisarazu Air Group was circling over the simulated Nanjing City with 20 Type 96 land-based attack aircraft. Upon receiving the bombing order, the 20 warplanes rained heavy bombs upon the simulated city like dumplings dropping into boiling water. The thunderous rumbles of explosions echoed through Nanjing City. 20 enemy planes dropped all their bombs within a mere 10 minutes. Seeing the sky ablaze with flames at bomb impact sites, Hayata Lin Tianro, believed the mission accomplished. He cheerfully received return requests from squadrons and ordered their combat formation retreat. Yet fate's merciless twist arrived at this moment. As Hayata led his air fleet northeastward over the Yellow Sea towards Nagasaki, Japan, unexpected movement suddenly appeared on the distant horizon. Li Haotian decisively pressed the combat button. J-125 fighters Ling Yao and Ling O from Yuatai, like savage beasts leaping from hell's abyss, instantly took off and pierced into the combat zone within a blink. In the gloomy drizzle, the J-125 fighters' striking red August 1st insignia glowed with an eerie yet dazzling radiance. Before Hayata's eyes, this crimson hue burned like raging flames, instantly igniting his deepest fears. His pupils constricted violently, as if peering into an endless abyss within that emblem. As the J-125 screamed toward them, despair surged through Hayata like a tidal wave. His formerly steadfast confidence evaporated completely, leaving only terror-stricken eyes. darting helplessly. His mind went blank abruptly, as if time itself had ceased to flow. The crumbling of his once unshakable pride revealed raw, primal fear of impending doom. He desperately wrenched the control stick upward, trying to pull the fighter jet away from the terrifying threat, yet his body remained petrified. His lips trembled faintly, hands clenching the joystick until his knuckles whitened from the strain, but his frozen muscles could only watch in horror as the menacing J-Artu closed the distance. What kind of demon is this? The silent scream tore through Lin Tianru's mind, his throat constricted by invisible claws. His eyes remained locked on the J-Artu fighter, desperately seeking any flicker of escape route, yet the crimson insignia burned like the Reaper's summons, amplifying the primal terror coursing through his veins. When Unit 02's gravity field release command echoed through the air, the sky instantly darkened with roiling clouds. Twin streams of light connected head to tail, like a prison cage, trapping them mercilessly. Hayato felt unprecedented helplessness and despair, as if fate itself had seized him by the throat. This abrupt turn of events revealed their hopeless predicament, a death trap with no hope of survival. Profound despair flooded his heart as regret surged, regret for underestimating the enemy, regret for failing to detect this hidden lethal threat. He wanted to scream for help, to struggle free, but the window for salvation had already slammed shut. With a deafening roar, Hayatora's vision dissolved into blinding radiance before plunging into eternal darkness. In his final moments, primal fear of death intertwined with bitter regret over the catastrophe, forming his last conscious thought. In the command center, Li Haotian watched as the black dots vanished from the radar screen. He immediately ordered intelligent robots to collect battlefield data for upload. Guardian quadcopter drones swiftly ascended above the fort gates, conducting photographic reconnaissance across bombed zones. Within a mere minute, Li Haotian, General Tan Shengji, and many Voltron stood before the massive electronic screen, analyzing the uploaded intelligence from the drones. Statistics revealed a striking outcome. During the Japanese bombers' assault on the Nanjing simulation model, over a dozen of their own personnel fell victim to friendly fire. Yet among Nanjing's real population exceeding 500,000 residents, casualties from this simulated battle numbered only a handful. This operation emerged as a brilliantly orchestrated exemplar of Nanjing's defense, a technological and strategic masterstroke that highlighted the immense power unleashed by the convergence of technology and strategy, rewriting the rules of modern warfare through simulated ingenuity. Thunderstrike Qiankun Type 1 robot, Guardian power forged by technology. In those war-torn years of critical emergency, the Thunderstrike Qiankun Type Wu-4 robots LED by Li Haotian became the crucial protective force safeguarding Nanjing City. These high-tech robots possessed a series of astonishing special functions that enabled them to play incomparable roles in complex combat environments. Mysterious stealth capability. The stealth function of Thunderstrike Qiankun Type 1 robot was truly extraordinary. Based on advanced electromagnetic stealth technology, it utilized special electromagnetic wave-absorbing materials coating the robot's surface, working in coordination with internal stealth control systems. This configuration enabled real-time adjustment of the robot's electromagnetic wave reflection characteristics. When activating stealth mode, the robot would seem to dissolve into thin air, becoming almost completely indistinguishable from its surroundings. When facing reconnaissance by enemy agents or Japanese aerial surveillance, this stealth capability plays a vital role. Whether in visible light spectrum, infrared spectrum, or other common detection bands, the robot can effectively evade detection. It can stealthily approach targets undetected to conduct reconnaissance, sabotage, or rescue missions. For instance, when infiltrating enemy-occupied territory to gather intelligence, it utilizes its stealth function to bypass enemy sentries and patrols. After securing critical information, it retreats undetected, providing crucial support for subsequent strategic decisions while ensuring its own safety. Flexible and efficient flight capabilities. For flight propulsion, the Li Qiankun Type 1 robot is equipped with an advanced multimode propulsion system. During low-altitude flight, its dorsal duct fan engines activate, generating lift through powerful downward air jets. This enables the robot to maneuver nimbly between buildings. The duct fan design not only delivers stable thrust but also operates with remarkable quietness, significantly reducing detection risks during flight operations. When flying at high altitudes or needing to rapidly reach a location, the turbojet engines on both sides of the robot activate. At this point, the robot can achieve astonishing flight speeds, swiftly traversing long distances. En route to Ningbo Shikoshu Edo Mountain, When encountering emergencies like enemy aircraft interception or terrain obstacles, its flight capabilities prove invaluable, enabling it to escape danger or reach destinations at maximum velocity. The flight maneuverability proves exceptionally remarkable. Equipped with a high-precision attitude control system, the robot achieves 360-degree free rotation and steering. Whether navigating narrow canyons or weaving through urban skyscrapers, it deftly evades obstacles through agile aerial maneuvers, effortlessly adapting to complex flight environments. The devastating electron cannon. The electromagnetic cannon is a devastating weapon of the Thunderstrike Qiankun Type 1 robot. Its principle involves launching high-energy electromagnetic pulses to disrupt and destroy target electronic systems. Inside the cannon lies a high-energy density capacitor bank capable of storing massive electrical energy within milliseconds. Upon activation, this energy is instantaneously discharged, generating an intense electromagnetic pulse wave. This electromagnetic pulse wave possesses exceptional penetrative power, effectively jamming enemy radars, communication devices, and combat systems. When aimed at hostile aircraft, the cannon immediately disables their electronic navigation systems, communication arrays, and fire control radars, reducing them to headless flies devoid of combat capability, even causing direct crashes. While safeguarding Jinling Women's College of Liberal Arts and its surrounding areas, the electromagnetic cannon creates a defensive barrier that repels all enemy aircraft and electronic reconnaissance attacks. The enigmatic gravitational field. The gravity field manipulation capability stands as the Thunderstrike Qiankun 1 robot's ultimate defensive skill. It achieves protective effects by altering gravitational fields around the machine. Equipped with a specialized heavy matter generator, the robot produces high-density exotic substances that form a unique spatial field around its framework, warping localized gravitational conditions. When enemy artillery shells, missiles, or other ordnance approach the robot, their trajectories distort under anomalous gravity influence while velocity dramatically decreases. In extreme scenarios, projectiles may crash outright due to gravitational anomalies. This gravity-based defense not only safeguards the robot itself, but also provides reliable protection for surrounding friendly assets, personnel, critical installations, etc., ensuring security at vital locations. Another major function harnesses gravitational field undulations to literally teleport entire enemy forces back to their point of origin. Bolstered by its unique stealth capabilities, formidable flight prowess, devastating electron cannon, and miraculously effective gravity field manipulation, the Li Qiankun Type 1 mech has emerged as the linchpin in safeguarding Nanjing City. This technological colossus has injected a pivotal turning point and renewed hope into the resistance front. Nanjing 1937 Guardianship and Mission. August 16, 1937. Nanjing gasped beneath the haze of war. Acrid smoke permeated every street, while shattered buildings bore silent witness to the conflict's brutality. Yet amidst this devastation, a passionate movement was surging like wildfire. With unwavering support from Commander Tan Shengji, a special joint volunteer propaganda team operated across the city. Composed of military, propagandists, and professors from Jinling College, these patriots blazed through streets and alleys. Their rallying cries echoed through the ruins: eradicate Japanese collaborators, combat bandits, protect our homes and defend our nation, unite against foreign invaders. These clarion calls, resounding like temple bells, ignited the people's fighting spirit, forging an ironclad unity against the invaders. Since the first Japanese air raid on August 15, 1937, Nanjing descended into a nightmarish abyss. By December 12, within a mere 4 months, the city endured 118 aerial bombardments. The piercing wail of air raid sirens tore through the skies, each alarm heralding fresh terrors of death and destruction. Bomb explosions and raging fires relentlessly pounded the ancient city. Historical records reveal Japanese warplanes dropped a staggering 1,357 bombs, killing 430 civilians, severely injuring 528, and completely destroying 34 buildings totaling 1,607 rooms. Nanjing lay in ruins, its people trapped under the shadow of war, enduring unimaginable suffering as flames of conflict consumed their lives. In the newly established war room, the atmosphere hung so thick it could be run like water. Li Haotian, Tan Shengji, and many veterans sat solemnly around the table, their eyes riveted to the spread out maps and intelligence documents as they debated the perilous situation. Lin's brow furrowed deeply. He'd just received his field mission from the system, daunting yet charged with potential. His task: journey to Shuedo Mountain in Shiko, Ningbo to meet General Zhang Xueyang and his wife Yu Fengzi. He must persuade Yu to seek treatment at 416 Hospital, within Jinling Women's College to cure her breast cancer. After her recovery, he'd accompany her to America, assist her in stock trading success, and channel the profits into purchasing advanced weaponry for China's anti-Japanese forces. Witnessing the relentless devastation inflicted upon Nanjing by Japanese air raids, Li Haotian's heart was heavy with anguish and responsibility. This city embodied countless hopes and dreams he couldn't stand idle as the enemy ruthlessly trampled its spirit. After profound contemplation, he resolved to deploy 3 fully intelligent all-purpose humanoid combat robots from future technology. These mechanical guardians possessed transcendent intelligence and combat capabilities, capable of altering the tide at critical junctures. Stationing them at Jinling Women's College of Arts and Sciences, Lin transformed the academic sanctuary into a fortified bastion. The robots would safeguard both the institution and its protective energy dome, standing vigilant against saboteurs' schemes and bombers' onslaught from skies. At the same time, through advanced communication equipment, he ordered the J. a fully intelligent fighter jet stationed at Yuatai to conduct 24-hour uninterrupted patrols over Nanjing. The J. fighters resembled vigilant sentinels, carving authoritative trajectories across the sky. Armed with cutting-edge weapon systems and reconnaissance equipment, they remained perpetually ready to annihilate incoming enemies. The instant Japanese aircraft were detected, they could react with lightning speed, delivering devastating counterblows. Li Haotian solemnly entrusted Nanjing's defense to Tanshengji, Mini Vautrin, and the AI terminal. Witnessing the resolute determination in their eyes, his heart overflowed with trust. He believed their steadfast guardianship could preserve Nanjing's vital spark amidst overwhelming adversity, enduring until the dawn of victory. After completing all preparations, Li Haotian was about to embark on his journey to Shuedo Mountain in Shiko, Ningbo with the Leiji Qiankun Type 1. This weapon, his most formidable companion, contained immense power that could unleash astonishing might at critical moments. Though the path ahead stretched long and treacherous, thick with thorns, he advanced resolutely for the future of the nation, for the hopes of the country and its people. A single conviction burned in his heart, to successfully retrieve Madame Yu Fengzi by August 18th, securing a crucial step for that unknown yet pivotal mission. On the afternoon of August 16th, 1937, Nanjing City was scorched by the relentless sun. Temperatures oscillated between 31 degrees Celsius and 37 degrees Celsius, the air thick with suffocating muddiness and restlessness. People gasped laboriously through the sweltering streets, their clothes drenched in sweat that offered no relief from the pervasive heat. The entire city seemed trapped in a colossal steamer, every wisp of air saturated with unbearable summer intensity. Li Haotian stood in the dim room, his expression grave and eyes burning with unwavering resolve. He knew he was about to embark on a journey fraught with unknowns and dangers. Tomorrow, August 17th, he would travel to Zhang Shueyang guest house at Shuedo Mountain in Shiko, Ningbo, to meet with Yu Fengzi and escort her back to Hospital 416 for treatment. This mission was challenging under any circumstances, but in the tumultuous year of 1937, with its intricate web of political tensions, mortal peril could strike at any moment. Li Haotian took a deep breath and began preparing his equipment. The first thing that caught his eye was a Type 92 pistol. The handgun shimmered with a cold metallic gleam under the light, its streamlined frame adorned with intricate textures on the grip both familiar and reassuring. Lin picked up the firearm, his practiced hands checking the magazine, safety, and trigger with mechanical precision. His fingers glided along the steel surface as if conducting a silent conversation with this old companion. This Type 92 had accompanied him through countless perilous missions, every trigger pull symbolizing life or death decisions. In the impending journey, it would once again become his most loyal ally, offering both immediate defense and decisive offensive capability. Putting down the pistol, Li Haotian slung the Type 85 5.8mm sniper rifle across his back. The rifle's barrel stretched long and straight, its scope glinting sharply in the sunlight. Lin adjusted the scope's focus meticulously, his fingers tracing the junction between stock and receiver to ensure every component was battle-ready. With formidable power, extended range, and surgical precision, this Type 85 could deliver decisive blows at critical moments. Lin knew well the journey to Shuedo Mountain might bring unpredictable enemies and dangers crawling from every shadow. This rifle would become his extended claw, his long-range guardian angel. He visualized himself camouflaged in mountain foliage, crosshairs painting death on distant targets, trigger squeeze answered by the satisfying thought of enemy bodies hitting dirt. Though he prayed it wouldn't come to bloodshed, The rifle's weight against his spine whispered reassurance, a steel-clad promise of survival should hell break loose. When slinging the water bottle filled with drinking water across his shoulder, Li Haotian felt its substantial weight. In this scorching heat, water was the very essence of life. He knew this bottle would become particularly precious when facing potential water shortages during his journey. The bottle's sturdy, durable material and excellent seal ensured minimal risk of leakage. Lin gave it an encouraging pat, as if psyching himself up. He visualized the satisfying relief of cool water soothing his parched throat, a visceral motivation to keep moving forward. Yet he also understood water's vital role extended beyond personal thirst. In emergencies, it could prove critical for treating injuries and sustaining lives. Next, Li Haotian stuffed his satchel with beef jerky and compressed biscuits. Though simple, these foods were packed with energy, providing essential nutritional support when regular meals were unavailable. The beef jerky exuded a rich, savory aroma, while the rock-hard compressed biscuits contained tremendous caloric density. He placed them into the bag piece by piece, methodically organizing each piece. He knew food was non-negotiable for wilderness survival. On the journey to Shuedo Mountain, unexpected situations might prevent timely resupply. These provisions would become his lifeline in crisis, fueling both the physical strength and mental focus needed to complete his mission. In addition to this standard equipment, accompanying Li Haotian on his journey is a unique companion, the fully intelligent black and white light energy assault drone, Thunderstrike Cosmos Type 1 Titanium Alloy Combat Mech. This mechanical warrior stands silently in the corner of the room, exuding an aura of icy mystique. Its futuristic design features gleaming titanium alloy armor with metallic luster, streamlined contours that flow with technological elegance, every angle embodying a harmonious fusion of power and velocity. Li Haotian approached the machine warrior and gave its shoulder a gentle pat. The Thunderstrike Qiankun Type 1 immediately responded, its ocular sensors flickering with blue light as it scanned Lin's biometric data. Its voice rang crisp and mechanical. "Master, all systems operational. Ready for deployment." Lin nodded solemnly, stating, "This mission's no walk in the park. We must ensure Madame Yufengzi's safety while anticipating every possible threat. No slip-ups allowed." The mechanized warrior answered resolutely, "Rest assured, Master. I will exhaust all protocols to safeguard you and the principal target." This mechanized warrior boasts a formidable weapon system. It is equipped with an electro-cannon whose pitch-black and fathomless muzzle appears capable of devouring all existence. When activated, powerful electrical currents converge instantaneously, firing devastating electron beams that can obliterate enemy fortifications and armaments within moments. Moreover, it wields gravitational field wave technology, an extraordinarily advanced innovation. Under enemy assault, the war machine can activate gravitational field waves within seconds, transporting adversaries through wormholes back to their origin point. This technology not only effectively neutralizes hostile attacks but also prevents unnecessary casualties, standing as an ideal combat solution. Li Haotian double-checked all equipment again, ensuring nothing was overlooked. His gaze swept across the room filled with gear and the machine warriors at his side, a mix of nervousness and anticipation churning within him. The source of his nervousness lay in the imminent journey. A path fraught with unknowns and dangers, where unpredictable enemies and obstacles awaited. The wellspring of his anticipation arose from unshakable belief that he and the Thunderstrike Qiankun Type 1 would complete their mission, safely returning Yufengzi to 416 Hospital. The sky gradually darkened, and the city of Nanjing appeared exceptionally tranquil in the afterglow of sunset. However, Li Haotian knew this serenity was merely the brief calm before the storm. When the sun rose tomorrow, he would embark on his journey to face unknown challenges. Taking a deep breath, he turned off the room light and lay on the bed, closing his eyes to recharge his energy during these final moments of peace, preparing thoroughly for the impending adventure. In the darkness, visions of Yufengzi flickered incessantly in his mind alongside the weight of his mission. Silently he vowed, no matter what difficulties arose, he must complete the task, protect Yufengzi at all costs, and ensure she received timely medical treatment. At 16:48 on August 16th, Li Haotian's phone screen abruptly erupted with a blinding light. This radiance was unlike ordinary illumination, resembling more of a mysterious signal from cosmic depths that carried indescribable energy, projecting the super system's information precisely before his eyes. The names Shao Sanlin and Mini Vautrin on the recommendation list blazed like meteors hurtling through dark firmament, dazzling and awe-inspiring. The world Li Haotian inhabited was a hyper-realistic simulation model of Nanjing City. This construct transcended mere virtual recreation, integrating cutting-edge quantum computing, holographic projection, and consciousness-linking technologies to near-perfectly replicate every 1937 Nanjing detail and atmospheric nuance. Currently enshrouded in ink-thick haze, the simulated Nanjing endured Japanese air raids like a perpetual nightmare, this ancient capital being dragged into an abyss without end. Li Haotian stood resolutely on an elevated ground in Nanjing City, the earth beneath his feet quivering faintly from distant explosions. He gazed affectionately at this simulated land imbued with boundless effort and emotion, yet wherever his eyes traveled revealed scenes akin to a living hell. On the horizon, Japanese bombers swept across the sky like steel-plated birds of prey, their deafening roar and piercing shriek tearing at the firmament as if to rend the very fabric of the sky. As the warplanes approached, air raid sirens erupted instantly across the simulated Nanjing City. Their shrill, unearthly wail, reminiscent of banshees' howls from hell's depths, pierced every eardrum unimpeded, violently awakening humanity's most primal fears. On the streets, the crowd began an orderly stampede. The elderly, women, and children supported each other, their hurried footsteps echoing with panic and helplessness in their eyes, desperate to find safe shelter. The blaring of car horns, the whinnying of carriage horses, and the desperate shouts of people intertwined, composing a symphony of despair and tragic grandeur. At the gates of Jinling Women's College of Liberal Arts, an endless queue had already formed. Clutching the fragile hope of survival, people waited anxiously to enter what was perceived as an absolutely safe space. Every face was etched with visceral fear of death and primal longing for life. Just as the massive enemy aircraft were returning from bombing the simulated Nanjing City, they were all annihilated during their return journey by J-1 fully intelligent attack fighters stationed at Yuatai and Thunderstrike champion robotic warriors defending Jinling Women's College of Arts and Sciences. This mysterious case appeared in the top-secret documents of the Japanese Military Research Institute from August 15 to December 12, 1937. Not a single Type 96 attack aircraft dispatched to bomb Nanjing returned from their missions. This enigma remains unsolved to this day. The skyscrapers in the simulated city stood unyielding under the Japanese forces' merciless air raids. A relentless downpour of bombs cascaded earthward, each detonation unleashing violent tremors that threatened to erase the entire metropolis from the map. The ancient city walls, weathered through centuries yet once deemed impregnable, now bore simulated fissures under sustained artillery bombardment like an elderly person clinging to life, enduring unimaginable agony. Buildings near the blast zones were instantly reduced to smoldering ruins, where raging infernos devoured the wreckage and towering plumes of black smoke ascended like dark demons, blotting out the sky with suffocating finality. In the heart of the city, within government institutions and military command posts, the atmosphere was stretched to its breaking point. Xiao Sanlin, the general bearing the weight of Nanjing's air defense, now anchored himself at the military police headquarters, fully engrossed in coordinating defense operations. His furrowed brow and piercing gaze radiated ironclad resolve, the kind forged through absolute dedication to duty and relentless pursuit of victory. He keenly understood that each life under his command, every structure's survival, hung on his decisions that would determine Nanjing's fate. Alternating between radio commands to bolster anti-aircraft firepower and systematic directives for evacuating critical supplies and classified documents, his commanding voice cut through the command center's chaos. Brothers, behind us stand the people of Nanjing, our own flesh and blood. As long as we stand, our positions hold. We must not let the Japanese forces' schemes prevail. His eyes burned like torches, casting solemn vows across this war-torn city, while Xiao Sanlin draws breath. Not one Japanese boot shall desecrate Nanjing's soil. Meanwhile, Minnie Vautrin was rushing through the halls of the city school. This foreign missionary, who had crossed the oceans to educate and aid China's poor, now stood resolute amidst raging warfare and mortal peril. With children's lives hanging in the balance, she transformed the campus into an emergency shelter, herding terrified youngsters into basement chambers, where they stared wide-eyed at the blazing crimson sky outside, tiny bodies trembling with terror. Vautrin moved like a guardian angel through the huddled masses, weaving tales of courage and hope in velvety tones that wrapped around the children like protective mantles. Her eyes burned with unyielding resolve, a dual flame of reverence for life and unshakable faith in tomorrow. Every fiber of her being understood the precariousness, not just her own mortality, but the fragile futures of these innocent souls quivering before her. Through sheer willpower, she became human armor against the chaos outside, using every resource at her disposal to carve out a fragile sanctuary beneath the storm of steel and fire. With her wealth of social and organizational experience, Miss Vautrin devoted herself to coordinating rescue operations and evacuation efforts across various parties. Amidst the chaos, she moved like an untiring angel, shuttling tirelessly between organizations, maintaining order and soothing panic through sheer force of will. Her presence became a beacon of solace and hope for countless citizens who had lost homes and loved ones in the bombings, a warm ray of sunlight piercing through the darkness. As Li Haotian witnessed these devastating scenes unfold, the towering figures of General Tan, Su Wanqing, and Li Haotian came into sharp focus, bearers of solemn mission stepping forward resolutely. He knew with crystalline clarity, the time had come to leave behind the simulated city he'd poured his soul into, and embark on a perilous mission fraught with uncertainties. In this critical juncture, Su Wanqing and Li Haotian would stand as pillars of strength, protecting Nanjing, living beacons of hope shining through the storm for its terrified populace. At this moment, the city sky was choked with smoke and ablaze with fire, as if the apocalypse had descended. Yet amidst this boundless darkness and despair, General Tan, Su Wanqing, and Li Haotian shone like three beacons of radiance, illuminating Nanjing's path forward and granting its people the courage and strength to persevere. Li Haotian held unwavering faith even at tremendous cost. These defenders would preserve Nanjing's dignity and hope beneath the Japanese army's frenzied assaults and through the protection of intelligent mechanized warriors. Li Haotian took a deep breath. The air was thick with the acrid sting of gunpowder and the choking reek of charred remains. He was about to embark on a mission into uncharted peril, yet his heart burned with steely resolve. For he knew behind him in Nanjing stood titans like General Tan, Su Wanqing, and Li Haotian. These guardians would hold this city at all costs, defending every brick until time itself shattered. And he, on distant battlefields, would carve his own legend through fire and blood. For the nation's dignity. For Nanjing's tomorrow. For the undying light of hope that no darkness could extinguish. The Japanese air raids continued relentlessly during these 4 months, as Nanjing groaned under the relentless baptism of artillery fire. Yet amidst the chaos and despair, a glimmer of hope began to rise like dawn, embodied by the indomitable force that Su Wanqing and Li Haotian were about to unleash. And the unwavering conviction burning in Li Haotian's heart. This conviction blazed like an inferno amidst the war flames, growing fiercer with each bombardment, illuminating the darkness, dispelling fear, and filling people with the courage to conquer unimaginable horrors and the iron resolve to survive. On August 17, 1937, as dusk stealthily enveloped the earth, the clock hands crept toward 1758. In the grand tapestry of history, this moment might seem insignificant, drowned in the torrents of monumental events. Yet for Li Haotian, the gears of fate began their inexorable turn here, unveiling a magnificent and unparalleled odyssey that would transcend time. Li Haotian stood in a concealed and enigmatic location, facing the CIS-5 truck freshly borrowed from the super system. The vehicle rested in solemn stillness, exuding an unpretentious yet formidable aura. This was no ordinary truck. Over the next 2 decades, it would prove its mettle across Soviet soil, ultimately becoming the most celebrated medium-duty truck in the USSR's industrial chronicles. Every inch of the GIS-5 truck radiates extraordinary performance. With a road payload capacity of 3 tons, it can steadily carry 2.5 tons even on rugged dirt roads. When deployed for troop transport, it becomes a formidable asset for military mobility, capable of transporting 25 fully armed, high-spirited soldiers in a single trip. Dimensionally, its 6.06-meter length resembles a coiled steel dragon ready to spring. The 2.23-meter width and 2.16-meter height, planted firmly on the earth, exudes unwavering solidity. The 3.81-meter wheelbase, combined with a 1.54-meter front track and 1.67-meter rear track, creates an optimal weight distribution that enhances stability during operation. Turning to its powertrain core, an inline 6-cylinder water-cooled engine pulsates like a powerful beating heart. With a bore of 101.6 mm, stroke of 114.3 mm, and displacement of 5.55 liters, it delivers 73 horsepower, achieves maximum rotation at 2,400 rpm, and generates peak torque of 285 Nm. Mated to this powerhouse is a 4 forward 1 reverse gear transmission system, complemented by a dry double-plate clutch, 4-speed gearbox, dual-stage final drive, and mechanical braking mechanisms. Emerging during war-torn years when industrial technology remained underdeveloped, the CIS-5 truck shone like a brilliant star in automotive engineering, an embodiment of cutting-edge innovation and unwavering reliability that illuminated its era. At that time, the smoke of the July 7th incident had just cleared, plunging the Chinese nation into a life-and-death crisis. The Soviet Union, a distant yet friendly nation, swiftly extended its helping hand. In January 1938, merely months after the July 7th incident and even before the formal signing of the Sino-Soviet Military Aviation Agreement, the Soviet government demonstrated unwavering support. The generously gifted China 500 ZS-5 3.5-ton trucks, each vehicle overflowing with hope, loaded with over 1,500 tons of gasoline China had purchased from the Soviets. This mighty convoy embarked from the Soviet Union, traversing the ancient postal roads of Xinjiang and weathering the arduous journey into Gansu. Like an ironclad lifeline, it pumped precious lifeblood into China's embattled war of resistance. On February 7th of the same year, the Sino-Soviet Military Aviation Agreement was formally signed. This landmark agreement inaugurated a new chapter of large-scale Soviet assistance to China. Subsequently, the Soviet Union provided China with multiple substantial loans, enabling China to purchase Soviet-made weapons, equipment, and military supplies at favorable prices. Among these diverse aid materials, the ZS-5 trucks stood out prominently in staggering quantities. From 1937 to 1942, the Soviet Union supplied China with 1,526 vehicles of various types, among which ZS-5 trucks accounted for no fewer than 1,000 units. The third Soviet aid contract to China on March 22, 1938, explicitly documented an order for 400 ZS-5 trucks. After the ZS-5 trucks entered China, they were affectionately called war trucks by locals. This nickname hides an intriguing story. Originally, these Soviet trucks that transported military supplies would carry Chinese wool back to repay debts during their return trips. As wool transportation volumes increased, a dedicated wool washing factory was established in Lanzhou. These trucks traversed the vast lands of China, not only delivering supplies to the front lines of the war of resistance but also building a unique bridge for economic trade. When the Chinese military adopted these 5 trucks, their mobility saw significant enhancement. During the Battle of Kunlun Pass, China's motorized infantry regiments were primarily equipped with ZS-5 and ZS-6 trucks. On the battlefield, the ZS-5 trucks earned unanimous praise from soldiers as they navigated through hails of bullets, leveraging their simple structure, ease of maintenance, and high reliability, ultimately becoming an indispensable battlefield asset. After having everything in order, Li Haotian returned to the war room with a sense of mission. The atmosphere hung heavy with tension. General Tang Xinji sat with furrowed brows, Director Mini Vautrin's eyes were clouded with worry, and General Shao Shenli wore a stern expression. The trio were engaged in a heated discussion about the recently uncovered Japanese spy case. When discussing the Japanese spy case, one cannot avoid mentioning Huang Jun, the notorious traitor from the Republic of China era. Huang Jun demonstrated exceptional intelligence from childhood, boasting an impressive resume. However, his life trajectory gradually deviated from the right path amidst extravagant living. Wallowing in debauchery, he indulged in dancing girls and frequented brothels and taverns, losing himself in sensual pleasures. This decadent lifestyle made him a prime target for Japanese spies. Faced with immense monetary temptations, he betrayed his nation's principles and sold his soul. He leaked the nationalist government's defense plans for blockading the Yangtze River to Japan, enabling Japanese warships to retreat unscathed. At the critical moment of implementing the Jiangyin River blockade operation, his espionage acted like a malignant tumor, causing the plan to collapse and allowing Japanese warships to escape. Later investigations into the leak of Chiang Kai-shek's whereabouts and other military intelligence breaches finally exposed the heinous deeds of Huang Jun and his son. On August 26, 1937, they were executed according to law, making Huang Jun the first high-ranking collaborator executed during the anti-Japanese war. While his death elicited public jubilation, it also sounded an alarm. Internal betrayals often prove more terrifying than external enemies. Li Haotian listened quietly to the entire account of the case, fury and anxiety surging like tidal waves within him. He knew all too well that during these arduous years of the war of resistance, while engaging in bloody battles against Japanese forces on the front lines, the crucial task of purging internal traitors demanded immediate action. With grave solemnity, he proposed to the three-person committee a nationwide campaign, a sweeping movement to eradicate collaborators and crush local despots. His eyes blazing with resolute determination, Li Haotian declared fervently, "Gentlemen, we cannot rest content with merely cracking this single spy case. Japanese infiltrators collude with domestic profiteers and local tyrants, festering like malignant tumors within our nation's body that constantly erode our resistance strength. We must ignite a people's movement. Let every Chinese citizen rise in action from every street and community, every school courtyard to the remotest village lane, unleashing tidal forces to purge Japanese collaborators and eliminate unscrupulous merchants and oppressive bullies." In the streets, residents spontaneously organized themselves into patrol teams. They patrolled day and night, keeping close watch over every movement around them. Upon spotting suspicious individuals, they would immediately report them to the local police station. Elderly residents gathered to discuss recent anomalies in the neighborhood. Even a stranger's questionable inquiry would be meticulously documented. Children no longer engaged in naive play, having received patriotic education at school where they learned to identify traitorous behaviors. After class, they became pint-sized propagandists, spreading anti-traitor information through alleys and lanes as part of the purification campaign. In the community, eye-catching posters were plastered everywhere, vividly depicting the heinous deeds of traitors and bearing bold slogans "Eradicate traitors." Community cadres went door to door, emphasizing the crucial importance of rooting out collaborators and bullies while encouraging residents to courageously report suspicious elements around them. Each neighborhood installed reporting boxes where residents could anonymously expose wrongdoers without fear of retaliation. The atmosphere suddenly became charged with both tension and hope, as everyone worked collectively to purify their homeland. Within school walls, teachers seamlessly wove the theme of eliminating traitors and tyrants into daily instruction. In history classes, they recounted tales of ancient collaborators, laying bare the destructive consequences of betrayal. During Chinese lessons, students channeled their fervor into passionate essays, their ink condemning treachery while celebrating national pride. The institution further ignited this spirit through oratory competitions, where young voices rose in fervent speeches, rallying peers to join the purification campaign. Patriotic echoes resounded across campus as this new generation matured amidst the movement, their shoulders gradually straightening to bear the weight of historic responsibility. In the countryside, farmers laid down their hoes and took up arms. They formed self-defense militias to stand guard over their villages. During ordinary days, they toiled in the fields while keeping vigilant watch for strangers. Upon detecting suspicious signs, they would immediately sound the guns to alert the entire village, prompting swift mobilization. In agricultural off-seasons, they gathered to learn how to identify traitors and protect their homeland. Every village path and stretch of farmland transformed into battlefields against infiltrators. This sweeping campaign to eliminate traitors and tyrants spread nationwide like a raging inferno. It not only crippled Japanese military spy networks but also purified the social atmosphere, uniting the people's resistance strength. Every participant became an unsung hero of the war, contributing their power to defend the motherland. From remote hamlets to bustling towns, the movement forged an iron wall of popular resistance. Li Haotian's loaned GS-5 truck, like a single drop in the torrent of the war of resistance, appeared insignificant yet proved indispensable. Carrying vital supplies through war-torn lands, it became a mobile lifeline sustaining resistance forces at the front lines. His proposed campaign to purge traitors resonated like a clarion call, igniting patriotic fervor across the nation, a crucial initiative that maintained internal stability and consolidated anti-Japanese forces during those turbulent years. In this extraordinary era, whether manifested through a humble truck or a sweeping counter-espionage movement, these elements poignantly embodied the Chinese people's indomitable resolve and unyielding national spirit. Together, they composed an epic tableau of resistance, leaving a vivid brushstroke in the annals of history that continues to blaze with undimmed intensity. 1937 marked a critical juncture for the Chinese nation's survival. In that fateful year, Nanjing, the ancient capital bearing China's profound history and brilliant civilization, endured unprecedented suffering and devastation. Yet amidst this darkness, a fervent and impassioned campaign to purge traitors and eliminate tyrants erupted within the city walls, blazing like constellations across the night sky to illuminate Nanjing's path forward. August 17, 1848, a moment etched in history. The city of Nanjing seemed ignited by an invisible force as General Tan's resolute decision launched a righteous campaign to eliminate traitors, purge local tyrants, and crack down on unscrupulous grain merchants. Renowned for his valor and fortitude, General Tan embodied the unyielding backbone of China's sons and daughters as the nation teetered on the brink of peril. With Japanese forces in relentless advance, their iron heels of invasion poised to trample Nanjing, he knew survival demanded uniting the city's strength. Only through solidarity could they resist foreign aggression and defend their homeland. Under General Tan's command, a force combining law enforcement inspectors and patriotic propaganda teams swiftly took shape. This contingent not only gathered elite forces from General Tan's command, but also secured support from MS Mini Vautrin. MS Mini Vautrin, an extraordinary international ally, spearheaded teacher-student patriotic propaganda units that penetrated every corner of Nanjing city, their voices igniting patriotic fervor in every citizen's heart through the urban labyrinths. This campaign to purge traitors and eradicate tyrants swept through Nanjing like a swift and relentless storm. Citizens were ablaze with patriotic fervor, the entire city transformed into a militia force united against foreign invaders. From silver-haired elders to wide-eyed children still bearing youthful innocence, all demonstrated an iron-willed spirit of resistance. They engaged with fervent participation, each contributing their strength to root out collaborators and aggressors lurking in urban shadows, leaving them no refuge to hide. Yet this righteous struggle faced treacherous currents. Japanese espionage activities ran rampant in occupied Nanjing, phantom shadows haunting the city's darkest corners as they gathered intelligence to fuel imperial ambitions. These spy dens operated through meticulous hierarchies, backed by formidable networks linking directly to Japan's army general staff, master spies, and ultranationalist factions weaving a vast and intricate spy web that ensnared the city. Organization and background of Japanese intelligence agencies. Operations of core agencies. In this invisible warfare, Japan's Nakano School and Continental Ronin played pivotal roles. As an intelligence organ directly under the Imperial Japanese Army General Staff Office, the Nakano School specialized in training operatives who infiltrated every echelon of Chinese military political systems through sophisticated disguises. These rigorously trained agents mastered various intelligence gathering and transmission techniques, becoming the backbone of Japan's espionage network. Toban Shoin, the Japanese Spy Academy in Shanghai, perpetrated covert operations under the guise of academic research. Through its Chinese language and cultural programs, it systematically cultivated generations of intelligence operatives fluent in Chinese dialects and well-versed in societal dynamics. Graduates were deployed across China, including Nanjing, conducting intelligence reconnaissance and subversive activities. The Black Dragon Society and the Genyosha stood as the elite among Japan's right-wing organizations. Their members frequently infiltrated strategic locations like Nanjing under the guise of merchants or journalists, collecting intelligence on terrain, troop deployments, and fortifications. Through clandestine operations, they provided crucial information support for Japan's aggressive military campaigns. The influence of key figures. Among numerous Japanese operatives, Yasukazu Aizawa emerged as a particularly conspicuous figure. As a Japanese army intelligence chief, he directly orchestrated infiltration operations in Nanjing. Under his command, Japanese espionage networks thrived like fish in water within the city, rapidly expanding their reach. By recruiting turncoat Chinese officers and stealing military intelligence, they created unprecedented advantages for the Japanese invasion forces. Yoshiko Nanzo, this woman, who left numerous mysteries in Chinese history, is even regarded by some as a legendary figure among Japanese spies. Although her true identity and deeds remain controversial in certain aspects, the narrative of her conducting espionage activities in China has become widely circulated folklore. It's said she repeatedly infiltrated strategic locations like Nanjing, gathering critical intelligence that provided substantial support for Japan's invasion operations. Then there was Yoshiko Kawashima. Though her primary operational area was in North China, the intelligence network she established indirectly influenced Nanjing and surrounding regions. These key figures, functioning like nodal points in Japan's spy network, tightly connected various espionage cells, collectively forming a massive and intricate intelligence system. Key operational domains of Nanjing's espionage activities in 1937. Military reconnaissance and sabotage. Map surveying and fortifications were one of the key focus areas for Japanese spies in Nanjing. These agents cunningly disguised themselves as surveyors or tourists, seizing every opportunity to infiltrate the city. Armed with professional surveying tools, they meticulously documented the locations and dimensions of military installations including city walls, artillery positions, and roads, providing precise coordinates for Japanese airstrikes and siege operations. In Nanjing's ancient city steeped in history, the Ming Dynasty city walls, silent witnesses to centuries, became prime targets for espionage. The spies sought to identify structural vulnerabilities by studying the wall's construction and defensive features, preparing strategic breakthroughs for Japanese military assaults. They stopped at nothing to gather every piece of actionable intelligence, relaying critical information back to Japanese command to bolster invasion plans. Political infiltration and assassination. The covert nature and destructive impact of espionage within the nationalist government profoundly influenced the situation in Nanjing and across China. The exposure of the Huang case struck like a boulder hurled into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the political landscape. Huang Jun, a former high-ranking official, succumbed to Japanese bribes of wealth and power, transforming into a despicable traitor. His leak of defense intelligence about the Jiangning fortress along the Yangtze River directly undermined China's naval blockade strategy, critically weakening the nation's defensive capabilities during the early stages of the War of Resistance. Simultaneously, secret agents attempted to assassinate key Chinese leaders, aiming to decapitate the resistance leadership. The specter of assassinations loomed over Nanjing, casting grave peril over the war effort. Yet Chinese counterintelligence agencies like the Military Statistics Bureau responded swiftly, successfully cracking the Huangjun case and other espionage networks, effectively thwarting Japanese sabotage operations through timely interventions. 3. Social infiltration and public opinion manipulation. During the anti-Japanese war in Nanjing, Japanese espionage organizations meticulously orchestrated propaganda campaigns to control societal consciousness and undermine China's resistance efforts. They bribed influential media outlets such as Xinhao Xinminbao Xinhao, leveraging biased news reporting to instill public pessimism about the war's outcome and foster panic. These compromised media outlets blatantly disregarded facts, exaggerating the Japanese military's invincibility and China's weakness to erode public morale. Their reports distorted reality, amplified falsehoods, and even fabricated rumors to mislead readers, steering perceptions toward a warped narrative. 3. Chinese counterintelligence and countermeasures. Operations of the Military Statistics Bureau, Zhutong, and Central Statistics Bureau, Zongtong. In the face of Japanese spies' rampant activities, the Chinese side responded swiftly. The Military Statistics Bureau (LED) by Daily demonstrated unwavering resolve and formidable operational efficiency. They deployed elite agents to infiltrate Nanjing, successfully establishing a special operations unit that engaged Japanese intelligence agencies in a covert war of wits. In this spy-infested city of Nanjing, the Military Statistics Bureau's Special Operations Unit stood like a razor-sharp sword ready to be unsheathed. Through diverse intelligence methods, they maintained round-the-clock surveillance over Japanese agents' every move. Through numerous perilous operations, these operatives risked their lives to gather and transmit intelligence on Japanese spies, effectively containing their activities and preventing wanton sabotage. Civilian vigilance and costs. The Nanjing municipal government's implementation of household registration controls and curfews served as wartime measures to maintain social order. These policies significantly curbed Japanese spy infiltration and thwarted traitors' covert operations, thereby safeguarding civilian security. However, the complexity of history lies in its refusal to conform to simplistic black-and-white narratives. Amidst this rigorous security operation, tragic incidents occurred. The Japanese invasion had plunged Nanjing into such intense tension that misjudgments and wrongful convictions became frequent. Ordinary citizens, particularly Japanese expatriates disoriented by war panic, were sometimes mistaken for spies under various circumstances, suffering unjust accusations. 4. Historical evidence and controversies. The shock of concrete cases. The exposure of Huangjun's espionage case became a landmark revelation of Japanese 特务, intelligence agent, conspiracies during the War of Resistance. National government archives, Dai Li's memoirs, and documents from Japan's defense ministry collectively formed irrefutable evidence exposing Japanese 特务as nefarious activities in Nanjing. These records not only unveil the Japanese intelligence apparatus schemes, but more importantly, highlight the Chinese people's ingenuity and strength during the resistance. The cracking of Huangjun's case demonstrated the exceptional capabilities of counterintelligence agencies like the Military Statistics Bureau, leaving invaluable operational legacies for future generations of spycraft prevention. Reflections on controversies and enigmas. Yet within the torrent of history, lingering myths and disputes remain. The true identity of Yanko Mimino stands as a long-debated enigma. In Chinese historical records, she is depicted as a mysterious woman who orchestrated multiple assassination plots, yet her trail vanishes entirely within Japanese archives. The controversy over internal collaborators during the defense of Nanjing reminds us of history's complexity. In those war-torn years, truths were often veiled by the fog of battle demanding our most rigorous analysis and scrutiny. Cinematic works and historical memory. Artistic interpretations in film. Films like Xinhao Nanjing, Xinhao recreate wartime espionage and traitor roles through stark artistic lenses. These works viscerally expose the brutality and desperation of the Nanjing defense. Perpetuating historical remembrance. Historical lessons such as the Huangjun incident still hold profound cautionary significance today. They underscore that only through constant vigilance, strengthened national development, and ethnic unity can a nation establish its footing on the international stage and resist all foreign aggression and provocation. Overall, the 1937 Nanjing campaign to eliminate traitors and local tyrants and Japanese espionage activities remain indelible chapters in that historical period. Through these struggles, we gain deeper insight into the indomitable spirit of the Chinese nation and cherish peace and prosperity even more profoundly. At 1918 on August 17, 1937, Nanjing's largest square, Zinjiku Square, hosted a solemn and grand assembly honoring heroes. Citizens from all walks of life gathered here with reverence and excitement, creating an atmosphere both austere and fervent. Attendees included Li Haotian, Mini Vautrin, president of Jinling Women's College, Tang Shengji, commander of Nanjing Garrison, Bai Chongxi, chief of staff of the Military Commission, He Yingqin, minister of military administration, and Su Wanqing, director of the Military Operations Department. The assembly commenced with a solemn recollection of the Battle of Shanghai that had shocked the world merely 5 days prior. This devastating conflict erupted in Shanghai on August 12, surpassing all imaginable scales of brutality. The nationalist forces mobilized over 800,000 elite troops, while the Japanese army assembled 250,000 soldiers. Shanghai, engulfed in the flames of war, became the crucible where Chinese and Japanese forces clashed with unprecedented intensity. When speaking of the Battle of Shanghai, people's expressions overflow with reverence and pride. This decisive engagement saw Chinese soldiers forge an ironclad Great Wall with their flesh and blood, completely shattering the Japanese army's arrogant plan to conquer China within 3 months. Behind the colossal smoke of war, the fearless valor and tenacious resistance of Chinese soldiers stand like immortal monuments carved into historical memory, inspiring generations of Chinese descendants to strive tirelessly for national dignity and the rejuvenation of their people. In this pivotal battle, special tribute must be paid to our Air Force heroes. Carrying fervent love for their homeland and righteous hatred toward the invaders, they flung themselves into the fray without hesitation, defending the skies of their motherland with their very lives. That was a chapter of history brimming with fervor and passion. The August 15th Battle of Huangpu River remains vividly etched in memory. At 7 a.m., 5 Kosei bombers led by Captain Su Wanqing of the 35th Air Force Squadron became China's first warplanes to appear over Shanghai that day, soaring from Jianqiao Airfield in Hangzhou. The aerial spectacle unfolded dramatically. These aircraft navigated through cloud gaps and dense Japanese anti-aircraft fire like small boats braving stormy seas, constantly threatened with being engulfed. Yet they resolutely dove toward the Gongda cotton mill, known as the Japanese arsenal. Instantly, explosions erupted. Smoke billowed and flames shot skyward as the Japanese armory detonated in chain reactions, each thunderous blast serving as both the Chinese air forces' resounding reply to invaders and the defiant roar of Chinese soldiers' unyielding will. The blazing inferno not only illuminated Shanghai's skies, but also ignited the flame of resistance in the hearts of the Chinese people. Our 3 aircraft followed the railway from Hangzhou to Shanghai, flying so low that the clouds nearly scraped our wings. Upon reaching Shanghai, artillery shells from the Huangpu River came whistling toward us. Whoosh! 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 I jerked into a sharp turn and dove into the clouds. When we emerged, all our bombs rained down on the Gongda cotton mill. Pilot Jiang Xianxiang's voice still carried the fervor and resolve of that day as he recounted the scene. His words transported listeners back to that era of raging warfare, making the palpable tension and peril of the battle vivid to all. Under such grueling conditions, they executed one seemingly impossible attack after another, relying on exceptional flying skills and dauntless courage. Deputy Captain Zhang Jingfu of the 9th Squadron led 3 Hawk 3 fighters from Jianqiao to Chaoyi when they were ambushed by Type Batibei carrier-based bombers mid-flight. Pilot Zhang Guangyun, a graduate of the 5th class of the Central Aviation Academy, charged into the enemy formation in his Shrike aircraft, a plane ill-suited for aerial combat, with no regard for his own safety, resolved to achieve righteousness through sacrifice. His gunfire turned every enemy plane into moving aerial targets. Even when his aircraft was struck and the cockpit filled with smoke, he fearlessly bailed out and pulled his parachute cord. Landing dazed in a farmland, his retroactive fear only surfaced upon learning his plane remained intact, his body racked with pain. This embodiment of valor, prioritizing attacks over self-preservation at life's precipice, crystallizes the Chinese soldier's sacred duty and unflinching responsibility through action. Tan Yuanyang, Yang Xinhua, and Wang Guangning, who took off from Chaoyi Airport to engage in combat, also radiated fearless courage. Upon detecting enemy aircraft beneath the clouds, Wang Guangning tactically coordinated with Tan Yuanyang, executing a flanking maneuver that downed an enemy plane, etching a valiant chapter of aerial collaboration. In aerial warfare, team coordination proves paramount. Their seamless tactical synergy not only demonstrated individual heroism, but more crucially manifested the collective wisdom and combat prowess of China's Air Force. The 6th Air Force Group stationed in Chuxian, Anhui Province, also participated in the bombing operation targeting the Japanese military headquarters in Shanghai. Squadron leader Yang Hongding led 6 warplanes to Shanghai, with most bombs hitting their targets and inflicting heavy casualties on Japanese forces. During this mission, overseas Chinese pilot Niu Xingyu and his comrade Wang Hongyan piloted aircraft 3102. Tragically, Pilot Ni Haotian was struck in the head by enemy artillery fire during the operation, heroically sacrificing his life on the spot at just over 20 years old. Born in Xinhuan, Guangdong, and a graduate of Class A of the 6th term at Guangdong Aviation School, Ni Haotian's brief life radiated its most dazzling brilliance in this historic battle. Through tears of grief and indignation, Wang Hongyan managed to fly the plane back to Chuxian. Their deeds resonate through the ages. Ni Haotian offered his young and precious life to defend the motherland, a sacrifice embodying supreme devotion and the ultimate expression of loyalty to his nation and people. The heroic deeds of these Air Force heroes vividly embody the indomitable spirit of the Chinese Air Force during the War of Resistance against Japan. Soaring through azure skies, they wrote their loyalty and commitment to the motherland with their lives. Their courage and sacrifice stand as a powerful testament to the Chinese people's unyielding resistance against foreign aggression. Each hero story serves as a beacon of spirit, illuminating the path forward and inspiring generations of Chinese descendants to strive tirelessly for the nation's prosperity and the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. Within the social context of that era, these Air Force heroes unquestionably became the pride of the nation. Their valiant exploits spread across every corner of the land, galvanizing countless youths to join the tide of anti-Japanese salvation. Regarding the broader trajectory of the Chinese people's war of resistance, the aerial combat during the Battle of Shanghai held profound significance that cannot be overlooked. The valiant efforts of the Air Force strategically disrupted Japanese military plans. The Japanese army had initially believed that with their formidable military strength, they could swiftly capture Shanghai and realize their ambition of conquering China within 3 months. However, the Chinese Air Force's relentless assaults during the Battle of Shanghai introduced multiple complications to Japanese operational strategies. By bombing Japanese logistical bases, command centers, and military installations, they effectively sabotaged enemy deployments, forcing Japanese forces to divert troops to counter aerial threats, significantly slowing their offensive momentum. This bought crucial time for ground forces and created vital strategic breathing room for China's tenacious resistance during the Battle of Shanghai. In terms of morale, the heroic performance of the Chinese Air Force greatly boosted the anti-Japanese confidence of the entire military and civilians. During the early stages of the war, the military superiority of Japanese invaders imposed immense psychological pressure on the Chinese people. Despite relatively inferior equipment and technology, the Chinese Air Force courageously engaged Japanese forces in combat, even achieving some glorious victories, which revealed the indomitable spirit of China's armed forces. Both frontline soldiers and civilians in the rear were profoundly inspired upon learning of the Air Force's heroic deeds. This morale boost became a crucial sustaining force for the Chinese people during the arduous resistance war. Civilians actively supported the war effort, contributing funds if they had money, offering labor if they had strength. Soldiers intensified their resolve to fight Japanese forces to the bitter end, displaying fearless sacrifice and combat valor on battlefields. At the scene of the assembly, everyone was immersed in remembrance and reverence for the Air Force heroes. Elderly attendees had eyes glistening with tears as they recalled stories of the heroes' valiant combat. Young people maintained steady gazes, drawing strength from the heroes' deeds, acutely aware of their historic mission to realize the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. Children too, through their parents' narratives, began to grasp fragments of heroic legacy, seeds of patriotism quietly taking root in their innocent hearts. Beyond the Air Force heroes, the Battle of Shanghai witnessed countless heroic and moving deeds. The National Army's infantry soldiers engaged in life-and-death struggles against Japanese forces on the battlefield. Foot soldiers charged through a hail of bullets and artillery fire, using their flesh and blood to block the enemy's ferocious assaults. Artillerymen held their positions steadfastly, providing crucial fire support for frontline comrades even when facing Japanese counter-battery attacks. Enduring scorching heat, blazing sun, and relentless bombardment in cramped positions, they fought solely to deliver devastating blows to the Japanese invaders. The soldiers faced not only enemy assaults, but also harsh environmental conditions and severe material shortages. On the battlefield of the Battle of Songhu, the scorching heat became unbearable, while defensive positions suffered dire shortages of drinking water and food supplies. Yet, the soldiers voiced no complaints, maintaining unbroken morale even amidst hunger and thirst. Some warriors, though gravely wounded, fought on until their last breath. Their indomitable will and spirit of sacrifice stand as the ultimate embodiment of the heroic spirit of Chinese soldiers. During the Battle of Shanghai, the citizens of Shanghai played a crucial role. They actively supported frontline soldiers by providing supplies, medical assistance, and daily necessities. Women in Shanghai formed the Women's National Salvation Association, mending uniforms, cooking meals, and delivering water, dedicating their full efforts to sustain Frontline troops. Shanghai's factory workers labored day and night to produce weapons, ammunition, and essential goods, ensuring uninterrupted logistical supplies. Countless civilians voluntarily organized rescue teams, tending to the wounded at makeshift medical stations where they worked tirelessly with their bare hands to save soldiers' lives. People from all social strata united as one in resisting Japanese invaders. This nationwide spirit of resistance became the most precious legacy of the Battle of Shanghai, forming the foundational pillar that ultimately enabled China's victory in the War of Resistance. At this grand commemorative assembly honoring heroes, people engraved the names of every valiant soul in their memories and paid tribute to honor their legacies. Through impassioned speeches and exhibitions of photographic records depicting heroic deeds, the event unveiled a multidimensional portrayal of collective heroism during the Battle of Shanghai. Orators recounted the heroes' stories with trembling voices that resonated through the square, each word a seed taking root in the fertile soil of listeners' hearts. The displayed photographic chronicles burst into vivid life, frozen frames of soldiers locked in ferocious clashes, spectacular aerial bombardments decimating Japanese forces, granting contemporary eyes visceral immediacy to historical battlefields, profoundly deepening collective understanding of that pivotal era. The deeds of heroes not only inspired people in their time, but have been celebrated through generations. In the vast river of history, their stories became symbols of the Chinese nation's unyielding spirit. Whether during the anti-Japanese war or subsequent nation-building efforts of New China, these heroic tales played vital motivational roles. During the arduous pioneering era after the founding of New China, when facing difficulties and challenges, people would recall the heroes of the Battle of Song who their legacy burning like torches in darkness, inspiring people to overcome hardships and march forward with unrelenting determination. In the present era, we must never forget these heroes. Against the backdrop of globalization, as the international landscape grows increasingly complex and volatile, we confront diverse challenges. Now more than ever, we need to draw strength from these heroic deeds and carry forward their spirit. We should emulate the heroes' ardent love for our motherland and their unwavering pursuit of ideals, tightly intertwining personal destiny with national fate. Within school education, we must strengthen the education and promotion of heroic deeds, allowing children to understand history from an early age, respect heroes, and cultivate patriotic sentiments. Regarding social advocacy, we should leverage various media platforms to widely disseminate heroic stories, fostering a social atmosphere that venerates heroes and embraces their exemplary qualities. In Nanjing's urban construction and development, various approaches can be adopted to commemorate these heroes. For instance, dedicated memorial museums or halls could be established to display heroes' personal artifacts and document their heroic deeds for public education. Monumental statues and commemorative installations could also be erected in urban public spaces, allowing citizens to perceive heroes' eternal presence in daily life. Through these initiatives, the heroic spirit will become eternally etched in the grand tapestry of Chinese history, serving as a powerful driving force that continuously inspires the Chinese nation to march forward. Looking back at the Nanjing Heroes Commemoration Assembly on August 17, 1937, we witnessed the profound reverence people held for heroes and their steadfast remembrance of history. Today, we must inherit and amplify this legacy, ensuring heroic deeds remain eternally preserved in collective memory, allowing the radiance of heroic spirit to perpetually shine. This luminous force continues, igniting the fighting spirit of generations of Chinese descendants, driving them to strive relentlessly towards realizing the grand vision of national prosperity and ethnic rejuvenation. This solemn responsibility and mission rests upon every Chinese descendant, simultaneously standing as the most profound tribute to those valiant heroes who made ultimate sacrifices in the Battle of Shanghai. August 18, 1937. The night over Jinling City hung thick like congealed ink. An oppressive aura spread through the darkness like an invisible web, enshrouding the entire metropolis. The iron heels of Japanese invaders trampled mercilessly, while death and fear hung heavy in the air. The ancient city gasped and writhed in agony, every weathered brick whispering tales of smoldering wrath and unbroken defiance. At 6 in the morning, in the darkest hour before dawn, in the dimly lit corner, Li Haotian's silhouette loomed faintly. His slightly gaunt frame stood as resolute as an ancient pine, with time and duty carving deep furrows across his youthful face. At his waist, a high-energy micro-air defense radar device emitted faint metallic glimmers. This half-kilogram gadget served as Lin's eyes through the fog of war, its sensors keenly detecting signals of danger to kindle survival hope. Though the path ahead remained veiled, the device's rhythmic hum pulsed through his chest like a second heartbeat, fueling his steadfast resolve. Li Haotian reached out to touch the radar device, the icy coldness transmitting from his fingertips. In that instant, a torrent of emotions surged through him. He recalled his compatriots who had lost their lives in the airstrikes, the terrified screams of children still seeming to reverberate in his ears. He knew deeply that although this radar device was small, it served as a critical line of defense protecting their people. As long as it kept functioning, it could buy them precious escape time. At this thought, the faint worry in his eyes solidified into steel resolve. He vowed silently in his heart he would protect this radar device at all costs, ensuring it fulfilled its maximum potential. The Type 85 5.8mm small caliber sniper rifle slung diagonally across his back exuded a primal, unshakable solidity. Li Haotian ran his fingers along the stock, the icy chill seeping through his fingertips like whispered confessions between old comrades in arms. This rifle they were of one mind, one spirit. Every component, every groove in its surface, Lin knew as intimately as his own flesh and blood. In the coming storm of battle, this extension of his will would channel his resolve into a single, decisive strike, a thunderbolt of justice piercing through the invaders' hearts. His fingers lightly brushed against the trigger as memories surfaced of scenes from the 20th century film Tunnel Warfare depicting clashes between the 8th Route Army and Japanese invaders. The vile faces of those aggressors and their brutal atrocities ignited a raging fire in Li Haotian's chest. He drew a deep breath to steady his racing pulse. Rage solves nothing. He reminded himself only ice-cold composure and surgical marksmanship could strike true against the enemy. Now standing at the precipice, battle tension and victory lust intertwined within him, forging an indomitable force that sharpened his focus and propelled him forward like a tempered blade. The pouch containing emergency rations on the belt, seemingly ordinary, was in fact a lifeline. In this war-torn era of scarcity, food meant power and the hope of survival. Li Haotian glanced down at the pouch, mentally calculating its remaining contents. Every morsel held immeasurable value in the uncertain journey ahead. These provisions might become the pivotal key to reversing their fortunes, the vital sustenance that would sustain him and his comrades through adversity. Staring at the pouch, Li Haotian recalled the emaciated civilians struggling with hunger, their skeletal figures and eyes burning with desperate longing. He knew deeply that these provisions weren't merely for his own survival or his comrades, but represented a sacred duty to aid suffering compatriots when necessary. In silent prayer, he willed these supplies to sustain their mission's success, while fervently hoping more souls might survive this brutal war through some divine grace of providence. The Type 92 pistol hanging on his waist swayed like a steadfast sentinel awaiting orders. Li Haotian gently shook the leather holster, sensing the palpable energy radiating from the weapon. This pistol had accompanied him through countless perils, always delivering decisive strikes when it mattered most. With its cold steel against his hip, even in the darkest hours, Li Haotian felt an unshakable fortress of calm envelop his heart. As his fingers curled around the textured grip, vivid memories flashed of life and death struggles during recent Japanese spy arrests in Nanjing. In those critical moments, the pistol's reassuring weight had always anchored his resolve. Now, facing new journeys, he knew this trusted companion would remain his lifeline, both shield and spear for himself and comrades. The familiar grooves beneath his palm bred absolute trust, yet his pulse quickened with primal alertness, every nerve taut like the pistol's hammer ready to fall. Li Haotian stood there like a lone warrior ready to charge into battle, making final preparations in the darkness. His eyes burned with unwavering determination, foreseeing the coming storm of blood and fire yet refusing to retreat. The city's suffering, the shattered rivers and mountains of his homeland, and the people's anguished cries coalesced into an unshakable conviction, propelling him forward even if it meant traversing mountains of blades and seas of flames. The clock silently reached 7:08 a.m. Li Haotian drew a deep breath and turned the ignition key. The engine roared to life, its growl tearing through the morning silence like a battle horn, summoning the city's slumbering spirit of resistance. The vehicle quivered faintly, gathering primal energy to unleash its might in this decisive struggle to defend their homeland. Standing by the car, the fresh morning breeze brushed across Li Haotian's face, yet failed to calm the roiling emotions in his heart. He turned and strode toward the driver's seat with resolute steps, each footfall resonating like a declaration of war against the unknown. In this moment, he was no longer an individual, he embodied countless unyielding Chinese citizens, shouldering the historic mission to defend the homeland and resist the Japanese invaders. His comrade, the Lei Jiqian Kun Type 1 mechanical warrior, already occupied the passenger seat. Clad in an indigo cotton robe and Sun Yat-sen-style fedora, its obsidian sunglasses lent mysterious grandeur to the pre-dawn darkness. Motionless as carved jade, its penetrating gaze seemed to pierce through time and space, beholding both the imminent fury of battle and the future contours of China's mountains and rivers. Li Haotian understood this machine warrior possessed capabilities transcending mortal limits, a formidable ally in their desperate struggle. Li Haotian climbed into the driver's seat, his hands gripping the steering wheel with steadfast determination. Through the windshield, his resolute gaze pierced the distance. The road to Su Mountain stretched before him fraught with unknowns, perhaps thorn-ridden or peril-laden, yet his sense of mission burned like a beacon, illuminating the path ahead. Every step he took resonated with the destiny of his nation and people, their fates intricately intertwined. The GAZ-5 truck gradually departed Jinling City, leaving behind this once bustling metropolis now scarred and battered. The passing scenery blurred into streaks of light beyond the windows as Lin's heartbeat quickened with each passing kilometer. Though the weight of responsibility on his shoulders pressed down, fear found no purchase in his heart. Within him blazed boundless love for his homeland and people, forged with unwavering resolve to fight for peace and justice. At this moment, the Thunderstrike Universe Model 1 mech warrior seated in the co-pilot position maintained a calm exterior, while its internal electronic components operated at high speed. Its program continuously simulated various combat scenarios it might encounter, analyzing potential enemies and hazards. Devoid of human emotions, it harbored absolute loyalty and unwavering determination toward mission execution. As it observed Li Haotian, its human companion, in battle, it sensed within him a pure yet formidable spiritual force, the courage to sacrifice everything for the nation and its people. This force seemed to permeate the machine's originally frigid electronic core, igniting an even more resolute conviction to accomplish their mission. In the darkness, the headlights of the GAZ-5 truck pierced through the night like a sharp sword, illuminating the road ahead. Li Haotian and his comrades in arms embarked on their journey at this dawn brimming with hope and challenges. Their figures gradually faded into the distance within the ink-black night, yet their resolve burned brighter than ever. They knew Snow Dome Mountain would become their battlefield where they would fight for their motherland, defend their honor, and struggle for the future of countless compatriots, carrying forward the legendary legacy of Chinese soldiers. The GAZ-5 truck jolted laboriously along the mountain road, its engine roar reverberating through the silent valley. Li Haotian gripped the steering wheel with both hands, eyes fixed on the winding and twisting road ahead that seemed never-ending. Surrounding them stretched undulating peaks, layered green vegetation wrapping the mountains like Earth's thick carpet. Trees stood lush as wildflowers bloomed unrestrained, mountain streams murmured their course, while sunlight filtered through leafy gaps to cast dappled light patterns, lending this natural splendor a whimsical vitality. Li Haotian was immersed in the poetic landscape, yet his heart felt inexplicably heavy. This mountain road bore the weight of countless untold stories. Every stone and every inch of soil seemed to whisper tales of bygone eras. Just as his thoughts galloped wildly like unbridled stallions, a piercing alert shattered the cabin's tranquility. Lin's fingers twitched instinctively as he reached for the phone vibrating on the passenger seat. The screen erupted with textual waves flooding the screen detailed archives about General Zhang Xueyang of Shuai Mountain. Lin's pupils contracted sharply, his vision ensnared by the scrolling words as if some invisible force was pulling him into the roaring torrent of history, swirling with both monumental grandeur and soul-crushing tragedy. On December 12, 1936, the Xi'an incident erupted. To save the nation from peril and persuade Chiang Kai-shek to abandon his established policy of internal pacification before external resistance, Zhang Xueyang and Yang Hucheng resolutely carried out a military remonstration against Chiang at Litong. They detained the generalissimo, who had come to supervise military operations in Shanxi, triggering the world shaking. Xi'an incident, also known as the Double 12 incident. The Xi'an incident and its peaceful resolution occupy a crucial historical position in China's social development, playing an irreplaceable role in shaping the nation's destiny. This bold act of patriotism forcibly halted the civil war, creating essential preconditions for the eventual formation of the Second United Front against Japanese aggression. After the Xi'an incident, although Chiang Kai-shek publicly claimed to prioritize the anti-Japanese cause while not forgetting his warm brotherhood with Zhang Xueyang, fury and hatred burned within him like a raging inferno. Upon returning to Nanjing, he swiftly shed his facade and ordered Dai Li to escort Zhang Xueyang to Shikou, confining him at the Shu Mountain Guest House. The Shu Mountain Guest House, a structure steeped in historical vicissitudes, became the silent witness to General Zhang Xueyang's years of shadowed confinement, where sunlight seemed forever barred from reaching his imprisoned existence. The guest house had a unique layout, with 3 south-facing rooms serving as Zhang Xueyang's residence, arranged sequentially from inner to outer areas as bedroom, study, and parlor. The cramped and dimly lit bedroom witnessed countless sleepless nights where Zhang tossed and turned, gazing at the confined patch of sky beyond his window. His heart swelled with nostalgia for his homeland and regret over unfulfilled ambitions. The study housed Several rows of bookshelves crammed with volumes Zhang scarce spiritual solace during confinement. He would often sit motionless at the desk for entire days, seeking comfort and strength from the written word. Though the parlor occasionally received visitors, every meeting was strictly monitored by secret agents. Conversations were confined to mundane matters, forbidden to touch on politics, with every word later reported to Chiang Kai-shek. The rooms facing north housed individuals such as the Secret Service captain, Lang Shuoyang's adjutant, and nurses. Nominally caretakers of Zhang's daily life, they were in reality watchful eyes planted by Chiang Kai-shek, maintaining unwavering surveillance over his every move. The room opposite the main gate, originally the residence of Qian Zhenjin, manager of China Travel Service, later became quarters for those attending to Zhang's needs. Yet even this space couldn't escape the secret agent's persistent monitoring. The dining hall was transformed into a classroom, with several ping-pong tables pieced together as desks. Sitting across from his tutor under the watchful eyes of secret agents, Lang Shuoyang began an extraordinary study session. He sought spiritual solace in ancient classics, temporarily drowning his worldly pains in the ocean of knowledge. Yet the shadows of secret agents clung to him like persistent ghosts, infusing every study moment with suffocating helplessness. In front of the house stood secret agents on duty, while military police guarded the rear, the entire guest house shrouded in an ominous, prison-like atmosphere. The airtight surveillance trapped Zhang Shuoyang in what felt like an invisible prison, every breath heavy with unspoken constraints. Chiang Kai-shek strictly confined Zhang Shuoyang's movements, not permitted eastward beyond Zhenhai Estuary nor westward past Chaoyi River, restricting him to a narrow designated area. Whenever Zhang stepped outside his residence, military police immediately trailed him like shadows, his every action under constant surveillance. Though materially enjoying so-called privileged treatment, the agony of lost freedom shadowed his every moment, relentlessly gnawing at his soul. During those long years of confinement, General Zhang Shuoyang's inner world resembled a solitary island ravaged by storms, filled with anguish, helplessness, and unyielding resilience. His spirits plummeted to dare nadir. The once formidable young marshal who commanded battlefields now found himself trapped in cramped quarters, his patriotic fervor remaining unquenched yet finding no outlet. Each day confronted him with monotonous routines and the wolf-like surveillance of secret agents. These agents not only monitored his every movement but strictly controlled his daily meals and routines, leaving no detail unchecked. Like a pack of ravenous wolves, they ceaselessly eroded Zhang Shuoyang's spiritual realm, attempting to crush him completely. However, General Zhang Shuoyang's daily resilience remained unbroken by these trials and setbacks. In the abyss of confinement where sunlight never reached, he learned to maintain inner peace amidst adversity, drawing upon his spiritual fortitude to resist external oppression. Through solitude, he forged strength. Through silence, he roared defiance. He persistently sought channels to connect with the outside world, desperate to voice his convictions and gain support. Though most efforts proved futile against the suffocating void, his soul never ceased its fiery quest for freedom and justice. Chiang Kai-shek's prolonged house arrest of Zhang Shuoyang was not merely an act of personal vengeance, but a manifestation of his dictatorial rule and obsession with absolute power. To Chen, Zhang stood as the chief instigator of the Xi'an incident, a living challenge to his authoritarian regime. Through this indefinite confinement, he sought to punish what he deemed treacherous disobedience while sending an unequivocal warning. Any defiance of his authority would meet merciless retribution. In Chen's warped political calculus, only by keeping Zhang perpetually shackled could he cement his unchallenged dominance and preserve his hollow vision of national unity. However, Chiang Kai-shek's actions failed to gain domestic support. Instead, they ignited fierce opposition from the masses and patriots. In that era of escalating national crisis, General Zhang Shuoyang's anti-Japanese resistance should have earned public acclaim. His life-risking initiation of the Xi'an incident demonstrated unwavering dedication to national righteousness, laying the groundwork for the initial formation of the anti-Japanese United Front. Yet Chiang Kai-shek, prioritizing personal vendettas over national interests, subjected Zhang to brutal persecution. Zhang's ordeal exposed the public's deepening resentment toward Chen's authoritarian rule, while simultaneously fueling stronger determination among the people to join the resistance against Japanese aggression and national salvation. During Zhang Shuoyang's house arrest at the Shuedo Mountain Guest House, many KMT dignitaries came to visit. Shao Lizhi, Wang Jingwei, M.O. Dehui and others. Their arrivals brought Zhang no true freedom or hope, instead making him acutely aware of political darkness and helplessness. When Shao Lizhi visited Zhang, his eyes brimming with sympathy and helplessness, he fully understood Zhang's grievances and suffering, yet remained powerless under Chiang Kai-shek's oppressive regime. He could only offer comforting words to express concern and support. Wang Jingwei's visit proved more complex, his condolences cloaked in superficial concern while calculating political gains. Sinking deeper into political quagmire, he gradually embarked on the path of betrayal of his country and people. Mo de Hui and other visitors, similarly filled with sighs of resignation. Witnessing the once vibrant young marshal now haggard-faced, their hearts swelled with guilt and self-reproach. Yet under Chen's tyrannical power, they could only offer limited care and assistance within strict boundaries. Chiang Kai-shek issued strict orders to the visiting Kuomintang officials. They were forbidden to discuss politics with Zhang Xueyang, permitted only to exchange trivialities, and required to report every detail afterward. This directive transformed these visits into political farces, completely severing Zhang Xueyang's access to normal external communication. Shao Lizi's footsteps grew heavy and slow as he departed Shuedo Mountain guest house. Though aware his visit couldn't truly alter Zhen's circumstances, he carried with him a newly planted seed of hope. Resolved to fight for greater freedom and justice, for himself, for Zhang, and for China's future. Wang Jingwei's departure wore a complex mask of emotions, perhaps contemplating his choices or fearing for Zhen's fate. Yet regardless, he could only tread cautiously under Chen's looming shadow. Long after their parting, Mo de Hui and others found no peace. In private conversations they might debate Zhen's plight or lament their impotence to aid him, yet all understood their constrained reality. Within limited space, they could offer but faint glimmers of concern. During his years under house arrest, Zhang Xueyang endured countless trials and tribulations. To break him spiritually, Chiang Kai-shek resorted to every conceivable method, maintaining round-the-clock surveillance, subjecting him to psychological warfare, and attempting to erode his convictions. Chen ordered Chief Agent Lu Yiguang to impose draconian restrictions, severing all contact with the outside world and barring interactions with any potentially influential individuals. Daily reports documenting Zhang's every word and gesture were meticulously compiled for Chen's review. The dictator even forced Zhang to study literature promoting feudal ethics and monarchist ideologies, weaponizing indoctrination to reshape his political consciousness. Yet these stratagems proved futile against the young marshal's steel resolve. Burning with patriotic fervor and acutely aware of China's historical crossroads, Zhang harbored an unshakable conviction in the righteousness of anti-Japanese resistance that no confinement could extinguish. During the years of confinement, General Zhang Xueyang refused to wallow in passivity. He maintained disciplined routines, rising early daily to exercise and preserve physical vitality, persisted in scholarly pursuits to continually expand his knowledge and intellect, engaged meaningfully with visiting family and friends, exchanging stories of life's currents. He actively sought to reshape his constrained reality through strategic resistance, presenting reasoned demands to Chiang Kai-shek for improved living conditions, leveraging his enduring influence to rally support against Japanese aggression, summoning compatriots to safeguard China's destiny. Though subjected to Chen's brutal persecution, the general remained unbroken. An indomitable spirit sustained his unwavering conviction. Every sacrifice forged China's future. Each restrained breath kindled flames of national rejuvenation. Chiang Kai-shek's ruthless tactics ultimately sparked discontent and opposition among insightful members within the Kuomintang. These dissidents covertly supported General Zhang Xueyang, attempting to secure his freedom. During this pivotal historical moment, General Zhen's predicament became the epicenter of internal KMT conflicts. Some military leaders and patriots gradually recognized the decadent and dictatorial nature of Chen's regime, initiating resistance against his rule while advocating for united anti-Japanese resistance. General Zhen's plight also captured widespread public attention and sympathy. Citizens across the nation denounced Chen's atrocities, demanding Zhen's release to resume his crucial role in the anti-Japanese warfront. This mounting pressure plunged Chen into profound embarrassment and unease. He perceived the tremors threatening his authoritarian control. To preserve his iron-fisted rule, the dictator resorted to intensified suppression against dissenting voices within his own party. However, the tide of history is unstoppable. The persistence of General Zhang Xueyang and the efforts of the masses ultimately catalyzed the formation of the anti-Japanese National United Front. In that era, countless patriots plunged into the torrent of resistance for national independence and ethnic liberation. With their own flesh and blood, they constructed robust lines of defense, engaging in life-and-death struggles against Japanese invaders. Though unable to personally take the battlefield, General Zhen's spirit and deeds ignited the fighting will of multitudes striving for national sovereignty and ethnic emancipation. The GI's 5 truck continued its journey along the mountainous road. Seated inside, Li Haotian found his mind restless and unsettled. Through the texts transmitted by the super system, he seemed to have hurtled through time and space, returning to those storm and strife-filled years of heroic tragedy. He experienced alongside General Zhang Xueyang those agonizing torments, invisible oppressions, and unyielding resistance. The relentless march of history's wheels pressed forward, while the landscapes of Shuedo Mountain remained unchanged. Yet those historical tales sedimented in the river of time shone like luminous constellations, perpetually illuminating the path for future generations, eternal reminders to etch history in our collective memory and cherish the peace we hold today. Yu Fengzi, the unwavering First Lady of Northeast China. In the torrential river of history, countless figures shine like glittering constellations, illuminating the endless passage of time. Yu Fengzi, the original wife of General Zhang Xueyang, undoubtedly stands as one of the most dazzling stars. Her life, interwoven with legend and vicissitudes, unfolds like a magnificent epic from the First Lady basking in radiant splendor across northeast China to a trailblazing industrialist who ventured alone into America. Every chapter resonates with dramatic grandeur and seismic shifts of fortune. On June 7, 1897, Yu Fengzi was born into the wealthy merchant family of Yu Wenzhou in Duquanian Village, Wide County, present-day Duquanian Village, Nanweizi Town, Gangshuin City. While the birthplace remained tranquil and harmonious, the Yu family enjoyed elevated social standing due to Yu Wenzhou's business prowess in commercial circles. From childhood, Yu Fengzi demonstrated exceptional intelligence and academic diligence. At 5, she entered traditional private education, embarking on her intellectual journey. By 9, she relocated to Zhangjiaton, an experience that profoundly enriched her life perspective and broadened her horizons. At 11, through parental arrangement and matchmaker's agreement, she became betrothed to the 3 years younger Zhang Xueyang, thus forging an indissoluble bond with the Zhang family. Yu Fengzi's upbringing was profoundly shaped by her family background and educational experiences. During her studies at Fengtian Women's Normal School, she absorbed knowledge like a sponge, achieving remarkable growth in intellectual vision and cultural refinement. In 1915, she entered into matrimony with Zhang Xueyang. At that time, the young marshal was in his prime but had been deeply influenced by Western culture, developing strong resistance to traditional arranged marriages. Zhang Zuoling, seeking to repay Yu Wenzhou's life-saving grace, deemed this union between a general's tiger son and a phoenix-destined daughter as divinely ordained. Believing the Yu family's daughter could bring good fortune to his son, he facilitated this marriage. However, in concession to Zhang Xueyang's rebellious spirit, Zhang Zuoling made an extraordinary pact. The new bride would lie with his secondary wife Lady Lu, while Zhang Xueyang retained freedom to philander. This peculiar arrangement laid bare the violent clash between traditional and modern ideologies. Yu Fengzi was acutely aware of Zhang Xueyang's dissatisfaction with this arranged marriage and knew well of his romantic entanglements abroad, which naturally brought her profound anguish. Yet her impeccable upbringing and noble character sustained her grace and magnanimity throughout. In the Zhang household, she achieved unparalleled status through her personal charm and capabilities. Zhang Zuoling held her in the highest esteem, both for his admiration of her virtues and beauty, and as a tribute to his old comrade Yu Wenzhou. Yu Fengzi shared a harmonious relationship with stepmother Lady Lu, revering her maternal virtue of treating Zhang Xueyang and his half-siblings as her own flesh and blood, thus maintaining a mother-daughter bond. Toward servants, she never put on aristocratic airs. Her approachable demeanor endeared her to all staff in the marshal's mansion. In Zhang Xueyang's life, Yu Fengzi embodied dual roles as both wife and elder sister figure. As a wife, she silently endured the pain of her husband's divided affections. As an elder sister, she attended to Zhang Xueyang with meticulous care, inquiring after his well-being without complaint. This complex and nuanced emotional dynamic vividly illustrates Yu Fengzi's magnanimity and noble character. In 1936, the world-shocking Xi'an incident erupted, irrevocably altering countless destinies, with Yu Fengzi swept into the maelstrom. After the incident's peaceful resolution, Chiang Kai-shek detained Zhang Xueyang. At that time, Yu Fengzi was in San Francisco supporting her children's education. Upon receiving the news, she frantically cabled TV Song, expressing alarm and desperation. She urgently flew from San Francisco to Nanjing with her children to plead Deng's case before Chiang Kai-shek, but her efforts proved futile. Forced by deteriorating health and her children's future, she reluctantly returned to America. In 1940, Yu Fengzi was diagnosed with breast cancer. With limited medical resources in China at the time, she embarked on a transoceanic journey to seek advanced treatment in the United States in 1945. On American soil, this iron-willed woman battled through excruciating physical agony and psychological torment, ultimately conquering the disease through her indomitable spirit. Emerging from recovery, Yu revealed extraordinary business acumen and fearlessly plunged into Wall Street's turbulent financial arena. Like a warrior brandishing her sword in a modern coliseum, she amassed substantial wealth through visionary investments and relentless determination. Simultaneously, she ventured into real estate investments with strategic precision, ceaselessly expanding her commercial empire across new frontiers. While striving alone, Yu Fengzi also single-handedly raised 3 children. As a mother, she bore tremendous responsibilities providing quality education and livelihood for her offspring while offering loving guidance. Under her meticulous nurturing, the children thrived, with daughter Zhang Liang achieving notable success in the United States. When Zhang Xueyang was confined at Shuedo Mountain, authorities permitted Yu Fengzi and Miss Zhao Xi, Zhao Idi, to accompany him alternately each month. However, during Yu's arduous journeys through Jiangxi and Hunan provinces, she suffered severe physical and mental trauma. To enable her medical treatment, Zhang Xueyang requested Miss Zhao to stay as his caretaker. This decision resulted in Yu receiving treatment in America while Zhao remained with Zhang in China, a separation lasting decades. In 1964, the distant Yu consented to divorce, finally enabling 64-year-old Zhang Xueyang to formally marry 53-year-old Zhao Idi. Even in a foreign land, Yu Fengzi always held Zhang Xueyang close to her heart, clinging to her unwavering conviction, to save Hongqing, I must fight until my last breath. Her accumulation of wealth in America was also driven by the hope of leaving substantial family assets for Zhang Xueyang. Like a loyal guardian of love and family, she steadfastly preserved their bond through her own means, even when reunions remained impossible. At midnight on March 17, 1990, Yu Fengzi passed away from heart disease in an elegant mansion atop Hollywood Hills, Los Angeles, at age 93. Her greatest lifelong regret was never seeing Zhang Xueyang again. Yet her 9-decade journey shone with remarkable radiance from being the First Lady of Northeast China during the Republican era to becoming a prominent industrialist in America. This extraordinary transformation was fueled by her unyielding will, profound devotion to family and country, and an unwavering fidelity to love that withstood the test of time. Yu Fengzi lived in an era of transition between old and new, a time of social upheaval. While traditional feudal ideologies remained deeply rooted, Western thoughts and cultures surged in like a tidal wave. Amidst this complex milieu, Yu Fengzi preserved the traditional virtues of gentleness and devotion expected of women, while simultaneously demonstrating the independence and resilience of a modern woman. Within her marriage, despite facing immense challenges, she always prioritized her family and steadfastly maintained her role. Confronted with her husband's infidelity, she chose not to retaliate vehemently but instead responded with forbearance and understanding, an approach that, against the social backdrop of her time, revealed extraordinary magnanimity and inclusiveness. In a foreign land, Yu Fengzi demonstrated indomitable vitality and exceptional talent. She carved her path through Wall Street's stock market and real estate sector, established a firm foothold, and amassed tremendous wealth. Her success stands not merely as personal fortune accumulation, but as a potent symbol of women's self-actualization. With her own hands, she built her commercial empire, created privileged living conditions for her children, and inspired countless women to pursue their dreams courageously, proving that no matter how dire the circumstances, one must maintain an upward striving spirit. Her unwavering devotion to Zhang Xueyang is profoundly moving. In the tumultuous era of war, love faced countless trials. From its very beginning, Yu Fengzi and Zhang Xueyang's romance was imbued with poignant helplessness and complex twists, yet she spent a lifetime embodying the profound essence of undying loyalty unto death. In her heart, Zhang Xueyang always occupied an irreplaceable position. For his sake, she disregarded her own health to seek medical treatment in America, solely for the chance to remain by his side. Even when ultimately unable to stay with Zhang Xueyang, she harbored no resentment, silently dedicating everything. Her concept of love holds profoundly enlightening significance for modern society. True love is not fleeting passion, but enduring companionship and selfless devotion. Looking back at Yu Fengzi's life, every phase brims with stories and challenges. From a merchant's daughter to a wife, mother, and ultimately an exceptional entrepreneur, her journey spans family, love, and career. Her story crystallizes an era, mirroring the clash between old and new ideologies and the evolving status of women in domestic and societal spheres. What she left in history transcends the romantic legend with Zhang Xueyang. It is the extraordinary legacy of an independent woman who excelled across multiple domains. Yu Fengzi's tale will reverberate through time, her spirit eternally igniting future generations. Whether through unwavering devotion in love, selfless dedication to family, or relentless drive in career building, she carved a luminous path for women. Her name shall forever be etched into the annals of history as an immortal legend, inspiring generation after generation to march courageously toward their destinies, pursuing their own dreams and realizing their self-worth. The GAZ-5 roared through the serpentine mountain pass like a beast that had broken free from the shackles of time, its wheels devouring the space-time tunnel shimmering with eldritch radiance. Inside the steel beast, Li Haotian sat bathed in unearthly phosphorescence, his eyes burning like twin supernovas that pierced through the warped reality ahead. Every fiber of his being focused on the sacred coordinates burning in his mind. Shuedo Mountain's Zhang guest house. The kaleidoscopic horrors flashing past his windows became mere ephemeral bubbles dissolving in the void, unworthy of his ironclad determination. As the ancient and mystical silhouette of Shuedo Mountain shimmered into view, the guest house gate loomed like a crouching behemoth, gradually invading Li Haotian's field of vision. His heartbeat, initially a faint tremor reminiscent of primordial energy fluctuations from the universe's birth, suddenly transformed into the violent pulsations of a runaway pulsar. His eyes instantly clouded with solemnity, thoughts whirling in a temporal vortex as memories surged. General Zhang Xueyan's heroic deeds from history books and films flooded his mind. The general who dared launch the Xi'an incident to save the nation, his resolute figure and fervent patriotism radiating an undying brilliance through history's long river, now found himself trapped within this time-warped guest house encircled by dark forces, subjected to sinister surveillance and imprisonment. When the car finally screeched to a halt near the main gate of the guest house, everything around seemed frozen by magic, time congealed and space contorted. Li Haotian stared at the pitch-black gate exuding prison-like oppression. His psychological defenses crumbled instantaneously under unprecedented assault. This was no ordinary barrier, but rather the physical manifestation of a space-time prison. A malevolent seal through which dark forces sought to control history's trajectory, isolating General Zhang Xueyan's freedom and historical justice in endless abyssal darkness. It embodied a formidable evil binding force attempting to subvert cosmic order and rewrite national destiny. Every fissure and weather stain on its surface stood as cruel mockery and defiance against justice and illumination. In the blink of an eye, Li Haotian's heart was engulfed by a torrent of overwhelmingly complex emotions. Rage, blazing like a volcanic eruption within his chest, surged against this brazen distortion of historical justice and the dark forces attempting to warp the space-time continuum. The Kuomintang agents know. They should now be called the minions of the dark space-time. Under the command of mysterious powers, were closely surveilling this national hero. This blatant trampling of cosmic justice laws made every cell in Li Haotian's body vibrate with righteous fury. A deafening roar echoed through his soul, condemning this conspiracy-laden cosmic injustice, each mental shout threatening to shatter the shackles of constrained space-time. At the same moment, a sense of mission as immense as mountains crushed his chest, making breath itself a struggle. He knew with crystalline clarity that his shoulders bore not merely the straightforward task of rescuing General Zhang Xueyang and his wife Yufengzi, but also carried the collective hopes of countless beings across the temporal-spatial continuum. This burden of attempting to alter history's trajectory possessed a magnitude that defied comprehension, like searching for a fleeting chance of escape within the event horizon of a black hole. Failure would not only etch eternal regrets into the river of time for innumerable revolutionaries, but might plunge the entire cosmos into an endless cycle of darkness. General Zhang would remain eternally trapped in this warped temporal prison, while history itself would suffer unrecognizable distortion, an outcome his very soul refused to countenance. Yet beneath the fury and crushing pressure, deep within Li Haotian's soul burned an indomitable conviction like an eternal star blazing with unwavering radiance. He silently repeated the vow made at departure: rescue General Zhang, restore history to its rightful course. This conviction stood firm as an immovable pillar in the temporal storm, anchoring itself against surging emotional tides and whirlpools of unknown terrors, steadfastly guiding his path forward. His eyes, initially flickering with traces of panic, gradually hardened into the sharpest ice blade of winter's night, capable of cleaving through any darkness. His expression grew graver still, every inch of skin and muscle fiber etching tales of absolute resolve and fearless determination. At this moment, he felt like a lone warrior stepping onto space-time's battlefield. Though unknown perils and overwhelming forces of darkness lay ahead, his strides grew more purposeful. Each step toward the guest house gates brought him closer to salvaging history and preserving the cosmos. Whatever the cost, he would charge forward with every fiber of his being toward that radiant future in one final, desperate assault. Li Haotian took a deep breath and slowly pushed open the car door. The moment he stepped out, a bone-chilling wind laced with the aura of temporal turbulence slammed into him, making his clothes flap violently. He raised his head to gaze at the sky shrouded in sinister cloud cover. Within the fissures of clouds flickered a mysterious radiance from distant spacetime, light that seemed to whisper of cosmic enigmas and the weight of eons past. He knew this confrontation with the dark forces of spacetime had only just begun. With resolute strides, he advanced toward the gate symbolizing confinement and evil. Each step he took echoed with a dull reverberation through the warped spacetime, like war drums challenging the darkness. When mere steps separated him from the gate, it suddenly began to tremble violently, emitting a bone-chilling creak as if an ancient primordial beast had been roused from slumber, roaring in fury. Then a torrent of dark energy gushed forth through the door seams, surging toward him like a black tidal wave, threatening to engulf him whole. Li Haotian showed no sign of retreat. His eyes hardened as he swiftly drew from his robe a device emitting a soft azure glow, the temporal shield generator, a technological marvel from the future. With a faint resonant hum, a translucent blue shield instantly materialized before him, intercepting the surging tide of dark energy. The ominous force collided with the barrier in a sizzling cacophony, sending showers of eerie sparks cascading through the air, yet the shield stood impregnable as a mountain fortress, utterly unyielding against the onslaught. At that very moment, the guest house gates burst open with a thunderous crash. Figures clad in black tunics, their faces shrouded in darkness, filed out in grim procession. The weapons in their hands revealed their identity: guard core armaments, German-made automatic submachine guns, assault rifles, and 2 anti-aircraft machine guns whose barrels had been leveled horizontally, now coldly trained on Zhang Xueyang's guest house entrance. A flicker of vigilance flashed through Li Haotian's eyes, yet a fearless smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. At this critical juncture, he stood prepared to confront whatever challenges might come for justice. For history's vindication, he would stop at nothing to engage these forces of darkness in a post-pounding, life-and-death showdown. Lu Yiguang stood in the dim, oppressive office of the Military Statistics Bureau. The light bulb overhead flickered intermittently, as if on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. Director Dai Li's low, thunderous voice still seemed to reverberate in his ears. Guarding Zhang Xueyang is a crucial task entrusted to you by the party and the nation. Success is mandatory, failure is not an option. His fists clenched tightly, palms slick with sweat, yet his eyes blazed with burning ambition. This was a golden opportunity to rise meteorically through the ranks of the Military Statistics Bureau. As long as he kept Zhang Xueyang under impenetrable surveillance, recognition from higher-ups and career advancement would be within grasp. Before assuming his post, Lu Yiguang buried himself in mountains of files, dissecting every minutiae about Zhang Xueyang from daily habits to political ideologies. Each detail was branded into his memory, gradually crystallizing into what he believed to be a flawless management blueprint in his mind. Upon arriving at Zhang Xueyang's guest house for the first time, a structure nestled deep within the mountains, surrounded by towering walls and dense forests, its ordinary appearance belied hidden intricacies at every turn. Standing before the tightly shut gates, Lu Yiguang allowed a faint smile to tug at the corner of his lips, his heart swelling with secret triumph as visions of future glory danced before his eyes. Yet swiftly, his inherent wariness reasserted itself. Zhang Xueyang was no ordinary figure. His status and influence hung like a ticking time bomb, where the slightest misstep could trigger catastrophic consequences. He immediately began establishing sentry posts with military precision, deploying his most capable agents for surveillance. Every corner underwent his meticulous scrutiny, leaving no potential vulnerability unaddressed. Like a wary leopard patrolling newly claimed territory, he moved with calculated caution through the compound. His eyes maintained their vigilant intensity, missing neither suspicious signs nor questionable individuals, every muscle coiled with readiness to strike. Day by day, Lu Yiguang devoted himself wholeheartedly to managing the guest house. The special agent team's administration proved arduous. Operatives harbored divergent motives, some shirking duties, while others secretly competed. The military police company remained equally troublesome, its contrasting operational styles and command structures creating coordination nightmares. Budget management grew increasingly meticulous, every expenditure requiring precise calculation lest any discrepancy incur superior censure. Intelligence gathering and reporting kept his nerves perpetually taut, as mountains of classified documents demanded daily scrutiny to prevent missing crucial information. Yet each successful mission completion, whether intercepting a letter destined for Zhang Xueyang or foiling an external rescue attempt, filled him with indescribable triumph. This sense of achievement acted like a stimulant, reinforcing his conviction in his management approach. Gradually swelling with confidence bordering on arrogance, he began dominating meetings within the Military Intelligence Bureau, fearlessly voicing opinions that commanded unparalleled attention. Yet time was a ruthless engraving knife, day in and day out eroding his passion and fighting spirit through monotonous repetition. Each identical cycle of patrols, reports, and surveillance turned life into a stagnant pond. Not a ripple disturbed its surface. Though Zhang Xueyang maintained outward calm during his imprisonment, Lu Yiguang could sense the unyielding defiance and silent struggles raging beneath. This relentless daily grind of oppression began working a subtle shift in Lu's own psyche. He would occasionally lie awake in the dead of night, tossing and turning as he pondered whether all he had done was truly right. Zhang Xueyang's indelible contributions to history remained undeniable. It was his orchestration of the Xi'an incident that forged the collaboration between the nationalists and communists, uniting them in joint resistance against Japanese aggression. In a sense, he stood as a national hero. Yet here Lu Yiguang stood, day after day confining such a hero, monitoring his every move. This reality planted a seed of profound guilt in Lu's heart, a remorse that gradually took root and sprouted in the deepest recesses of his soul. Just as Lu Yiguang was tormented by inner conflict and anguish, an unexpected event occurred. Today, the song remained radiant as ever, the guest house enveloped in profound silence, with only occasional bird song piercing the serenity. Suddenly, the roar of a revving car engine shattered the tranquility. A black CS5 vehicle hurtled toward the guest house gates like a bolt of dark lightning. Lu Yiguang instantly snapped to alertness, swiftly grabbing his pistol before leading his agents charging out. The car jerked to a halt not far from the gates. A young man emerged with steely determination in his eyes, clutching documents as he shouted, "I've come to liberate General Zhang Xueyang. Cease your stubborn resistance." Lu Yiguang stood frozen, his gun-gripping hand trembling slightly, palms slick with sweat. His soul became battleground for clashing imperatives, decades of military discipline warring with newly awakened conscience, blind obedience grappling with desperate hunger for justice. Fleeting memories flooded his mind, the monotonous rhythm of guard shifts, countless nights wrestling with unspoken guilt. He recalled Zhang Xueyang's unyielding gaze, that national hero who'd sacrificed everything for China's salvation, now languishing in confinement. Each labored breath from the prison cell seemed to condemn Lu's complicity. Agony twisted through his being as he stood at fate's crossroads, duty and humanity tearing him asunder. At that very moment, an extraordinary light suddenly pierced the sky, growing increasingly intense as if to devour the entire world. Everyone stood frozen by this abrupt spectacle. Lu Yiguang instinctively raised his head, gazing upward. A colossal humanoid mecha warrior gradually descended onto the compound's clearing, the Thunderstrike Universe mecha warrior, Lei Qiankun. The electron cannon cradled in its hands exuded an aura of mystery that sent chills down the spine. The doors of Li Haotian's vehicle slowly parted. Their eyes emitted an uncanny radiance, while their entire beings exuded an indescribable majesty. He declared, "We come from the future to alter the course of history. General Zhang Xueyang is a hero of our nation. He shouldn't be imprisoned here. Your actions have violated historical evolution laws and must be rectified." As Lu Yiguang listened to these words, the conflict within him intensified to a fever pitch. Gazing at the futuristic visitors before him, then looking down at the pistol in his hand, he slowly lowered his weapon. He knew a choice must be made for the nation's future, for historical justice. In that transformative moment, Lu Yiguang's soul underwent profound baptism. Finally, he understood. The so-called duty he'd clung to for decades was but an insignificant speck of dust in history's vast river. What truly mattered was riding the tide of history to make the righteous choice. Turning to the secret agents and military police, he shouted, "Lower your weapons. We must stop perpetuating errors." The command ignited chaos throughout the guest house, but order soon reasserted itself. As Zhang Xueyang emerged from captivity, tears of emotion glistened in his eyes at the surreal scene. In this pivotal moment, everyone present understood history's irreversible turning point had finally arrived. Lu Yiguang gazed at Zhang Xueyang, his heart swelling with a surge of emotions. He knew his own life would be irrevocably transformed from this moment onward. In this futuristic realm where time and space intertwined, he had finally discovered his true calling to courageously make choices in pursuit of justice and freedom, armed with resolute determination. The anti-Japanese resolve at Zhang Xueyang guest house in 1937. At 13:58 on August 18, 1937, an unusual jubilation permeated Zhang Xueyang guest house. It was the exhilaration of long-suppressed optimism finally seeing dawn's light at this historic moment. A tangible force pulsated through the air, charged with pent-up vitality. In the guest house, the former secret agents once tasked with surveilling Zhang Xueyang now blended discordantly yet seamlessly into the jubilant atmosphere. They clustered around the extraordinary Thunderstrike Qiankun machine warrior, its metallic frame gleaming with a cold, metallic sheen under sunlight, while intermittent azure flashes from its ocular sensors whispered of arcane power. These ex-spies now engaged in casual banter with the machine warrior as if reuniting with long-lost comrades. They inquired curiously about its capabilities, to which the warrior responded in synthesized electronic tones, recounting battlefield reconnaissance missions and artillery resistance, a surreal tableau where cutting-edge technology collided with historical identities in this extraordinary era. In the parlor, Li Haotian, Lu Yiguang, Zhang Xueyang, Yu Fengzi, and Miss Jiao Si were immersed in a fervent discussion. Zhang Xueyang's eyes burned with unyielding determination. Rising to his feet, he strode toward an enormous map hanging on the wall, its surface scarred and mutilated like their homeland beneath Japanese invaders' boots. His voice resonated like tempered. Still, gentlemen, as our nation bleeds under Japan's colonial ambitions, how can we remain idle? Though my path has been rugged, my resolve to resist burns eternal. Today I propose establishing a new war room here at this compound to rally my former forces. Lin Haotian watched Zhang, understanding the volcanic patriotism churning within this general who'd never accepted defeat. Without hesitation, he declared, "Marshal, command me. My sword and spirit are yours. Those battle-hardened men will rise like phoenixes under your banner. Together we'll cut down the enemy and defend our nation's broken soil." Lu Yiguang rose to his feet. Once merely an agent performing surveillance duties, years of close contact had transformed his perspective. He now regarded Zhang Xueyang not just as his superior, but as a true comrade. His gaze hardened with resolve. "Young Marshal, through all these years together, we've weathered countless storms. As our nation faces life or death peril, if you're marching north to resist Japan, this Lu Yiguang will follow even through seas of flames and mountains of blades." Yu Fengzi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. 4 years she'd watched her husband endure house arrest, bitter confinement, her heart torn between resentment and helplessness. Now witnessing his rekindled fighting spirit, emotion overflowed. Her voice quivered with passion. "Haotian, this is the man I remember. When you initiated the Xi'an incident decades ago, you took that first heroic stride for resistance. Now if you can rally your forces to fight in the north, this would fulfill the dream we've all cherished for decades." Miss Jiao Si's eyes glistened with emotion as she gently grasped Yu Fengzi's hand. "Sister," she whispered, "after years of bitter waiting, this day has finally come to us." Returning to his seat, Zhang Xueyang continued with renewed vigor. "During my time in the northeast, former subordinates were legion. Some were battle-hardened officers of unmatched courage, other staff officers versed in military stratagems. Though now scattered across the land, they would rally in response to my summons. Our purpose stands clear: to drive the Japanese invaders from Chinese soil and restore our nation's sacred territorial integrity." Lin Haotian leaned forward, his voice cutting through the tense air. "Young Marshal, while the domestic situation remains complex, anti-Japanese fervor surges nationwide like tidal waves. The Kuomintang communist cooperation born from the Xi'an incident creates ripe conditions. Jilin Women's College of Arts and Sciences offers ideal headquarters. Its war room allows detailed operational planning. Its secluded campus permits discreet intelligence gathering, and its academic resources can facilitate strategic deployment." Lu Yiguang nodded in agreement. "Young Marshal, I also have some connections in the northeast that can be mobilized. We should start with our former comrades in arms from Manchuria. They must be eager to reclaim their homeland and drive out the invaders." Yu Fengzi regained her composure and stated, "Haotian, I will fully support your frontline strategies. Regarding logistics, I formulated some plans. My connections in business circles could secure material aid provisions. Weaponry and military supplies are absolutely crucial." Miss Zhao Forth added, "Sister, I can rally social forces to garner public support for the young marshal's resistance. We could organize donation drives for troops, or launch anti-Japanese propaganda campaigns." Watching the unwavering support from those around him, Zhang Xueyang was overwhelmed with emotion and gratitude. "Gentlemen, your backing is my greatest motivation. We must act swiftly. Upon entering Jilin Women's College, I will personally rally my former troops. I can hardly wait to lead them back to the northeast, to witness with our own eyes those lands trampled beneath Japanese boots." Secret anti-Japanese meeting at Zhang Xueyang's guest house. 15:38 August 18, 1937. Sunlight streamed through the windows of the former guest house belonging to Zhang Xueyang, illuminating dancing motes of dust that seemed to bear witness to this pivotal moment. The once oppressive atmosphere had dissolved, replaced by a jubilant energy permeating every corner of the compound. Zhang Xueyang's guest house had been liberated, standing like a castle sealed by time, now radiating with renewed vitality. Everything around seemed permeated by this aura, the displayed artifacts whispering tales of bygone eras, awaiting their master to inscribe fresh chapters upon these ancient walls. Lin Haotian and Zhang Xueyang stood in the reception hall, their gazes locked on the time-worn map adorning the wall. Though the contours of mountains and rivers remained distinct, the The faded markings served as silent testament to the hardships endured by this land, its blurred annotations echoing forgotten wounds beneath the dust of history. Zhang Xueyang took a deep breath and slowly turned to face Li Haotian. His eyes blazed with an intense flame, the kind that reflected profound concern for his nation's destiny, mingled with poignant reflections on bygone eras. Breaking the silence, his voice resonated with gravelly determination. Brother Lin, the tides have shifted. Our nation teeters on the brink of survival. Those Japanese invaders seek to reduce our motherland to their colony. No Chinese with conscience can remain silent. Li Haotian nodded slightly, his gaze mirroring the same fire. Lifting a cup of water from the table, he drank deliberately before responding. Young Marshal, I feel the bitter fury churning in your heart. These years have shown me Japanese atrocities and all people's suffering. A conviction has burned within me to do my part in resisting them with every fiber of my being. Zhang Xueyang strode to the map and slammed his finger onto the vast territory of northeast China, his voice trembling with passion. The northeast, the land that haunts my every dream, the soil that nurtured my growth, the rightful territory of the Chinese people. Countless compatriots suffer under the iron heels of the Japanese military. As former general of the Northeast Army, I bear the sacred duty to lead our people in rising up, reclaiming our homeland, and driving these invaders from Chinese soil. Li Haotian stopped out his cigarette and stood beside Zhang Xueyang, his gaze unwavering. Young Marshal, I stand resolutely with your vision. Your prestige in the Northeast Army remains unmatched. When you raise the standard of resistance, your former troops will rally to your call. Moreover, the national climate now favors resistance. People from all walks demand unity against our common enemy. Zhang Xueyang nodded thoughtfully, his words tinged with contemplation. However, regrouping the Northeast Army and marching north to resist Japan again is no simple task. We require a dependable stronghold, a place to coordinate military operations. This guest house could serve as our interim command center. Here, we'll formulate battle plans, rally former comrades, and strategize our northern advance. Li Haotian surveyed the guest house before responding. Marshal, this compound's secluded location and solid local support make it ideal as a temporary headquarters. We can reorganize our forces here, bolster troop morale, gather intelligence, and launch our formal northern campaign when the time is ripe. Zhang Xueyang walked to the window, gazing at the scenery outside, and said slowly, Brother Lin, we must not only train soldiers' combat skills, but also emphasize their ideological education. Let them understand that resisting Japan is for the nation, for our people, and for the well-being of every family. Only when they truly recognize the significance of this cause will they devote themselves wholeheartedly to the battle. Li Haotian approached Zhang Xueyang and continued, Rest assured, young Marshal. I will assist you in ideological education. Through various channels, I'll propagate the necessity and importance of resisting Japan to soldiers, igniting their patriotic fervor. Simultaneously, we must actively seek support from all sectors of society to secure material resources and personnel guarantees for our anti-Japanese operations. Zhang Xueyang turned around and looked at Li Haotian, his eyes brimming with trust. Brother Lin, you're like my kindred spirit, our minds always align. With your assistance, I'm filled with confidence for the future. We must coordinate with various factions to garner more support, uniting the entire nation to resist the Japanese invaders together. Li Haotian responded resolutely, Young Marshal, I'll spare no effort. At this critical juncture, every Chinese must unite as one unbreakable rope to defeat the Japanese aggressors. I believe that through our concerted efforts, we will surely achieve victory and drive the Japanese out of China. Zhang Xueyang grasped Li Haotian's hand, his gaze blazing with determination. Excellent. We take immediate action. I'll rally my former troops and advance to the new Shuedo Mountain Command Center that will be our starting point for resisting Japan. Brother Lin, you must play your part by gathering intelligence and coordinating relations between different factions. Li Haotian gripped Zhang Xueyang's hand tightly and declared resolutely, Marshal, rest assured. I shall spare no effort. For the dignity of our nation and people, for our suffering compatriots, we fear no hardship or obstacle. At this moment in the liberated Zhang Xueyang guest house, their figures intertwined in the play of light and shadow. Their determination burned like twin flames, illuminating the path of resistance against Japanese aggression, bringing renewed hope to this land steeped in vicissitudes. They knew countless trials awaited ahead, yet for country and kin, they stood ready to press forward courageously, undeterred by any peril. 1937, the legendary deeds of Li Haotian and the Super System. August 18, 1937, a date forever etched into the annals of history. Amid the raging flames of war and smoke-shrouded chaos of that extraordinary era, As the world teetered on the brink of monumental upheaval and China endured the trampling boots of Japanese invasion, Li Haotian emerged like a brilliant meteor streaking through the dark night. Against this turbulent and solemn backdrop, his arrival ignited an unforeseen beacon of hope. At 1800 hours, a moment deceptively ordinary yet profoundly pivotal, Li Haotian stood upon a desolate yet boundless stretch of land, his gaze steely with resolve. With deliberate motion, he pressed the activation button of the super system. Instantly, an arcane and overwhelming force as if summoned from the cosmic void engulfed the entire space. Initiate the construction program for the fully intelligent training base facilities. Li Haotian's voice resonated with steady authority. The super system instantly received the command and sprang into action. On the barren land, beams of light flickered to life. Countless building materials seemed imbued with vitality, emerging from the void before rapidly assembling into the training base's framework under precise programming. Towering construction machinery hummed with a deep, resonant growl, executing tasks with mechanical precision. Each brick and tile snapped into position with clockwork accuracy under the super system's meticulous control. Meanwhile, not far away, the thunderstruck universe 2 mechanized warrior began to take form. This high-performance combat machine gleamed with a metallic sheen across its entire frame. Every component, meticulously designed and forged, endowed it with extraordinary combat capabilities and advanced artificial intelligence. As a streak of blue light flashed, the thunderstruck universe 2 officially activated its electronic eyes flickered with an icy glare, declaring its arrival to the world like a metallic proclamation. Deploy Thunderstrike Universe 2 for aerial surveillance and dynamic combat readiness. Li Haotian's command sent the mechanical warrior soaring into the sky without hesitation. It darted through cloud banks with serpentine agility, its state-of-the-art radar systems and weapon arrays maintaining vigilant surveillance while executing seamless transitions between defensive postures and attack readiness across the airspace. As the training base and mechanized warriors gradually took shape, the construction of the armament factories was advancing in full swing. Towering factory buildings and intricate production lines swiftly emerged under the command of the super system. Cutting-edge manufacturing equipment and tools were strategically positioned with precision, while workers operated with remarkable efficiency. Raw materials flowed in ceaseless streams, undergoing complex processing procedures along assembly lines. War essentials, firearms, ammunition, tanks, aircraft, and other military supplies would be steadily produced in unbroken succession, forging an ironclad logistical backbone for frontline combatants. Construct a modern smart cafeteria complex with daily capacity for 300,000 people. Li Haotian's voice echoed across the sprawling construction site once more. The hypersystem responded instantly, as state-of-the-art cafeterias sprang up like technological mushrooms. These gastronomic hubs not only boasted massive scale but comprehensive facilities. From high-capacity storage and automated washing lines to precision processing stations and AI-powered cooking systems, every operational phase utilized cutting-edge technology. Squads of service robots darted about like mechanical worker bees, their coordinated efforts ensuring nutritious and delicious meals could be served to the massive population within record time. Near the armory and canteen, rows of modernized, fully electronic dormitories are undergoing final refinements. These quarters boast comfortable interiors and comprehensive amenities, with each room equipped with smart control systems that significantly enhance soldiers' daily convenience. The rationally designed residential complex can accommodate 300,000 personnel, complete with robust security measures and medical service facilities, creating a warm and secure home for our warriors. Time accelerated through the intense yet orderly construction process. Li Haotian stood watching, eyes ablaze with anticipation and conviction. He understood these rising structures weren't merely buildings and soldier production lines, they embodied China's triumphant future. Hyper System, report progress status, Li Haotian inquired. All construction completed per directives within scheduled timeframe. The response resonated with resolute and dependable tones from the hyper system. A gratified smile spread across Li Haotian's face. In this moment, he seemed to already envision countless passionate youths undergoing rigorous military training here, transforming into an iron wall defending the motherland, saw batches of advanced weapons rolling off the armory production lines, demonstrating formidable power. On battlefields that sent chills down the spines of invaders, witnessed soldiers enjoying nutritious meals in the mess hall, recharging their energy for frontline deployment, and glimpsed the fully electronic modern dormitories swarming with laughter and chatter, where warriors could feel the warmth of home after arduous training. However, he knew this was merely the beginning. In the days to come, he would leverage the formidable power of the super system to continuously develop and strengthen this army. He would transform the new military training base into a cradle nurturing countless fearless warriors, ensure the Thunderstrike champion true mechanized warriors would lead comrades to successive battlefield victories, make the armory ceaselessly produce more advanced and powerful equipment, laying a solid material foundation for ultimate victory. Have the modern smart canteen provide unwavering nutritional support for soldiers, and turn the fully electronicized dormitories into a warm sanctuary for the troops. In this era brimming with challenges and hopes, Li Haotian and his super system shone like a radiant star, illuminating the Chinese people's path of resistance against invasion. They not only established a robust foundation for victory in China's battlefields, but also injected formidable momentum into the triumph of the global anti-fascist war. All these achievements would not have been possible without Li Haotian's decisive leadership and the unwavering support of the super system. Through his wisdom and courage, he altered the course of history. In this era fraught with crises and challenges, his actions have embodied the essence of a true hero. In the days to come, Li Haotian and his super system will continue to shoulder profound responsibilities and missions. They will persistently explore and innovate, striving tirelessly for the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. Their story will shine as a radiant legend in China's history, inspiring generations to strive for the nation's prosperity and strength. During the tumultuous years of war, the emergence of Li Haotian and the super system blazed like a beacon through darkness, illuminating the path forward for the Chinese people. Their achievements and spirit will forever be engraved in the nation's collective memory, becoming a precious spiritual legacy of the Chinese civilization. General Zhang Xueyang gazed upon the various firearms and structures rapidly produced by the super system in a short period, and in that instant, his confidence and resolve erupted with overwhelming intensity. In 1937, during the darkest hour when Japanese invaders' iron hooves mercilessly trampled across Chinese soil, Li Haotian unexpectedly traversed into this era of shattered mountains and rivers with his mysterious and formidable super system. After arduous journeys, he arrived at Shuedo Mountain. As he gazed upon the serene and secluded area surrounding Zhang Xueyang's guest house, a blazing flame of hope for establishing an anti-Japanese base ignited in his heart. Li Haotian launched the base construction plan powered by the super system. The intelligent robots assigned by the system, nimble and efficient, darted tirelessly through mountain forests. According to meticulously designed blueprints for concealed yet sturdy structures, skillfully quarrying stone, felling timber, and transporting materials, they swiftly erected concealed barracks. Leveraging its formidable scanning and analytical capabilities, the super system pinpointed surrounding natural resource deposits. Robots harvested medicinal herbs, transforming them into pharmaceuticals through advanced extraction techniques, purified mineral-rich water sources, and carved terraced fields following high-yield crop cultivation plans, stockpiling ample supplies. Li Haotian connected with patriotic individuals and passionate youths through the super system. Soon, a high-spirited force was initially formed. At this point, the super system designated Su Yu as commander and Tan Zhenling as political commissar, officially establishing the newly organized new 4th Army sequence at Shuedo Mountain. Upon arriving at Shuedo Mountain, Su Yu and Tan Zhenling immediately immersed themselves in their duties. Su Yu formulated detailed training plans by combining intelligence reports on Japanese forces from the super system with terrain analysis of Shuedo Mountain. He utilized mountain forests to create simulated battlefields, training soldiers in guerrilla tactics, night raids, and mountain combat capabilities. Tan Zhenling focused on ideological and political work, leveraging the system's propaganda materials to ignite patriotic fervor among the troops, fostering an unprecedented level of cohesion within the ranks. The super system also established cutting-edge communication and defense infrastructure for the base. Quantum communication technology enabled secure covert connections with the outside world, keeping real-time tabs on Japanese military movements. Invisible energy shields and smart sensor mines deployed around the mountainous perimeter would trigger instant alerts and activate defenses upon detecting approaching enemies. However, Li Haotian learned from the super system that Zhang Xueyang and Shao Yidi were destined to relocate to Huangshan's Tingtao residence in November. According to temporal laws. Simultaneously, the system assigned a critical mission, escort Yu Fengzi back to August 18, 1937 at Nanjing's 416 hospital to treat her early-stage breast cancer. Fully grasping the gravity of each temporal intervention, Lin meticulously orchestrated dual operations arranging secure transport for Zhang and Zhao's departure from Shuedo Mountain to Huangshan, while preparing temporal coordinates for Nanjing mission with military precision. On August 18, 1937, Li Haotian brought Yu Fengzi to Nanjing City's 416 hospital. Upon arrival, The super system immediately conducted a comprehensive assessment of the hospital's equipment and medical resources, revealing that existing conditions couldn't meet Yu Fengzi's complex treatment needs. Li Haotian promptly accessed future medical databases through the super system, retrieving treatment plans and technical documentation suitable for current environmental constraints. The first step was precise diagnosis. Li Haotian instructed doctors to utilize the hospital's existing X-ray equipment integrated with image enhancement algorithms provided by the super system for comprehensive tumor scanning. To obtain more accurate pathological information, he personally operated simplified puncture biopsy tools supplied by the system, extracting tissue samples from the tumor site, processed through Lin's enhanced staining and analysis protocols in the hospital's rudimentary laboratory. The samples clearly revealed the cancer cell types and differentiation levels, providing crucial evidence for formulating subsequent treatment plans. When determining the treatment plan, Li Haotian faced a dilemma. Given the medical standards of the time, surgical resection was the primary approach, but Yu Fengzi's physical condition and disease characteristics made traditional surgery alarmingly high risk. Drawing from advanced therapeutic concepts provided by the super system, he decided to implement an innovative approach, combining surgery with targeted therapy. However, targeted drugs were unavailable at the time. Utilizing drug synthesis principles from the system, Lin screened obtainable chemical materials near the hospital. Through countless trials and adjustments on rudimentary pharmaceutical equipment, he led hospital pharmacists to successfully synthesize a drug with targeting effects. On the day of surgery, Li Haotian stood beside the operating table. With real-time guidance from the super system and repeatedly practiced surgical techniques, he assisted the chief surgeon in meticulously removing the tumor. Throughout the procedure, the super system analyzed Yu Fengzi's vital signs through monitoring devices in real time, issuing early warnings and contingency recommendations to ensure smooth progress. Every movement was executed with machine-like precision, yet infused with human determination that transcended technological boundaries. The postoperative recovery phase was equally grueling. Leveraging the rehabilitation care knowledge from the system, Li Haotian developed a personalized recovery plan for Yu Fengzi, incorporating dietary regulation, moderate exercise, and psychological counseling. Utilizing the system's immune-boosting technology, he enhanced Yu's physical resistance and accelerated wound healing. Through this prolonged and arduous treatment and rehabilitation process, Yu's condition gradually improved with effective cancer cell control, her body steadily regaining vitality. Meanwhile, the Snow Valley Mountain anti-Japanese base flourished under Su Yu and Tan Zhenglin's leadership. Launching relentless assaults, they dealt devastating blows to the invaders, emerging as a terror-inducing force that struck fear into the hearts of Japanese troops. Their resistance became the dawn of hope piercing through war-torn lands. August 18, 1937. The scorching sunlight poured down on Nanjing unfiltered, yet could not dispel the suffocating tension and oppression permeating the air. Japanese warplanes had been roaring past the skies above Nanjing with increasing frequency these days, followed closely by the pursuit of J-Archer fighter planes. These sights cast a shadow of war's terror in the hearts of Nanjing's citizens. The entire city resembled a wounded and tensed behemoth, poised to rise in defiant resistance at any moment. The streets were ablaze with the fervor of the anti-Japanese salvation movement. Students, workers, and citizens surged like tidal waves across the avenues. Young students marched at the forefront, their faces youthful yet resolute, hoisting slogan boards that pierced the sunlight. Down with Japanese imperialism and restore our lost territories blazing defiantly. From the crowd, the militant anthem Cao Huaxian broadswords chopping off devil's heads Xiao Huaxian roared skyward, every note saturated with fury against the invaders and ironclad defiance. A grizzled veteran worker, his calloused hands trembling as he brandished a flag, bellowed hoarsely, "Those Japs want our land. Our lives. Over my dead body. We'll fight them to the last breath." The crowd erupted in thunderous response, their collective roar coalescing into a seismic force that threatened to shatter the suffocating gloom. Simultaneously, at the four city gates of Nanjing stood towering Leiji Qiankun mechanized warriors radiating solemn majesty. Their entire bodies gleamed with cold metallic sheen, intricate arcane runes pulsing faintly on the daylight. Massive mechanical arms seemed capable of rending apart any foe, while thruster assemblies on their legs remained primed for instantaneous activation. These war machines formed Nanjing's impregnable bulwark, standing silent yet exuding a palpable aura of deterrence that halted approaching Japanese troops in their tracks, their mere presence chilling invaders' assaulting fervor to the core. Over the skies of Nanjing, the Dodge fighter jet sliced through the air like silver arrows. Maintaining 24-hour uninterrupted patrol formations, they vigilantly patrolled the heavens. The deafening roar of engines shook the atmosphere, while missiles hanging beneath the wings glinted. Coldly, primed to deliver lethal strikes against invading Japanese warplanes at any moment. Pilots maintained steely gazes fixed on instrument panels and the skies beyond their canopies, acutely aware that safeguarding Nanjing's airspace permitted not the slightest lapse in concentration. Elsewhere in the city, Li Haotian's mind suddenly resonated with the super system's crystalline voice. A cold, mechanical directive echoed in his consciousness. Primary host, apprehend Japanese Commander-in-Chief Matsui Iwame before September 12, 1937. Compel him to rescind authorization for the 6-week Nanjing civilian extermination order. A chill coursed through Lin's veins as he grasped the mission's magnitude, yet without hesitation he nodded duty's imperative overriding all hesitation. Yet, amidst the surging tide of anti-Japanese resistance, in the ward of Hospital 416, Yu Fengzi lay struggling against her illness. Her face was as pale as parchment, veins clearly visible beneath her skin, her body frighteningly frail. Each breath came heavy with exhaustion. The monotonous beep of bedside monitors echoed like a countdown to an uncertain fate. After repeated studies and consultations, Yu Fengzi's chief physician decided to employ gamma knife therapy for her breast cancer treatment. Prior to the procedure, medical staff carefully wheeled Yu into the preparation room. Nurses gently secured her position, ensuring precise alignment. For treatment. Standing nearby, the chief physician reassured her with quiet authority. Madam Yu, gamma knife is an advanced treatment method. We'll give it all. Yu nodded faintly, her eyes reflecting both a survivor's yearning and iron-willed determination to conquer the disease. The treatment officially began. The gamma knife device activated with a faint hum. Beams of gamma rays converged from multiple angles onto the tumor inside Yu Fengzi's body. Wherever the radiation reached, cancer cells shriveled like scorched vegetation, gradually losing vitality. Though experiencing burning sensations and dull pain radiating through her body, Yu Fengzi clenched her jaw without uttering a sound. Visions of her nation's suffering filled her mind, fueling her determination to conquer this illness and contribute to her country's struggles. Each radiation pulse resembled a silent battle. Physicians stared intently at monitoring screens, tracking both treatment progress and Yu Fengzi's physiological responses. Time ticked away second by second as palpable tension saturated the treatment room. The clinical air thickened with silent urgency, every beep from medical equipment echoing like a wartime drumbeat. After a long and arduous treatment process, the gamma knife successfully delivered its precision strike against the cancer cells. The doctors breathed a collective sigh of relief, their faces lit up with relieved smiles. They knew Yu Fengzi had temporarily cleared this life and death crisis. Wheeled out of the treatment room, Yu Fengzi's face remained pale as moonlight, yet a glimmer of hope kindled in her eyes. Gazing through the window, she listened to distant, fragmented shouts and songs carrying through the air, to the roaring tear of fighter planes across the sky. Her fist clenched like forged steel, as if this physical tension could channel strength into her weakened body and through some invisible thread of fate, into the blood-soaked battlefields of her nation. Silently she prayed for her body to mend with wartime urgency, prayed for her country to repel the invaders, prayed that this darkest hour might birth the dawn of liberation. Yu Fengzi's postoperative recovery, an odyssey of rebirth after battling the disease. Ms. Yu Fengzi underwent gamma knife surgery for breast cancer at Hospital 416, a fierce confrontation with the life-threatening illness. The successful operation merely marked the first step in her rehabilitation journey, with the subsequent recovery process proving equally challenging and profoundly significant. Early postoperative phase, arduous physical adaptation and comprehensive care. During the initial days following the surgery, every moment constituted a dual trial of physical endurance and mental fortitude for Ms. Yu Fengzi. In the hospital's ICU, intensive care unit, she was surrounded by an array of sophisticated monitoring devices. These instruments stood like loyal sentinels, maintaining constant vigilance over her vital signs. The medical staff, akin to guardian angels working round the clock, meticulously tracked the slightest fluctuations in her blood pressure, heart rate, and respiratory patterns. Even the most minuscule anomaly could signal underlying risks, demanding their swift response and precise intervention at a moment's notice. The pain at the wound surged like relentless tides, battering Mrs. Yu Fengzi's body. Though gamma knife surgery caused less trauma than traditional procedures, localized tissue still suffered considerable damage. This lingering ache resembled delicate needles pricking intermittently, severely disrupting her rest. To alleviate the unbearable suffering, physicians conducted meticulous pain evaluation using the International Pain Assessment Scale, then formulated precise, customized analgesia protocols. Each administration of pain relief became a life raft cast upon her sea of agony, allowing brief respite to permeate her exhausted frame. Simultaneously, the digestive system began voicing its protests. Due to the combined effects of stress response during surgery and psychological factors, Mrs. Yu Fengzi developed gastrointestinal dysfunction, with symptoms like nausea and vomiting following in quick succession. This physical torment not only ravaged her body but also instilled a psychological fear of eating. To ensure nutritional intake and physical recovery, the medical staff made tremendous efforts. Working closely with nutritionists, they meticulously formulated specialized diets. Initially adhering to the principle of small, frequent meals, they provided clear rice congee liquid as crystalline life-giving springs, gently nourishing her weakened body. Subsequently, as her digestive functions gradually improved, they transitioned to semi-liquid foods containing vegetable and fruit juices, with each spoonful of food administered under careful medical supervision and meticulous observation. At this stage, preventing various complications became the top priority in nursing care. Medical staff strictly adhered to aseptic operation protocols, where each wound dressing change resembled a solemn ritual from disinfection and cleansing to dressing replacement. Every step manifested professionalism and precision. With tender yet resolute hands, they constructed a robust barrier against infection risks for Madame Yu Fengzi's wounds. Simultaneously, they maintained vigilant monitoring of her respiratory tract condition, encouraging effective coughing and sputum expulsion to prevent pulmonary infection caused by mucus accumulation. Each gentle back pat and every soothing reminder embodied the healthcare team's meticulous care poured into their patient. To promote blood circulation in the wound and accelerate the healing process, caregivers assisted Madame Yu Fengzi with moderate physical activities. Though every repositioning and slight limb movement proved immensely challenging for her, they remained by her side with unwavering companionship, offering constant encouragement and support. These seemingly simple nursing measures, like trickling streams converging into the sea, laid a solid foundation for her recovery. Midterm efforts, dual challenges of functional recovery and psychological reconstruction. As time progressed, Madame Yu Fengzi's body gradually emerged from the trauma of major surgery, entering a relatively stable yet challenging midterm recovery phase. This stage resembled water currents hidden beneath the calm surface of a lake. Every subtle change beneath this apparent tranquility profoundly impacted her ultimate rehabilitation outcomes. Restoring bodily functions had become the paramount task at this juncture. Mrs. Yu Fengzi distinctly perceived that although gamma knife surgery caused less trauma than conventional operations, its impact on physical capabilities persisted. Particularly in her limbs, she experienced a thread-like numbness in both upper extremities, as if countless invisible hands were gently constricting her limbs, imposing varying degrees of restriction on her mobility and strength. To break free from these shackles, the path to rehabilitation loomed before Mrs. Yu like a jagged mountain peak demanding conquest, each step fraught with hardship and challenge. The meticulously designed rehabilitation plan by the therapeutic team served as a precise roadmap, charting the course for her recovery journey. Initial rehabilitation training commenced with the most fundamental joint mobility exercises. Under the patient guidance of professional therapists, Madame Yu Fengzi began attempting fist clenching and arm extending movements. Each fist clench demanded her to summon every ounce of strength, akin to waging a fervent battle against the weakness and fatigue coursing through her body. Every arm extension resembled breaking free from invisible shackles, painstaking yet resolute. As training progressed, she advanced to wrist rotation drills. This seemingly simple motion became equivalent to scaling a towering barrier at her stage, requiring repeated attempts and unrelenting effort. As her physical functions gradually recovered, the intensity of her training regimen escalated accordingly. To further enhance upper limb strength, she commenced specialized resistance training using hand grippers and elastic resistance bands. Each compression of the gripper resembled a clash of wills against past afflictions, while every stretch of the resistance band symbolized resolute strides toward wellness. This rehabilitation system, progressing from simple to complex exercises, was developed based on extensive clinical experience and medical research, adhering to principles of step-by-step progression and scientific efficacy. Through this structured training program, Ms. Yu Fengzi not only progressively regained normal physical functions, but also cultivated unwavering tenacity. The path to recovery was no smooth journey, with psychological challenges proving equally formidable. Confronted by the disease's sudden assault, Mrs. Yu Fengzi's once tranquil existence was shattered, her heart engulfed in fear and unease. She constantly agonized over potential deterioration of her condition, and whether rehabilitation efforts would yield expected results. These anxieties hung like an invisible shadow, perpetually looming over her daily life. Her eyes betrayed moments of bewildered helplessness, while at night, loneliness and dread clung to her like persistent shadows, rendering elusive sleep. To help dispel the emotional gloom clouding her heart and embrace life's sunlight anew, the hospital's psychological team swiftly intervened. The therapists engaged Ms. Yu Fengzi in a profound heart-to-heart dialogue, wielding professional insight and profound empathy. They listened to her innermost voice, allowing her to release pent-up pressures and fears through verbal catharsis. Each therapeutic session sowed seeds of warmth and hope in the fertile soil of her soul, with gentle yet deliberate care. Through compassionate language and expert psychological knowledge, the doctors illuminated the scientific path to recovery, helping her understand healing as a journey where every small victory becomes a cherished milestone worth celebrating. Additionally, to empower her with greater strength and courage in battling the illness, the hospital organized patient-peer exchange activities. Through interactions with fellow patients, Ms. Yu Fengzi experienced unprecedented support and encouragement. Patients shared their personal triumphs over disease. These authentic and vivid stories became her driving force to push forward. They comforted and motivated each other, collectively confronting the challenges of illness. Within this warm community, Ms. Yu gradually emerged from the shadows in her heart, rediscovering confidence and courage. Late recovery stage, reintegration into life and consolidation of sustained health. After enduring the arduous adaptation during the postoperative period and strenuous efforts in mid-recovery phase, Ms. Yu Fengzi's physical and psychological states gradually stabilized. The dawn of recovery finally rose on the horizon. At this stage, restoring the rhythm of daily life became Madame Yu Fengzi's paramount goal. She began reintegrating into a normal daily rhythm, meticulously following a structured schedule each day. At dawn, when the first rays of sunlight filtered into her room, she would awaken gradually to soft melodies, the music serving as a gentle companion ushering in the new day. After rising, she would perform simple yet comprehensive body stretches, mobilizing every joint and rousing dormant cells to reignite their vitality. These daily stretching rituals not only relaxed muscles and alleviated physical fatigue, but more profoundly, they became a soothing ritual of physical reconnection, allowing her to tangibly sense the gradual resurgence of her inner strength. As her physical condition continued to improve, Ms. Yu Fengzi began prioritizing outdoor activities. Sunlight and fresh air became indispensable elements in her daily life. Every weekend, accompanied by family or friends, she would venture out to parks or suburban areas. The crisp air and vibrant blooms in the park seemed like nature's finest gifts, bringing profound solace to her spirit. During these walks, she absorbed the sun's nourishing warmth through her skin, listened to birds' jubilant choruses, and observed children's beaming faces. All these beautiful elements intertwined like golden sunlight, permeating every crevice of her heart. In matters of diet, Madame Yu Fengzi maintained meticulous precision. She understood that proper eating habits formed the cornerstone of sustained health, thus carefully selecting fresh, wholesome ingredients while balancing nutritional components in her daily meals. Her dining table always showcased a vibrant array of vegetables and fruits, nature's vitamin and mineral powerhouses that continuously fueled her vitality. Simultaneously, she conscientiously incorporated quality protein sources like fish and legumes, complemented by healthy fats. These nutrients synergistically supported bodily repair and rejuvenation, creating a robust foundation for her physical resilience. Despite remarkable progress in her recovery, Madame Yu Fengzi never lowered her standards. Continuous health monitoring stood as a guardian angel on her path to recovery, maintaining constant vigilance over her physical condition through meticulous tracking and assessment. Regular checkups were a crucial routine in her life. During each examination, doctors conducted thorough and meticulous physical evaluations. The mammary ultrasound acted like a detailed scan of her breast tissues, allowing physicians to observe internal conditions through clear imaging and detect any abnormal signs. Tumor marker tests resembled searching for trace clues of disease in the bloodstream by analyzing these biomarker levels. Doctors could assess potential tumor recurrence or hidden issues in other body parts. Meanwhile, complete blood count tests provided vital insights about overall blood health. From red-white blood cell counts to platelet functionality, each parameter functioned like a tiny health indicator light. Any irregularity would immediately alert medical professionals to intervene with targeted measures. Ms. Yu Fengzi approached these follow-up medical arrangements with utmost solemnity. On each examination day, she would arrive at the hospital early to complete all preparatory procedures. She diligently adhered to physicians' requirements for pre-examination preparations, whether fasting for blood tests or maintaining bladder fullness for ultrasound examinations. She complied with military precision. While faint traces of anxiety colored her wait for results, her demeanor remained fundamentally anchored in a profound sense of bodily stewardship. These checkups were not merely diagnostic tools for medical professionals, but vital channels through which MSU actively engaged with her health status and medical intelligence. In addition, Mrs. Yu Fengzi placed great emphasis on health preservation. She would adjust her lifestyle based on her physical condition and acquired wellness knowledge, adhering to a strict routine of retiring to bed at a fixed hour each night. This allowed her body to fully rest and rejuvenate in tranquil comfort. During sleep, her body operated like a precision repair machine, mending damaged cells and tissues from daytime activities, restoring vitality to organ systems through nocturnal recuperation. This nightly regeneration cycle replenished energy reserves, priming her physical and mental capacities for the challenges of the next day's endeavors. At the same time, she began exploring physical activities suited to her condition, such as yoga or tai chi. These exercises not only enhanced her body's flexibility and balance, but also regulated breathing and blood circulation, alleviating physical fatigue. During yoga sessions, under the instructor's guidance, she would attempt various poses, stretching every corner of her body. She embraced the expansion and release of muscles through movement, bringing a deeper sense of inner peace and tranquility. Ms. Yu Fengzi's journey powerfully demonstrates that breast cancer patients can achieve recovery post-treatment. Her perseverance and dedication during rehabilitation not only reclaimed hope for her own health, but also established an inspiring paradigm for fellow patients. Her story shines like a beacon of light, illuminating the path for those battling illness, allowing them to glimpse hope through darkness and stride resolutely toward recovery. Her journey of recovery stands as a vivid testament to life's indomitable tenacity, and a powerful affirmation of hope and courage's enduring flame. Every detail, every moment, crystallizes her reverence for life and yearning for fulfillment, etching itself as an indelible treasure in the tapestry of her existence. August 20th, Nanjing city overcast with rain, 34 degrees Celsius, south wind at level 2. The entire city unfolded political resistance against Japanese imperialism. Streets filled with students and teachers delivering impassioned speeches. The people are the wellspring of strength. Only through the people's great unity can we defeat the invaders. Neighborhoods, markets, and thoroughfares became seas of fluttering red flags. In this vast ocean of people's war, Japanese spies found nowhere to hide. Now we expose the Japanese generals who committed heinous crimes in Nanjing. Historical records show, first war criminal, Matsui Iwane, 1878–1948, Japanese Army general. Convicted and executed by the International Military Tribunal for the Far East for commanding the occupation of Nanjing and involvement in the Nanjing Massacre during Japan's war of aggression against China. Key details follow. Life and military career. Early years. Born in Nagoya, Japan. Graduated from the Imperial Japanese Army Academy and Army War College. Repeatedly deployed to China for espionage activities. Self-proclaimed China expert who advocated for Japanese expansionism in China. Role in the war of aggression against China. 1937 Battle of Shanghai, as commander of the Shanghai Expeditionary Army, directed Japanese forces in the attack on Shanghai, later advancing westward toward Nanjing. Nanjing Campaign, on December 13, 1937, Japanese troops captured Nanjing, followed by weeks-long Nanjing Massacre where approximately 300,000 Chinese military personnel and civilians were slaughtered. As frontline supreme commander, Matsui failed to restrain his forces, enabling atrocities including mass killings, rapes, and plundering. War accountability and trial. Tokyo Trials, 1946–1948. Indicted as Class A war criminal, primary charges included conspiring and executing wars of aggression, permitting troops to commit crimes against humanity in Nanjing. Verdict, sentenced to death by hanging in November 1948, executed on December 23 of the same year. Controversies and historical assessment. Matsui claimed during trial that illness prevented direct command, but the tribunal held him accountable for leadership failure to halt atrocities. Japanese right-wing forces have attempted to whitewash history, but extensive historical evidence, e.g., the Diary of John Rabe, survivor testimonies, confirms the direct connection between Japanese military atrocities and its command structure. Historical reckoning. Symbolic significance of the Nanjing Massacre. Iwaki Matsui is recognized as an emblematic figure of Japanese militarist brutality, his crimes serving as a critical warning from Japan's modern history of aggression. Divergent historical perspectives between China and Japan. While certain Japanese factions continue to deny or downplay the Nanjing Massacre, the conclusions of international academia and the Far East Tribunal remain irrefutable verdict. Conclusion. As a pivotal figure in Japan's war of aggression against China, Iwaki Matsui's military operations directly precipitated the Nanjing tragedy. His trial outcome epitomizes the post-war international reckoning with war crimes, yet ongoing controversies surrounding historical truths continue to impact East Asian relations. The second Japanese war criminal, Prince Yasuhiko Asaka, born on October 20, 1887, in Tokyo, Japan, was a member of the Japanese imperial family and the uncle-in-law of Emperor Showa, Hirohito. Grandson of Prince Kunifushimi and the eighth son of Prince Kuni Asahiko, his two elder brothers, Prince Kuni Kuniyoshi and Prince Nashimoto Muramasa, were both senior Japanese generals. In 1906, he was granted the title Asaka no Miya by Emperor Meiji. In 1910, he married Princess Fumiko, daughter of Emperor Meiji. He and Prince Higashikuni Naruhiko were half-brothers, with Naruhiko being 2 months younger. The two were equals in education and military promotions. Comparatively, Prince Asaka was introverted and low-key, while Prince Naruhiko was extroverted, flamboyant, and more conspicuous. Prince Asaka was one of the few professional soldiers among Japanese royalty, maintaining continuous military service. On May 27, 1908, he graduated from the 20th class of the Japanese Military Academy, alongside artillery specialist Haitaro Kimura. On December 25 of the same year, he was commissioned as an infantry second lieutenant and assigned to the 2nd Guards Infantry Regiment. On November 27, 1914, he graduated from the 26th class of the Army War College. Alongside future Governor-General of Taiwan, Rikichi Ando. He later served as captain of the 61st Infantry Regiment, deputy commander of the 3rd Guards Infantry Regiment, and deputy chief of staff. On October 31, 1917, despite having no combat merits, Prince Asaka was awarded the Grand Cordon of the Supreme Order of the Chrysanthemum due to his royal status, sparking envy among Meiji-era elites. In 1921, he served as battalion commander of the 1st Infantry Regiment and instructor at the Army War College. In 1922, Prince Asaka went to study in France as part of Crown Prince Hirohito's inner circle, stationed in Paris with Prince Kitashirakuwa Naruhisa. Both swore loyalty to Hirohito, directly receiving his orders. Their primary tasks included collecting political and military intelligence on Western nations, particularly monitoring international reactions to Japanese aggression, reporting back after each expansionist move. In 1923, during a picnic outside Paris, Prince Asaka and Prince Kitashirakuwa crashed their car into a tree. Prince Kitashirakuwa died instantly, while Prince Asaka suffered a back injury and a shattered leg that left him permanently disabled. This accident turned him into a one-legged man, forcing him to convalesce in France. During recovery, he became obsessed with golf, prolonging his stay in France, where French culture profoundly influenced him. Returning to Japan in 1925, he was promoted to colonel and became an instructor at the Army War College. From 1929, he successively served as commander of the 1st Infantry Brigade, commander of the Imperial Guards Division, and military counselor. Known for radicalism and support of the Imperial Wei faction, after the February 26 incident, Prince Asaka sided with the coup officers, praising their spirit. Together with Hirohito's brother Prince Chichibu, he pleaded for amnesty for the rebels. Emperor Hirohito rebuked him harshly. Regardless of their so-called spirit, their actions first violated the essence of our national polity. These brutal officers who murdered my veteran advisors deserve no mercy. I will never tolerate violent officers running amok. Crush this rebellion. No! The emperor fumed. The army is strangling me. Displeased with Asaka's stance during the crisis, Hirohito removed him from the imperial registry, ending the warmongering prince's favor. However, Asaka's military authority and imperialist ideology remained largely intact. Before the Marco Polo Bridge incident, as a lieutenant general, he inspected Japan's elite 11th Division, urging officers to showcase the imperial army's might in the Greater East Asia War. The Nanjing massacre on December 2, 1937, Prince Asaka was appointed commander of the Shanghai Expeditionary Army. By December 2, he rushed to the Nanjing front, replacing General Iwame Matsui bedridden with fever and tuberculosis to temporarily command Japanese forces attacking Nanjing. After hearing reports of Chinese POW management issues, he mercilessly signed a classified kill all captives order marked destroy after reading. Subsequently, he issued multiple extermination directives, the simplest being 4 characters, kill them all. American Life magazine correspondent David Bergamini documented this identically on page 30 of Japan's Imperial Conspiracy, Heinemann, 1997. This order was rapidly disseminated across units before and after Nanjing's fall, directly triggering the massacre of Chinese soldiers and civilians, escalating atrocities. On the day Nanjing fell, 16th Division Commander Kasego Nakajima recorded in his diary, "As the policy is to generally take no prisoners, we resolved to herd them to a corner and eliminate them all. To satisfy troops' desire to see the city, with Matsui's tacit approval, Asoka ordered Deputy Chief of Staff Isamumoto to revise camping orders under pretexts of insufficient Chengwai campsites and water shortages, allowing Sui entry into Nanjing. Unleashed like packs of wolves, Japanese troops rampaged through streets killing, burning, looting, expanding the massacre. This historic bloodbath stemmed entirely from Prince Asoka's command, making him the true architect of the Nanjing massacre. Statistics show Asoka's 16th Division slaughtered nearly 160,000 Chinese, several times other divisions combined. The infamous 100-kill contest officers Toshioki Mukai and Tsuyoshi Noda belonged to this division. A January 1938 encrypted telegram from Foreign Minister Koki Hirota to Washington, now in U.S. National Archives, reads, "Reliable eyewitness accounts prove Japanese troops conduct recalls Attila's Huns. No fewer than 300,000 Chinese civilians slaughtered, many with extreme brutality. Rape of children and atrocities continue weeks after combat ceased." From 1946至1948, the Tokyo Tribunal concluded that during Nanjing's capture, 20,000 women raped, over 200,000 killed, at least 1/4 civilians, 1/3 of city intentionally torched, all valuables looted. On December 14, 1937, Hirohito commanded Nanjing's captors. "Our naval and land forces near Shanghai fought with sustained bravery, pursuing victory to seize the enemy capital. This pleases me greatly. Convey this to all troops." Prince Asoka reached his life's pinnacle. In 1938, facing international condemnation for atrocities in Shanghai and Nanjing, Imperial headquarters dissolved the Shanghai Expeditionary Army. Asoka and Matsui were recalled. Returning as heroes, Hirohito received Asoka at Hayama Palace, praising his achievements, restoring his imperial status, and gifting silver vases. Asoka later became military counselor, 1939, promoted to general, House of Peers member, and president of the Disabled Veterans Association. In 1942, he received the Order of the Golden Kite. Near war's end, Asoka advocated homeland, 决战 and military-civil integration. The day after Hirohito's surrender broadcast, he returned to Nanjing to urge troops' capitulation and oversee destruction of military secrets. Escaping justice post-surrender, Matsui was hanged by the Tokyo Tribunal. Hisao Tani was executed at Iwatai. Yet Asoka, a primary Nanjing massacre architect, faced only token questioning. As early as 1940, Hirohito had preemptively removed the royals from military posts. Post-war, MacArthur preserved Hirohito's status to stabilize occupation. Thus, imperial family members escaped prosecution, Asoka shielded by royalty. Later life in 1947, as allies suppressed militarism and dismantled nobility, Asoka lost imperial status, renamed Yasuhiko Asoka, evicted from his Tokyo palace to Atami. Undaunted, he indulged in luxury, later becoming honorary president of Japan Golf Club. Failed investments in stocks and timber followed. On December 18, 1951, he converted to Catholicism, the first royal to do so. He died in Atami, Shizuoka, on April 12, 1981. The third Japanese war criminal in the invasion of China, Hisao Tani, male, of Yamato ethnicity, born on December 23, 1882, year of Renwu, in Okayama Prefecture, Japan, from a peasant family. Graduated from the 15th Infantry class of the Japanese Army Academy in November 1903, promoted to second lieutenant of infantry in March the following year. Participated in the Russo-Japanese War, during which he was promoted to lieutenant. Graduated from the 24th class of the Japanese Army War College in November 1912, ranking third in his class, and was dispatched to study in Britain. Later served at the General Staff Headquarters and overseas embassies, while lecturing on land tactics at the Japanese Naval War College. He emphasized looting, robbery, and rape during combat are crucial means to maintain troop morale. During his tenure as instructor at the Army War College, he interviewed former Manchurian Army Staff Operations Chief Shison Matsukawa and authored the valuable confidential history of the Russo-Japanese War. This is what the Japanese consider his significant contribution to the military administration and education of the Imperial Army. Promoted to colonel on March 18, 1925, participated in the invasion of Shandong, China as Chief of Staff of the 3rd Division on August 10, 1928. Promoted to Major General on August 1, 1930, serving as Japanese Army Air Force representative to the League of Nations. returned to Japan in 1932 as chairman of the Military Investigation Committee. Appointed commander of the 2nd Brigade of the Imperial Guards Division on August 1, 1933, under Division Commander Lieutenant General Prince Yasuhiko Asoka, later principal perpetrator of the Nanjing Massacre. Assumed nominal post as commander of Tokyo Bay Fortress on August 1, 1934. Appointed acting commander of the 9th Division on June 5, 1935, and full commander of the 6th Division on December 2. When the anti-Japanese war broke out in 1937, Lieutenant General Li Haotian led the 6th Division in attacks across North China, where he allowed his subordinates to massacre innocent civilians. After October, his forces were transferred to the Central China Front, participating in the Jinshanwai landing under Lieutenant General Haisuke Yanagawa's 10th Army. Disregarding logistical shortages, he launched a long-range assault on Nanjing. His successive victories earned him recognition as an outstanding senior commander among the Japanese. Before Nanjing's fall in December 1937, General Iwame Matsui suddenly fell ill and was replaced by Prince Yasuhiko Asoka as siege commander. Tanny saw this as his golden opportunity for glory. On December 13, 1937, the 6th Division breached the Zonghua Gate defended by the German-equipped 88th Division, becoming the first Japanese unit to enter Nanjing city. At that time, Chinese civilians fleeing Nanjing and surrendered Kuomintang soldiers crowded the main streets. Tanny Hisao ordered and condoned his subordinates to hurl grenades wildly at innocent civilians and spray machine gun fire, while personally killing with his military sword. He himself raped over 10 Chinese women. Kono Kimitaro, an embedded photographer with the 6th Division, saw an order at the division headquarters: communist atrocities shall not be tolerated. To crush the rampant activities of communist bandits, not only peasants and workers, but even women and children must be slaughtered. Later, Tanny invited Japanese veterans of the First Sino-Japanese War, Russo-Japanese War, and World War I to observe. Not until December 22 of the same year, when the 6th Division was ordered back to southern Anhui for mob operations, did their atrocities in Nanjing cease. Statistics show Tanny and his division slaughtered at least 50,000 Chinese civilians and POWs, with their death toll in the Nanjing massacre second only to Nakajima Kasego's 16th Division. The horrific crimes committed by Tanny Hisao and others in Nanjing shocked the world. To avoid international condemnation, Japanese General Headquarters transferred Tanny to a sinecure as commander of the Central District Army in the Home Defense Force on December 27. His superiors Matsui Iwame and Yanagawa Haisuke were transferred to reserve duty on February 14 the following year, while Central China Expeditionary Force staff officers Tsukada Osamu and Muto Akira remained active. On September 12, 1939, Tanny was placed in reserve along with other massacre perpetrators, never holding significant positions thereafter. He was only reactivated as 59th Army Commander days before Japan's surrender, never assuming office before unconditional capitulation. By seniority, this outstanding military political officer would likely have been promoted to general and Army Group Commander by August 1, 1940. After Japan's surrender, Tanny was arrested by Allied Command in February 1940 as a Class B war criminal. After over a year's trial at the Nanjing War Crimes Tribunal, he was executed by firing squad on April 26, 1947, Dinhai year. Retrochronal Citadel. In the early morning of December 3, 1937, the gloom over Nanjing seemed frozen in place, as streets drowned in suffocating mist. Li Haotian stood inside a 22nd century tech pod, the Type 85 5.8mm small caliber sniper rifle beside him gleaming coldly. Mounted on its frame, a high-definition 9x optical infrared scope emitted an eerie azure glow in the dimness. With an effective kill range of 800 meters, its 5.8mm rounds could pierce through 3 to 4 cm steel plates instantaneously. The 10-round magazine capacity and semi-automatic firing mode ensured both precision and lethal efficiency in combat. Nearby, the stealth robot Leiji Chenkun 1, Thunderstrike Universe Type 1, lay dormant. Its sleek metallic shell shimmered with an enigmatic luster, as if ready to face into the void at any moment. Meanwhile, rewinding to December 3, 1937, on Shanghai's Nanjing Road, historical records show that General Iwame Matsui organized a victory parade for the invading Japanese troops here. Sun Jinho, a passionate young man from Shandong, resolutely hurled a grenade into the Japanese procession. Instantly, the explosion tore through the Japanese troops' cheers, leaving multiple soldiers dead and wounded. Tragically, Sun himself was shot dead by Japanese forces. This operation was executed by the Chinese National Youth Salvation Association, led by Sun Yat-sen, a businessman turned patriot who, driven by ardent nationalism, liquidated all his assets with Zhao Gangli the day after the July 7 Marco Polo Bridge incident. Raising over 1,000 yuan, they formally established the association at Shanghai's Guandi Temple on July 15, 1937. Through recruitment ads in Central Daily News, Sun Yat-sen meticulously selected Zhou Shugang, Wang Jigu, Jiang Haixiong and other resolute youths to form a traitor elimination squad with Sun Jingho. Amidst the chaos of this attack on the Japanese parade, Zhao Gangli, Su Wanqing, and Sun Yat-sen managed to escape while the Japanese victory celebration ended in disarray. Subsequently, the Japanese military placed hefty bounties on their heads. The covert assassination squad, led by Sun Yat-sen, carried out multiple operations in Shanghai thereafter, successfully eliminating notorious collaborators including Yu Zhusen, head of the Puppet Shanghai Citizens Association, and Wu Chengyu, president of the Puppet Oriental National Association and commander of the bogus Constitutional Protection Army. However, on July 23, 1938, following the arrest and confession of a squad member revealing their hideout the previous day, Sun's entire anti-collaborator force was annihilated. Subjected to brutal torture during imprisonment, Sun Yat-sen ultimately sacrificed his life in December 1939 at the young age of 29. Li Haotian took a deep breath and settled into the manned combat capsule of the Thunderstruck Qiankun Type 1. With a faint hum, the Thunderstruck Qiankun activated its gravity field cloaking function and instantly vanished, entering the temporal corridor. The temporal vortex had spun faster and faster until in a flash Li Haotian and his craft materialized outside the Japanese military headquarters at 227 Xuchang Road, Yangpu District, Shanghai. Armed sentries stood guard at the compound's iron gates, their Type 92 heavy machine guns muzzles sinisterly trained outward from both flanks. Soldiers patrolling the grounds with military mastiffs maintained relentless vigilance, the atmosphere so tense it seemed to suffocate the very air. Through the infrared periscope telescope, Li Haotian observed General Matsui Iwane sitting alone at his desk in room 318 on the 3rd floor, reviewing documents. At that moment, the super system's voice resonated in his mind. Principal target Matsui Iwane will stand trial at the International Military Tribunal for the Far East in 1948. Current mission: issue warning to prevent him from signing the December 13th massacre order following Nanjing's occupation. Upon receiving the command, Lin tapped Lei Ji Qiankun lightly. A blue flash illuminated the space as they materialized before Matsui's desk. The general stared in shock at the pulsating Lei Ji Qiankun, then fixed his gaze on Lin aiming the sniper rifle. Paralyzed by the intense gravitational field, his body remained rooted to the floor. "Who are you? How did you get into my office?" Matsui demanded, his voice trembling like plucked bowstrings. Li Haotian's eyes blazed like torches as he stared at Matsui Iwane. "I come from the future. On December 13th, you will capture Nanjing. Due to your signed massacre order, 300,000 people will perish there. On August 15th, 1945, Emperor Hirohito will announce surrender. You will stand trial before the International Military Tribunal for the Far East in 1948 and ultimately hang. You murderous demons will be forever nailed to the pillar of historical infamy. Today, I could have eliminated you." Matsui Iwane's face turned deathly pale. With a thud, he dropped to his knees. "Hero of China, I will repent. This time I'll feign illness to avoid issuing city massacre orders. I'll immediately resign from military service and devote myself to Buddhism." "Matsui," Li Haotian said coldly, "if your words prove false, I can end your life at any moment. If you doubt me, witness how I depart." As the words faded, a flash of blue light engulfed the scene. Li Haotian and Thunderstruck Qiankun instantly returned to Nanjing's new command center through the temporal tunnel. Matsui Iwane watched their sudden disappearance, his legs giving way as he collapsed to his knees again, bursting into loud sobs. Later during the International Military Tribunal for the Far East, Matsui Iwane claimed he had contracted pneumonia before the Nanjing massacre, was undergoing treatment, never signed any extermination orders, and shifted blame to Prince Yasuhiko Asoka, Emperor Hirohito's imperial uncle. Li Haotian gazed at the command center screens, silently praying that this altered timeline would spare Nanjing from that unspeakable catastrophe, that countless lives would be preserved. As night descended upon Jinling City, the streets came alive with a tapestry of lights. Nanjing Jinling Women's College of Arts and Sciences stood in solemn tranquility, its newly constructed fully intelligent war room blazing with illumination that cut through the post-war stillness, saturating the air with electric tension and arcane mystery. Li Haotian stood anchored at the command center's heart, his silhouette etched with unyielding resolve under the stark lighting. Fresh from completing an impossible odyssey piercing through temporal barriers to confront war criminals steeped in historical infamy during that era of raging storms. This lone warrior had gambled everything to alter history's inexorable flow. His existence read like an epic chronicle. As a chrono soldier from humanity's future, he bore the cosmic burden of redeeming Nanjing and liberating countless trapped souls. Through temporal rifts, he'd witnessed war's abyssal cruelty and humanity's fleeting radiance. Even now, the memory of his recent life-threatening confrontation with General Matsui Iwane, that heart-stopping warning delivered across time, sent phantom tremors through his battle-hardened core. Li Haotian surveyed his surroundings. General Tenshinzi and Ding Vautrin sat upright like carved statues, their eyes brimming with anticipatory concern. The war room's atmosphere hung thick with tension, even the air itself seemed to congeal. Drawing a deep breath, Li Haotian began his account. General, Ding, I've just completed an impossible mission. Lin's voice rasped with gravelly intensity. I've pierced through time itself and confronted that archfiend Ishiwara Kanji face to face. Both General Tan and Ding Vautrin froze mid-breath. Their penetrating gazes studied Li Haotian as if peering into his very cells, desperate to extract every atom of his extraordinary experience. Can it be you truly traversed time? General Tan stammered, the words catching like splintered steel in his throat. Li Haotian nodded and continued, yes, General. I traveled through time. I witnessed the horrors of the Nanjing massacre with my own eyes, and saw the depraved face of Matsui Iwane. I warned him to stop the slaughter, or face the judgment of history. Dame Minnie Vautrin's eyes glistened with tears as she whispered, those innocent souls have finally received justice's verdict. Li Haotian then declared, General, Ding, there's something else I must tell you. What is it? General Tenshinzi and Ding Vautrin asked in unison. Matsui Iwane wasn't the sole mastermind. Li Haotian said gravely, there was another executioner in the Nanjing massacre. His name was Tani Hisao. Li Haotian slowly recounted the crimes of Hisao Tani. The name Hisao Tani, during the Nanjing massacre, was equally stained with the blood of innocent civilians and prisoners of war. The 6th Division. He commanded, burned, killed, and looted throughout Nanjing city, committing atrocities without restraint. Li Haotian said, General, Ding, if we don't stop him, Nanjing will sink into deeper despair. General Tenshinzi and Ding Minnie Vautrin both remained silent. They knew Li Haotian spoke the truth, but they also understood stopping Hisao Tani would be no easy task. Then, what should we do? General Tenshinzi asked. Li Haotian smiled faintly, his eyes brimming with confidence. General, Ding, we needn't alter the major events of history. What we must do is modify certain details. We'll lure Tani's troops into our ambush, preventing them from running rampant in Nanjing. How exactly? Ding Vautrin inquired. Li Haotian elaborated on his plan in detail. He would utilize the advantages of the fully intelligent combat chamber to simulate the city walls, streets, and buildings of Nanjing, then lure Tani Hisao's 6th Division into this simulated Nanjing city. Next, he planned to deploy the most cutting-edge weapon, the Thunderstrike Qiankun robot warriors. These robotic combatants possessed formidable fighting capabilities, capable of emitting devastating heavy field force waves that could instantly transport enemies back to their original world. We'll use spatio-temporal technology to lure Tani Hisao and his troops into the simulated Nanjing city, Li Haotian declared. Then we'll activate the Thunderstrike Qiankun robot warriors to attack Tani's forces with their heavy field force waves. This way, we can prevent Tani's atrocities in Nanjing without altering major historical events. General Tenshinzi and Ding Vautrin stood awestruck. They gazed at Li Haotian as if beholding a hero from the future, a man who could reshape history through his wisdom and courage. Li Haotian, your plan is somewhat audacious, General Tenshinzi declared, but it remains the most effective approach. We stand behind you. Director Vautrin nodded in agreement. Li Haotian, we have faith in you. You will prevail. Li Haotian gazed at General Tenshinzi and Director Vautrin, his heart swelling with gratitude. He knew with such backing, his strategy would undoubtedly come to fruition. Thus unfolded an audacious rescue operation. Leveraging the full capabilities of the intelligent war room, Li Haotian began constructing a digital replica of Nanjing. He pulled vast historical archives to meticulously reconstruct every street, structure, and even the minutest architectural detail of the city. Simultaneously, he began mobilizing robot warriors, preparing for combat. These specially modified combat machines possessed enhanced combat capabilities, capable of operating in complex battle environments. Historical records indicate that in December 1937, before the fall of Nanjing, General Matsui Iwane suddenly fell ill and was replaced by Prince Yasuhiko Asoka as siege commander. General Li Haotian saw this as his golden opportunity to make his mark. On December 13, 1937, the 6th Division breached the Zonghua Gate defended by the German-equipped 88th Division, becoming the first to penetrate the city defenses of Nanjing. On December 10, 1937, 3 days before the fall of Nanjing, Li Haotian's super system began recounting the brutal combat scenes at Zonghua Gate along with its strategic position and defensive deployments. Strategic position and defensive deployment of Zonghua Gate. Geographical and architectural features. Zonghua Gate, originally named Jubal Gate, the southern main gate of Nanjing's Ming Dynasty city wall, comprised 4 arched gates, 3 barbicans, and garrison tunnels, making it China's largest surviving ancient castle-style city gate at the time. Its formidable brick-stone structure and towering walls, approximately 21 meters high and 20 meters thick, formed a natural barrier, theoretically impregnable. Defensive force arrangements. Military units. The Zonghua Gate defense line was held by the National Revolutionary Army's 88th Division, commanded by Su Wanqing, a German-equipped division, military police units, and hastily mobilized civil defense forces. Though the 88th Division was an elite Central Army unit, it had suffered devastating casualties in the Battle of Shanghai with only 6,000 surviving troops remaining, plagued by equipment shortages and low morale. Defensive works. Trenches were dug around the city walls, with machine gun positions in barbicans, and troop tunnels serving as ammunition depots and temporary shelters. However, there was a critical lack of anti-tank guns and anti-aircraft firepower, relying solely on light weapons and limited mortars. Japanese attack vectors. The Japanese 6th Division, Commander Li Haotian, and 114th Division launched their main assault on Zonghua Gate from the southern front, while the 9th Division attacked Guanghua Gate and the 16th Division charged toward Purple Mountain, forming a multi-pronged encirclement. Combat progression, from artillery barrage to breached gates. December 9-10, peripheral battles. Japanese vanguard forces occupied Yuwatai Highlands in southern Nanjing suburbs, establishing heavy artillery positions that unleashed indiscriminate bombardment on Zonghua Gate and surrounding areas. Defenders desperately resisted from Yuwatai fortifications, but the 6th Division's deployment of poison gas, mustard gas, and incendiary bombs ultimately led to the fall of Yuwatai. Survivors retreated to the Barbican of Zonghua Gate. December 12, general assault on Zonghua Gate. Early morning, the 13th Regiment of the 6th Japanese Division, infantry, advanced under tank cover. Engineers attempted but failed to detonate the gate. Morning, Japanese heavy artillery, 150mm howitzers, concentrated fire on weak wall sections. Approximately 20 meters of wall west of Zonghua Gate collapsed, creating a breach. Afternoon, Japanese infantry scaled walls under smoke screen cover, engaging defenders in hand-to-hand combat. Commander Zhu Qi of the 262nd Brigade, 88th Division, held position until all personnel perished. Evening, Japanese suicide squads poured through the breach. Defenders descended into disorganized resistance. Su Wanqing had already retreated without authorization, resulting in the fall of Zonghua Gate. Critical tactical errors. Defenders failed to seal the breach with sandbags and organized no effective countercharge. After Su Wanqing abandoned his post, the remnants of the army lacked unified command. Some soldiers attempted to retreat across the river from Shiguan, but were pursued and bombarded by Japanese forces, suffering heavy casualties. A chain reaction following the fall of Zonghua Gate. Collapse of Nanjing city defenses. After Zonghua Gate was breached, Japanese troops advanced along Zonghua Road into the city center, while Guanghua Gate and Zhongshan Gate fell in succession. By the morning of December 13th, the entire city of Nanjing had been occupied. Starting point of the massacre. Following the 6th Division's entry into the city, Tenni Hisao gave free rein to his troops to dispose of prisoners on the spot. Residential areas near Zonghua Gate, including Mendong and Menshi, became the first massacre zones. Survivor testimonies. Nanjing residents Luo Jin and Wu Xian recalled that the areas inside and outside Zonghua Gate were strewn with corpses. Japanese troops slaughtered civilians under the pretext of mopping up remaining forces, while women were herded into Kanbingdong tunnels for systematic rape. International perspective. In footage captured by American missionary John McGee, the streets near Zonghua Gate were piled with bodies of victims. German businessman John Rabe recorded in his diary that Japanese troops immediately began looting and killing after entering through Zonghua Gate. Controversies and post-war accountability. The desertion controversy of Sun Wanqing. Sun Wanqing's unauthorized withdrawal from his command post on the afternoon of the 12th caused the defensive line to collapse. Chiang Kai-shek condemned him in his diary as fleeing the battlefield, though Sun claimed in his later years it was an ordered retreat. Recent archival evidence reveals that while retreat orders existed, the chaotic execution by Sun's troops exacerbated the rout. Trials of Japanese war criminals. Li Haotian, as chief assault commander of Zhonghua Gate, was charged with orchestrating the massacre during both the Tokyo trials and Nanjing military tribunal. In 1947, he was executed by firing squad at Nanjing's Yuwatai district, still denying partial responsibility before his death. Japanese right-wing historical distortion efforts. Some Japanese textbooks downplay the capture of Nanjing as mere occupation, even claiming no civilian casualties occurred in the Zhonghua Gate battle. Yet irrefutable evidence remains in China's preserved bullet marks on city walls and Japanese soldiers' diaries, e.g., the Diary of Azuma Shiro. The Zhonghua Gate today, Scars and Memory. Traces of war on the city wall. The western wall of Zhonghua Gate still bears 1937 bullet holes and artillery craters. The Japanese military's carved inscription December 12, Showa 12, later erased, on the gate arch once stood as ironclad proof of aggression. Remembrance and Vigilance. The Nanjing Massacre Memorial Hall features a dedicated exhibition on the Battle of Zhonghua Gate, displaying fallen defenders' personal effects and photographs documenting Japanese atrocities. Every December 13th, Nanjing residents hold candlelight vigils at Zhonghua Gate, with wall illumination dimmed in solemn tribute. Epilogue. Zhonghua Gate stands not only as a defensive marvel from the age of cold weapons, but also as a symbol of modern national suffering. Its fall exposed the tragedy of China's military weakness and chaotic command system at that time, while the subsequent massacre transformed this city gate into an eternal witness of human atrocity. Remembering historical details serves both as solace to our ancestors and guardianship of future peace. Historical records I. Pre-battle deployment, early December 1937. Chinese defenders. Defense system. As one of Nanjing main city wall's most impregnable gates, Zhonghua Gate comprised 4 arched gates, 3 barbican enclosures, and 27 troop shelters accommodating 3,000 soldiers. The defenders planned to implement a jar trap tactic using the barbican structure, luring enemies deep before closing the gates for annihilation. The walls mounted Maxim heavy machine guns and mortar positions, anti-tank trenches, barbed wire, and minefields surrounded the outer defenses. Military composition. 88th Division, Commander Sun Wanqing, comprising the 262nd Brigade, Commander Zhu Qi, and 264th Brigade, Commander Gao Zisong. Originally an elite German-equipped division, only 6,000 troops remained after the Battle of Shanghai, have been recruits with inadequate heavy weaponry. Gendarmerie Training Regiment, approximately 2,000 troops responsible for constructing street-fighting fortifications inside city walls. Laborers and Volunteer Corps, temporarily conscripted civilians assisting ammunition transportation and fortification construction. Japanese Assault Forces. 6th Division, Commander Li Haotian, including the Liseng Th Regiment, Kumamoto Regiment, and Suoqing Th Regiment, equipped with 12 150 毫米 howitzers and 8 Type 97 tanks. 114th Division, tasked with flanking maneuvers to sever connections between Zhonghua Gate and Yuwatai. Air Support, Field Aviation Group deployed Type 97 bombers for sustained wall bombardment. Combat Timeline, December 9 至12. December 9th, Yuwatai falls, exposing Zhonghua Gate. 7 o'clock, Japanese forces occupied the commanding heights of Yuwatai. Artillery observers directed 150 mm howitzers to bombard Zhonghua Gate walls with precision, firing over 2,000 shells in a single day. 11 o'clock, Brigadier Zhu Qi of the 262nd Brigade led 2 battalions in a countercharge to recapture the eastern foothills of Yuwatai, but suffered mustard gas attacks from Japanese troops. With over 400 casualties, they were forced to retreat. 1500 hours, Japanese engineer demolition teams approached the city walls under tank cover. Repelled by defenders' grenades, their abandoned explosive charges collapsed the northwest corner, creating a 5-meter breach. December 10th, bloodbath at the Barbican. Dawn, the 13th Japanese Regiment launched a banzai charge. Over 3,000 infantrymen stormed the breach under smoke screen cover. Commander Li Jia of the 517th Regiment led defenders in bayonet combat, repelling the first wave. Noon, Japanese tanks advanced to within 50 meters of the city wall, firing directly at defensive machine gun positions with 37mm cannons. Zhou Zhenqiang, commander of the Gendarmerie Training Regiment, organized a suicide squad that destroyed 2 tanks using cluster hand grenades. Dusk, garrison troops in the troop tunnels were burned alive by Japanese flamethrowers due to poor ventilation, with over 200 perishing in the inferno. The breach in the city wall expanded to 15 meters. December 11th, command chaos and logistics collapse. Dawn, Su Wanqing withdrew his division headquarters to the Confucius Temple in the city without orders, transferring frontline command to Liao Lingqi, commander of the 264th Brigade. 9 o'clock, Japanese bombers dropped 500 kilograms armor-piercing bombs, collapsing the roof of the Western Barbican. The ammunition depot in the garrison tunnels detonated sympathetically, burying over 300 defenders. 1400 hours, kitchen staff risked their lives delivering meals to the wall defenders, only to be killed by Japanese snipers. Soldiers survived on merely a handful of raw rice per day. December Shao, the city's fall. 6:30, the Japanese 47th Regiment surged through the breach into the first Barbican. Defenders slammed the inner iron gate shut and raked the enclosed space with machine guns, killing over 200 enemy soldiers. 10 o'clock, Japanese engineers attempted to blast the inner gate with explosives but failed, switching to siege ladders for scaling. Major Xia Chenrua, chief of staff of the 262nd Brigade, personally led remaining troops to hurl lime jars from the walls, sending dozens of Japanese soldiers plummeting to their deaths. 1300 hours, with multiple wall sections breached, the critically wounded Xia Chenrua detonated a grenade to take Japanese soldiers with him in death. Brigadier Gao Zisong of the 264th Brigade continued commanding with a pistol after his left arm was severed by an explosion, fighting until his last breath. 1600 hours, Su Wanqing issued the order every man for himself in breaking out. Remnant troops retreated in disarray along Zhonghua Road under sustained machine gun fire. The vanguard of Japan's 6th Division raised the rising sun flag over Zhonghua Gate's watchtower. 3. Atrocities after the city's fall, night of December 2. Immediate massacres. General Yusufsugu ordered to take no prisoners. Japanese troops bayoneted wounded soldiers and civilians on Zhonghua Gate streets, mercilessly driving over 2,000 people to the Zhigongchengxiang River bank for mass execution by gunfire. Over 30 wounded defenders discovered in hidden military bunkers were doused with gasoline and burned alive. Survivor Wu Changsheng miraculously escaped by leaping into the moat. Sexual violence and plundering. Witness Wang Zhangshi from Guang Alley testified, after Japanese soldiers gang-raped her daughter on the street, they impaled the infant with bayonets for amusement. Diary of Japanese 6th Division soldier Tatsumi Tadosaka records, silver dollars, silks, even Buddha statues from shops inside the city gates were hauled away by military trucks. Su. Technical details and controversies. Defensive flaws of the city walls. Though Zhonghua Gate appeared formidable, its Ming-era brick walls couldn't withstand modern artillery. Japanese post-battle reports stated, 3 direct hits from 150mm howitzers were sufficient to collapse a wall section. The mystery of Su Wanqing's retreat. At noon on the 12th, Chiang Kai-shek telegraphed orders to withdraw as the situation dictates if untenable, but Su Wanqing had already abandoned his position earlier. Recent archives from Taipei's Academia Historical reveal that Sun's communication equipment was damaged, possibly preventing timely receipt of the order. Japanese Army casualty figures. While Japanese forces claimed 600 killed during Zhonghua Gate battles, medical records from the 6th Division show 10,000 seriously wounded soldiers treated on December 2 alone, suggesting actual casualties were significantly higher. The post-war traces and memory. Bullet-scarred walls. The western Zhonghua Gate wall retains 237 bullet marks from 1937, with the largest impact crater measuring 1.2 meters deep. Japanese engravings. Soldiers bayonet etched occupied by 6th Division December 12, Showa 12 into the gate arch. Covered with cement in 1950s, recent archaeological surveys have uncovered remnants. Collective memory. Yugarden residents near the gate still recite the ballad on Winter Moon's 11th day, blood-soaked the Barbican, lunar November 11th corresponding to December 12 Gregorian. The Battle of Zhonghua Gate was not merely a military confrontation, but a brutal revelation of the vast disparity between China and Japan in industrial capacity, organizational power, and wartime resolve. The defenders' tragic resistance of flesh and blood against a tidal wave of steel, coupled with the hellish horrors civilians endured after the city's fall, collectively forged the most agonizing memory in the Chinese nation's history. Every bullet scar, every page of testimony screams this warning. While backwardness does not necessarily invite aggression, a nation that abandons its will to modernize is doomed to be at the mercy of others. Preparations amidst the flames of war. December 4, 1937. The city of Nanjing was suffocating under increasingly heavy war clouds. In the war room of Jinling College, the atmosphere hung thick with tension. Li Haotian stood before a crude map of Nanjing, his gaze resolute as he briefed General Tanshengji and Mini Vautrin about the extraordinary mission he was about to undertake. Li Haotian was a member of the Super System Organization, possessing technological capabilities far beyond that era time tunnel technology. Hisao Tanni, this notorious Japanese war criminal, had committed unforgivable atrocities on the battlefield. Now intelligence indicated he was attempting to escape legal judgment through despicable means. General, Miss Mini, Tanni Hisao is currently detained at the War Criminals Management Center, but he has bribed Bai Shangqing, the deputy warden of Xiamen Detention Center. That Bai Shangqing fabricated the illusion of Tanni Hisao's accidental death, attempting to smuggle him out through the morgue. Although Xin Zijian, the military justice officer guarding Tanni Hisao, has promptly neutralized Okada Jiro, the Japanese agent sent to extract him, and disarmed the prison raiding Kawanomichi, Tanni Hisao continues plotting his next escape. Li Haotian's voice carried urgency, yet each word struck with crystalline clarity. General Tanshengji's expression hardened. He knew too well the brutality and atrocities committed by this war criminal. Allowing Tanni Hisao to escape would inflict fresh wounds upon Nanjing, this city already ravaged beyond measure, and upon all Chinese people. Comrade Lin, this mission will be perilous and fraught with danger. But if you have confidence in its success, this general pledges his wholehearted support. Mini Vautrin also nodded in agreement. As the dean of Jinling College, she had witnessed firsthand the atrocities of the Nanjing massacre after December 13th. Hoping to do something to prevent Tanni Hisao's escape, she said, Mr. Lin, we'll all be praying for your success in bringing that demonic figure to justice. Li Haotian opened a mysterious device case, revealing an entrance glowing with ethereal blue light, the core activation mechanism of the temporal corridor. This portal will take me through time to 1946 Nanjing. Tanni Hisao should still be in custody then. I must stop him before he executes new escape plans. Moreover, I have my capable assistant, the Thunderstrike Chenkun 1 mechanical warrior. Equipped with superior combat capabilities and cutting-edge technology, it will help me handle any contingencies. Here, stepping into the temporal corridor, Li Haotian took a deep breath, casting his final glance at General Tanshengji and Mini Vautrin before resolutely stepping into the temporal envelope tunnel. In that instant, blinding light erupted around him. He felt himself being pulled into a swirling vortex of light, his body becoming weightless. All sound vanished, leaving only endless azure radiance flooding his vision. The Leiji Chenkun Type 1 mech warrior followed closely, its metallic frame shimmering with mysterious luminescence in the blue glow. Within the temporal conduit, time and space lost conventional meaning. Scenes flashed by in rapid succession, ancient battlefields, cityscapes from different dynasties, strange creatures and surreal landscapes. Li Haotian kept his gaze locked on the luminous path ahead, mentally calculating the estimated time window for reaching 1946 Nanjing. Suddenly, the mech warrior sounded an alarm, detected space-time turbulence interference. Energy fluctuations unstable. Li Haotian responded calmly, activate backup protection system. Maintain current heading. The mechanical warrior swiftly generated an energy shield across its surface, resisting the onslaught of space-time turbulence. After an indeterminate period, the surrounding scenery gradually stabilized. Li Haotian glimpsed vaguely familiar buildings and streets. He knew they were approaching 1946 Nanjing. 3. The situation in 1946 Nanjing. When Li Haotian and the Thunderstrike Chenkun Type 1 mech warrior emerged from the temporal tunnel, they materialized on a relatively secluded Nanjing street. Surrounding citizens dressed in post-Japanese surrender-era clothing stared in astonishment at Lin's peculiar equipment. Li Haotian swiftly utilized the device to gather surrounding intelligence. He learned that Gu Shoufu's case had already garnered widespread attention, with both domestic and international public opinion demanding severe punishment for this war criminal. Yet Gu Shoufu's faction hadn't abandoned their struggle, they were still plotting further conspiracies in the shadows. Following the route etched in his memory, Li Haotian arrived near Xiamen Detention Center, where Gu Shoufu was imprisoned. He observed significantly heightened security measures, yet detected lingering suspicious signs. Decisively, he resolved to first establish contact with the embedded informant provided by the super system, aiming to obtain precise intelligence regarding Gu Shoufu's prison escape scheme. In an unassuming little tea house, Li Haotian met his informant Old Zhang, a former low-ranking soldier who had served in the nationalist army. Old Zhang was quite familiar with the detention center's operations. He revealed to Lin, Bai Shangqing has been looking for opportunities to surreptitiously pass messages to Tanny Hisao, and he's colluding with external forces. There might be moles within the detention center. Though Xin Zijian's team remains vigilant, the enemy is simply too cunning. After thanking Old Zhang, Lin Haotian and his mechanical warrior embarked on a more thorough reconnaissance around the detention center. They discovered a narrow alley behind the compound, the security's weakest point that Tanny's faction likely planned to exploit. Sora first clashed with the enemy. While Lin Haotian and the mechanical warrior were conducting reconnaissance near the detention center, Du Shoufu's game also sensed the approaching danger. They dispatched a group of assassins, attempting to sabotage Lin's plans before he could fully deploy his forces. As the killers stealthily infiltrated the area around the detention center, several moved toward the alley where Lin's team was positioned. The sensors of the Thunderstrike Qiankun Type 1 mechanical warrior instantly detected the hostile presence. It murmured in a low mechanical tone, "Master, enemy forces approaching. Engage." Lin Haotian responded calmly, "Wait until they enter engagement range." When the assassins crossed the critical perimeter, the mechanical warrior burst forward like lightning. Its articulated arms discharged powerful gravitic energy beams, vaporizing several attackers before they could react. Remaining assailants opened fire, but their bullets dissipated harmlessly against the warrior's shimmering energy shield. Lin Haotian wasn't to be outdone either. He pulled several tracking missiles from his custom backpack and launched them toward the assassins' hiding spots. The missiles streaked through the night sky, tracing luminous trajectories before precisely striking their targets. The assassins immediately fell into disarray, scattering in panic. "Looks like the enemies lost their composure. We need to pick up the pace," Lin Haotian addressed the mechanized warrior. They continued conducting comprehensive reconnaissance of the detention center, finally pinpointing several critical locations where Du Shoufu's gang might attempt their prison break. Thwarting the conspiracy. Lin Haotian and the mechanized warrior sought out Bai Shangqing at the detention center, preparing to confront him directly. Disguised as inspection officials sent by superior authorities, they gained entry into the prison compound. Bai Shangqing looked at Lin Haotian and the others, his heart filled with doubts, yet he maintained an ingratiating smile. Suddenly, Lin Haotian confronted him. "Bai Shangqing, we've uncovered all your deeds. Did you truly believe your conspiracy would succeed?" Bai's complexion changed dramatically. As he attempted to resist, the mechanical warrior subdued him instantly. Meanwhile, Lin Haotian located the detention site where Tanny Hisao was held. The Japanese officer was still discussing escape routes post-jailbreak with his accomplices. When Tanny saw Lin's group appear, a flicker of terror flashed through his eyes. "Tanny Hisao, did you think you could escape? Your crimes demand retribution," Lin Haotian stated solemnly. Tanny attempted sophistry. "By what authority do you arrest me? I'm a Japanese officer." Lin sneered coldly. "Your atrocities are too numerous to recount. Having committed so many brutalities on Chinese soil today marks your reckoning has come." However, Tanny Hisao's accomplices refused to accept defeat. They activated pre-planted explosive devices in an attempt to create chaos and escape with Tanny Hisao. The Thunderstrike Universe Type 1 mech warriors swiftly activated fire suppression systems, while using their formidable strength to demolish the explosive installations. Lin Haotian engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat with both the mech warriors and Tanny's conspirators. Liu, the final victory. Under the overwhelming combat power of the mech warriors, Tanny Hisao's accomplices were teleported back to Japan within 1 minute through the gravitational field energy of Thunderstrike Universe. Witnessing the irreversible turn of events, Tanny lowered his head in resignation, finally realizing he could never escape the judgment of justice. Lin Haotian securely redetained Tanny Hisao and notified the Military Justice Division. Upon receiving the message, Xin Zijian immediately rushed to the detention facility. When he saw Lin Haotian standing alongside the mech warriors, astonishment and profound gratitude simultaneously flooded his heart. "Mr. Lin, you are our greatest hero. Had you not arrived in the nick of time, this war criminal would have truly escaped legal justice," Xin Zijian exclaimed excitedly. Lin Haotian and the mechanical warrior successfully thwarted Tanny Hisao's prison escape plan, becoming legendary figures in 1946 Nanjing. In the following days, Tanny Hisao was smoothly transported to the tribunal and received his due punishment. After fulfilling their mission, Lin Haotian and the mechanical warrior returned to the entrance of the time tunnel. Lin Haotian gazed one last time at this land he had fought for, his heart surging with emotions. Then, he and the Thunderstrike Qiankun Mark I mechanical warrior stepped into the time capsule tunnel, embarking on their journey back to 1937. Qi Homecoming and Future Visions. When Li Haotian and the mechanical warrior reappeared in the command room of Jinling Women's Arts and Sciences College on December 4, 1937, General Tanshengzi and Mini Vautrin rejoiced at their safe return. Li Haotian recounted in detail how he had prevented Gushifu's prison escape. General Tanshengzi gave him a thumbs up. Comrade Lin, you've done an exceptional job. This is a remarkable deed. Not only have you stopped a war criminal's escape, but more importantly, you've safeguarded justice itself. Mini Vautrin was deeply moved by Li Haotian's bravery and wisdom. Mr. Lin, I fervently hope our world will never again witness wars, nor see demons like Gushifu emerge. Li Haotian gazed at them with profound emotion swirling in his heart. Though he had altered a fragment of history in 1946, present-day Nanjing still grappled with immense peril. He and his organization would persist in their struggle to protect this city, to defend all Chinese people. They would continue fighting. The success of this temporal expedition has accumulated invaluable experience for Li Haotian and his team. They will continue exploring the boundless possibilities of chronotunnel technology. In the coming days, they might harness this breakthrough to alter the course of countless destinies and prevent more tragedies from unfolding. As time progresses, Nanjing City prepares for impending darker battles through collective efforts. Li Haotian resolves to remain in this era, dedicating his extraordinary capabilities to defend the city against Japanese invaders. Shouldering this monumental responsibility, he stands undaunted. No mountain of obstacles nor sea of perils shall deter his resolve. The Thunderstrike Qiankun One Mech Warrior became Li Haotian's formidable ally in 1937. Its existence represented not merely overwhelming military might, but also a symbol of technology and justice. In the days that followed, Lin and the mechanical warrior collaborated on Nanjing's defense fortifications, enhanced the military's combat capabilities, and relentlessly pursued strategies to decisively defeat the Japanese invaders. The tale of Li Haotian thwarting Gushifu's prison escape spread through the populace like wildfire, evolving into a spiritual torch that ignited people's courage to resist. Citizens clung to the belief that with heroes like Li Haotian standing guard, and through united solidarity, ultimate victory in this war was inevitable. Their homeland would be preserved through collective resolve. System emergence. Li Haotian was buried deep in research materials about the Nanjing defense campaign. Late at night, as he meticulously studied historical records about Song Yuanyang under his desk lamp, a blinding blue light suddenly erupted from his computer screen, engulfing him completely. Host's intense focus on Nanjing defense campaign detected. Super historical intervention system activated. A mechanical voice resonated in Li Haotian's mind. He watched in shock as the surrounding space distorted into a swirling vortex, countless light fragments flickering before his eyes. Horrifying scenes from the Nanjing defense campaign materialized in rapid succession. This system aims to alter the tragic outcome of Nanjing defense campaign. As the sole communicator, you must guide Song Yuanyang to make correct decisions, reduce military casualties, and redirect history's course. The system's voice reverberated again. Li Haotian realized with growing adrenaline that he'd been thrust into an unprecedented historical adventure. Entering history. Under the system's influence, Li Haotian's consciousness traversed time and space, arriving in Nanjing on December 5, 1937. Smoke filled the air as artillery roared. He saw Song Yuanyang pacing anxiously in the command center, the map before him densely marked with red indicators revealing the Japanese forces' advancing positions. Li Haotian mastered courage and established a psychic connection with Song Yuanyang through the system. Commander Song, I come from the future and know how this battle will unfold. You must prepare for retreat in advance to prevent your troops from being trapped. Lin urged urgently. Though initially skeptical of this sudden voice in his mind, Song Yuanyang gradually became convinced as Lin accurately predicted the Japanese army's impending assault plans. The shadow of the Shanghai campaign. In his conversation with Song Yuanyang, Li Haotian learned about his experiences during the Battle of Shanghai. At that time, Song Yuanyang led the 88th Division in holding the Bay, facing the Japanese army's ferocious assaults. He personally led from the front lines as casualties mounted catastrophically. The chaos during the retreat remains etched in Song Yuanyang's memory, still haunting him to this day. We lost too many brothers in that retreat. I cannot allow such a tragedy to repeat, Song Yuanyang said painfully. While understanding his anguish, Li Haotian also recognized the graver situation of the Nanjing defense. Through his system, he obtained real-time intelligence to help Song Yuanyang devise a more rational defense and retreat plan. The crisis of the Nanjing defense. As Japanese forces advanced relentlessly, the Nanjing defense entered its most desperate phase. Fierce battles raged at locations like Zhonghua Gate. Soldiers of the 88th Division resisted tenaciously through the barrage of bullets and artillery, yet casualties kept mounting with each passing hour. Following Li Haotian's suggestion, Su Wanqing prepared to organize an orderly retreat. However, their superiors' orders demanded they stand their ground to the last. Su Wanqing found himself trapped in a crucible of decision. The system's verified intelligence warned that holding position would lead to total annihilation, while defying orders risked severe military punishment. Li Haotian transmitted urgent updates through the system, revealing granular details about the Japanese forces' impending maneuvers. Confronted with this existential urgency, Su Wanqing made the fateful choice to defy command and initiate troop withdrawal. The evacuation operation. Precision deployment. With the assistance of the super system, Li Haotian identified the most vulnerable sector in the Japanese encirclement for Su Wanqing, the area stretching from Shuiximen to Hanshongmen. This zone featured relatively dispersed Japanese forces and extensive civilian housing for cover. Lin proposed, General Song, first deploy elite squads to feign a breakout attempt at Zhonghua Gate, creating the illusion of a massive assault to draw enemy forces. Meanwhile, our main force should travel light and swiftly maneuver towards Shuiximen and Hanshongmen. Su Wanqing immediately convened regimental commanders, declaring, "This operation determines our survival. The diversionary troops must engage fiercely to monopolize Japanese attention. The main force must remain covert and swift, not a moment's delay is permissible." Robot warriors raced to reinforce. Shortly after the diversionary force began their operation, Li Haotian summoned the high-tech robotic warrior Thunderstruck Qiankun through the system. Towering with metallic luster across its frame, Thunderstruck Qiankun's blue optical scanner rotated continuously at its head. Upon arriving at the battlefield, it swiftly analyzed the distribution of Japanese forces. At that moment, large groups of Japanese troops were converging toward Zhonghua Gate, attempting to encircle the diversionary forces. Gravity field strike. Thunderstruck Qiankun emitted a low-pitched hum as energy devices in its palms charged rapidly, forming a cobalt blue gravitational field ahead. With escalating energy output, the gravitational field expanded violently, engulfing nearby Japanese soldiers. Instantly, the soldiers felt as if crushed by a mountain, their feet sinking knee-deep into the soil, utterly immobilized. Weapons and ammunition clattered to the ground amid their howls of agony. Immediately after, Thunderstruck Qiankun manipulated the gravitational field, causing sudden destabilization of gravity in the area. Japanese soldiers' bodies were warped and contorted by tremendous forces. Some were flung into the air and crashed violently to the ground, losing their combat capability on the spot. Others were crushed beneath collapsing buildings, emitting blood-curdling screams. Under Thunderstruck Qiankun's assault, Japanese ranks descended into chaos, their command system instantly collapsing. Diversionary tactics. Thunderstruck Qiankun's attack created perfect conditions for the diversionary force. The decoy troops lit torches at Zhonghua Gate with roaring gunfire and earth-shaking battle cries. Japanese commanders took the bait, believing Chinese forces were attempting a full-scale breakthrough here, and urgently dispatched reinforcements. Li Haotian monitored real-time system updates on enemy movements and reported, "Commander Song, the devils have swallowed our rules. Their main forces are converging on Zhonghua Gate. Defenses at Shuishi Gate and Hangzhou Gate have been critically weakened. Main force maneuver." Su Wanqing issued a decisive order for the main force to advance. Soldiers crouched low, swiftly maneuvering through alleyways and shadows cast by civilian houses. However, as troops approached Shuishi Gate, a Japanese patrol spotted them. Li Haotian panicked. After scanning the terrain through his system, he shouted, "Commander Son, there's an abandoned factory to the left ahead. Get the troops inside. Leiji Qiankun will divert the patrol." Su Wanqing promptly directed the troops into the factory. Leiji Qiankun adjusted the gravity field, triggering violent explosions and billowing dust plumes in the distance, successfully drawing the Japanese patrol away. Breaking through the blockade, the troops pressed forward and finally reached Shuishi Gate. However, the city gate had been partially blockaded by Japanese forces, leaving only a narrow passageway accessible. Li Haotian proposed again, "Commander Song, deploy machine gunners at flank positions for cover while the troops move swiftly through the gate. No prolonged engagements. Thunderstruck Qiankun will provide support." as gravity waves fired by thunderstrike Qianquan demolished Japanese defensive fortifications near the gate. They covered Song Yuanyang's charge with his soldiers. Under intense covering fire, the troops successfully broke through the blockade at Shuishi Gate. With Li Haotian's continuous guidance, Song Yuanyang led the troops in evading Japanese pursuit along their route, ultimately accomplishing a successful withdrawal from Nanjing city. As time flowed, Song Yuanyang eventually settled in Taiwan. There he spent decades before passing away peacefully at 103. His son Song Xiangling, better known to audiences as actor Qin Hong, carved out brilliant achievements in film and television. Starring in multiple adaptations of Chiang Yao's works with remarkable acting prowess, he continued the family's unique legacy through a different form of cultural influence. Liu Echoes of History. Li Haotian's consciousness returned to 2024, where he discovered altered history. During the Nanjing defense campaign, Song Yuanyang's sound tactical decisions had enabled safe withdrawal of numerous defenders, significantly reducing unnecessary casualties. Yet debates about Song Yuanyang persisted. While some praised his courage and decisiveness, others criticized his command-defying actions. Lin understood profoundly that historical judgment is multifaceted. Every decision emerges from complex interplay of circumstances, each choice bearing its own historical gravity. Through this adventure with the super system, Li Haotian gained a profound realization of history's significance. He resolved to document this extraordinary journey in his book about time traveling to 1937 Nanjing, determined to help more people uncover the truth of history and cherish the hard-won peace. As Li Haotian reopened historical records of the Battle of Nanjing defense, his heart swelled with emotion. That smoke-filled era of conflict and controversy had become part of history's fabric, yet the lessons it imparted would remain eternally etched in people's hearts. On this pivotal temporal juncture of December 6, 1937, as we delve into the virtual realm constructed by the super system to revisit the heroic yet tragic history of the Nanjing defense campaign, the war-torn era materializes before all eyes once more. 7 days before Japanese forces would breach Nanjing's defenses, the virtual recreation pulses. With ceaseless artillery fire along the city's periphery, a digital reincarnation of historical reality. Japanese warplanes bombarded hospitals and civilian districts within Nanjing walls nearly daily, their deafening explosions and rolling plumes of smoke and fire achieving chillingly authentic replication within the simulated environment. Hospitals, supposed sanctuaries of healing, became deliberate targets under Japanese bombardment in this virtual warfare. Medical facilities lay in ruins as doctors and wounded scrambled for survival amidst air raid sirens. In civilian zones, panicked residents desperately sought shelter through streets riddled with bullets. Buildings crumbled under explosions, once bustling. Nanjing streets now choked with debris, plunging the city into chaotic despair. This catastrophe inflicted immeasurable devastation. Commercial arteries severed, factories paralyzed, countless casualties and property losses thrusting this historic cultural capital into unprecedented crisis. Every collapsed wall and abandoned marketplace bore witness to Nanjing's bleeding soul. Fortunately, all these war scenes occurred solely within the virtual Nanjing city constructed by the AI model. This offers us a unique perspective to re-examine history. The atrocities committed by Japanese invaders in reality manifest here as virtual demonstrations of fascist arrogance. This vividly demonstrates the power of cutting-edge technology, creating a digital realm where we can comprehensively experience historical events with unprecedented immersion, as if transcending time and space to witness that tumultuous era firsthand. Our virtual characters in the defense of Nanjing. General Tan's wartime conduct during the defense of Nanjing has long been shrouded in controversy. While some accused him of desertion after the battle and leveled various unsubstantiated charges, the super system's objective analysis now enables us to restore a more plausible portrait of this historical figure. At the critical juncture of the defense campaign, General Tang stepped forward. When Nanjing faced overwhelming peril, intense debates raged within the Kuomintang about holding the city at all costs. Standing firm against all opposition, General Tang resolutely committed to defend Nanjing to the last. Fully aware of his immense responsibility, he never flinched before the greater cause of national survival. His valor and leadership epitomized a soldier's ultimate sense of duty. Commanding from the front lines, he personally directed resistance against Japanese assaults. Though outnumbered and outgunned, his unwavering resolve bought precious time for both civilians and troops trapped in the city. As the defensive campaign reached its desperate final phase, Chiang Kai-shek recognized that prolonged combat would decimate the Kuomintang's elite forces. The order to abandon Nanjing was issued, with explicit instructions for General Tang's withdrawal. The general meticulously executed the retreat directive, organizing his troops' orderly evacuation. This demonstrated not blind obstinacy in hopeless circumstances, but disciplined adherence to overarching strategic plans. By comparing General Tan's situation with that of Hong Fujiu, the distinction becomes particularly telling. When Hong Fujiu retreated from Shandong, he defied military orders and withdrew autonomously, leading to the fall of most of Shandong. This act of desertion and disregard for military discipline provoked Chiang Kai-shek's extreme displeasure, ultimately resulting in his execution. In contrast, General Tan's retreat was conducted under Chiang Kai-shek's explicit orders, fundamentally different in nature. By stepping forward during crisis to assume responsibility and organize the withdrawal, he prevented catastrophic losses, actions that actually gained tacit approval from Kuomintang leadership. 3. General Tan's children and their experiences. General Tan fathered 8 children throughout his life, each carving distinct life trajectories and experiences. 4. The possibility of high-tech energy rewriting General Tang Shunji's history. After reviewing the detailed information about anti-Japanese generals sent by the super system, Li Haotian found himself contemplating how to harness high-tech energy to help these military leaders rewrite their historical narratives. Cutting-edge technology equips us with an unprecedented array of tools and methodologies. First, through virtual reality technology, we can reconstruct historical scenes of the Nanjing defense campaign with unparalleled vividness and authenticity. By creating highly detailed virtual environments and combat simulations, participants will feel as if they are physically experiencing the brutal warfare. These immersive experiences strategically spotlight the wise decisions and heroic actions of anti-Japanese generals, enabling broader audiences to recognize their crucial contributions during the defense operations, thereby dispelling misguided narratives. Second, leveraging big data and artificial intelligence technologies allows deeper excavation and analysis of historical archives. By aggregating extensive materials including military documents, personal correspondence, and eyewitness testimonies related to resistance generals, we employ advanced data algorithms to comprehensively understand the motivations and historical context behind their decisions. Through AI-powered intelligent recommendations and contextual analysis, these materials are transformed into visually engaging and intellectually accessible formats, empowering the public to objectively and accurately perceive the generals' roles in the Nanjing defense campaign. Furthermore, leveraging the internet and new media platforms enables broader dissemination of the authentic histories of anti-Japanese heroes. By creating documentaries, short videos, and feature articles about them, we can circulate these works through social media and online video platforms. Harnessing the internet's expansive communication strength transcends geographical and temporal barriers, allowing an ever-growing audience to learn the stories of these anti-Japanese generals. Additionally, we can develop both online and offline historical education initiatives and academic forums. Online activities like historical knowledge competitions and interactive discussions can engage public participation, while offline events such as academic seminars and historical cultural exhibitions invite experts, scholars, and history enthusiasts to collectively explore the historical contributions and enduring value of these generals during the War of Resistance. The historical insights and reflections brought by high technology. The stories of anti-Japanese generals have profoundly demonstrated the crucial role of cutting-edge technology in historical research and dissemination. In the past, incomplete information and limited communication methods led to misinterpretations of historical events and figures. Now, technological advancements grant us unprecedented opportunities to rectify these errors. Modern technology enables multidimensional, objective historical reconstruction. History transcends mere textual records, becoming vividly accessible through virtual recreations, multimedia presentations, and immersive experiences. This approach not only deepens historical understanding but also ignites public engagement and critical reflection on the past. These legendary wartime commanders embody the indomitable spirit of patriotism and duty. When the nation faced existential threats, these heroes willingly sacrificed everything for China's sovereignty and people's dignity. Their legacy compels us to shoulder contemporary responsibilities with equal resolve, advancing national prosperity and fulfilling the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation through concrete actions. Furthermore, we can utilize high-tech means to explore more historical mysteries. The vast river of history still holds countless unknowns awaiting discovery. Through continuous technological advancement and innovation, we are confident in unveiling more historical truths. Future prospects and actions. Guided by Li Haotian's contemplations and explorations, we envision this future landscape. As technology progresses, the authentic history of anti-Japanese military generals will gain broader dissemination and recognition through multiple high-tech channels. In virtual reality museums, people will be transported to the intense battlegrounds of the Nanjing defense campaign, where heroic figures will be etched into the collective consciousness. The academic community will increasingly prioritize high-tech historical research methodologies. Empowered by big data analytics and artificial intelligence, greater quantities of historical archives will be excavated and systematically organized. The legacies of anti-Japanese generals and other historical figures will be presented to the world with heightened accuracy and completeness. Meanwhile, various sectors of society will engage more actively in historical education and dissemination. Schools, museums, cultural institutions, and others will leverage high-tech tools to conduct diverse historical education programs, enabling younger generations to profoundly understand their homeland's history while inheriting and carrying forward the spirit of their forebears. Each of us should also cherish the conveniences brought by advanced technologies and actively participate in historical exploration and preservation. Through personal initiatives, such as disseminating accurate historical knowledge, engaging in cultural heritage activities, we can all contribute our share to protecting and perpetuating history. On our future path, we must harness high-tech empowerment to make historical truths shine even brighter and ensure heroic spirits endure eternally. Only through such efforts can we march resolutely toward the future and create a brighter tomorrow. The stories of anti-Japanese war generals and other pioneers will forever inspire us to forge ahead courageously through the long river of history. We must continuously explore and innovate, harnessing the power of high technology to let history's radiance illuminate our present and future. The stories of generals are but a microcosm among countless historical narratives, with innumerable chapters of history awaiting our discovery and interpretation. With cutting-edge technology as our ally, we shall compose even more magnificent chapters of human history. Li Haotian stared intently at the holographic projection, where the AI-reconstructed 1937 Nanjing burned with relentless fury. In the three-dimensional lightscape, Zonghua Gate tittered under Japanese artillery fire, while aircraft screeches from surround sound. Speakers threatened to pierce his eardrums. Simulated gunpowder smoke wafted through scent generators, coiling into his nostrils. His fingers danced across the control panel, fine-tuning parameters with precision, striving to recreate history with suffocating authenticity. December 13, 1937 C. Nanjing's Zonghua Gate falls. The electronic voice delivered its monotone announcement. Reflected in Lin's pupils swarmed Japanese troops breaching the gate like locusts, every twisted face rendered in horrific clarity. As a holographic historical scene restorer, his duty was to resurrect every detail of Nanjing's defense using cutting-edge technology. But this time, his purpose ran deeper than mere reconstruction. As the simulation progressed, Li Haotian noticed anomalies emerging in the model. The historical battle sequence documented in archival records suddenly deviated. On the virtual Yuwatai battlefield, General Zhu Qi's troops, having exhausted their ammunition and supplies, miraculously received a mysterious resupply. Staring at the holographic display, Lin watched in astonishment as this undocumented supply convoy appeared without any corresponding records in the database. Determined to trace this anomaly, Lin delved into the model's underlying code. His analysis revealed a hidden subroutine. When decrypted, the program materialized a shimmering virtual figure. Flickering with an eerie azure glow, the projection introduced itself. I am a temporal overseer from the 22nd century. The Nanjing defense campaign contains a temporal anomaly in all archives, a historical void where heroic deeds were buried beneath the sands of time. Li Haotian listened in disbelief as the overseer continued. We cannot directly alter history, but through technological means, we can show future generations a more complete truth. The anomalies you're witnessing now are precisely the result of our efforts to mend the fractures in the timeline. With the overseer's assistance, Li Haotian uncovered more buried details. During the street fighting at Zonghua Gate, Brigade Commander Yi Anghua, already grievously wounded, still led his soldiers in ferocious bayonet combat against Japanese troops. Though his wife and children remained far away in Jiangxi, he had managed to leave final audio recordings for his family through secret channels before his martyrdom. If I fall in battle, do not grieve. To die for one's country is to die without regret. As the excavation deepened, Li Haotian uncovered hidden facets of senior military commanders. Amidst the chaos of retreat, not all commanders deserted their posts. When learning about troops crossing the river without authorization, the commander of the 74th Army personally led a death-defying squad to hold off Japanese forces, buying crucial time for others to withdraw. Though he ultimately made the ultimate sacrifice, the fog of war mistakenly branded him a deserter. As a top-tier holographic historical reconstruction specialist, Li Haotian's mission was to recreate the Nanjing defense campaign with cutting-edge technology. While delving into archival materials, General Shao Shenling's extraordinary deeds profoundly shook him. Determined to honor this legacy, he resolved to zero in on reconstructing the general's ferocious last stand against invading forces with cinematic intensity. The scene shifts to the banks of the Yangtze River, where General Shao Shenling, an underground communist operative hidden within the nationalist ranks, stands like an unshakable mountain peak. His battle-smoked uniform clings to his erect frame, eyes blazing with resolve as Japanese warships advance like ravenous wolves. Artillery shells fall like a torrential downpour upon defensive positions, the earth trembling violently beneath sky-piercing flames and swirling smoke columns. Gripping binoculars, General Shao closely monitors the enemy's movements while issuing commands in a steel-edged baritone. All units, attention. Execute Plan Alpha. Concentrate firepower to repel amphibious forces. His voice, resonating with authority through crackling communication devices, reverberated through every corner of the battlefield like rolling thunder. The defending soldiers, sheltered behind rudimentary fortifications, met the Japanese forces' frenzied assault with unflinching resolve. Light and heavy machine guns spat wrathful tongues of flame, bullets raining upon the enemy like a locust-like swarm. Yet the Japanese troops, leveraging superior weaponry and overwhelming firepower, pressed forward relentlessly. Soldiers kept falling amidst the artillery storm. Li Haotian's fingers danced across the control panel, adjusting perspectives to capture every detail of General Shao Shenling with crystalline clarity. The general's face, smeared with grime and blood, betrayed no wavering of his ironclad conviction. Gripping a machine gun himself, he roared while strafing Japanese positions, each bullet carrying generations of hatred, piercing through enemy chests with vengeful precision. In the fierce battle, the defending troops suffered mounting casualties and dwindling ammunition. But General Shao Shenling showed no retreat. Thrusting his arms skyward, he roared, "Brothers! Behind us lies Nanjing city, our families and loved ones. Not one step back. We fight to the last man." His blazing passion and courage electrified the soldiers. Their unified roar shook the heavens as they launched a desperate countercharge against the Japanese forces. Li Haotian's heart pounded in sync with the battle's rhythm, his body trembling as if physically enduring the hail of bullets and artillery fire. His eyes remained locked on the holographic display, neurons firing furiously to record every detail, desperately preserving each heroic moment of General Zhao's command and the garrison's relentless resistance. The Japanese forces intensified their assault, wave after wave of landing craft charging toward the shore. Seeing this, General Shao Shenling swiftly organized a suicide squad, preparing for bayonet combat. Drawing his gleaming saber, he roared, "Charge!" and led the vanguard against the invaders. His troops followed like ferocious tigers, their battle cries shaking the heavens as they pounced on the enemy. Amid the brutal melee, General Shao sustained multiple blade wounds that drenched his uniform in blood. Still he fought relentlessly, wielding his saber with fading strength until his last breath. The general ultimately met his heroic end from grievous injuries. Even as he fell, his sword remained tightly gripped in hand, still pointing toward the Japanese forces, a silent testament to unyielding defiance. Li Haotian silently watched the scene, his eyes brimming with tears. He understood profoundly that it was countless heroes like General Shao Shenling who had defended the nation's dignity and the pride of all people with their lives and blood. When the new holographic recreation of the Nanjing defense battle debuted at Jinling Women's College Museum, visitors seemed to transcend time, viscerally experiencing that thrilling and intense battle. The heroic deeds of General Shao Shenling and his garrison soldiers deeply moved the hearts of every visitor, etching this chapter of history soaked in blood, tears, and glory into collective memory. Gazing at the vivid recreation before him, Li Haotian felt waves of emotion. He realized he had not merely overcome technical challenges, but more importantly, resurrected those heroic deeds that once shimmered like stars in the river of history, now revealed anew to inspire future generations to march forward unceasingly. Jinling Women's College of Arts and Sciences, typically resonating with the cadence of scholarly voices, now lay shrouded in a tense, foreboding stillness. In the depths of the campus, the war room's massive iron doors sealed off the outside clamor. The chamber was illuminated only by emergency lamps, their sickly yellow light throwing quivering shadows across the walls. Li Haotian stood clad in camouflage combat gear, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead down his cheeks as his eyes remained locked on the flickering digital map covering the wall. Suddenly, a piercing foam vibration shattered the command center's silence, the screen's phantom-like blue glow revealing a super-system alert. Original host Li Haotian's next mission required traversing time-space. To locate Madame Song Ailing, directing her to utilize the $3 billion earned from National Salvation Bonds to procure Springfield rifles, freight trucks, Hawk thin fighter planes and aircraft components from American arms conglomerate General Corporation, while contacting German arms dealers for the established manifest to purchase military equipment for shipment back to reinforce anti-Japanese forces. The manifest meticulously detailed artillery, 36 by 105 mm howitzers with long range and formidable firepower, capable of delivering devastating strikes against enemy positions in trench warfare. 800 by 37 mm anti-tank guns, lightweight and highly mobile, proving particularly effective against Japanese armored units. 24 by 150 mm FH-18 heavy howitzers designed for long-range destructive bombardment. 20 by 88 mm SKL dual-purpose guns with exceptional anti-aircraft and anti-armor capabilities to counter both aerial and ground threats. 14 by 85 mm fortress guns, 16 by 88 mm fortress guns, and 7 planned 150 mm SKL 45 fortress guns forming impregnable defensive bulwarks for strategic strongholds. Air defense systems, 300 by 13.2 mm anti-aircraft machine guns providing crucial low-altitude coverage against Japanese aircraft, creating protective umbrellas for ground forces. In infantry equipment, 10,000 machine guns, 5,000 rifles, 20,000 Mauser pistols, and 4,400 handguns will significantly enhance close-quarter combat firepower. Ammunition reserves are equally abundant, 6,000 rounds of 150 mm artillery shells, 36,000 rounds of 105 mm shells, 1.9 mm mortar shells, 500,000 rounds of 37 mm armor-piercing shells, and 160 million bullets. This massive stockpile provides ironclad assurance for sustained combat operations. Li Haotian's fingers trembled slightly as he repeatedly verified the message's authenticity. Before he could process the information, the super system's countdown blared, temporal jump initiating in 10, 9. Suddenly, a blinding white light engulfed him. Violent vertigo struck like an invisible vortex, his stomach churning violently as spacetime itself seemed to twist around him. When Li Haotian opened his eyes again, he found himself transported to the Shanghai Bund of 1937. Rickshaws clattered over cobblestones. Newsboys waved newspapers while shouting war updates at the roadside. Steadying himself, Lin adjusted his Western-style suit and began searching for Song Ailing using the system-provided address. At this moment, Song Ailing was processing mountainous stacks of documents in her luxurious office. Drawing a deep breath, Lin entered and laid out his purpose in its entirety, presenting the system-generated arsenal manifest. Song's gaze sliced upward from her spectacles, sharp as blades dissecting each syllable. "Why should I trust you?" Unfazed, Lin produced a compact projector, casting classified intelligence about future battlefronts and German arms procurement onto the wall. Song's pupils contracted slightly. She realized this young man might be carrying the linchpin that could alter the course of the war. Under Song Ailing's orchestration, a secret cross-border arms procurement operation swiftly commenced. Li Haotian contacted General Corporation, an American arms dealer, through intelligence provided by the system. At the negotiation table, representatives from General Corporation regarded this sudden Chinese buyer with deep suspicion. Maintaining poised confidence, Lin precisely articulated the performance advantages and market potential of their Springfield rifles, while presenting an irresistibly high price. After days and nights of grueling negotiations, both parties finally reached an agreement. Li Haotian subsequently leveraged the system-linked connection to approach German arms manufacturers. Initially cautious about this unexpected massive order, the German dealers gradually had their reservations dissolved as Lin not only clarified the tactical value of each weapon system with surgical precision, but also guaranteed favorable payment terms and future collaboration prospects. Meanwhile, Song Ailing mobilized her financial networks to orchestrate national salvation bonds, channeling vast capital flows to fuel this arms acquisition campaign. Her financial engineering transformed patriotic investments into bulletproof funding streams for their operation. As the transaction progressed, maritime transport became the new challenge. The Japanese Navy established tight blockade lines across the sea, attempting to intercept the arms shipment. After deliberation, Li Haotian and Song Ailing devised a diversionary strategy. They spread false intelligence to divert Japanese naval attention while chartering multiple merchant ships to disguise the arms as ordinary cargo, transporting them to China in batches. Just as the first arms-laden merchant ship approached Chinese waters, Japanese naval forces intercepted intelligence and dispatched warships to blockade it. Li Haotian rushed to command the port evacuation when suddenly, Japanese agents materialized like phantoms, targeting him directly. At the critical moment, the super system activated its backup protocol. A metallic flash heralded the arrival of Thunderstrike Chenkun Type 1, the robotic warrior, shielding Li Haotian. Standing 3 meters tall, the Thunderstrike QK-1 was encased in cold gleaming L armor. Its crimson scanners blazed like twin flames as a deep electronic roar erupted from its core, activating gravitational field generators instantly. Visible distortion waves rippled outward. Japanese agents within range staggered as if trapped in quicksand, limbs leaden, weapons suddenly weighing tons, trembling arms unable to raise firearms. The Japanese commander barked frenzied orders through gritted teeth. Bullets crawled through thickened air, trajectories warping grotesquely. With mechanical precision, the Thunderstrike QK-1 raised its arm cannon. A searing azure beam lanced out, detonating military vehicles in blossoms of fire. Amidst the chaos, Li Haotian urgently gestured at the dock quarters, their arms blurring as they accelerated the weapons transfer under cover of smoke and confusion. But the Japanese forces refused to relent, mustering additional troops in an attempt to breach the defenses of Thunderstrike Chenkun Type 1. The mechanized Titan simultaneously deployed gravity fields to suppress the invaders while deftly evading incoming attacks. Its mechanical arms moved like steel behemoth claws, snatching approaching Japanese soldiers and hurling them through the air. Amid the chaos, a faint scar appeared on Thunderstrike's armor, yet it remained unscathed beside Li Haotian, an immovable bulwark containing the ferocious Japanese assault. After the brutal confrontation left Japanese forces decimated and retreating, Li Haotian breathed a sigh of relief. Surveying the intact arsenal, gratitude swelled within him for Thunderstrike Chenkun Type 1. Empowered by the super system and this mechanical colossus, Lin repeatedly accomplished missions that defied all odds, turning the impossible into battlefield reality. As time progressed, increasingly sophisticated armaments successfully reached China. On the battlegrounds of the Battle of Songhu, Chinese forces leveraged these advanced weapons to deliver devastating blows to the Japanese army. Li Haotian darted between battlefronts, directing troop movements with intelligence from the system. His name spread through the ranks, evolving into a legend whispered among soldiers. Yet danger shadowed his every move. Japanese agents launched a relentless pursuit to eliminate him. During one ferocious clash, Li Haotian and the mechanized warrior Thunderstrike Chenkun Type 1 deployed a gravitational field attack wave, hurling the encircling enemy soldiers into a cosmic wormhole, erasing these invaders from the space-time continuum forever. After enduring countless life and death trials, Li Haotian finally fulfilled the mission bestowed by the super system. When he returned to the war room at Jinling Women's College of Arts and Sciences again, his heart overflowed with nostalgia and reverence for that era. He knew that although history remained immutable, he had fought with every fiber of his being for the nation's future in a different temporal plane. This extraordinary journey across time and space would forever be etched in his soul, becoming the most precious treasure of his existence. In the vast river of history, there always exist figures whose stories shine like luminous stars, piercing through the dense mists of time to glitter eternally in collective memory. Yu Fengzi stands as one such legendary woman. Her life intertwined the dramatic fluctuations of love, family, nation, and the caprices of fate, while her stock trading endeavors in America added a mysterious and riveting chapter to this extraordinary saga. Li Haotian, a young historian and executor of a time travel program, stood at Hospital 416 within Nanjing's Jinling Women's College of Arts and Sciences. Gazing at the bustling metropolis outside the window, his heart brimmed with profound reverence and boundless curiosity toward Madame Yu Fengzi. Clutching the super system's directive in his hand, a mission that could redefine historical understanding, he prepared to send Madame Yu, whose early-stage breast cancer had been cured by 22nd century gamma knife radiation at this hospital, back to pre-war Los Angeles. There, she would unravel the hidden mysteries behind her stock market ventures before the outbreak of war and political upheavals. American social landscape in 1940. The 1940 American social landscape manifested a paradoxical coexistence of prosperity and turbulence. Economic conditions. In 1940, the U.S. economy experienced pre-war prosperity with rapid industrial development, particularly in defense industries. Heavy industrial output more than tripled, employment opportunities surged, and unemployment plummeted from 13% to 1.3%, approaching full employment. Wages rose significantly, with military personnel enjoying particularly generous compensation. Agricultural production also expanded remarkably, achieving over 20% growth in total output and ample food supplies. Social life. In 1940, American society maintained surface-level prosperity even as war clouds gathered. Skyscrapers pierced the skies, automobiles filled the streets, and bustling commerce showcased the nation's modernization. Yet beneath this facade, life began shifting as the country edged toward World War II involvement. After the Pearl Harbor attack in 1941, America formally entered the global conflict. Culture and entertainment. American cultural life in the 1940s remained vibrant and diverse, even as the shadow of war loomed ever closer. Throughout society, there flourished a deep reverence for war heroes, while celebrities and sports stars actively joined the war effort, a powerful embodiment of America's unity and patriotic spirit. Moreover, despite wartime tensions, nightlife and commercial activities continued to thrive across the nation, standing as resolute testaments to the people's optimism and resilience. Yu Fengzi, this name is etched deeply into the annals of history. Her legendary romance with General Zhang Xueyang has been celebrated by generations as a poignant tale of legendary romance. Yet her life's legend extends far beyond this. Her unyielding resolve, wisdom, and courage manifested with striking intensity when confronting destiny's relentless trials. Now, this miraculous cure of breast cancer, a medical marvel in human history, seems to hint at a mysterious connection to the fundamental laws of spacetime. Like faint ripples disturbing temporal waters, this revelation fills Li Haotian with a blend of anticipation and apprehension as he stands at the threshold of his imminent spacetime journey. Guided by the super system's unerring directives, Li Haotian took a deep breath and gradually activated the time tunnel. Amidst shimmering radiance, Madame Yu Fengzi stepped gracefully into the mysterious spacetime channel enveloped in celestial light. Instantly, reality seemed to distort as the entire world was sucked into a colossal luminous swirl, its brilliance too dazzling for mortal eyes. When tranquility finally resumed, Yu Fengzi had successfully arrived in 1940 Los Angeles, USA. Upon first arriving in America, Yu Fengzi found herself enveloped in utterly unfamiliar sights, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. The language barrier and immense cultural differences stood before her like two insurmountable mountains, leaving her disoriented as if she were a lone leaf boat adrift in a boundless ocean. Yet fortune smiled upon her through an unexpected ally. Neil Gadd, a warm-hearted railway expert and close friend of Zhang Xueyang, who had forged deep ties with the Zhang family during Zhang Zuolin's era, extended unwavering support upon learning of Yu's arrival. Not only did he facilitate her medical convalescence at Columbia Medical Center, but he also fully covered all treatment expenses, a kindness forever etched in Yu Fengzi's memory. During the arduous journey of convalescence, Yu Fengzi demonstrated extraordinary tenacity of life and optimism that surpassed ordinary people. She actively cooperated with every medical treatment, diligently adjusted her mental state, and combated the disease's onslaught with ironclad willpower. The 22nd century gamma knife radiation technology, this cutting-edge medical advancement, emerged like a beacon of light in darkness, ushering in a new dawn of hope. With Yu's wholehearted cooperation, physicians at Nanjing's 416 hospital successfully employed this technology to eradicate her early-stage breast cancer. When doctors announced her improved condition, Yu's eyes glistened with tears, crystalline droplets embodying the joy of rebirth and rekindled anticipation for life's unfolding chapters. However, life is like a relentless marathon of challenges. No sooner is one obstacle overcome than another arises. Yu Fengzi's life in America remained strewn with thorns. Apart from confronting immense linguistic and cultural barriers, she had to resolve dire financial straits. To cover exorbitant medical expenses, sustain her family's livelihood, and support Zhang Xueyang's life in China, Yu found herself plunged into profound contemplation. In this foreign land without a soul to rely on, how could she forge a path forward? Ultimately, she set her sights on the stock market, a realm of opportunity and peril. Yu Fengzi's stock trading journey was fraught with hardships and challenges from the very beginning. When she first entered the stock market, she knew nothing about stock trading. The complex terminology and ever-fluctuating market trends hung before her like a dense fog, leaving her utterly bewildered. Yet undaunted by adversity, she embarked on an arduous journey of learning fueled by her keen intellect and relentless diligence. She scoured resources everywhere, devouring volumes on stock investment while humbly seeking guidance from those around her. She forged connections with numerous financial luminaries, Chinese bankers, American brokers, and others who provided her with invaluable investment advice and access. Through this process, Yu Fengzi gradually mastered stock trading techniques. She began tracking market dynamics with precision, analyzing corporate performance metrics, and hunting for prime investment opportunities. Yu Fengzi's stock trading career is imbued with legendary hues. Through stock market investments, she not only successfully resolved financial predicaments but also provided robust economic support for Zhang Xueyang's livelihood. Legend has it that Yu Fengzi reaped substantial returns from stock investments, boasting an exceptionally high success rate that earned her the moniker stock market goddess. Yet behind these glittering achievements lay countless days and nights of relentless effort and perseverance. She routinely burned the midnight oil studying market conditions and analyzing stock trends, leaving no detail unexamined. Each investment decision underwent meticulous deliberation and careful weighing of pros and cons. The specific records of Yu Fengzi's stock trading activities in America have long been a focal point for historians and investors. However, due to concerns regarding personal privacy and business confidentiality, these records remain undisclosed. Despite this, Li Haotian can reconstruct Yu Fengzi's stock trading experiences through indirect sources and logical deduction. From the perspective of Yu Fengzi's financial needs, upon her initial arrival in the United States, she faced immense economic pressure. Exorbitant medical expenses, children's overseas education costs, and financial support for Dong Xueyang's livelihood formed a crushing burden that loomed like a mountain, suffocating her breath. These pressures compelled her to seek new income sources, with stock market investment emerging as her rational choice. At that critical juncture, she didn't retreat. Instead, she courageously took the plunge. Analyzing through the lens of historical context, the 1940s to 1950s marked the golden age of the U.S. stock market. The Dow Jones Industrial Average surged from approximately 150 points in 1945 to nearly 1,000 points by 1966, with ordinary investors, particularly long-term holders of blue-chip stocks, generally reaping substantial profits. Immersed in this environment, Yu Fengzi possessed the external conditions for investment success. With acute perception, she seized the era's opportunities and decisively plunged into the stock market. Moreover, Yu Fengzi leveraged her social connections to fuel investment success. During her time in the United States, she cultivated relationships with numerous financial professionals whose networks provided invaluable investment advice and access to exclusive channels. Notably, her friend Lena Jensen was rumored to have assisted Yu in financial management, contributing crucial expertise and wisdom that proved pivotal to her investment triumphs. Together they analyzed market trends, exchanged investment philosophies, and strategically pursued opportunities while navigating the stock market's currents. Although Yu Fengzi's stock trading experiences are shrouded in legend, we must maintain a cautious approach. Due to the lack of direct evidence and original archival support, the accounts of her stock market activities have primarily gained acceptance through indirect sources and logical deductions. Therefore, when studying this historical episode, it is crucial to clearly distinguish between historical facts and reasonable speculation, avoiding the conflation of biographical narratives with verifiable historical records. Li Haotian, keenly aware of this distinction, maintained rigorous academic discipline throughout his investigation into the enigma of Yu Fengzi's stock trading. He left no detail unexamined in his quest to restore the historical truth. In Yu Fengzi's stock trading career, we witness not only her personal diligence and wisdom, but also the profound influence of historical context. During the post-World War II economic boom in America, as the stock market kept soaring to unprecedented heights, ordinary investors encountered golden opportunities never seen before. Through her prescient judgment of long-term trends and concentrated investments in blue-chip stocks, Yu ultimately reaped substantial rewards. This success story was forged both by her individual perseverance and the unique opportunities bestowed by the era. Like an intrepid navigator braving surging tides, she rode the waves of her times to reach the shores of triumph. Beyond stock trading, Yu Fengzi's life in America held profound depths. Her love story with General Zhang Xueyang continued to blossom brilliantly on foreign soil. Though separated by vast oceans, their hearts remained inseparably entwined. Through handwritten letters flowing across continents, they exchanged longing whispers and steadfast support, jointly confronting life's tempests. Yu not only provided financial sustenance for Dong Xueyang, but became his spiritual anchor through decades of political confinement. Their transcendent romance evolved into a legendary chapter of Sino-American friendship, moving generations with its radiance. In those solitary days, Yu Fengzi drew strength from her unwavering love for Dong Xueyang, steadfastly sustaining herself through the trials. Moreover, Yu Fengzi's life in the United States was imbued with cultural exchange and integration. She actively participated in local social activities and forged friendships with numerous Americans. Through her actions, she exemplified the grace and charm of Chinese women to the world. Her warm hospitality, kind-hearted generosity earned her deep respect and affection from those around her. Simultaneously, she delivered speeches nationwide to raise substantial funds for China's anti-Japanese resistance, purchasing vast quantities of military supplies. Leveraging her connection with Sun Meiling, she successfully transported these weapons back to China. Meanwhile, Madame Yu Fengzi profoundly studied American history and culture, which broadened her horizons for investment endeavors. She absorbed American financial knowledge, adopted Western investment philosophies, and continuously enriched her investment expertise. Of course, Yu Fengzi's stock trading journey wasn't all smooth sailing. She faced the turbulent waves of market fluctuations and weathered the storms of investment failures. During those trying times when stock prices plummeted, her assets dwindled significantly, and her spirits plunged into despair's deepest abyss. Yet she never surrendered. Armed with unshakable conviction and hard-won experience, she repeatedly steered through crises with remarkable composure. She meticulously analyzed her setbacks, recalibrated investment strategies, and rediscovered opportunities with renewed vision. Her investment odyssey became an unforgettable chapter in her life's narrative, leaving future generations a treasure trove of wisdom forged in the financial battlefield. When Li Haotian saw Yu Fengzi again, years had passed. This Yu Fengzi was no longer the bewildered woman who had first arrived in America, but a confident, independent, and resilient figure. Her eyes radiated resolve and composure. The trials of time had honed her into a sharper, wiser version of herself. Not only had she overcome financial adversities, but she had also become Zhang Xueoyang's unwavering economic pillar. Her stock market ventures evolved into a legendary chapter of her life, immortalized in collective memory. In her later years, Yu Fengzi retained her fervor for life and tenacity in investments. With hard-earned wisdom and experience, she continued building wealth for her family and herself. Her story ignited courage in countless others to chase their dreams. Like a beacon cutting through darkness, she illuminated the path for generations to come. Looking back on Yu Fengzi's life, we cannot help but be awed by her fortitude and wisdom. Facing life's relentless challenges, she consistently maintained an optimistic and upward-looking attitude, crafting her own legendary existence through relentless effort and perseverance. Her stock trading journey particularly shines as a dazzling highlight in her life narrative. Her experiences reveal a profound truth: no matter how formidable the obstacles, with courage and wisdom as our weapons, we can ultimately triumph over adversity and realize our deepest aspirations. Meanwhile, Yu Fengzi's story offers us profound enlightenment. In this rapidly evolving society, we must maintain her sharp insight and spirit of relentless learning. Only through continuous learning can we keep pace with the times and seize opportunities. Furthermore, Yu's narrative reminds us to cherish the present. When confronting life's adversities, we should preserve a positive mindset and optimistic attitude, bravely confronting challenges. Only then can we forge a brighter future. Li Haotian meticulously documented all this, aspiring to make Yu Fengzi's story known to more people through his writings, allowing them to feel her resilience and wisdom. He believes Yu's tale will inspire countless others to march courageously on life's path. His words, like a master key, have unlocked the door to public understanding of Yu Fengzi's legendary life. In Yu Fengzi's story, we glimpse the essence of an era and witness the radiance of human spirit. Her narrative deepens our appreciation for present life while filling us with aspirations for tomorrow. Let us forge ahead together to create a brighter future. Though Yu Fengzi's stock market journey brimmed with uncertainties and challenges, through unwavering conviction, keen insight, and relentless effort, she carved out her own realm in the financial world. Her legend continues to inspire countless investors, blazing forward like a dazzling star whose eternal brilliance illuminates the firmament of history. Through this extraordinary journey, Li Haotian gained a profound understanding of Yu Fengzi's life. He realized that an unyielding spirit in adversity and the courageous resolve to pursue one's dreams are the true keys to success. Yu Fengzi's story became eternally etched in his heart, fueling his relentless progress. This temporal odyssey not only unraveled the mystery of Yu Fengzi's stock trading, but endowed him with life's most valuable treasures. This voyage transcended the boundaries of time and space, weaving together the threads of history and future. It proves that no matter how formidable the challenges, so long as we possess the courage to pursue and the wisdom to explore, we can craft our own magnificent destiny. In the endless river of time, Yu Fengzi's legendary life and her stock market enigma shall forever radiate an enduring allure, beckoning future generations to seek, to discover, and to be enlightened. On December 11, 1937, the skies over Nanjing were stained crimson with warfare, where the thunderous roar of artillery and the piercing shrieks of Japanese warplanes wove together into a symphony of death. In the dimly lit war room of Jinling Women's College, flickering yellow light cast dappled shadows of frantic figures across the walls. Military advisors in crisp military uniforms moved like precision mechanisms, fingers darting across documents and maps, urgent voices relaying intelligence in rhythmic cadence, their coordination resembling meshing gears within the colossal war machine. General Tan, clad in a pristine military uniform, stood rigidly with a sidearm casting cold gleam at his waist. His furrowed brow framed eyes blazing like torches as they scanned the massive digital map. Beside him, Ms. Minnie Vautrin in her modest dress gestured anxiously at the map sectors, discussing Nanjing's defense strategies and refugee resettlement with the general in fluent Chinese. Suddenly, Li Haotian's phone in the corner pocket erupted in violent vibrations, its screen flickering with an eerie blue glow. Li Haotian is a mysterious time traveler from the 21st century, shouldered with a monumental mission bestowed by a super system. At this moment, the warm yet mechanical female voice of the super system suddenly resonated in his mind. Host Li Haotian has successfully completed 6 major missions detected. First, locating General Tang and mini-vulturing mission accomplished. Second, assisting 500,000 Nanjing residents in relocating to high-intelligence robot-guarded safe zones mission accomplished. Third, journeying to Zhang Xueliang's guest house at Xuedo Mountain in Fengguo, finding Madame Yu Fengzi, facilitating her gamma knife treatment for breast cancer at Jinling Women's College's Su Wanqing Hospital, and successfully helping her engage in stock trading in the U.S. Mission accomplished. Fourth, aiding Song Eileen in cashing out government bonds to purchase weapons for the War of Resistance mission accomplished. Fifth, issuing warning to General Matsui Iwayne mission accomplished. Sixth, preventing General Li Haotian's 1946 prison escape mission accomplished. A flicker of barely concealed delight flashed through Li Haotian's eyes. His fists clenched involuntarily as an indescribable sense of accomplishment surged within him. The system continued its announcement. In recognition of the host's exceptional mission completion, the following rewards are granted: miniature chronotransporter compact and portable, enabling temporal spatial navigation, GN-25 laser cannon nuclear strike aircraft with amphibious combat capabilities, Thunderstrike Celestial Type 1 mechanized warrior, standing 3 meters tall. With integrated self-healing systems, these shall become your formidable companions in forthcoming adventures. As the echoes faded, an azure glow enveloped Lin. His palm suddenly bore weight. A matchbox-sized metallic device materialized, its surface humming with latent power. Simultaneously, luminous particles coalesced beside him, crystallizing into the sleek silhouette of a GN-25 strike aircraft and the towering mechanized warrior, their armored carapaces exuding glacial metallic radiance, crimson ocular sensors pulsing with ominous luminescence. General Tang and Miss Vulturing, drawn by the sudden radiance, halted their conversation and stared in astonishment at Li Haotian. General Tang strolled over warily, his hand resting on his holster as he demanded, "Li Haotian, what sorcery is this?" The young man drew a deep breath to steady his racing heart, then succinctly explained the super system and its miraculous rewards. Though a flicker of astonishment and skepticism crossed General Tang's weathered face, years of military discipline allowed him to swiftly accept this unbelievable reality. Miss Vulturing clasped her hands together, eyes shimmering with quiet relief. "It seems heaven has sent us a true divine messenger," she murmured, "to deliver this sovereign city from its agony." At that very moment, an aide-de-camp rushed in breathlessly, clutching a telegram, his face pale with alarm as he reported, "General, Japanese forces are amassing heavy troops to launch a full-scale assault on Nanjing. They're projected to breach our defenses within 3 days." General Tang's countenance darkened. Instantly, pivoting toward the strategic map, he contemplated silently before addressing Li Haotian, "Brother Lin, with the city hanging by a thread, can these new armaments buy us more time?" Lin responded with a determined nod, his voice still clad, "You have my word, General. I'll fight with every fiber of my being." Li Haotian pressed the button on the miniature time transportation device. A ripple of space-time undulated around him. He quickly input the destination and timed the site of the Japanese army's full-scale assault 3 days later. With a flash of light, Li Haotian vanished from the war room along with the Thunderstrike Chang'un Type E&J nuclear bomber, materializing on a smoke-choked battlefield. Japanese tanks and infantry surged forward like a tidal wave as bombs dropped from enemy planes exploded ceaselessly in the sky, erupting into colossal plumes of dust and fireballs that painted the horizon crimson. The J-25 fighter aircraft and Thunderstrike Chang'un Type were combat mech instantly activated attack mode. Its arms transformed in a flash, revealing 2 high-energy laser cannons. Crimson laser beams shot toward the Japanese tanks like lightning, overturning them instantly. Simultaneously, the J-25 attack aircraft obliterated over 20 Japanese Zero fighters in a split second. Li Haotian, leveraging the miniature time transmitter's capabilities, darted through battlefield sectors to sabotage Japanese command systems. He transmitted critical intelligence through the temporal device to General Tang 3 days prior, enabling defenders to mobilize defenses in advance. Amid the ferocious combat, the Leiji Chang'un was struck by a Japanese artillery shell, leaving a slight scorch mark on its fuselage. Yet empowered by its auto-recovery system, the damaged components rapidly activated self-repair mechanisms, restoring combat readiness within moments. During the battle, Li Haotian discerned an ominous pattern. Japanese forces appeared bolstered by some mysterious force, their armaments and tactical deployments defying conventional logic. Through reconnaissance, he made a startling revelation: a time traveler from the future had infiltrated Japanese ranks, conspiring to alter the course of history and secure Japanese victory in this war. Li Haotian realized the gravity of the situation. Through the miniature time transmitter, he returned to the war room of Jinling Women's College of Arts and Science to inform General Tang and Ms. Vautrin. General Tang furrowed his brow and said, "It appears we are facing not merely an ordinary war, but a cross-temporal confrontation." Ms. Vautrin expressed her concern. Should they succeed, the history of Nanjing City, indeed, the entire China, will be rewritten. Determined to take initiative, Li Haotian once again traversed time with the Thunderstrike Qiankun type Li and J attack aircraft to penetrate behind Japanese lines, seeking the time traveler from the future. After arduous pursuit, they finally located their target in a concealed underground base. The chrono intruder, clad in advanced protective gear wielding an energy-based weapon, was operating a massive temporal displacement device. Li Haotian and Thunderstrike Qiankun Type 1 launched their assault without hesitation. Utilizing overwhelming firepower suppression, Thunderstrike Qiankun Type 1 diverted the time traveler's attention. The laser beams from J instantly obliterated the Japanese forces' defensive net. Seizing the moment, Li Haotian flanked the temporal device, aiming to destroy it. The time traveler detected his intent and immediately swiveled to fire. Li Haotian nimbly dodged the barrage while activating the brief cloaking function of his micro-temporal transporter, closing in on the temporal apparatus with predatory precision. Amidst the ferocious crossfire, Li Haotian finally destroyed the temporal device through the combined assault of the J fighter and Thunderstrike Qiankun. Seeing the tide turn against him, the time traveler attempted to flee, only to be ensnared by the electromagnetic net launched from Thunderstrike Qiankun Type 1. Li Haotian strode forward, demanding answers. The time traveler sneered coldly, "I come from a future world ravaged by war. I sought to alter history, let Japan claim victory to prevent that apocalyptic future." Li Haotian roared in fury, "Your selfish act would only breed greater catastrophes. History isn't clay for your molding." With this, he cast the temporal insurgent back through the wormhole. After neutralizing the time crisis, Li Haotian returned to Jinling Women's College of Arts and Sciences with vital intelligence. General Tang adjusted military deployments accordingly, successfully repelling the Japanese forces' all-out assault. As Nanjing's peril temporarily receded, Li Haotian's name echoed through the city streets, now crystallized in public consciousness as the people's hero. However, Li Haotian knew this was merely the beginning. With the second volume mission of the Super System, Li Haotian's solo campaign now activated, greater challenges and crises lay ahead. Gazing at the miniature temporal transporter in his hand, and the Thunderstrike Qiankun Type 1 beside him, his heart swelled with steadfast conviction. In this war-torn era, armed with wisdom and courage, he would carve his legend across the river of time. For peace and justice, he would embark on a new journey. As night fell, the war room at Jinling Women's College remained ablaze with light. Li Haotian stood by the window, gazing at the distant night sky illuminated by artillery fire. Drawing a deep breath, he braced himself for the unknown adventures ahead. Behind him, General Tang and Ms. Vautrin stood silently watching his silhouette, their hearts filled with hope and blessings. The flames of Lugo, the battle of temporal counterstruck. The call of destiny, stepping into the unknown era. On an ordinary afternoon in the Nanjing War Room, December 11, 1937, sunlight lazily spilled across the streets where the AI system created virtual Nanjing City appeared hauntingly real under artillery fire. Li Haotian now found himself engulfed in strange spatial ripples. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice of a super system echoed in his mind: "Emergency mission. Proceed to July 7, 1937 at Lugo Bridge. Assist Colonel Ji Xinwen of the 219th Regiment, 110th Brigade, 37th Division, National Revolutionary Army's 29th Army in repelling the Japanese assault on Lugo Bridge." Li Haotian instinctively glanced down at himself. The Type 85 5.8mm small caliber sniper rifle slung diagonally across his shoulder gleamed with metallic precision, its 9x high-definition infrared scope casting a cold glint in the sunlight. The compact time-space transmitter hanging at his waist, with its bizarre design, exuded mysterious technological sophistication. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the tension and excitement surging within, fully aware he was about to be thrust into a historic battle that would rewrite history. Meanwhile, by Marco Polo Bridge in 1937, Ji Xingwen paced restlessly with furrowed brows. This passionate commander from Fugo County, Hunan Province, scanned the bridgehead with vigilant determination. Confronting the Japanese army's preposterous demand to enter Wanqing County under the guise of searching for missing soldiers, he stood unwavering. The wolves' ambition shows in their eyes. Not one step into Wanqing shall they take. Ji swore silently, his eyes hardening like tempered steel. Time-space convergence, arrival at the flames of war. A wave of intense dizziness washed over him. When Li Haotian opened his eyes, he found himself standing at the head of Lugo Bridge. Around him, soldiers of the 29th Army stood with faces etched with solemn determination, their eyes burning with resolve for the impending battle. Lin's gaze fell upon General Ji Xingwen positioned on an elevated vantage point, methodically directing defensive deployments like a seasoned chess master moving pieces across a battlefield. Lin strode briskly to General Ji and snapped a crisp military salute. The general's eyes registered a flicker of surprise, quickly replaced by intense curiosity at Lin's unusual combat gear. After Lin succinctly explained his mission and identity, General Ji acknowledged with a measured nod. Japanese forces have encircled Wanqing County, the commander urgently briefed, his finger stabbing at strategic points on the weathered map. Troops from Fengtai are advancing as we speak. Our orders are clear. We dig in and defend Lugo Bridge and Wanqing County to the last man. The gravel in his voice carried the weight of impending artillery fire. As Li Haotian listened, he raised his sniper rifle and aligned its infrared scope toward potential Japanese approach routes. At 5:30 a.m. on July 8, when Japanese forces abruptly opened fire and killed platoon leader Shen, this atrocity instantly ignited the fury of the 219th Regiment soldiers. General Ji Xingwen decisively ordered a counterattack, and Li Haotian swiftly entered combat readiness. Through his scope, he locked onto several Japanese officers directing the assault. With gentle squeezes of the trigger crack, 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 the officers collapsed one after another. The Japanese offensive faltered, plunging into momentary chaos. Sigh, blood-soaked resistance, defending every inch of our land. Facing the ferocious assault of Japanese forces, the two platoons from the 219th Regiment stationed at the bridgehead stood fearless. 60 to 70 rifles fired simultaneously, bullets raining down on the enemy like torrential hail. When Japanese troops swarmed onto the bridge, soldiers roared their battle cries, brandished broadswords, and charged into the enemy ranks without hesitation, igniting a brutal melee. The cacophony of war cries and the deafening clang of steel colliding merged into an overwhelming roar that shook the very air. While suppressing Japanese fire points with sustained sniper fire, Li Haotian keenly observed the battlefield dynamics. He noticed that although his comrades fought with fearless valor, their equipment lagged significantly behind the Japanese forces. Activating a miniature space-time transporter, he summoned the Thunderstrike Qianquan Type 1 mech warrior. The over 3-meter-tall war machine instantly unleashed gravitational fields across enemy positions. Harnessing its teleportation ability, it maneuvered with phantom-like agility across the battlefield, concentrating assaults on Japanese flanks and rear positions. Its sudden appearances proved utterly unpredictable to the enemy ranks, as swathes of Japanese soldiers fell beneath its relentless laser cannon barrage. The battle lasted approximately an hour. Outnumbered by enemy forces, the two platoons ultimately found themselves completely encircled. Not a single soldier retreated. They all heroically fell in battle defending the bridgehead. Their valiant resistance dealt a heavy blow to the Japanese troops, temporarily halting their offensive. Though the Japanese captured Longlong Temple and the eastern end of the railway bridge, dozens of their corpses littered the battlefield. In the afternoon, Japanese forces launched furious artillery bombardments on Wanqing County. The commissioner's office and battalion commander Jin Zhenrong's command post were successively destroyed, with Commander Jin sustaining severe injuries. Amid the artillery smoke, General Ji Xingwen maintained iron composure as he directed his regiment's counterattack. Calmly waiting until Japanese troops entered effective firing range, he barked the decisive order, fire. Volley fire. A tide of bullets surged toward the Japanese forces. As casualties mounted relentlessly, wave after wave of attackers were repelled. Four-night assault, retaking the strategic stronghold. As night fell, General Ji Xingwen decided to take the initiative. Personally leading the assault team, they descended the city walls using rope ladders and stealthily advanced along both banks of the Yongding River toward the railway bridge. Li Haotian joined the commando unit, his sniper rifle becoming crucial cover fire for the operation. When the assault team neared Japanese positions, General Ji's command unleashed the soldiers like fierce tigers charging toward the enemy. Li Haotian swiftly targeted sentries and machine gun nests, with his sniper rifle meticulous marksmanship dropped Japanese lookouts before they could sound alarms. The commandos stormed into enemy lines, engaging in intense bayonet combat with Japanese troops. Li Haotian summoned the Thunderstrike Qianquan mech warrior and AG, countrywide attack aircraft through the hyper system. All Type 0 fighters of the enemy legion were destroyed under the J. countrywide assault. Meanwhile, the Thunderstrike Qianquan mech warrior activated its gravitational field drive, sucking massive numbers of Japanese troops into cosmic wormholes, causing their inexplicable and complete disappearance from the battlefield. Dropping his sniper rifle, Li Haotian drew his dagger and swiftly leaped into close combat. His blade danced like a venomous serpent in his agile hands, cutting down multiple Japanese soldiers within moments. After fierce fighting, the commando unit nearly annihilated an entire Japanese company on the railway bridge. Though suffering heavy casualties, the soldiers' morale remained unshaken, their hearts burned with singular conviction, defend the motherland. The Daredevil Charge, composing a heroic battle hymn. General Ji Xingwen organized a 150-man death-defying squad, each equipped with a pistol, a broadsword, and 4 grenades, tasked with retaking the bridgehead position. Li Haotian was positioned in the rear to provide fire cover for the assault team. As the death-defying squad advanced, Li Haotian relentlessly sniped at Japanese reinforcement troops with his rifle, blocking their approach to the bridge. The Leiji Qianquan mechanized warriors and the death-defying squad members charged towards the bridgehead like phantoms, engaging the Japanese in fierce hand-to-hand combat. Their broadswords flashed under the moonlit sky as war cries pierced the night, composing a heroic anti-Japanese battle hymn with their lives. Inspired by the Suicide Squad's valor, soldiers of the 219th Regiment launched successive charges, gradually overwhelming the Japanese forces caught in the pincer attack. Liu, holding firm to the end, dawn of victory approaches. Since the outbreak of the July 7th incident, Li Haotian and soldiers of the 219th Regiment held their ground at Lugo Bridge for 23 days. Equipped with advanced weaponry and flexible tactics, Lin repeatedly turned the tide at critical moments. His sniper skills struck fear into Japanese troops, while his spatial teleportation ability completely disrupted enemy tactical deployments. General Ji Xingwen led his regiment in fierce combat, annihilating over 3,000 enemy troops including Kawabi Brigade's Ichikikai Nail Battalion and other combined forces, while capturing numerous Japanese soldiers and weapons. With blood and lives, they manifested the Chinese nation's patriotic spirit, infusing the nation's resistance war with unshakable confidence. Qi mission accomplished, unexpected return to the war room. After completing the system mission, Li Haotian activated the miniature time-space transmitter. Expecting to return to 2024, he was thrown into violent spatial turbulence. When the vertigo subsided, he found himself standing in the 1937 Lugo Bridge Command Center. The dim light swayed over military maps plastered on walls and documents piled high on desks. General Ji Xingwen, hunched over battle plans at the central table, snapped his head up in astonishment at the sudden intrusion. Brother Lin, how did you? General Ji's voice trailed off in bewilderment. Lin stared blankly until diagnostics revealed energy fluctuations had malfunctioned the device, trapping him in this era. Though anxiety gripped him, combat-trained composure took over. He realized until repairs were completed, his modern knowledge could still aid the resistance war. Ba new strategy, bolstering the resistance. In the war room, Li Haotian and General Ji Xingwen stood around the map analyzing the current situation. Drawing from his historical knowledge, Lin pointed out potential Japanese troop movements to the general, while integrating modern military concepts to propose a series of tactical recommendations. General, the Japanese forces will most likely attempt a flanking maneuver next. We should set ambushes in this area, Li Haotian indicated on the map. Meanwhile, utilizing the Yongding River's terrain features to establish defensive lines could both hinder enemy mechanized units and create natural fortifications for our forces. General Ji Xingwen listened intently, nodding periodically in approval of Lin's proposals. With Lin's assistance, they formulated a more comprehensive combat strategy, thoroughly preparing for the imminent battle. Jiu sustained resistance, forging immortal merits. In the days that followed, Li Haotian and General Ji Xingwen fought side by side, thwarting Japanese military offensives time and again. Armed with advanced weaponry, Thunderstrike Universe, J. nuclear attack aircraft, and unconventional tactics, Lin repeatedly turned peril into safety. General Ji's exceptional command brilliance shone through every engagement. Their collaboration left the Japanese forces battered and demoralized, delivering crushing blows to their arrogance. Amidst consecutive victories, Li Haotian gradually adapted to life in 1937. He not only assisted General Ji in training soldiers to enhance combat effectiveness, but also imparted modern medical knowledge to army medics, saving countless warriors' lives. X. Eternal Legacy, the Undying Spirit. Though Li Haotian clung to the hope of returning to his own era, he understood that his 1937 experiences would become a treasured legacy of his lifetime. His story with General Ji Xingwen and the 29th Army soldiers would inspire countless generations to come. The Lugo Bridge incident, as the starting point of China's full-scale resistance against aggression, will forever be etched into the annals of Chinese history. The heroic deeds of General Ji Xingwen and the 29th Army troops, along with Li Haotian's time-defying odyssey, shall stand as enduring symbols of the Chinese nation's unyielding spirit, a perpetual beacon inspiring generations of Chinese to march forward with unwavering resolve toward the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. On the early morning of December 12, 1937, layers of haze shrouded Nanjing city as the piercing air raid sirens tore through the once tranquil sky like invisible blades. Standing amidst the ruins of the command post of the 88th Division, Li Haotian's resolute features appeared even more formidable under the eerie blue glow emanating from the quantum communicator in his hand. At this critical juncture, when the ancient city faced imminent catastrophe, he resolutely shouldered the critical task of assembling a special forces unit. Li Haotian meticulously selected 20 elite soldiers from Song Yuanyang's 88th Division and Wang Jingjiu's 87th Division, all demonstrating exceptional physical fitness and military expertise. These sorcery warriors formed a specialized sniper platoon under his direct command. Each operator was equipped with the cutting-edge Type 85X quantum sniper rifle. Featuring a 10-round magazine, each quantum-imbued bullet could effortlessly penetrate 3 to 5 cm thick armor plating while triggering a minor quantum shock wave upon impact, delivering secondary damage to surrounding enemies. The weapon system incorporated a 9x high-definition quantum imaging scope capable of detecting quantum fluctuations to pinpoint targets, paired with a quantum-suppressed barrel that reduced energy signatures by 90%, dramatically minimizing detection risks during operations. The soldiers are equipped with nanocarbon fiber bulletproof vests with 100% penetration and impact resistance. Their helmets not only feature built-in night vision but also integrate quantum radar, enabling real-time environmental scanning to detect enemy movements in advance. Additionally, each soldier carries 10 quantum fission grenades utilizing micro-quantum splitting technology, which possesses devastating lethality within a 50-meter radius. Ultralight magazines containing 2,000 rounds are issued to every soldier, though weighing 250 grams. This substantial ammunition reserve proves crucial for victory in brutal combat. The comprehensive combat and survival kit includes nanomedical packs, beef jerky, compressed biscuits, hyper-concentrated water purification tablets, and Type 85 quantum bayonets. When injured, the nanomedical pack automatically releases nanobots that rapidly repair damaged tissues and heal wounds. Li Haotian appointed Sun Jifao, who had distinguished himself in the Battle of Songhu, as platoon commander of the 1st Sniper Unit of the National Revolutionary Army. The moment Sun Jifao received the commission certificate, a mysterious electronic voice suddenly emanated from the quantum communicator in his hand. Every shot you fire will alter the course of this war. You must defend every inch of Nanjing soil. At that time, Nanjing was shrouded in the gloom of war, with Zhonghua Gate becoming the prime target of Japanese assault. Japanese mechanized forces advanced like a raging tidal wave toward the gate, while warplanes roared overhead and tanks rumbled below. Leading his elite sniper platoon, Li Haotian swiftly seized strategic positions around Zhonghua Gate. On the city walls, in the corners of watchtowers, amidst the rubble near the gates, their shadowy figures lay in wait. When Japanese vanguard troops entered firing range, the sniper elite platoon initiated their killing operation. Through quantum imaging scopes, Japanese soldiers' quantum fluctuations became vividly visible. With crisp gunfire reports, enemy troops collapsed one after another. The 85X quantum sniper rifle launched supremely precise bullets, each projectile resembling death scythe ripping invader leaves with ruthless precision. Near the city wall's outer gate, Japanese forces attempted to launch a charge, but their plans disintegrated under the platoon's devastating strikes. Ranks of Japanese soldiers fell like wheat before the reaper. Each bullet's quantum shockwaves after impact created chain reactions of agony, surrounding troops screaming as the lethal oscillations tore through their bodies. Enraged by humiliation, the Japanese forces swiftly launched a counterattack. They deployed special forces equipped with quantum disruptors in an attempt to jam the weapon systems of the sniper elite platoon. Simultaneously, mortar and heavy machine gun fire rained down like a deluge, engulfing the Snipers' positions in a sea of flames. Platoon leader Song Ji LED from the front during the battle, issuing commands to soldiers through a quantum communicator while personally aiming and firing. With lethal precision, he eliminated a Japanese officer mid-command, plunging their command system into chaos. At the direst hour, quantum robot warriors from the safe zone mobilized, taking over partial defensive duties from the sniper elite platoon. These mechanical fighters armed with quantum cannons demonstrated exceptional mobility and devastating firepower. Their arrival significantly alleviated pressure on the elite snipers, creating a dramatic reversal in the battle's momentum. Despite facing frenzied counterattacks from Japanese forces, the sniper elite platoon suffered 0 casualties thanks to advanced equipment and indomitable combat spirit. Wounded soldiers rapidly regained combat effectiveness through nanomedical kits, immediately returning to their posts. Under Li Haotian's leadership, the platoon coordinated seamlessly with quantum robot warriors, leveraging terrain advantages and cutting-edge weaponry to launch wave after wave of counterattacks against the invaders. The combined efforts of the sniper elite platoon and quantum robot warriors ultimately repelled the Japanese offensive completely. As the last civilian and wounded soldier safely entered the secure zone, Li Haotian gazed upon the stark Zhonghua Gate. A torrent of emotions surging through his heart. This ravaged landmark stood as both witness to devastation and testament to unyielding resistance. The battle at Zhonghua Gate in Nanjing has become an immortal legend in the history of the War of Resistance. The heroic deeds of the sniper elite platoon and quantum robot warriors inspired countless Chinese to fight valiantly against invaders. Li Haotian and his comrades left an indelible mark in the long river of history. With their actions, they defended the dignity of Nanjing City and infused powerful spiritual strength into the entire nation's resistance. Years later, when people revisit this chapter of history, they can still feel the ferocity and tragedy of that battle. The story of the sniper elite platoon serves not only as remembrance of that brutal history, but also as an anthem to the indomitable spirit of the Chinese people. It constantly reminds future generations that no matter how great the difficulties or challenges, we must never abandon our pursuit of freedom and dignity. Next chapter preview. The Battle of Nanjing in the Grand Campaign Street fighting begins. Readers are invited to witness this devastating tale of urban warfare, whose unflinching brutality surpasses the Battle of Stalingrad as we know it. Blood flames at Zhonghua Gate, a transmigrator's legend of resistance. Astonishing transmigration, mandate in peril. 1937, Li Haotian stood in the new war room of the Liberal Arts College, having repeatedly traversed the battlefields of the anti-Japanese war. During this period, he'd been relentlessly striking Japanese invaders with high-tech weapons transmitted by his super system. During the latest transmission of a new quantum weapon, a mysterious temporal vortex suddenly engulfed him, his squad of elite snipers, and the cutting-edge Thunderstrike Qiankun Type 1 all-intelligent mechanical warriors hurtling them all to the Zhonghua Gate battlefield in Nanjing on December 9, 1937. The moment they materialized, acrid smoke and the sounds of brutal combat assaulted his senses. Surveying the battered Zhonghua Gate and the defenders resisting with desperate courage, Lin realized he'd arrived at the most critical moment of the Nanjing defense campaign. Armed with military knowledge and equipment far beyond this era, he resolved to assist the defenders against the 60th Division's onslaught while ensuring it wouldn't alter the grand course of history. Pre-battle insights, strategic coordination. Li Haotian swiftly established contact with Su Wanqing, commander of the 88th Division. Song, currently tormented by the impending Japanese assault, was shown the formidable capabilities of the Thunderstrike Qiankun Type 1 mech warriors. These mechanical combatants boasted advanced laser weaponry and precision sniper systems, capable not only of delivering lethal strikes against Japanese forces at extreme ranges but also withstanding tank attacks through reinforced armor. After intensive discussions, a novel defensive strategy emerged. Li Haotian's sniper platoon would occupy strategic vantage points around the Zhonghua Gate, leveraging the mech warriors' unparalleled firing range and accuracy to neutralize Japanese artillery positions and command officers. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing would lead defensive forces to fortify the city gates with multi-layered barricades, preparing to repel infantry charges and armored assaults. 3 first day's fierce combat, the initial display of prowess. At dawn on December 10th, Japanese warplanes arrived as expected, unleashing a carpet bombing campaign on Zhonghua Gate. Subsequently, under artillery cover, the Sato Regiment and Shimada Regiment advanced toward the gate with 5 infantry formations. Through the thermal imaging system of the mechanical warriors, Li Haotian pinpointed the Japanese artillery positions and issued the attack order. Instantly, laser beams sliced through the sky, striking the Japanese artillery positions in succession as explosive flames roared into the heavens. Simultaneously, soldiers from the sniper platoon utilized the assisted targeting systems of mechanical warriors to execute precise strikes against Japanese commanders and machine gunners. Under this sudden onslaught, the enemy's offensive rhythm completely shattered. Su Wanqing seized the opportunity and ordered regimental commander Li Haotian to lead the Dare-to-Die Corps into battle. The shock troops engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat with Japanese forces through hails of bullets. However, leveraging their superior 1930s-era equipment and extensive close-quarters combat experience, the Japanese gradually gained footing. Witnessing this, Li Haotian commanded mechanized warriors to launch electromagnetic pulse bombs at the Japanese infantry phalanx. Instantly, Japanese weapons malfunctioned en masse, plunging their ranks into chaos. Watching this unfold from the rear, Nanjing fumed with rage and hastily deployed 30 tanks into the fray. Maintaining composure, Li Haotian directed sniper platoons to concentrate fire on the tanks' vulnerable points. After intense exchanges, 8 Japanese tanks lay destroyed, forcing the remainder into retreat. 4-night assault, blood and fire intertwined. As night fell, Isatsugo, unwilling to accept the daytime defeat, commanded Japanese forces to launch an even more frenzied assault. The Japanese army first unleashed concentrated artillery bombardment on Zhonghua Gate, followed by tanks and infantry phalanxes surging towards the gates like tidal waves. Li Haotian had prepared thoroughly. Utilizing the night vision systems of mechanical warriors, he precisely tracked Japanese movements. When the vanguard of Japanese tanks reached the city walls, pre-planted landmines detonated, instantly crippling the lead tank. Simultaneously, officers and soldiers of the 88th Division leapt from trenches, engaging the enemy in intense hand-to-hand combat. Li Haotian directed sniper squads to provide flanking fire support. Laser weapons of mechanical warriors carved brilliant arcs through the night sky, harvesting Japanese soldiers' lives. However, with endless waves of Japanese reinforcements, Chinese defenders gradually weakened, casualties mounting relentlessly. Su Wanqing urgently requested reinforcements from the 74th Army. Li Haotian adjusted tactics, ordering mecha warriors to form defensive lines against Japanese assaults. When Colonel Chiu Vida arrived with the 306th Regiment, Lin coordinated with him to unleash a counterattack. In the fierce battle, the 306th Regiment annihilated over 300 Japanese suicide squad members, but paid a heavy price. Via holdfast and choice, the path of history. The battle raged for 24 straight hours with unrelenting Japanese attacks. Knowing Zhonghua Gate would inevitably fall without reinforcements and supplies, Li Haotian utilized mecha warriors' reconnaissance capabilities to pinpoint a hidden evacuation route, ensuring safe withdrawal for defenders and civilians. Li Haotian assisted Su Wanqing in organizing the orderly evacuation of defending troops and civilians, escorting them to the safety zone protected by high-intelligence combat mech warriors. After completing the mission, to avoid altering historical progression, Lin led the sniper platoon back to the secured area. On December 12, the Zhonghua Gate in the grand historical narrative ultimately fell under the Japanese army's fierce assault. However, the intervention of Li Haotian and his sniper platoon significantly impeded the enemy's advance, buying crucial time for the evacuation of defenders and residents. Liu Remembrance and Vision, a spirit transcending time and space. Though the defense of Zhonghua Gate concluded with Chinese defenders' valiant retreat, the heroic deeds of Li Haotian and his comrades became a legendary chapter in this battle. Their fearless courage and tactical brilliance forced General Nanjing to confront the indomitable resistance spirit of Chinese soldiers and civilians. The painful lessons of the Battle of Nanjing ignited the awakening and resistance of the Chinese nation. Though Li Haotian had returned to the war room of Jinling Women's College, the experience at Nanjing's Zhonghua Gate in the large-scale simulation remained seared in his memory. He would transform this ordeal into driving force, continuing to combat aggressors under the super system's directives, defending national dignity while respecting history, contributing to his country's security and peace. The great spirit of the War of Resistance demonstrated in the defense of Zhonghua Gate would eternally inspire future generations to remember history, cherish peace, and strive tirelessly for the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. Thunder over Zhonghua Gate, rewriting the Battle of Nanjing through a time traveler's intervention. December 9, 1937. The Nanjing garrison command was shrouded in suffocating tension. General Tang stared fixedly at the battle map, forehead creases etched like permanent carvings. Niushou Mountain and Changwatang fell into dire straits as Japanese forces bypassed both positions, charging towards Yuatai in their bid to breach Songhua Gate's defenses. In a shadowed corner of the command center, Li Haotian stood transfixed, a temporal anomaly from the 21st century, bearing an advanced systems mandate to alter the course of this historic siege. Su Wanqing, deputy commander of the 15th Army Group and commander of the 18th Army, commander of the 16th Army Corps, deputy commander of the Nanjing Garrison, participant in the Nanjing Defense Campaign, and Lu Xing, deputy commander of Nanjing Garrison, commander-in-chief of River Defense, Army Council Inspection Committee General Deputy Director, also gathered around the map. Su Wanqing analyzed, after the Japanese Army's failed attacks at Guanghua Gate, Tongji Gate, and Purple Mountain, they will surely concentrate their elite forces to assault Zhonghua Gate. Lu Xing pointed at Changdong Bridge outside Zhonghua Gate on the map. This bridge is critical. We must never let Japanese troops cross it, otherwise Zhonghua Gate will be in grave danger. After pondering momentarily, General Tang ordered the 88th Division and the 306th Regiment of the 51st Division from the 74th Army to defend Changdong Bridge to the death. However, concerned that Lu Xing might not be able to ensure that Lieutenant General Song Yuanyang would not disregard his authority, he instructed Su Wanqing to accompany them to Zhonghua Gate. At this moment, Li Haotian had already formulated his plan. Through the super system, he quietly activated the deployment protocol for the Thunderstrike Qiankun Type 1 robotic warriors. These machines possessed combat capabilities far surpassing ordinary humans, destined to become the pivotal force in turning the tide of battle. Simultaneously, he established contact with the J-30 fighter jet stationed at Yuatai, ensuring immediate air support readiness. When Su Wanqing and Lu Xing arrived at Zhonghua Gate, the battle at Yuatai had raged for a full day. Song Yuanyang reported that 2 brigades of the 88th Division had suffered over 50% casualties, with Brigade Commander Major General Xu Qi leading a heroic charge before falling in battle. As the group mourned, Japanese warplanes suddenly darkened Zhonghua Gate skies, with a devastating bombing run, engulfing the area in flames. Then emerged the J-30 fully intelligent attack defense fighters bearing the August 1st insignia. Like electric judgment from the heavens, over 20 Japanese Zero fighter bombers were instantly obliterated mid-air by arcing lightning waves fired from the J-30s, reduced to smoldering wreckage across the vast sky. Shortly after the Battle of Yuatai concluded, the Japanese 6th Division and 114th Division approached Zhonghua Gate. The 6th Division spearheaded the main assault, while the 114th provided support. The 6th Division, commanded by General Li Haotian, had gained notorious infamy since the Marco Polo Bridge incident for its path of arson, slaughter, and pillage. At Yongding River in North China, they implemented the free-alls policy. During the Battle of Shanghai, they mercilessly slaughtered dozens of villages. Songjiangtang suffered complete annihilation, transformed into a living hell. On December 12, Tanny Hisao arrived beneath Zhonghua Gate. Following standard tactics, he first deployed bombers before ordering the Sato Regiment and Shimada Regiment to capture the gate by dusk. After the bombers struck the massive structure of Zhonghua Gate, these Japanese Zero fighters mysteriously crashed, an enigmatic event still documented at Tokyo's War Museum. Artillery then bombarded the gate, followed by probing attacks launched by 5 infantry squadrons. On the city gate tower, Sun Yuanyang personally directed the battle. Following General Tang's order, Regimental Commander Li Shifa led a death-defying squad of over 500 officers and soldiers to charge. The two sides engaged in close-quarter gunfire. As Japanese troops desperately pushed forward, their expertise in close combat gradually closed the distance. Seeing this, Li Shifa roared, "Brothers, fix bayonets!" The battle instantly erupted into deafening bayonet clashes, war cries shaking the heavens. The 88th Division found itself at a disadvantage in bayonet techniques. Observing this, Song Yuanyang immediately deployed the Broadsword Brigade. Originally formed during the Songhu battlefield campaign, this unit was modeled after the 29th Army's forces. Song himself had conducted 8 tactical training sessions for them and taught them to sing the Broadsword March. Once the Broadsword Brigade entered the fray, Japanese troops became completely overwhelmed. Humiliated and enraged, Li Haotian deployed 30 tanks into battle. The Broadsword Brigade retreated to the gate tower under tank pressure until Song Yuanyang urgently ordered artillery bombardment on Japanese tanks. Within half an hour, the first 8 Japanese tanks were destroyed, forcing the remaining armored column to retreat along their original path. The furious Li Haotian launched another concentrated assault. He first bombarded Zhonghua Gate for 30 minutes, transforming surrounding streets into a raging inferno. Then, defying conventional tactics, he pivoted artillery fire directly at the city gate. After 10 minutes of concentrated shelling, the ancient Zhonghua gate finally yielded with a breached opening. Seizing the moment, Tanny dispatched massive troops to storm the compromised defenses. The situation was dire. Song Yuanyang ordered the entire division to charge forward and seal the breach, while simultaneously sending an urgent telegram to the 74th Army for reinforcements. Upon receiving the notification, Yu Jishe immediately dispatched the 306th Regiment. When Regimental Commander Chiu Vida led his troops to Zhonghua Gate, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Brutal bayonet charges erupted incessantly between both sides, corpses piling like mountains beneath their feet. The two vanguard battalions of the 306th Regiment joined the fray. After half an hour of savage close combat, the Japanese forces that had breached the city walls were annihilated, though more than half of the 88th Division lay dead. Before they could regroup, urgent reports arrived. Explosions had torn open sections of Zhonghua Gate and Shueisha Gate's walls, with Japanese troops pouring through. The breaches. Chiu Vida selected over 100 elite soldiers as a suicide squad and personally led a battalion to counterattack. After an hour of intense fighting, they eradicated all invading forces and captured 15 Japanese soldiers, but at horrific cost, over half the assault force perished, including a battalion commander and regimental deputy who heroically sacrificed their lives. As the day's battle concluded and night fell, General Tanny Hisao descended into a frenzy. After suffering nearly 1,000 casualties in daytime combat, the 60th Division's commander ordered artillery units to continue bombarding Zhonghua Gate. Throughout the night, the defending forces at the gate dared not relax their vigilance for a moment. At dawn on December 10th, Tanny Hisao summoned regimental commanders Sato and Shimada. "You must capture Zhonghua Gate today," he snarled viciously, "or don't come back alive." The officers rushed to frontline positions after receiving their orders. Clutching binoculars, Tanny glared at the smoke-shrouded Zhonghua Gate, grinding his teeth as he hissed, "Tan, I swear I'll crush you into dust." The Japanese forces launched another assault, commencing with intensive artillery bombardment that reduced the streets near Zhonghua Gate to roaring flames. Tanks then surged forward alongside infantry phalanxes toward the gate. When they reached Changgang Bridge at Zhonghua Gate, no defenders emerged to block their path. General Hisao Tanny burst into laughter, believing the garrison had retreated. Yet before his laughter faded, explosions engulfed the vanguard of Japanese tanks. The lead tank was crippled where it stood, as soldiers of the 88th Division erupted from trenches with earth-shaking battle cries. Having exhausted their ammunition and supplies, Commander Song Yuanyang had reluctantly ordered his troops to lure the enemy beneath the city gates for a desperate bayonet charge. As the two sides plunged into fierce close combat, Li Haotian activated the Thunderstrike Chenkun 1 robotic warriors through the hypersystem. These machines surged into Japanese positions like black lightning bolts. Possessing immense strength and nimble movements, they shrugged off enemy bullets. Wherever their powerful mechanical arms swung, Japanese soldiers fell like harvested wheat. Simultaneously, Li Haotian ordered the J-Danhuai fighters from Yuwatai base to scramble. 6 warplanes tore through the skies like ferocious war eagles, executing devastating dive-bombing runs. Explosions rained down like a metallic tempest, blasting Japanese forces into disoriented chaos as their formations disintegrated. Gu Shoufu stared at the scene before him, utterly stunned. He never anticipated encountering such overwhelming force. His troops suffered devastating casualties under the dual assault of robots and fighter jets, their 7 offensive waves shattered into disarray. Watching his soldiers being slaughtered like livestock batch after batch, Gu fell into profound self-doubt. His lifelong belief that violence could resolve any battle crumbled instantaneously. As night fell, Gu Shoufu gazed at the still unconquered Zhonghua Gate, contemplating his crushing defeat. A desperate urge to atone through death seized him. He even prepared to poison his 4 wolfhounds before committing seppuku. Just as he reached for the poison, Song Yuanyang's abrupt withdrawal order temporarily stayed his hand. On December 13, 1937, Song Yuanyang learned that Yuwatai had fallen. As the Zai Jinshan battle neared its conclusion, Japanese forces launched a massive assault on Chilin Gate. The instructional corps had lost over half its men, with ammunition and supplies exhausted. When a breach was blasted through Zhonghua Gate and Kaneyoshi's 6th Division was about to receive reinforcements from the 114th Division, Song made a brief call to General Tan. "I'm taking the remaining 2,000 troops to Shogun," he declared before slamming down the receiver, triggering the immediate withdrawal of Zhonghua Gate defenders. Though Kaneyoshi captured Zhonghua Gate, the battle left an indelible mark. Meanwhile, Li Haotian and his super-system forces had profoundly altered portions of the Nanjing Defense War's history, casting a sliver of dawn through this dark historical chapter. Moving forward, Lin would continue leveraging his extraordinary power to wage increasingly fierce battles against the invaders within the scaled-up model of Nanjing City, safeguarding both the ancient capital and its besieged civilians. Shadow of Chronos, Traitor's Labyrinth. Nanjing Directive, Retrograde Rescue. August 13, 1937. In the basement of Nanjing Jinling Women's College, the flickering lights of the war room cast twisted, grotesque shadows on the walls. Li Haotian stood before the mysterious chronosphere, its mechanical hum resonating like an ancient leviathan's growl. The super system's azure light pulsed before his eyes, revealing new coordinates. December 27, 1938, Tianjin. Assist the traitor elimination squad in assassinating the notorious collaborator Wang Zhuing. Remember, your actions alter history's course. Tread carefully. The system's synthetic voice vibrated through his neural pathways. Lin inhaled deeply and stepped into the swirling vortex. Sudden vertigo overwhelmed him as reality blurred into abstraction, leaving only the chrono maelstrom's coruscating glow. Tianjin's shadowed night, bloodstains at Fengzi. When Li Haotian opened his eyes again, he found himself on the rooftop terrace opposite Fengzian Hotel in the French concession. Scalpel-sharp winter wind sliced across his cheeks as he swiftly assembled his Type 85.5 毫米 small caliber sniper rifle. Through the 9x high-definition scope, his gaze locked onto the hotel's entrance with lethal precision. Even the tassels dangling from lanterns stood crystal clear in his crosshairs. At 6 p.m., the dying sunlight draped Fengzian in crimson veils. Wang Zhuing emerged surrounded by sycophants, his portly frame swaying with affected grace. The unctuous smile plastered across his face froze mid-sentence as three young men materialized like wraiths. Their blackened pistols caught the twilight, still glistening with lethal clarity against the blood-hued horizon. Bang! Bang! Two gunshots shattered the tranquility of dusk. Wang Zuling's body swayed like a marionette with its strings cut, then collapsed heavily into a pool of blood. The crowd instantly descended into chaos, screams and shouts intertwining. Witnessing this from the rooftop, Li Haotian pressed the teleportation button of the time machine after confirming the mission's completion. Unraveling the truth, exposing heinous crimes. Returning to the war room in Nanjing Safety Zone, Li Haotian accessed Wang Zuling's files through the system. This once influential Tianjin business magnate had completely become a lackey for the Japanese invaders after the city's fall. Joining the Tianjin Puppet Local Public Order Maintenance Committee as member, he also served as chairman of Tianjin Material Countermeasures Committee, ruthlessly plundered the people's wealth for the Japanese aggressors. Under his manipulation, the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce transformed from an organization safeguarding merchant interests into a running dog of Japanese imperialism. Merchants seethed in silent resentment, struggling under the dual oppression of Japanese invaders and Chinese collaborators. Wang Zuling's various acts of treason ignited fierce indignation among Tianjin citizens, hardening the anti-traitor core resolve to eliminate this national disgrace. Covert plots and blood-oath alliances. In the winter of 1937, the anti-Japanese traitor elimination corps was established in Tianjin. Commander Xing Che, organizational leader Li Rupen, and operations chief Song Deshan led a group of impassioned youths in anti-Japanese resistance. By spring 1939, the corps had expanded to over 60 members, predominantly students from prestigious institutions like Youwang Middle School and Nankai High School. Within Baoding Road Chongrang Primary School, the Traitor Elimination Corps established a core member training program. On the surface, this appeared as an ordinary cultural education cram school. In reality, it served as a secret anti-Japanese stronghold where members studied resistance tactics, practiced weapon handling, and prepared to eliminate collaborators. As Wang Zuling's treasonous activities grew increasingly brazen, the corps resolved to make him their first target. On a moonless, wind-swept night, key operatives including Xing Che and Song Deshan gathered in a small building near Baoding Road to finalize assassination plans. Wang Zhuing maintains an active social calendar, frequenting restaurants and dance halls. We should exploit this pattern to strike during his public appearances, Song Deshan analyzed, tracing routes on a city map. Precisely. Choosing a crowded location serves dual purposes, increasing operational success odds while sending shockwaves through enemy ranks, added Zhao Aaron, his gloved hand tightening around a prototype explosive device. After a moment of contemplation, Xing Che pounded the table decisively. It's settled. Everyone will closely monitor Wang Zuling's movements. Song Deshan, Zhao Aaron, and Sun Xiangde will execute the assassination mission. The rest will provide cover and support. Life and death sniping. Midnight breakthrough. On December 27, 1938, the operation team received intelligence that Wang Zhuing would host a banquet at Fingxian restaurant in the French concession. Some Deshan led Zhao Aaron and Sang Xiangda to lurk near Fingxian's entrance early, their eyes revealing steely resolve. Shortly after 6 p.m., Fingxian's gate slowly opened as Wang Zhuing emerged surrounded by entourage. Laughing and chatting with his companions as he walked, he remained completely oblivious to the impending danger. Suddenly, Sun Deshan and his men lunged out from behind the vehicle, their gun barrels pitch black and aimed directly at Wang Zhuing. Zhao Aaron pulled the trigger without hesitation. Ah! Bullet roared through the air and struck Wang's left shoulder. With a blood-curdling scream, Wang clutched his wound and staggered toward the restaurant, shouting hoarsely, "Help! Murder!" Seeing the first shot hadn't killed Wang Zhuing, Sun Deshan swiftly fired a follow-up shot. The bullet pierced precisely through Wang's occiput. His body pitched forward and crashed heavily onto the pavement. Mission accomplished, Sun Deshan's team rushed into Zhong Yuan Company, vanishing into the night under Xing Chei's coordinated extraction. Aftermath, a thick fog of uncertainty. The next day, the streets and alleys of Tianjin were abuzz with news of Wang Zulin's assassination. Citizens applauded enthusiastically, heaping praise on the heroic actions of the traitor elimination corps. However, the Puppet Police Bureau and Japanese military police launched a frenzied manhunt against the resistance group as if confronting mortal enemies. 10 days after the incident, the Puppet Police Bureau remained empty-handed. Police Chief Zhou Xijing and Detective Squad Leader Su Xiaoming submitted resignations to Pan Yuguai, mayor of the Puppet Tianjin Special Municipality, for failing to crack the case. On January 14, 1939, Pan approved their resignations and reshuffled relevant personnel. January 11, 1939 marked Wang Zuling's funeral service. Pan Yugui personally attended the memorial ceremony and allocated 10,000 yuan funeral subsidy to the family. Yet when the hearse reached Shuji Street, a sudden bomb explosion plunged the scene into chaos, leaving the burial procession abruptly concluded. On April 28, Japanese military police stormed into the British and French concessions, taking away 3 young men. The Japanese army claimed these 3 were the assassins of Wang Zhuing, secretly executing them. On May 21, the Puppet Police Bureau announced the perpetrators of Wang Zuling's assassination had been lawfully executed, yet the truth remains buried in the dust of history. Li Haotian watched these events through the system, his heart a tumult of emotions. Though he had altered a small trajectory of history, he knew the path of resistance against Japan remained long and arduous. In the torrents of time and space, countless heroes like the Traitor Elimination Corps composed magnificent hymns of resistance with their blood and lives. On December 13, 1937, Nanjing's sky turned gunmetal gray with smoke and fire. Behind the thick clouds and haze of gunpowder, the sun struggled to cast a feeble glow. Zonghua Gate, this ancient portal that had witnessed countless historical transformations, finally collapsed with a thunderous roar. Under the Japanese army's frenzied artillery assault, flying debris and choking smoke filled the air as the cacophony of battle cries and artillery fire intertwined into a symphony of infernal suffering, threatening to completely devour this ancient capital that had carried millennia of civilization. Yet at this moment of utter despair, a miracle occurred. Amidst the chaos, defenders and numerous residents managed an orderly retreat into a safety zone guarded by robotic warriors. These mechanical sentinels radiated a steely metallic gleam, their towering frames resembling mobile fortresses. The resolute light flashing in their ocular sensors seemed to declare to the invaders, "This place shall not be defiled." As some Japanese soldiers charged toward the safety zone like savage beasts, the robotic warriors reacted with lightning reflexes. Moving with leopard-like agility, their weapons spat tongues of fury crimson trails slicing through smoke curtains, each fiery streak finding its mark with surgical precision. Those attempting to breach defenses crumbled under overwhelming firepower, temporarily transforming the safety zone into an island of fragile calm. In the liberal arts college's war room, the atmosphere hung as heavy as storm-laden skies. Generals in full military regalia sat grim-faced alongside a visibly troubled mini-Vautrin, clustered around a massive strategic map. The parchment resembled a living chessboard of doom, its surface crawling with dense clusters of tactical symbols and arterial supply routes. Every tactical debate about perimeter defenses crackled with lethal consequence, each plotted line potentially deciding the survival threshold for thousands. "We must ensure absolute security in the safety zone. This is the last hope for Nanjing's civilians." A general stabbed the map with force, his voice low and resolute. Mini Vautrin nodded slightly, her eyes revealing profound anxiety. But the Japanese army's tactics of aggression are utterly brutal. They won't rest until complete domination. We must prepare for any contingency. At that moment, Li Haotian strode into the war room. His frame stood tall with a piercing gaze that radiated unyielding determination. Chosen by the super system as a special operative, Lin bore the monumental mission to transcend time and space to alter history's course. This mysterious guide had yanked him from ordinary life, plunging him into the tumultuous torrent of the anti-Japanese war. In the secluded office of the war room, Li Haotian quietly closed his eyes to receive the second mission issued by the super system. Instantly, vast information surged into his mind like a tidal wave. The mission details gradually crystallized. He must travel through the time tunnel to the French concession of 1938. Shanghai, assisting military intelligence agents to assassinate the great traitor Zhou Fengqi when he returns to his residence on March 7. Zhou Fengqi, this infamous national betrayer, had sold out his country and people for personal gain, creating immense obstacles for the anti-Japanese resistance. He must be eliminated. After bidding farewell to the generals and Ding Vautrin, Li Haotian resolutely stepped into the time tunnel. A blinding white light flashed. As his vision cleared, in the blink of an eye, he found himself standing outside Zhou Fengqi's mansion on Yale Road, present-day South Shangxi Road, in the Shanghai French concession. At this moment, the French concession in Shanghai maintained a superficial facade of prosperity. The streets were lined with dense clusters of shop signs, while street vendors hoarsely hawked laudo cigarettes, roasted melon seeds there. Raspy cries echoing down the avenues. Yet Li Haotian detected the palpable tension hanging in the air. Pedestrians moved with hurried steps, eyes darting nervously, every face etched with fear and unease, as if fleeing some invisible pursuer. Outside Zhou Fengqi's residence, several plainclothes guards paced back and forth at the main entrance, their eyes vigilantly scanning every detail of their surroundings, leaving no suspicious sign unnoticed. Hunched over, Li Haotian darted swiftly and silently to the fourth-floor rooftop terrace opposite Zhou's residence. With practiced ease, he crouched down, retrieving measurement tools to meticulously gauge distances, his gaze locked like a predator's on the target below. After thorough reconnaissance, he selected an exquisitely concealed vantage point, steadily assembling his Type 85 sniper rifle until its barrel aligned perfectly with Zhou's front gaze. Lin's finger rested lightly on the trigger, his breathing settling into a steady, measured rhythm. Through his unblinking sights burned unyielding resolve and icy composure, a hunter poised in deathly stillness, awaiting Zhou Fengqi's inevitable appearance. After a moment, the hum of a car engine grew from distant to near. A black German Mercedes-Benz shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, screeching to a halt beside Zhou Fengqi's gate. The doors swung open as several plainclothes agents swiftly exited, surveyed their surroundings vigilantly, then opened the rear door. A corpulent man wearing a bowler hat emerged slowly from the vehicle. Through the infrared facial recognition system, Li Haotian confirmed this was indeed Zhou Fengqi. Just as Li Haotian was about to pull the trigger, two vendors outside the gate suddenly drew Mauser C-6 pistols swift as lightning. With a resounding bang, they unleashed a barrage of bullets at Zhou Fengqi. Before the warlord could react, projectiles pierced his skull and chest, dropping him to the ground. Crimson blood instantly saturated his garments like blooming poppies. Li Haotian's heart skipped a beat as he realized the two military statistics bureau agents might not escape. Sure enough, plainclothes officers and Zhou Fengqi's guards at the entrance drew their guns, unleashing frenzied gunfire at the two vendors. The vendors retaliated methodically while dodging bullets with agility, transforming the scene into a thunderous storm of gunpowder and lead within moments. Without hesitation, Lin swiftly adjusted his posture. Peering through the 9x scope, he aligned the crosshairs with Zhou Fengqi's security detail at the entrance. Fingers flying, he squeezed off precise shots. Within 10 seconds, crisp gun reports echoed as each guard collapsed with headshots, sudden silence swallowing the chaotic arena. Lin maintained vigilant surveillance of the surroundings. When he saw the two agents retreat safely, the boulder in his heart finally thudded to the ground. Pressing the temporal transmitter, he vanished in a flash of white light, rematerializing instantaneously in the war room of Liberal Arts College. Nanjing Street Battle, desperate resistance amidst blood and fire. Early December 1937. The skies over Nanjing burned with an eerie crimson, as bitter winds carried the stench of gunpowder and blood through shattered walls. This ancient capital of millennia-old civilization groaned in agony under Japanese invaders' iron heels, with death miasma permeating every street and alley. On a pitch-black night, an unearthly light suddenly pierced the purple mountain sky, a luminous sword cleaving the darkness. As faint humming resonated from the glow, Li Haotian and his elite sniper platoon materialized amidst the ruins, accompanied by fully autonomous robotic warriors emerging from the void. Li Haotian wore a pitch-black high-tech combat suit, its bulletproof panels not only providing protection but also feeding real-time environmental data through embedded microcomputers. His lightweight helmet posed with a holographic display that flickered with streams of critical intel. The elite sniper platoon soldiers stood equally armed to the teeth. Their futuristic sniper rifles boasted unprecedented range and surgical precision, each armor-piercing round carrying devastating kinetic payloads. The fully autonomous robotic warriors loomed at 2 meters tall, their alloyed exoskeletons radiating a cold metallic luster. Glowing red scanners served as eyes, instantaneously triangulating enemy positions, weapon signatures, and predictive movement patterns. These killing machines combined overwhelming firepower with tactical AI processors, constantly recalculating battlefield variables to execute independent combat decisions. Brothers, we are here to resist the Japanese invasion. Our mission is to assist Chinese defenders in holding back the Japanese forces and turn the tide of this battle. Li Haotian issued commands through the communication device to his team members. Zonghua Gate, the southern gate of Nanjing City, stood as a strategic fortress perennially contested by military powers. Now, the Japanese 6th Division under Commander Yasuhiko Kaniwa charged ferociously towards the gate. Their tanks and armored vehicles formed a steel torrent, with infantry closely following behind, attempting to breach the gate's defenses in one decisive push. The 262nd Brigade of the 88th Division, led by Brigade Commander Zhu Qi, stood in full readiness. Soldiers with unyielding resolve engaged in fierce combat from fortified positions along the city walls. Deafening explosions and gunfire raced through the air as smoke engulfed the battlefield. Though warriors fell continuously from the ramparts, survivors maintained their ferocious resistance. Li Haotian led the elite sniper platoon to swiftly arrive at Zonghua Gate. Using surrounding ruins as cover, they quickly established firing positions. Through high-powered scopes, snipers locked onto key Japanese commanders and firepower positions. With sharp cracks of gunfire, whistling bullets tore through the air toward enemy targets. Bam! A Japanese colonel collapsed instantly, his katana clattering to the ground. Several machine gunners were successively hit, the Japanese offensive rhythm suddenly shattered into disarray. Lin's elite snipers utilized precision optics and custom-engineered sniper rounds to deliver lethal strikes from extreme distances. Once unstoppable tanks and machine gun nests now lay paralyzed under these phantom shooters' assault. Simultaneously, Lin activated the fully autonomous robotic combat units. Mecha warriors attacked the Japanese forward positions. Li Haotian issued the command through voice control. The fully autonomous mecha warriors sprang into action. Their agile forms charged at the Japanese troops like cheetahs. Blue glowing energy beams from their plasma cannons struck the enemy's front line with pinpoint accuracy. The devastating blasts instantly vaporized defensive obstacles, carving a retaliatory pathway for the defenders. As the besieging Japanese forces reeled from this lightning strike, the defenders seized the moment. They barricaded the breached wall with sandbags, furniture, and fallen comrades' remains, forging makeshift fortifications. Brigade Commander Zhu Qi brandished his pistol, roaring, "Charge, brothers! For our nation! For our people!" With soaring morale, the defenders launched a fierce countercharge against the invaders. Guanghua Gate, likewise a prime target for the Japanese assault. Under the command of Regiment Commander Kozaka Jiro, the 36th Infantry Regiment of the 9th Division launched a frenzied attack. Deploying massive artillery and tanks, they subjected Guanghua Gate to relentless bombardment. Led by Regiment Commander Xia Chenruai, the Training Corps Xia Chenruai Regiment mounted a ferocious counterattack. Defenders on the city wall engaged the Japanese in brutal hand-to-hand combat, blood staining the ramparts crimson. Li Haotian led the elite sniper platoon in stealthy advancement towards Guanghua Gate. Utilizing complex architecture and streets as cover, they stalked opportunities in the shadows. When Japanese troops breached the gate, the snipers sprang into action. Fire! Li Haotian barked the order. Snipers squeezed triggers in unison. Bullets rained down like a torrent upon the invading Japanese, instantly plunging the assault force into desperate chaos. Meanwhile, Li Haotian commanded the fully intelligent robotic warriors to flank from the sides. Utilizing their agile forms and formidable mobility, the machines circumvented Japanese defensive lines. Upon reaching strategic positions, they activated electro-cannons and launched a ferocious charge against the enemy forces. Energy waves from the electro-cannons obliterated Japanese fortifications in an instant, throwing the invading troops into disarray. Machine gunners maintained relentless suppressive fire, pinning down Japanese soldiers who dared not advance. Seizing the moment, Chenruo's regiment poured gasoline-modified incendiary bombs from the Barbican summit, engulfing the penetrated Japanese forces in flames. A raging inferno consumed the invaders, their screams of agony piercing the air. The elite sniper platoon led by Li Haotian and the fully intelligent robotic warriors had turned the tide at Guanghua Gate, granting the training corps crucial respite and counterattack opportunities. As Nanjing's natural fortress, Purple Mountain held immense strategic significance. The 3rd Brigade of the Instruction Corps, commanded by Brigadier Ma Wilm, mounted their defense using reverse-slope fortifications on the mountain's backside. Li Haotian's unit swiftly converged near Sun Yat-sen Mausoleum, joining forces with the Instruction Corps. Elite sniper squads seized control of Purple Mountain's strategic high ground, combining German-made SFH-18 150mm howitzers with precision marksmanship to unleash dual assaults on Japanese observation balloons and reinforcement columns. Fire the cannons! The order triggered deafening roars as howitzers launched their payloads. Trailing flames, the shells tore through enemy observation balloons, reducing them to flaming debris in mid-air. Stripped of their reconnaissance eyes, Japanese forces plunged into disarray, their advance becoming increasingly chaotic and directionless. The fully intelligent machine warriors were deployed to key passes of Purple Mountain. They activated electron cannons and gravity field generators. The gravity field slowed the movements of surrounding Japanese troops, while the energy beams from electron cannons scythed through enemy machine gun nests and tanks wherever they slept. After defenders packed the Sun Yat-sen Mausoleum's bronze cauldron with explosives to blast through Japanese forces, Li Haotian commanded the machine warriors to continue mopping up the battlefield. Laser weapons and pulse rifles purged remaining Japanese troops, ensuring none could approach. Yuatai became the fortress guarded by the 156th Division of Guangdong Army. To seize this position, Japanese forces deployed massive numbers of tanks and infantry. Under Commander Li Zhong's leadership, Guangdong soldiers engaged the invaders in a life-and-death struggle that shook the earth. Li Haotian and his unit once again became the hope of the turning point. The elite sniper platoon targeted Japanese light armored vehicles and supply lines, leaving Japanese tanks without timely reinforcements. Aim at the Japanese supply trucks, fire! Li Haotian commanded through the comms. Snipers swiftly adjusted their angles, sending bullets piercing through enemy supply vehicles. Instantly, the trucks erupted into roaring flames. Fully autonomous robotic warriors formed defensive lines, countering Japanese tank clusters with parallel beams from electron cannons. Tremendous energy pierced through thick armor plating, reducing tank after tank to molten scrap. As Cantonese troops launched suicide squad assaults, the robotic warriors provided rear fire support, clearing obstacles while covering defenders' breakout and retreat. This coordination intensified combat efficiency to unprecedented levels. After General Tang issued the retreat order, the entire Ajiang Gate descended into utter chaos. Tens of thousands of defenders and civilians surged toward the gate, creating pandemonium. Seizing the opportunity, Japanese forces launched an assault, attempting to breach Ajiang Gate. Li Haotian swiftly led his team to the perimeter of Ajiang Gate. The elite sniper squad targeted approaching Japanese troops with precision marksmanship, eliminating enemy commanders trying to infiltrate the chaotic zone and temporarily disrupting their chain of command. The fully autonomous robotic warriors leveraged their formidable defensive capabilities to carve out a secure corridor through the chaotic battlefield for retreating soldiers and civilians. Deputy Military Police Commander General Shao joined forces with Li Haotian's unit to safeguard this lifeline. 4 Maxim machine guns pinned down pursuing Japanese forces, while the robotic warriors conducted deterrent fire with electromagnetic cannons, forcing the enemy to halt their advance. However, the Japanese forces intensified their assault, and General Shao heroically fell in battle. Li Haotian watched the commander's collapsing figure, his heart swelling with grief and fury. Brothers! Avenge General Shao! We must cover the safe evacuation at all costs. Lin roared with primal intensity. Through Li Haotian and the cyber warriors' relentless efforts, more defenders and civilians advanced toward the safe zone. The decimated instructor corps held their ground at the Bank of Communications building in Xinjiku. The Japanese mobilized a massive force, surrounding the financial fortress in a tightening noose. Li Haotian's elite sniper platoon began maneuvering through urban canyons, systematically ambushing Japanese follow-up units and fire reinforcements. Stay concealed. Secure optimal firing positions, Lin cautioned through comms. The phantom-like marksmen prowled between skyscrapers, searing eyes locked on targets. When Japanese forces revealed themselves, lightning-quick shots delivered lethal strikes, swift vengeance from concrete shadows. The fully intelligent robotic combatants were deployed to the perimeter of the building, leveraging their synergistic combat capabilities to exert overwhelming pressure on the Japanese encircling forces. They assaulted enemy strongholds with plasma cannons and disrupted Japanese formations using gravitational field disruptors. Simultaneously, the combat robots provided medical support to defenders through built-in medical pods and emergency triage protocols, enabling sustained combat operations for the garrison. At the critical juncture of the battle, Li Haotian coordinated defenders and refugees, utilizing an evacuation corridor secured by robotic warriors to safely withdraw both combatants and civilians to the secure zone. The intervention of Li Haotian and his team fundamentally altered the war's trajectory. The ferocity of this scorched earth resistance was reflected in the Japanese 6th Division's after-action report. Every break in Nanjing city walls cost us dearly in blood. In 2020, during the renovation of Zhonghua Gate, relics left by garrison troops were discovered within the city wall's interior. These artifacts, along with the existence of Li Haotian's team, added a different footnote to the tragic history from 85 years ago. Li Haotian watched the restored order among soldiers and civilians in the safety zone with a surge of emotions. He knew that although he had altered this fragment of history, the wheel of history continued its relentless forward march. Brothers, our mission is complete. Let us slip away quietly, leaving this legend forever etched in people's hearts. Li Haotian addressed his team through the communication device. Li Haotian led his elite sniper platoon and fully intelligent robotic soldiers back to the College of Arts and Sciences through the time machine's transmission, leaving behind an immortal legend that inspires future generations to forever remember the history of blood and fire, and to fight for peace. Today, as people walk through this city and gaze upon the remnants of past battles, a profound reverence for heroes surges in their hearts. These heroes include not only the valiant Chinese defenders who fell in the Nanjing street combat, but also Li Haotian and his team who transcended time to alter the course of history. These ruins and memories whisper the essence of that era, their texture still radiating both tragic valor and enduring hope. The Nanjing street combat, this city's enduring pain and eternal glory, remains etched into our collective memory. It inspires us to strive tirelessly for global peace and prosperity, its legacy burning like an eternal flame in humanity's conscience. Return and new chapter. The white light engulfed Li Haotian like a raging torrent, instantly swallowing him whole from the 1937 Nanjing safety zone. The deafening roar of electric currents assaulted his ears as overwhelming vertigo surged through him like tidal waves, churning his stomach violently. In that dazed moment, all light and sound vanished without trace, plunging the surroundings into deafening silence. Li Haotian slowly opened his eyes. The familiar ceiling greeted him first, its soft glow dispelling remnants of lingering vertigo. Drawing a deep breath, he recognized the comforting scent of home lingering in the air. Only then did he realize he had returned to his 2025 home. He lay on the plush bed, his gaze slowly sweeping across every corner of the room. From the bookcase crammed with volumes to the artistic paintings adorning the walls, everything remained exactly as he'd left it, as if that hair-raising journey through time and space were merely a bizarre and fantastical dream. Yet the slightly yellowed copy of the Book of Changes, Zui, 1122 BC, in his pocket and the commands left by the supersystem on his Ling-P smartphone mercilessly testified otherwise. Original host Li Haotian has returned to the 21st century. Your designation is now Shushan. Your mission, first cleanse residual intelligence from the Battle of Nanjing defenses, then continue writing Shushan diaries, stocks your futures in Chengdu, 2008. Await supersystem's next command. Final wishes for good fortune and happiness. Li Haotian murmured the screen's glowing text, a tempest of emotion swirling in his chest. He rolled out of bed and trudged with slightly leaden steps to the desk, powering up the computer. As the screen illuminated, real-time stock market data cascaded like tidal waves, pulsing numbers and charts seemed to summon him back to his former life. Yet Li Haotian knew with crystalline clarity, everything had fundamentally changed. His fingers hovered above the keyboard as he opened the document, frozen mid-air. Visions from the Nanjing defense campaign spun through his mind like a zoetrope spinning endlessly. The azure glow of electronic gravity field shields shimmering under artillery fire, lightning engraved. Qiankun series robot soldiers clashing with Japanese troops, the deafening roar of G-1 fighter jets tearing through the sky. These wartime spectacles intertwined with the stock figures glowing on his monitor, leaving him momentarily overwhelmed by the collision of past and present. Where should I begin? Li Haotian murmured to himself, his gaze falling on the Book of Changes. The imagery of the Earth-Heaven hexagram seemed to reappear before him, the prophetic line, small things departing, great things approaching, auspicious success echoing in his ears. He took a deep breath, attempting to connect that tumultuous journey with the world of stock futures. Li Haotian began recalling every detail from the Nanjing defense campaign, contemplating their potential connections to financial markets. He discovered astonishing parallels between wartime resource allocation, shifting dynamics on battlefields, and the volatile fluctuations of stock markets. Like the strategic confrontations between opposing forces in warfare, the stock market revealed itself as a battlefield between bulls and bears, an arena brimming with uncertainty yet pregnant with opportunity. His fingers began dancing across the keyboard at lightning speed, words gushing like a spring from his fingertips. Transforming his observations in Nanjing into unique insights on stock and futures markets, he wove them into the creation of Shu Shan Journal, Stocks and Futures. Each paragraph, every sentence, pulsed with profound revelations from his time travel experience and revolutionary understanding of financial markets. During the creative process, Li Haotian often fell into deep contemplation. He pondered the super system's purpose, meditated on the mission entrusted to him. He understood that cleansing residual information from the Battle of Nanjing wasn't mere memory erasure, it meant transforming that experience into valuable knowledge to enlighten future generations. As words accumulated on the screen, Li Haotian gradually found his creative rhythm. He seemed to enter a selfless state where time dissolved unnoticed. When he finally completed the day's writing, pearl gray light was seeping through the window, dawn's first breath coloring the sky. Li Haotian leaned back in his chair, gazing at the awakening city beyond the window, his heart swelling with complex emotions. He knew that from this moment onward, he was no longer just Li Haotian, but Shu Shan bearing a sacred mission. Though the path ahead might be strewn with thorns, he stood ready to embrace every challenge bestowed by the super system, determined to carve out his own legendary tale. Readers are warmly invited to search for and read tomato novels Xinghao Shu Shan Diary, Stocks and Futures Xinghao. Written by Li Haotian on April 3, 2025, in Chengdu.